think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
Our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire crew back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby, Roberto, Belt, and Pepe in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And there are more Whataburger bags than I can count in here. Is this from you, Bob?
Yeah, it's just I ordered 10 of them, and they're bulky, and so they split them up into 2 bags, and then they put it in a heavy-duty bag to carry, so that's why they're kind of spread out a little bit.
Very nice. Thank you for breakfast, as always. Back from Cabo with the little mini vacation.
The greatest place in the world.
You know, of the different places in Mexico, this by far, not even close in terms of facilities. Like, normally you land at some of these airports and it feels like an old field house where they're just trying to get you through the passport line and there's no order. The airport was super impressive. You fly through that, landing, immigration, all those things. And then normally, you know, I've always promised my dad because he thinks that El Chapo is waiting around the corner for me.
Well, he is.
Even though I'm married into the Chapos. Don't leave the resort. Don't go outside the walls. And we did a couple of times, and like the town itself is super developed. There's a Costco. There's a this. There's a that. There's McDonald's all over the places. I was more and more impressed by the day with being out there.
When we went to Cabo, we went to this restaurant. I can't remember what it was called. But you could absolutely feel the cartel's presence, which made me feel much safer. Is
that the place you tip for the water?
Yeah, they charge.
I'd tip for water here. We still don't have water, so
We still don't have water in the building?
nope. We're 105.3 The Flint over here.
They charge like $85 for They charge like $85 for water because we kept refilling, and they Then they just came over and started pouring shots into our mouth, like out of the bottle. And we were like, oh, yeah, they're just happy to see us.
Yeah.
And then there comes the bill. But we didn't argue because it was clearly cartel. But I felt safe in there because no one's messing with the cartel restaurant.
Think we saw Tom Brady's vacay house next to Bezos's vacay house.
Oh.
And you understand why. I was worried about going out there in February and it being too cold with like a high of 70. RJ gave me the UV update, and I don't think it could have been better because it was cool and refreshing, but still hot with the sun, as you'll see on my red face and forehead. But super impressed. I think that's the first place I was like, all right, if we were going to go back to a vacay spot, I would go back.
We got to go back. We went
or a different place there.
Yeah. We went and we stayed at the Ryu up there, down there, over there, whatever. But we wanted to be near the Arches. That's where we wanted to be. It was near the Office is the restaurant we went to. Awesome place.
Sounds real legit.
I know, right? Really, really cool though. But we've gone Cancun a couple times, and I just don't love Cancun. Maybe Tulum I would go to, but love Cabo.
I think the whales stole the show out there.
Well,
not the
it is the
ladies,
show of whales.
season.
not the ladies on the beach. But
I don't think you needed to clarify.
oh yeah, okay, yeah, we're just sitting out there, and then boom, all of a sudden, not sea lions, not dolphins, as the whales decided to go ahead and put on a show, and that was almost worth it by itself.
Apparently, there's whale season. I didn't know that. I know this is whale season. We missed whale season. We were out there. We missed it by like a couple weeks.
It's in Galveston.
That viral video the other day, that kid had missed it was whale season. The one, you see that one? Peyton was talking about it to us the other day. This whale came up, this like humpback whale, and like ate some kid on a kayak and immediately spit him out.
What?
Yeah, he jumped out like his dad was filming as they were out there kayaking, and this humpback whale comes up and like swallows him and spits him back out.
Where
It was off
was
the
this?
coast of Chile.
Yeah.
Oh
Chile.
my! I was a scaredy cat out on the boat. I was like, "This is the way I'm going to go,"
Did you get
because
in the water on the boat?
yeah, it was freezing. But I was like, one of these things is going to come up and land right on top of this damn boat. So I was starting to go up to the top, not out there whale watching with everybody else. But very, very good. I'm trying to think what else I could have possibly missed. And then you land back here, and I'm used to landing back here and getting smacked in the face with the heat. No, it's freezing.
Yeah. At least you landed.
That's true. Unlike, was that Canada?
They landed.
They landed.
Upside down, but they landed.
How? How did the plane land
We don't know
upside
yet.
down?
There's not enough information. I think there was like a wind shear at the end.
So there's somebody report, like it's all hearsay at this point, but somebody on social media was saying that it was they know what happened, that it was they skid landed and there was all this aggressive wind, and then it turned over in the process of after it skidded, and so it turned over and then came to a stop.
They had just got like 9 inches of snow. I don't know. Only Canada would have an airport open.
But nobody dying on a plane.
That's amazing.
So I thought about was the scene that everyone imagines when you wait for the beep to unbuckle.
And then
Like, is everyone just ripping out of the seatbelts? How do you get off? Are you backwards crawling?
Well, you're
Like,
upside-
do you wait in the orderly manner? Are you trying to get to the front? That's all I was thinking about was the unseat belting.
what I'm thinking, like, you're upside down. If you unbuckle, you're dropping on your head.
So there was one girl who was on the plane on Snapchat right when it crashed.
Of course.
Yeah, she
was.
just
Fire up Snapchat as soon as you get in the landing zone.
First thing she did, she fired up Snapchat, and she looks like a bat in a cave. She's hanging upside down, and she's going, "Oh my gosh, my plane just crashed. We're upside down."
I
And
can't turn off. This is amazing content.
I mean, it was amazing content. I watched it a couple times.
So did no one sit there and like snap their neck when they try to get out of
No
their
one
seat?
got hurt somehow. Like
no.
no one got like seriously.
Yeah, there were injuries. Just nobody was like, nobody died. 80 people. They all survived.
DEI landings. 877.
That was Toronto, sir. Toronto air
oh.
traffic controllers.
Sorry about that. Yeah. 877-881-1053. The way to hit us up on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. So Eric Chiafalo in Thursday and Friday. We have RJ Choppy funeral recap to get to as well.
Yeah, we talked a little bit yesterday about just kind of previewing before we played it today, and we played the clip yesterday. His sister did seem to threaten him a little bit before he got up there to speak, because she had said she was like, some of us in the family knew when to stop and others didn't. you may know the next person when he stands up here to talk. Whoa. It's like, uh-oh, that's a threat. But no, it was a beautiful ceremony for Big Ralph. And yeah, Eric's sitting in for a couple days. Eric was leaking confidence a little bit on Thursday. He even talked about it. That's his term for it. I'm leaking confidence. That's where he's like, it's just pouring out of him. All of his confidence is leaving his body. Because I think he got a hold of the fan text and he sees negative fan text stuff. And,
how could anyone in the building? I would think Eric Chiafalo would get the least amount of fan text criticism, by far the least.
Yeah,
generally, because not only is he's generally likable, he's also on there usually interacting with everybody and talking back to him and stuff. I think it's just Eric's the G-Bag style is different than the morning show style, and so when it's new and different, you got some people who are just like, I don't like this. But he felt better about Friday. I think Friday went better.
All right, let's just quickly recap the two big TV events over the past 72 hours. All-Star Game thoughts. I can imagine Bobby shredding it, and I could see the shoulder shrug from Choppy saying, "Yeah, whatever, it's fine." Anyone think it was an improvement?
No, not necessarily an improvement, because they've tried so many different things. The Elam ending, they've tried the regular game, and now they're doing this. I don't need to see the rising stars in that important of a game.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't seem like I think you need to have like the best of the best, not Stephon Castle.
Right. That important of a game?
Well, like if according to the NBA, I mean it's the All-Star game. You know what I mean? Like I don't need to see the rising stars in the finals.
So I thought from a competition standpoint, playing to 40 helped. There was no doubt more defense until you get to the championship game. Then they decided to quit again. They're like, no, we're just going to remind you, no one's going to make us play hard. But from a competition standpoint, I think the second game was pretty fun. I thought that the rookie class, the rookie team, gave me some dream team practice vibes. I was rooting for them. I was rooting for them to knock, and it was a close game until the end, and I was rooting for them to knock them off. But I do feel like they increased the competition. Where they really screwed up were the breaks, the timeouts, and the stop downs. I could not believe that they started a game, stopped it down to honor the guys from TNT.
We aren't going anywhere, by the way.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's right.
You're eulogizing a show that's not going away.
Yeah. An absolute ruining of momentum. And it felt weird looking at Kyrie Irving and Trae Young over on the bench, and everyone's just got to pretend to love Ernie, Kenny, and Shaq when half the guys probably hate their guts for the criticism. So I think competition-wise, playing harder, check. The flow of the night, the stop downs, the entertainment value, putting it all together, left a lot to be desired, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I come away from every All-Star game weekend, regardless of what it is. The NFL, the MLB, NBA. Whenever I come away from it, I just always go, like, just get rid of it. I just name teams if you want in the middle of the year as like an all-pro honor type of thing. Like, all right, you named everybody. This is who qualified or this is who got it. But there's no way to fix it if they're not going to care. It was a little more competitive. You're right. There was at the end of one of the games, Wembanyama clearly looked pissed off about something. And so there's clearly some level of competition that took a step up this year. It's just, to me, it was there's no better summation of NBA All-Star Weekend and how little they care than what Chris Paul did during the skills competition. Where he's just...
Well, that was actually caring too much.
Yeah.
But that's what I meant. Not caring at all about the fans. It's not about the fans. The weekend is not about the fans. It's not for them.
Yeah.
It's a chance for them to hang out with their NBA brothers and all right, this is just a big frat weekend, basically.
Yeah. The issue is also, the All-Star games are not geared for us. They're geared for 12-year-old kids. That's just the reality. 12-year-old kids get giddy when they see LeBron and Steph and KD on the floor at the same. Yeah, we used to love. Yeah, I did too.
Yeah,
and it's that's who it's geared. That's who it's geared for. It's not my kids. Absolutely loved it. They love that they get to see all these guys on the floor at the same time. I think that's just we all get to that age. We're like, oh, how do we fix the All-Star game? It's not really for us. It's for the
then
kids.
Once again in the NBA, the more entertaining aspect is off the floor. Is Barkley and Draymond probably was the most entertaining thing, with Draymond whining and bitching and saying this is trash. I'm surprised they even, at least good for the TNT and NBA partnership that they allowed Draymond to go on the air and destroy their product during, you don't see that in baseball with someone sitting next to Chris Berman and saying, this sucks, this is terrible. And then Barkley saying, what are you complaining about? Your generation screwed up the whole thing. Draymond crying for the record books not being available to Wemby and Tatum because they could be eliminated in their first game. And Charles you guys have already shown you did not care. So that was probably the most entertaining thing of the entire event, Draymond versus Barkley fighting.
When it comes to the idea of fixing it, though, and making it better, I did see a suggestion on Reddit over the weekend that I was like, that might work a little bit better. They said if you were to just turn the All-Star game into end of the season, you get the All-NBA teams, and then as the opener the year before, as an exhibition opener to the season, you play an All-Star game with everybody there. And then it's beginning of the year, everybody's healthy, and it's the All-NBA team.
They're not gonna care about that either. All NBA versus All NBA before the regular season. They're not gonna play.
It's essentially All Stars, and would it be a kickoff? It'd be kicking off the year a little bit more of just that. That might bring more intrigue to it, and naturally, basketball's back. It's the first basketball game of the year. And
then when you're thinking about Team USA versus the world, Joker reminded me of Luka. Bassick for years has complained that Luka does nothing during the All-Star game. And I think Joker was moping that Luka wasn't there because he's we really always usually have fun the night before. And Joker was awful out there, horrific. And I was like, maybe the Euros are the problem. Maybe Trump was right.
Oh, my gosh.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. All of us back together as we turn it on and leave it on. I love this piece that was done by the New York Times, The Athletic, whatever they are now. The man who took over All-Star Weekend, who really is Nico Harrison, to explain why he did what he did to DFW. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But we know with the...
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electric.
Celebrate Berkey's 50 years of service and get huge savings on the things you need. Get an American water heater installed with warranty for only $19.75. Visit us at berkeys.com today. M37968.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
One of the things that I sports realized while on vacation for a few days in Mexico is it feels like we have lost an NBA team. Like we've turned into a market that is about to not have basketball coverage.
Yep.
That's what it feels like. As for the Cowboys, like, yeah, you see a couple Cowboy hats and people want to talk about them and bring them up. And I'm just like, I really would like to focus on, the Dallas Mavericks defending their Western Conference championship, but you can't do that because all anyone wants to talk about is Luka. And the realization hit me, like it's starting to feel like contraction here. That's what it's feel like with the Dodgers deal.
It has. I mean, there is literally like the only thing people want to talk about when it comes to basketball is the trade. Why? Why do they make the trade? That's it. Nobody's talking about the games. Nobody's talking about, and I know they're on the break, but nobody's talking about the games. Nobody's talking about the prospects of the rest of the season. They're talking about the ownership, moving to Vegas, or the trade. That's it. It's like there is no game anymore. There's no game. There's no games coming.
Yep.
There's no playoffs. There's no title. And even if there is a title, I'm not sure it even matters.
I mean,
the way they feel today. It will matter in a couple months, but the way they feel today doesn't.
I still don't know if it does. People are so mad, and it's been fumbled so much worse. The PR fallout from it at every single turn. Even look at it's been 2 weeks, and at the All-Star game, all the players were asked about every single one of them. What about the Luka trade? Well, it was 2 weeks ago, and
Adam Silver, I think it's the first question you got during the update the NBA press conference.
Yeah, and Wembanyama is up there doing better PR for the Mavs than the Mavs themselves. Talking about, man, Mavs fans are really hurting. I know Pascal Siakam got asked a question just about what rule change would you like to see? And he turned around to go like, I'm not trying to upset anybody. They traded Luka. I'm not going to get anybody angry right now.
Did the New York Times and Athletic merge? Are they the same thing?
New York Times bought The Athletic. So if you see a sports article from the New York Times, that's usually The Athletic.
All right, well, Bobby found this. I thought it was a tremendous profile piece. And it's a major, major question that needs to be investigated. Who is Nico Harrison and what actually makes him tick?
Yeah, and this one was very, I would say that, I don't know about you. When I read this, I thought this was generally a puff piece attempt almost. It was really good, but I felt like it was definitely trying to like, hey, let's humanize Nico a little bit because he's under a lot of fire right now.
I thought it was pretty fair. They're going to get some comments from people that were close with him at Nike to explain his thinking. And if you totally explain his thinking, you do have to look. You don't have to do anything, and you're not going to. But what I said like the day after the trade is the man has balls. He's got conviction and he's got guts. And I think that was the extent of the praise that I took out of the piece.
Well, and one of the things that you will see here, one of the things that's covered in the article is the idea of we all were like, what a rash decision. What a quick trigger and just reckless. And when they were talking to all these different people who had worked with Nico Harrison at Nike or who, coached him in college or all these different things, the overwhelming sentiment from them was Nico doesn't have an impulsive bone in his body.
Yeah.
That's not Nico. Nico is not going to make an impulsive decision. He's going to be
coffee involved.
He's going to exactly. He's going to
how many red shots or what do they call it?
Give him an espresso shot inside his Americano.
Yeah.
An extra one, and all of a sudden, oh man, let's do this.
He's going to be
Rob Pelinka spiked his decaf.
he's going to be overly thoughtful almost is what this made it sound like. That he's going to be
measured, calculated, and calm, rational,
and some
not
things
rational. But
no, yeah, there's not that. One of the things that they talk about here with him is that he's so big on discipline and being regimented and how much he got from being around Kobe Bryant as long as he was.
Yeah,
and that essentially that he had soured on Luka because of that sort of expectation that he had gotten from watching Kobe Bryant work. That it's like, why can't Luka do that? Why can't Luka be driven like that? Why can't he do those things? He's also very regimented and disciplined himself. So he very much cares about like.
Wait till your eyes are going to fall out of your head when you hear how he starts conversations.
Yeah, let's jump to that part first. It says Harrison worked alongside Kobe Bryant for years, witnessing the Mamba mentality firsthand. But he's not merely plagiarizing one of the greatest ever. This is also Harrison's character. Danny Sprinkle, a college teammate of Harrison, said he's that disciplined and detailed. Harrison is a notorious nutrition devotee and will occasionally begin conversations by quizzing friends on their health habits. What did you eat today is one of his go-to greetings to people.
If I had a friend who had being the key word, our conversations with, what'd you eat today? Checking up on you like a dietitian. I would backhand the hell out of that person. Get the hell out of my face.
Yeah, like Larry North is just walking
Larry
up on
North,
you.
that's the go-to.
That's the one that popped into my head.
Little. Not Tony
Sure.
Little, Larry North. Okay.
Whoever, it's a generational thing. But they talk about his dad who worked.
Someone comes up to you, and kind of like grabs like your side hip, measuring your body fat with their hands.
Let me pinch
you got that friend,
So they talk about in this article about how Nico Harrison got his work ethic also from his parents. His dad, who worked in an aluminum plant for 30 years, they said he missed one day of work his entire life, and how that really set Nico's work ethic up. Nico is super, forthright and honest, except when somebody's told him, keep this close to the vest, show me your loyalty. He was in college. He needed to get on scholarship to play basketball. He told his coach, can I please get a scholarship? It's going to cost us a lot of money. And his coach said, yep, but you got to sit on it for like 2 weeks because we can't officially announce it yet. And so Nico kept it so quiet that his mom had to call the coach and go, is he going to be on scholarship next year or not? Because we got to know what we're planning on. Because Nico told his coach, I won't tell anyone. So he didn't tell anyone, including his mom. But so it lays out all these different things that clearly show how regimented and I'll say this, rigid. I think the biggest takeaway I had from this is he's rigid. And it's black and white. There is no gray with Nico Harrison, it doesn't seem like. And
my big takeaway in the whole thing is I think he's overboard with expectation.
Mm-hmm.
If you are going to compare everyone to Kobe Bryant's work ethic, you're going to be severely disappointed. It's like that person, we had Will Chambers sitting in crosstalk a long time ago, and I said, why aren't you in a relationship? And he's like, my expectations are unfair. They're too high. That's, to me, what Nico Harrison's problem is going to be. Kobe Bryant is supposed to be like a top 3 worker in the history of the NBA, a maniacal psychopath. You're probably not going to get that in your players and in your superstar. And the follow-up, if you are looking for it and you're like hell-bent on saying, that's what I need, I have to find it, you don't get it in Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is probably, it sounds like Anthony Davis is a better leader and character person than I ever knew about him. But he's hurt. And he's hurt all the time. And just because he's hurt does not mean he does not work hard. But Kobe Bryant was reliable. Kobe Bryant shooting free throws with a busted Achilles. And Anthony Davis is not reliable. So you want to be unfair part 1, that's probably going to be a mistake. But you want Anthony Davis to be the idea and the foundation of your Kobe Bryant-esque leader? What are you doing?
I can't remember who said that. I was somebody from NBA radio said, it may have been Eddie Johnson. I don't want to attribute it to somebody who didn't say it. But the leader of the league sets the tone for the league. When it was Jordan's league, super crazy worker, everybody followed suit. If the leader of the league is the most physical player in the league, everybody else in the league becomes more physical. And it's been LeBron's league for 20 years. So what have we seen? He doesn't care about the All-Star game. Neither does anybody else. He works hard. His body's in great shape, but takes a lot of games off. So does everybody else. That whole trend kind of trickles down. And, it's almost as if every player is now like being judged from an era that doesn't exist anymore, being judged in this era, and Nico is in a different era. Like he's looking at the league as how it used to be, or how it should be, and not how the league actually is.
To be fair, Luka, just to be completely fair, and I didn't want to get rid of Luka. Luka doesn't even meet the normal standard for most stars of his conditioning or anything else. So I mean that even by
standards of a European player.
No. Jokic had to turn it up. Jokic had to change. Giannis had to change.
Went on a bender for a summer
after they won. Yes, he did. But you're talking about like people talked about how rigid his work ethic became before he won a title.
Jokic made a conditioning leap that Luka never has. I mean, he clearly did. He lost. I mean, it looks like he lost 30 pounds.
I have to go back and check the timeline of like age. Did Joker make it at 24?
Yeah. Well, no, just say like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Whatever that is. That's when it felt like.
Sure, yeah. And look, there's nothing, again, I didn't want to get rid of Luka. I'm just saying from
Joker's 29.
That's 20. So
just say, call it 27, 28.
I mean, at least give him to then.
26.
Even by today's standards, though, even if those are lower than what past generations were, it's still, Luka hasn't met that even. So I will say that. But like you point out, Anthony Davis is already hurt. And this article talks about that concern built up specifically with Nico Harrison that Doncic's body was going to break down sooner than people thought. It's like, okay, then why did you go get the guy who is the poster child for his body breaking down?
Yes.
But this was the interesting part of this. There were a couple different things out of this.
You can save part 2.
Yeah, there's some quotes from Bob Voulgaris, different things like that. But one of the things that was interesting was they point out that Nico Harrison had pretty much become hell-bent on, Luka was not staying here.
The first thing I copy and pasted to note was the Mavericks were never going to offer Luka that mega deal.
Yeah.
League sources said they were never going to offer it. They were more scared. In one of the original Windhorse reports, it said they were more scared of him accepting it.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Like they were terrified of Luka accepting the deal than offering it.
And that makes sense when you read this piece and you see how regimented Nico is and how tidy Nico is.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, are you projecting an unrealistic standard that you hold for yourself or that you held for your most famous client, Kobe Bryant? Are you now plastering that on your basketball team and you just made what you think is measured decision, but it's actually reckless because of the standard that you're holding up? That's not realistic to give to Luka or really anybody else. If your standard is, do you work like Kobe Bryant? They need to trade the entire Mavericks roster.
Yeah.
Everybody has to go because nobody works like Kobe.
Yep.
There's 2 players in the history of the NBA that work like Kobe. And so to me, it's
and he also kind of, dismisses the negative Kobe traits. It seems like Kobe Bryant as a teammate, like the Laker bus didn't talk to Kobe. Now this was early on, but this is what you keep talking about. Nico should have looked at that maturation and growth that took place with maybe Kobe, the teammate. But there's a ton of Kobe Bryant. After Kobe passed away, I always mention it on radio. It's so funny how everyone just loves Kobe. Kobe Bryant, one of the most hated players in the National Basketball Association outside of Los Angeles when he was playing.
Yeah.
Selfish, hijacked that Suns game where he's like, fine, you think I shoot too much? I'm not going to shoot. Is that the character that Nico Harrison is obsessed and in love with?
Sounds like me.
There's trade-offs.
It sounds a lot like you. My gosh, I can absolutely
Fine,
see
I won't
you
shoot the ball
hijack.
at all.
Holy cow.
Yes, not going to attack. Not going to attack. All right, so there's a little profile piece. We'll do part 2 at 8 o'clock. We have a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway for you being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On during the 720 Expressway, but I'm so pleased that Choppy decided to save this for when I came back. A lot of trepidation, a lot of worry over the RJ Choppy funeral speech for his father. Bobby was there and recorded it. Let's take you through the awkwardness next.
After we get you over.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
What are these? Cinnamon biscuits?
Laser Baby.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's hook you up with Dirk's Bentley tickets today and throughout the entire week. That'll be later on here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thank you for checking us out, and hopefully you had a lovely extended weekend. And this is part of the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. RJ Choppy with the much-anticipated speech for his father's funeral. When was this?
This was Thursday afternoon. We had it at in South Lake at White's Chapel Church. My mom sings in their choir.
Wow.
Yeah, she sings in their choir. So
One of the honestly most beautiful churches in Dallas. The
really
architecture and everything, it is beautiful.
yeah, it's huge. It's really nice. I don't know why she goes there. She's not whatever denomination that is, but
Methodist.
She's not?
She's Catholic. we're Catholic fans.
What a perfect Choppyism.
Yeah, but,
I'm going to your church. I'm not a believer
Yeah.
in the denomination. I'm just going to do the opposite.
She got into it with the Catholic Church a long time ago, so that was kind of the issue with that.
Got into it.
Yeah, they wouldn't acknowledge her marriage to my dad because he had been previously divorced.
Yeah, he's paying that hussy in Jersey.
Yeah, that's right. But he had been divorced like 50 years ago, and they've been married for like 40-something years. They said, well, you got to get to 50, and then we'll approve it. And she goes, it's been like 40 years. Like, I'm done. She's like, I'm out.
What was your interaction like with Mrs. Choppy? Did you get to speak with her or meet her?
No, I mean, I've met her before. I met her at Luca's baseball game. I didn't see her at the funeral. I got there. So first off, it was not clear where I was supposed to walk in. So I parked and I ended up walking around the entire building for a little bit. You told me where to go, but I had to find somebody to tell me where is this park because the campus is huge. And so somebody had to like direct me in. So when I got in there, they were in the middle of doing like a song. So I missed the first like minute or two. And so everybody was already seated. So I sat down in the back and then walking out because I was in the back, I was the last one allowed to file out. And so I was in the longest part of the line. I was like, I got to go pick the kids up from school. So I had to like cut out and just said hi to Sarah and RJ and ran off.
So the first thing I'm really interested in knowing is attire. How did you and everyone else dress as your mom was not approving the look you were going for?
Yeah, so I wore a suit, black suit.
Where'd you get it? Did you find it?
I found it. Yeah, Sarah found it.
The smelly one?
No. Well, they're both smelly. The blue one is the one that's always had a weird, funky odor to it. The black one I've worn one time, and Sarah found it.
Wow.
And I wore that. I wore my cowboy hat on top. Regular shoes, not boots. Regular shoes.
And how did your mom? Was she okay with it?
Not really.
She didn't like the hat.
She was like, I guess it looked, fine.
Only cowboy hat in the congregation.
Oh yeah, only hat. Period. So yeah, my mom was. They were all dressed up. Everyone was dressed up.
Bobby?
I had a polo on.
He had a polo on. The star of the dress up was my youngest, Julian. I didn't get a photo because I didn't have my phone on me. He walks in, and he had walked in late because he had forgot. He still has Birkenstocks on, and he didn't put his dress shoes on. He walked in, and the way his suit was, a little bit baggy, the tie undone. He looked like a down-on-his-luck businessman that was leaving happy hour after he just got fired.
Looked like he was starring in Swingers.
It was amazing. I was like, this kid, this is my mini me. Hair all disheveled, looked fantastic. I was like, please, I need to go get the security cam footage in this church.
And he commands the room. 'Cause I was standing in line. I watched him just darting in and out, talking to people like, "Hey, what's up?" Like, I mean, he's just like Mr. like walk up and commanding presence.
Wow.
So, we're sitting there in the waiting room, and they're giving instructions on what's going on, and I'm not listening to the whole thing. And finally, I said to her, "Can you repeat all this again?" I wasn't listening. I was like, "Just point to me. Just tell me when to go."
Yeah.
So the way it was, we walk in, and you walk through and you see all these people lined up, and that's the first time I'd seen how many people were there. My dad had no friends. He hated people. He hated everyone. One of the lines that I cut out of the speech was that my dad probably hated every single one of you in this room.
Your mom said, your mom got up there and said that he had always said you could hold his funeral in a phone booth because there would be so few people there.
And so I walk in and I see people that like, how did you find out about this? We didn't announce this.
How many people were there?
I don't know, 150, 200, something like that.
Yeah.
Man, I always worry about that with like my dad or something. I'm like, are people going to show up? I mean, like all his patients are probably dead.
That's an insecurity most people have that I think they naturally undersell how many people.
Yeah, the good news of dying young, though, is you got a lot of people that are still alive that you know. If you die at 98, you might have a 2-person funeral.
Well, that's why the good part about you delaying it like almost a month gave everyone time.
Gave everyone time to go.
Know?
Yeah, gave everyone time to go. And so we walk in and, we take our seats. You never want to be in the front row of a funeral.
Well, you have to be in a family.
I know, but that's why, right? You never want to be in the front row because that means it's somebody very, very close to you.
Right.
So we were there, and then they give a little speech, the minister, pastor, whatever, and then they call up for the speeches.
Yep, and it was his sister first who threatened him, and then RJ got up there and just adjusting the mic. People were laughing. I felt an uncomfortable laugh from the audience because they were like, this might not go well.
So
but then
the mic was like up high. My sister and my mom, they're 5 feet flat. So they had to like turn the mic down. And I get up there and I go and I just kind of do a situational comedy, just slowly creak the mic back up.
And then he launched into it.
The trick to getting through this is not looking at your mom before. My mom told me I had 3 minutes to give this speech. I'm going to take 6 and ask for forgiveness later. Most people in the front are not going to like it. One person who is, and he is loving the day, is my dad, Big Ralph, as I called him. He preferred I called him Dad, but he's loving every minute of this. He was born into a world where people would just randomly go over to somebody else's house unannounced, and he left a world where we would hide when the doorbell rings. It's a completely different world. But I had to thank him for bestowing on me some incredible genetic traits, like height. Every young man dreams of being less than 6 feet tall and bald. The ladies love it. It's irresistible. He had a tremendous way with words, although none of those were more than about 4 letters. He didn't care who was around. 1986, during a T-ball game, making out at second base, the umpire blows the call. It was a T-ball game. He comes running on the field to argue the call, and I can't repeat what was said in a church, but I hope the umpire didn't go home and do what my dad told him to do. This is a man who wanted to fire the manager of the New York Yankees in the 5th inning of every game. The most impressive feat was they didn't have a heart attack watching baseball at some point. He would never miss a game, though, ever. We had a 13-inch TV in the kitchen with those antenna ear things. And when nature called, he would take that TV into the back of the room. Out of nowhere, you'd hear a random, "Yes, sir!" I don't know what he was cheering for. I hope it was the baseball. He loved Maury Povich. He would go around the house yelling, "You are the father!" Just out of nowhere. No matter when you came over, chances are he was watching either Maury or his favorite movie, The Congo, about a talking gorilla. Really strange one. He hated New Jersey. That's where he lived for about 12 years. Every year he tried to move. I kept talking him out of it. I didn't want to leave my friends. He hated the traffic, he hated the weather, he hated the people, he hated the taxes. He hated literally everything about it. He evidently hated both of my sisters too because he moved them out of state in the middle of high school, both of them. Every young girl dreams of being completely friendless at 15. Therapists love it too. His favorite pastime wasn't baseball or golf, it was report card day, especially myself and my older sister. because he would make us cry. And for some reason, she knew report card day was coming. She still put that mascara on and kept dripping down the side of her face. He never really spanked me much. A couple times. One time I told him it didn't hurt. That was a mistake. I was the golden boy, or I thought I was the golden boy, until one day a couple years ago, I realized that his real golden boy was music. Dementia. Dementia really set in.
All right, hang on, stop. Okay.
Yeah.
What did that start with?
A G?
That was GD it in the middle of a church.
Was that written in there?
Nope. I was getting choked up.
Okay.
I had made it through.
This
I would
is a
say
tremendous start.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's knocking it out.
I had made it through like 80% of the speech completely fine. And then I got to that one part where I started talking about
music.
like the dementia and the afterlife, and like it was coming near the end.
Yeah.
And I started to feel myself, and I was like, not today, Satan.
Stiff up. This isn't report card day.
Yeah.
Do not cry.
Did the crowd gasp here? Let's listen.
Little bit.
Let's listen for the possible gasp.
I realized that his real golden boy was music. Dementia. Dementia really set in. We're driving to the park, throw the baseball, my two kids and him. And the song comes on the radio. And at this point, he no longer knew my name, and he had no idea why we had these two kids in the car. He didn't know who they were. But he knew every word to the song Sundown by Gordon Lightfoot. Go figure. No idea why that song in particular, but he did. He loved coaching, he loved golf, but he hated slow golf, and he hated slow golfers. And he hated women golfers, too.
Wait, stop. What was the last
He
part?
said he hated women golfers too. That didn't go over great, especially with the female minister that was doing the service.
And he hated women golfers too. He called up on the first tee, and there's a group of women in front of us. That energy was sucked out of him. He would have hated everything about me today. He hated beards, he hated hats, he hated that my shirt's not starched, that my pants are too low, that my pants are too short. And I believe this is a full Windsor knot. He was a half Windsor guy. I'm getting a call from Arkansas. Hang on.
Stop. Was your cell phone getting a call?
Yeah, because I was reading the speech on my phone.
Reading it. Oh. Yeah. And a call popped up. And it said like
Waynesville, Arkansas or something.
He was a full Windsor knot. He was a half Windsor guy. I'm getting a call from Arkansas. Hang on. I want to end this though with a confession. Senior prom 1997. No. He let me drive his car. I backed into one of those light post things in the parking lot. I never told him. The next day, I knew he was going on a business trip, that he was going to go to the airport. Everything was going according to plan. When he got home, just as I had planned, he finally noticed it. I said, dang, someone dinged your car at the airport. I was a really good liar. I think he bought it. But on the bright side, he would have forgotten about it anyway. So will I.
Wait, so that ended?
That was it.
Okay, what was the final line there?
He said
he would have forgotten about it anyway.
He said I think he bought it, but he would have forgotten about it anyway. And that was the only time you got audible.
Yeah, well, some gross. I got booed.
Was
I
it
got
a,
booed
was
off
it
the
a
speech.
groan or like, oh, that's so
I
sad?
was a really good liar. I think he bought it. But on the bright side, he would have forgotten about it anyway.
Yeah, I think
No, I think it's half and half. I think it's half. The faces said grow.
Hey, comedic greatness. Well
Hey, it was
done.
great.
The timing, all of it. Very well done, RJ Choppy. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. Do the Rangers need to be worried about this move in the AL West? And the bullying never happened that we've been talking about for about a decade? Everything else you need to know to get your Tolo Tuesday started next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's for Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The bullying never happened? A bombshell story that rocked the sports world and the National Football League years and years ago is now coming to light. Good morning, Metroplex. The entire crew back together again. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. My phone blew up after the eulogy segment with mostly praise, except for my brother. You guys are sick. Hey, that's what we do, man. We're a radio medium. Bobby recording the audio. My mom said that was a fantastic speech.
Thank you.
John Ramsey sang, awesome. Emilio sang, that was good and everything, but ask Choppy about the flowers on Valentine's Day. I saw the clip. That was great. The best part of the clip is you looking at the clock.
Is she awake?
That was the best. The little side eye towards the clock. But you know what? Your fiance would be happy about that. If you went and got a $120 bouquet of flowers, she would have slapped you, and she would have countered with, "Why don't you just take some from your dad's funeral? Why don't you just?"
She would have suggested it.
She would have suggested it.
I can assure you, she was not happy about that.
Oh, okay.
And even less happy that I said it on the radio.
Well, my wife, I got an earful to the people we went to Cabo with over the things that I say as well. The Super Bowl toilet clogging story did not land well. But I said, the big misnomer about calling out your other half for clogging the toilet, it's not what came out of your body.
It's a toilet paper issue.
It's the toilet paper. So I'm like, hey, sweet, it could have been a pee reaction. You know what I mean? It's not, oh my gosh, this girl just eats beans all day long. No, it's the toilet paper. People don't think of it like that.
Did you tell her when she was complaining? Did you say, isn't it nice to be able to complain about this in Cabo, though?
That's right. No, that's what
These stories got you to Cabo, lady. You need to chill out.
That's what I always tell people, and I told the whole group. I was like, it's not my fault that I have a mic and you don't. That's the power I hold over everyone's heads. One of the girls there, she canceled her Christmas cards because back in Maryland, she would write out these very intricate, rhymey Christmas cards, and I read it on the air to make fun of her. She stopped writing them. Oh, she's never forgiven me for that.
See, that's perfect. That's what you want.
You saved her.
You want people to guilt you out of doing things.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Well, speaking of guilt, Richie Incognito and Jonathan Martin.
According to a report, according
to Jonathan himself.
According to Jonathan Martin. What's your source? Me. Literally me. He admits that Bullygate was built on a lie. And this is from, he was like, I never
Now reset what this was.
Okay, so this was,
a lot of people listening probably has no idea who Jonathan Martin is.
Jonathan Martin was a young football player. Offensive line, Richie Incognito was his teammate. They both played for the Miami Dolphins.
And Richie was known as like an all-time bully, bad guy in the National Football League.
Yeah.
In terms of like playing dirty. Guys like John Gruden absolutely loved him.
Yeah, and he was also, but Richie was also tasked with, hey, pull him under your wing and toughen him up. Like he was directed by the Dolphins to show him some tough love, but also be big brother to him a little bit.
Now, two other offensive linemen were also caught up in this, Mike Pouncey and John Jerry. But this was called Bullygate, and this happened back, in 2013. and Richie Incognito was suspended for half of the season in 2013 and did not play at all in 2014 because no team wanted to touch him. He ended up being completely out of football in 2015. And look, Jonathan Martin says in this story, quote, "I never believed for a second I was being bullied. It's a story I've been trying to fix for 10 years. And I guess how it started was his mother started perpetrating this lie or this story that he was being bullied, I guess kind of to take some of the heat off him.
Yeah, I don't know that it's a lie as much as her interpretation of what she saw.
Yeah.
And so it was more just she was defensive mama bear, like, I'm going in here and I'm going to handle this for my baby because he's not going to stand up for himself, so I'm going to stand up for him.
Richie tweets, he couldn't cut it in the NFL, so he quit and his mom blamed me. Legacy media pushed this narrative.
Legacy media.
Legacy. What is legacy media?
Great question.
I know who he voted for.
They're no longer on a plane, okay?
Your mom just bought an Incognito jersey.
Yes, she did. I know who didn't, but I won't say his name. Too bad it was all a lie. They lied to protect his money. He quit. The team had every right to claw back that money. His mom started the bullying narrative with ESPN, Adam Schefter, so that Miami would not go after his signing bonus. So that was the first text or tweet by Richie. Then the next one. It was wild to read the Wells report. A bunch of lawyers came in and tried to understand the culture of the NFL and the locker room. They made a mountain out of a molehill of being directed by Martin's parents. The report crushed us both. The lawyers wanted to protect the league and the Dolphins. They didn't give two S's to fact-check any of the claims made by his camp. They took everything I said and used it against me. I was trying to tell the truth. Independent investigation, my foot. That's the thing. The Wells report.
Yeah, I forgot there was a Wells. How many reports has Ted Wells done?
I know, right? Well, he did this. He did the Brady one.
This is 144 pages.
144 pages off of a single accusation. That's a lot to get off of an accusation. Off of one, not like a dozen. And, now here we are. Richie lost a year and a half of his playing career and $10 million of income, which I don't know. Like, now that this comes out as being a lie.
According to Jonathan, which is a very key part.
Which, when you read, back when they released every single text message between him and Richie, there was a lot of bullying stuff, but there was also like, hey, brother, do you need somebody to talk? Like, Richie did seem to show that he was.
It's like RJ in a funeral speech. Like, he loves you, but if you listen to the words, it doesn't seem like it.
It's like when I walk in there and I go into.
That's for sure.
I've walked in there twice this morning to the production studio and said, hey, BA to Peyton. That's what I've addressed him as twice this morning already.
Yeah.
But I love Peyton. Sort of.
Like, there's things in, the text messages or the voicemail, like, I'm going to slap the crap out of you. You're still a effing rookie.
Yeah.
If you just judge that and isolate it. But then there's pictures, and a lot of people thought and think that Richie Incognito was like bipolar. Yeah. And Incognito would have, they both have drinks in their hands with Richie's arm around him and then checking up on him. Hey, are you okay? We missed you for this win. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. So there's two sides.
So one thing and Mike Florio writes about this, and he said a couple of things. He kind of takes both sides, which
Florio's getting destroyed as well because I guess he was a loud reporter in this, and if you know Florio, he's going to kill Richie Incognito, and Incognito went after him yesterday.
Right. So Florio says that Martin's claims contain a nuance that is lost on many. It's one thing for Martin to say he never believed he was being bullied. It's another to ignore the various findings from the investigations that occurred at the time. That's fair. I have no problem with that. That harassment. He also says that Incognito, and I think this is a really interesting situation. Incognito and others who were publicly chastised by the Wells report fell victim to the same mindset that fueled the punishments meted out a year earlier in the Saints bullying scandal. Rather than admit a significant cultural problem within the locker room needs to be addressed, the NFL grabbed a piece of low-hanging fruit, squished it, and hoped the outcome would scare everyone else straight. And let's not forget the very real possibility that the Wells report had a preordained conclusion. The Wells report on Deflategate, a little more than a year later, supports a reasonable conclusion that the investigation started with the league's preferred outcome and worked backwards. And that's huge for the league. Like bad for the league.
That Richie could sue them.
Absolutely. Like if Richie sits there and He's basically saying that, like, the NFL knew it had a bullying problem. It found a fall guy who everybody hated anyway, Richie Incognito, and said, let's put an end to bullying around the league by basically ending this guy's career. Well, you cost him $10 million. Now you're getting sued. Now, for the NFL, $10 million 10 years later is nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, but I mean, still,
they're going to fight it.
They don't take losses in court. Like, I mean, I can't.
They'll settle out of court.
But I don't think they will. That's one of their things. They are very big on. They are very big on. You kiss the ring. That's what you do. This is.
So look, let's get to the heart of the matter. Do we all now view Richie Incognito here as the absolute victim, and he was done all time wrong? Bobby?
Easy answer, yes. A little more nuanced. I think what was a ball-busting relationship where maybe somebody was a little more sensitive to it than the other person recognized was blown out of proportion for the most part.
I agree.
Richie is not a victim in life. Like, you could be like a murderer and get your house robbed. You're a victim in the house robbing.
Right.
You're still a murderer.
Yeah.
Like, Richie's a victim in this situation. He's still an all-time jackass.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like, he is. Like,
no. I think generally, like, what we found out about Richie is he was bipolar. Like, I mean, there was a lot of that. He had to take medication for he stabilized a lot in the back half of his career when he got on different medications and stuff.
But in this
case,
totally
he was wrong. He was done wrong here. I support ball busting. I don't consider. Like, I've got a different threshold of what a bully is.
Ted Wells would destroy this show if he saw us behind the scenes.
Yeah, right. I know, right? Yeah, like, when we grew up, like, words were not bullying. Words are bullying now.
Yeah,
and it's just a different. Like, I don't. If somebody makes fun of me, I don't consider it I'm being bullied.
I also question Jonathan Martin 10 years later versus in the moment. I don't know if Jonathan Martin, like, I think over time you may be thinking to yourself, I don't want to be remembered as an all-time wuss. I don't want to be remembered as an all-time baby. And it's better for me to come out now and say, no, it never happened, in order to get that off of his conscience. Or now you're going to be called an all-time liar by many people. But in the moment, he's making it seem like he just stayed quiet and his mom led the rampage and the attack. I don't know. We can't say for sure how Jonathan Martin totally felt in the moment. You can only rely on him. And Richie Incognito now has his star witness if he wants to go after the league.
So he said in this interview he gave to ESPN, he said, I hadn't expressed this to a coach or anyone yet, like said anything to anybody. And all of a sudden there's a report on ESPN I'm reading about it. And he's like, by that point, when my mom had already gone and talked to the ESPN and they had raised hell, well, now I'm just kind of stuck and I don't really know what to do. And I don't know how to say, nope, false alarm, guys. Like, I could see that being a situation where if you're a little frustrated or maybe you're a little sensitive and you complained about it to your parents, that when it gets blown up, you feel a little bit like, I don't know how to handle this now.
And he's dealt with his own mental health issues over the years. He supposedly has rehabbed his life. He's a Bitcoin expert, and he's been hospitalized for depression a few times. And now coming out with this, that Bullygate was a hoax and did not actually happen. Will this help the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, whatever the hell they're called now, Ron Washington and Mike Trout, who's making a position change?
Yeah, he is. He is moving off of center field and moving to right field to, quote, take the load off. Oh, take the load off.
Like Mike Bassett. Take a load off, baby.
And now, look, the Angels don't need him to play center field every day to suck at baseball. They'll still finish in last place. He can play anywhere on the field or not play, and they're still going to finish in just about last place.
He's missed 41% of their games.
My question is, if you're worried about, if you want to really do this and, like, preserve him, just DH him.
That's what I was thinking.
Just DH him, man.
He's 33. Why even have him in right?
What are you doing?
He's good enough and great enough that you don't need him defensively.
You could find a right fielder. Your team stinks. You can find somebody to play right field that's gonna suck.
Isn't it like playing for like a run first football coach though, or whatever, who like, yeah, but I still got a lot of emphasis on the run game, right? Like where Ron Washington is, he loves defense too. Like, so is Ron Washington going to be convinced to, well, I don't want to take that glove away. I need that.
Fine, then miss him. Then miss all of the bats when he gets hurt.
Yeah. This is a guy who had no problem putting Nelson Cruz in right field. Yeah, I mean, like you can handle Mike Trout as a DH. You don't need him out there.
He's made some poor right field decisions before. You're right.
He's played only 266 of 648 possible regular season games the last 4 years. So he's played in 41% of them.
And he's getting $40 million a year. Just DH him, dude. Like, if you want to have this guy play 140 games, the only chance he does is if he's the DH.
I'll be honest. Even if he plays DH, I think he probably plays like 100 games.
Yeah,
he
I think you're right.
Gets hurt.
I think you're right, but still, I think he's got a better chance of playing 100.
Sure.
The radio station, Jared Sandler's already there, but the rest of the crew is going to be joining him next week in Surprise, Arizona. Double coverage. I think the first time ever done in DFW sports history. We'll be at the Combine in Indianapolis to cover the NFL, and the other shows are going to be in Surprise for Rangers spring training here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt has done a deep dive. He's been tweeting out some excerpts, and you're going to get part one. The new Cowboys head coach and the much-discussed C word. And you, in case you've ever thought about just quitting reading like RJ and I, audiobooks could be where it's at. Bobby Belt takes you through it in the commercial-free expressway. Can Brian Schottenheimer really fix the culture? Commercial-free next.
Oh, that word. Okay, let's get you over.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Yes.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some fun sport?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
A project that only Bobby Belt could execute on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again with Peyton, Phillip Russell live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll ask Reddit coming up at 7:40 as we go commercial free. Hit us up. Hit us up with it, Bob.
Yeah, so this is one of my favorite books. I mentioned this when they hired Brian Schottenheimer. One of my favorite books I've ever read. In fact, it's my favorite book about football that I've ever read. And it's called Collision Low Crossers. And it was a book by Nicholas Davidoff. And he was briefly a writer covering baseball for Sports Illustrated in the late 80s. But for the most part, he's just been like a long form writer for the New Yorker and writes books about, like he hosts a podcast about poetry and stuff. Like he knew nothing about football when he had it suggested to him, like, you're just such a good writer. You should go in there as somebody who doesn't know football, sit down with the 2011 Jets, who are supposed to be like, man, they've been so close these last 2 years. They might win a Super Bowl. How cool would it be to cover that from start to finish? So he got embedded with the Jets in 2011, which was, of course, Brian Schottenheimer's last year with the Jets. And everything kind of went sideways for New York that year. And it ended up being a really compelling story for like the wrong reasons and for covering how a lot of different things went. So I was listening back to the audiobook on my trip back to Dallas from Houston and then driving back to Houston overnight. And I've continued to listen through it, refresh myself on it a little bit. And I think there are just some interesting takeaways for what we might be able to learn about Brian Schottenheimer and how he'll operate here in Dallas, and maybe find out some of the things that he's probably learned from how things collapsed with the Jets. He talked during his opening press conference about how important he felt it was to work with the defensive side of the ball the first year that he was here. And I think when we listen through this audio right here, this first one that we're going to go through, you're going to see that when Rex Ryan was in charge of the Jets, it was very combative between the offense and the defense. It was almost like you had two football teams. They were
not surprising with Rex.
I think he wants that.
Buddy.
Yeah.
Right? Did the Bears offense, the Bears defense hate the Bears offense back in Buddy?
Remember, Buddy Ryan and Mike Ditka were carried off separately from the field when they won the Super Bowl because they were two different teams.
Did Buddy punch his offensive
Kevin Gilbride?
Yeah.
Was that Kevin Gilbride?
Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, he had created a combative culture that, like, to the point where Nicholas Davidoff said he spent most of the time sitting with the Jets defense. The 1 week he went over to the offensive side of the ball, the defensive coaches were like, you traitor, you going to tell them what we're doing over here? Like, genuinely mad. Like, these were trade secrets. They weren't telling each other anything within the building about how they operated. That's how much the lines have been drawn. But there are a couple clips here that I think are really interesting to show. And so this is from the audio book. So it's the narration of the book itself rather than just reading the passages.
God, by the way, job, by the way.
Narrator. Voice narrator guy.
Like, you're getting paid just to read the book.
People thought this was AI when I posted a clip of it. They're like, that was AI, right? I was like, no, this is an actual actor who's been on like 24 and stuff.
This is a person doing it.
Yeah. I don't remember his name.
How do you suggest I've never listened to an audio book from start to finish. How do you compare that to reading it?
I'm definitely more auditory. So I feel like I get more out of it. I can hear the story and it lands with me more. Because I will do the bit of like, I'm reading and I get to the end of the page and what the hell did I just read? I don't remember any of this.
Reread it.
Yeah, and so I'm more auditory, so I really like it. It's helpful for me. But this is the first story that kind of shows how lines were drawn. This is just a little side note. After the 2011 draft, they were calling undrafted free agents. Dennis Thurman, the old Cowboys defensive back, he was on the staff there, and they were calling trying to pitch players. And Rex Ryan was getting on the phone, and he was telling players about why things were different with the Jets culture compared to anywhere else.
DT was talking with Julian Posey, the Ohio University cornerback. Ryan took the phone from DT midstream and introduced himself to Posey. Do you know who we drafted? We took a receiver from Colorado. He's the childhood best friend of our quarterback. My quarterback wanted him. I said, okay, we do the right thing by our players. Every player Ryan spoke with, he told about Scotty McKnight. The players he knew had all heard about the cruel, impersonal NFL. Here was proof that in Florham Park, things weren't that way.
So Rex Ryan, defensive guy, but talking about, hey, I did a solid for the offense, and I did a solid for my guys here, and I did this. This turned out, for Brian Schottenheimer at least, to be a massive negative, that he had drafted Scotty McKnight, and it caused tension between Schottenheimer and Mark Sanchez.
The players couldn't see them, but from time to time there were front office people and coaches watching from behind the second-floor curtains. In Terry Bradway's office, he and Schottenheimer spectated as Greg McElroy completed a pass to the free agent swingman Josh Baker. I'd give anything to be the worst guy out there, said Bradway, not Schottenheimer. He felt born to coach. In any case, something he'd noticed had been nagging at him. The way Sanchez seemed to be redesigning playbook routes to get the ball to McKnight, as though the two of them were back in 6th grade. When he and the other offensive coaches watched film, only one subject seemed to try the coordinator's patience while watching film: the presence of Scotty McKnight. Amazing Mark didn't throw to Scotty here, Schottenheimer would say. He always throws to Scotty when Scotty's in. Sanchez, susceptible to distraction, was very different from Schottenheimer. At times, Sanchez's optimistic nature seemed to try the coordinator. When plays broke down, Sanchez sought to find something redeeming, whereas Schottenheimer, mindful that Manning, Brady, and Drew Brees never took kindly to failure, would have preferred his quarterback to be more brusque in holding others accountable.
And when we talk about culture and discipline and things like that, that's a tension point you hear exists here. It's like, Mark, I'm glad you're positive, but like, let's actually worry about fixing what went wrong.
Yeah.
And that he would get a little frustrated with them. They were watching tape. There's a section that's talking about they were watching tape of the Cowboys leading up to the season opener in 2011 where they played Dallas on 9/11. And while they were watching film, he's making a comment about Romo. And he says, Mark Sanchez says, nice hand warmer there, dude. It's August. What are you doing? Like, while they're watching tape. And Schottenheimer says, it's nice to know you're focused on the things you should be. What was the coverage, Mark? And Mark was like, 3 deep. He's like, all right, you were right that time, but you need to be paying attention. So they clearly had some tension, and that selection by Rex Ryan, which he just thought, oh, I'll just make a solid for the offense, actually turned out for Schottenheimer to be like, dude, you can't do this.
Yeah.
And this is causing problems, and he's redesigning routes, and there's tension here now. So this is cut 3
You
now.
remember Scotty McKnight? You knew those Jet teams well.
I don't remember Scotty McKnight.
7th rounder. He was there for a year before Schottenheimer got him cut.
I have one issue with that, with what that last cut was. It seemed that he had a problem with, like, the quarterback redesigning something.
He had a problem with specifically, I'm going to get the ball to Scotty McKnight. I'm going to change the progression just to get it to Scotty.
Okay, I get that, but you cannot be rigid in football. You have to allow for a flow, and you know what I mean. Like you've got to allow. I hate these coaches who it's my playbook, and you're not going to touch my playbook.
I don't think that's it at all. I think
sounds to me.
I mean, if Schottenheimer's saying literally every time Scotty McKnight got in the lineup, he was throwing to Scotty McKnight, that means he's not running the offense.
Like
at all.
That's a problem.
feed.
Yeah,
that means he's helping his buddy out. To me, Mark Sanchez sounds completely in the wrong there more than Schottenheimer.
I don't want to force feed, but you got to allow the quarterback,
especially the 7th rounder who didn't play a game. He was a practice squad guy most of the time. This is cut 3 here. Rex Ryan tried to reach over to the other side of the hallway, tried to be more active, tried to have a hand in offense because he knew that's, and I can't remember if this is included in the part, he knew that's why he didn't get the Ravens job. The Ravens were never interested in hiring him, allegedly, because within this book it says the Ravens knew he was so defensive focused that they didn't trust he could manage an entire roster. And so Rex Ryan tried to be better and bring juice to the offense, but ultimately just felt out of place.
Ryan believed that to the offense, he could offer my presence, could engender a joyful team-wide sense of purpose, toughness, and physicality. And yet, it was now 2 years into the Ryan administration, and much as offensive coaches Callahan, Devlin, Matt Cavanaugh, Allen, and Schottenheimer liked working for Ryan, the head coach himself admitted that he was uncomfortable with the offense because they're different. Feeling not a part of things in the offensive meetings, he retreated, ceding everything to Schotty. And by giving Schotty the room, Ryan gave himself license to feel the old pride in the defense he had created. During training camp, he'd walk into Pettin's office and tell him, "I think we gave up a first down today." Watching film one day after another defensive pummeling, he mused, "We should probably give the defense a day off tomorrow." "Because the offense took off one today?" Sutton asked. "Imagine if this happened to us," said Pettin. "We'd be here until 2 a.m, Ryan said.
And that's the thing. There's an animosity that built up that when you start hearing about that and go, all right, why didn't Ryan Schottenheimer succeed with the Jets? There's clearly tension that exists between defense, offense, and this is the line. And I'm going to meddle a little bit. I'm going to put this person over here. I'm going to do this as Rex Ryan would do. And then he would back off because he's like, well, I don't feel comfortable here. So he'd go in there, mix some stuff up, and then walk away.
Yeah, but it sounded like he gave Brian Schottenheimer total full autonomy.
Yeah, by the end in 2011, which was middle, I think it was middle of September is when they're talking about this, that he retreated. So it's like the last year where things had kind of fallen apart. But the defense still always gave feedback. And we're talking about this book, Collision Low Crossers, which covered the 2011 Jets. Big section in here about Brian Schottenheimer and how things fell apart for him with New York. But this is cut 4 here. Talks about how the defensive coaches became really bitter towards Brian Schottenheimer because they felt like he held them back.
On the Jets, where the defense was not only tough but original, there was the growing feeling that Schottenheimer and his offensive players were holding the team back from winning a championship. In 2010, the Jets had begun their season with a game against the Ravens and lost 10-9. The Jets' offense was 1 for 11 on third down and secured a franchise-low 6 first downs. The game had been personal to the former Ravens coaches on the defense, and before it, they had given Schottenheimer many suggestions regarding the Ravens players they used to coach. None were taken. Afterward, Pettin was so upset he could barely speak. "We knew them," he kept repeating.
That's the thing. There was when you listen to Schottenheimer talk about specifically how he worked with Quinn, that sounds like it changed his perception a lot. That it changed his entire, he gave it in I can't remember if it was in the press conference or it was the interview after he gave to Nick Eatman. But he had talked specifically about when he worked with Quinn and he got to work with defensive players consistently and see how defensive minds think, it changed a lot of his perspective and opened up his mind to, all right, I see this now. Because they had talked about, Bill Callahan's got a quote in this book where he says, we're the ones who have to be precise on offense. All 11 guys have to be doing their job. If one of them doesn't do it, it flubs up. Over there on defense, you could have 10 guys doing the wrong thing, and if one dude is a superstar and just is able to run to the ball and hawk the ball, then he can save the play for you. We can't do that.
So I was looking at this roster because I remember those Jets offenses being terrible. And in order to indict or judge Schottenheimer negatively, I had to know the talent in the roster. LaDainian Tomlinson.
Yeah, the roster was okay. It was the quarterback that was the issue.
Braylon Edwards. Santonio Holmes had 35 catches that year. Dustin Keller, remember the tight end? Jericho Cotry, 27 catches. And Sean Green, Joe McKnight, Tony Richardson. These are some of the names on the Jets
Joe
offense.
McKnight, by the way,
USC?
That is a little note here in this book, which has nothing to do with Schottenheimer, but is fascinating. It talks about how Joe McKnight was respected by everybody because that dude had night terrors every night, would wake up screaming because he had grown up in Katrina. And so he used to wake up. He said he had night terrors every night of imagining he was back in the flooding waters.
Oh, my God.
And everybody in the Jets building had massive respect for like that. The fact that dude is able to get on the field every week is impressive to us.
Yeah, like that in 2011, they had gotten pretty bad. Like that was the same team that went to like the same offense that went to the conference championship games.
13-6. They finished in 2010.
Yeah, they were, and it was the same guys. They just got older, and Sanchez just wasn't good. But they were older, but there wwere some names.
Now, Mike Pettin was the defensive coordinator there. They've referenced him a couple different times now. And Pettin specifically was like, we knew Baltimore, just like they play in that clip. We knew Baltimore really well. We gave these suggestions. They weren't taken. So they asked Pettin specifically. They're like, all right, so what's your opinion on Schottenheimer then? Because, he's really bright. Everybody sees this. And we'll get into some different cuts later of just how football obsessed and insane Brian Schottenheimer is in terms of his intelligence level. But they were talking to Pettin and saying, what does he need? And it sounds like from the description of Pettin that he felt like if he was Rex Ryan, he'd be doing some more as a head coach to help Brian Schottenheimer, but that Pettin wasn't going to do that himself as a defensive coordinator.
The defense's superior attitude, Pettin knew, chapped some asses across the hall. But this was the way football teams worked. It was an emotional, aggressive business. And if Pettin gave too much quarter, his defense would slip. He liked Schottenheimer, considered him a great, great guy. And he knew that with a young, erratic quarterback and such an accomplished defense, Schotty's in a tough spot. If Pettin had been the head coach, he might have sought Schotty out, tried to help. Pettin hoped someday to be a head coach. But now he was the defensive coordinator, and I never want to farm somebody else's hand. That's how you get in trouble.
It's something where it sounds...
This is kind of like the Schottenheimer-McCarthy meetings with Jerry.
Honestly, and I think that's the thing. I think that there's so much that it sounds like to me, based on what we've heard from stops in Seattle, his time here in Dallas already, it sounds like Schottenheimer learned a lot from how that fell apart. And when you listen to the whole audiobook, I was reading a review of it. I can't remember who it was. It was an NFL blog had written a review of this book way back in the day. And I agree with the take. It said something to the effect of, you come away from the book with the sense that Schottenheimer was kind of the stabilizing factor a lot of times culturally. Like Rex Ryan was just free. Let's do this. Let's do it, guys. Let's have fun. Let's do it. And Schottenheimer was the guy who's like, all right, but we got to have some discipline here. But he felt a little undermined as, even though I'm in charge of the offense, we've split up this entire football team basically. And the head coach ignores our side of the ball. And the head coach is just, let's go draft a guy in the 7th round because he's best friends with the quarterback. A quarterback who Schottenheimer clearly, and we'll play some more clips of this, like I said, later. The lack of trust Schottenheimer had in Sanchez was unreal. I mean, just doing everything he could to draw up plays for, and this tells me, by the way, that Schottenheimer would have been in favor of giving Trey Lance more packages than McCarthy did, because it talks there about how much, all right, I got to get packages for Leon Washington at quarterback, Brad Smith, Jeremy Curley.
Washington.
I've got to create all these different packages because our quarterback isn't accurate and he throws too many interceptions. Like there's nothing I can do to manufacture points other than do this. And Schottenheimer talks a lot about, I want to get the ball in my playmakers' hands and just see if they can do something, especially if the quarterback is going to give me trouble. But as you can hear, their culture is a big part of what Schottenheimer's talked about since he got here, and it's clear like what was going on with the Jets, the culture was very divided.
Well done. Part 1. Bobby Roberto Belt with the... Oh, I can't believe that guy is not AI. I can't believe it's an actual
Sounds like he is.
person. More Brian Schottenheimer audio book review to come today and throughout the week here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's also your home. Brian brought us his favorite segment of the show.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It is Tuesday at 7:40. That means it's time for Ask Reddit, where we ask the most viral questions being asked over on Ask Reddit over the last week, the 50 million member forum, where they come up with all sorts of hypotheticals and, brain busters and things like that. And we kick them around with you guys on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and the YouTube. We'll kick things off with this question for Peyton Russell.
All right.
Because I know Peyton Russell had to ask me for clarity on what this question meant. So he's had 2 hours to come up with an answer. So if you don't have one now, are you being serious?
No, I'm serious.
Okay, good. All right. Peyton Russell, what is your serial killer trait that hypothetically would make everyone say, yeah, we should have known?
So this one, I hate to admit it, but when I'm eating a bag of chips, I'm the guy, out of the pantry, I'm the guy that eats the chips, licks the fingers, puts my hand back in the chips, and then I put the bag of chips back in the pantry. Awful, hate to admit it. Hopefully I can finish the bag off, but
it's your house. Who cares?
Yeah.
Well, that's gross, dude. Do you do that?
Wait, you're saying you eat the chips, you lick your fingers,
put my hand back in the chips, eat more, and then I put the bag that I haven't finished back in the pantry.
You're okay with that?
I don't do it, but it's his house. It's him or Mackenzie. I'm sure they French kiss each other.
But if a guest comes over there,
that'd be bad.
Yeah, you want some chips?
That'd be disgusting.
That's disgusting. Mine is obvious. It's the one that everybody's always gotten after before. The crazy psychopath trait of mine is, out of many, is the one that I can't do the shower within 2 hours of using the bathroom. That's the one that whenever I tell anybody that, they're like, you have mental problems.
No, your weirdest one, that's weird. But the one no one knows about is what you do with this door every day.
Oh, yeah.
That's psychotic. So anytime that door is open, our studio door, RJ could go get a drink of water. He's going to be back in 10 seconds. Bobby has to walk over and close the door.
He does.
And it makes it appear, if you don't know him, it makes it appear like he's having all these secret conversations and meetings about you. Like he's waiting to stab you right in the back. Like, I'm going to the bathroom. If I walk to the other room even shorter than a water trip and get a piece of paper off the printer, Bobby has to he senses the door open. He has to walk on over and close it. It physically bothers him if it's open.
It's an OCD thing.
Yeah. I constantly repark. Like I park and it's got to be centered in the lines.
Yeah.
Now here I don't really care at work for some reason, but in general, and it annoys Sarah to no end because I'll park and I'll back up if it's not perfect. Or
you don't want to get hit by someone else. You don't want a door ram.
I could generally find someone online in a matter of minutes. We did it on the airplane.
That was impressive.
Peyton said with the chips, I do something that Sarah absolutely hates. She's got one of these flossers on a stick.
Oh yeah,
and I'll use her flosser. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. I'll just go in there and I'll floss.
She makes you rewash towels that land on the carpet.
Yeah.
And you just use her floss.
She's pretty gross.
Yeah, but she's not going to use it again.
Yeah, she'll use it. She uses the floss thing, but I still use it. She goes, "I bought you your own." I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm just waiting for this one to die."
The wiring?
When we use mine.
That would be gross, though, to look at any specks of food on the wire.
I wash it. I rinse it off.
Oh, you rinse it off?
I rinse it off. It's because I'll get a big giant piece of beef jerky on there. I got to rinse that thing off.
So rephrase the question.
What is your serial killer trait that hypothetically would make everyone say, "Yeah, we should have known"?
I can't deal with the microwave ever going to full zeros and ringing. I sprint over. I make it a challenge in my mind that I have to multitask. I'm the most efficient microwave person that you've ever seen. I'm like, all right, can I put this on a minute 30, pee, and rush back? And if I save it, I feel like I'm saving the world from a bomb.
Cut the red wire.
I've cut the red wire. If I can lunge and make sure it stops at 1 versus go off, I feel very, very accomplished throughout the day. So that's a very, I would say, weird trait.
No, that's a solid one. That's a serial killer trait for sure. We've all got them. I've got plenty of them. That's the thing, is that it's the door and it's everything else and all the other ways.
The 682 says they count steps whenever they walk. up and down the stairs, they like count the steps as they're walking. I've done that a couple times, but
never done that.
Everybody would always avoid stepping on cracks while walking. I would go out of my way to step on everyone.
Sure.
And they say you break your mother's back. I sent her to the grave, I guess, doing that because I stepped on everyone, and then 16, she was gone. All right. We were doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan.
Well, like you remote control people or the TV volume.
Volume's got to be on an even number.
My brother, same thing. That's psycho.
Yeah.
It'd bother them like, no, it's got to be one notch higher or one notch lower to be an even number.
Got to be even.
Sean Sharif, did your parents spank you as a form of discipline? How do you think it affected you?
No.
You never got spanked once?
I got chili pepper on the mouth once and locked in the bathroom.
What'd you say?
B word. To my mom. And we had all these peppers, and I think I was taking a bath as a little kid, and she walked on over and just rubbed it on my lip, walked out, and then it's a battle of wills.
Yeah.
It's like touching the stove. Am I gonna and then once you touch it, doesn't matter, you're in a bathtub, because it's warm water, that's gonna accelerate it even more, it feels like. But no, I got chased with a slipper once.
A slipper?
My dad, big slipper wearer in the house.
I can respect that.
Yeah, a big sandal, big slipper wearer.
I can respect that.
And yelled at him in front of like his brother, sister, like the cousins, and he chased me over to the apartment next door.
Oh man,
I know you got spanked because you just mentioned it. Not often,
Not
but
often.
You mentioned you made the mistake of telling once it didn't hurt.
It didn't hurt.
We had an agreement among my siblings. My mom would use like a plastic hanger. She would.
Lord.
No, it didn't hurt at all because it was like it like had give. Like, you know, hangers, they have
The
that
wire
like,
hangers really
the
do.
wire hanger would
Yeah,
hurt.
they really do.
But they would have they have this like give to it. So she would and it would just like form around your butt and it wouldn't be a big deal. But
At least
we had
get a full plastic one.
But we had to always sell it like, oh my gosh, this hurts. Keep using this, please. I did one time. I did the same thing as you. I was running towards my brother. I was mad at him. I was probably 12 years old. And my mom was between us. And as I'm running towards him, I'm like, you. And I'm like, I've never cussed. I should see how this goes over. And I said, you B word. And as I'm charging, I get the word out. And I don't even get to my brother because I feel my mom's hand grab my arm. And in the same movement, she then smacked me right on the backside. And yeah, I got spanked. I don't think it messed me up, though.
I got spanked a few times.
Think
Not
about
much.
how weird I would have been if I didn't get spanked.
Yeah. My grandmother hit me with a wooden spoon once. Nothing, you know, the nuns whacked you on the wrist.
Yeah.
You know, I'm toxic masculine. I don't believe in trauma.
Oh, my dad, he worked at a country music station.
Oh, well.
Around here. And he had a cutting board that was in the shape of an acoustic guitar that they had given him. And he used that on me once as like, all right, here you go. He's like, perfect handle, perfect size.
I whipped my brother. We were huge into Dazed and Confused.
Oh, what a movie.
We all in high school decided to.
Mr. Nice Guy.
We all in high school like made paddles as seniors and took my brother out to the woods. That definitely traumatized him. No doubt, big time trauma. It wasn't like a full, like ridiculous, crazy. It was more to scare him, driving him out there. But no, not like full swing. But we all had those Dazed and Confused paddles.
That's awesome.
Peyton, how about you?
I was spanked. It was always if I talked back to my mom. You know, she wouldn't do anything at the moment, but she would say, I'm going to get your dad whenever he comes back home from work. And that made me really stop it. My mistake, though, when my dad was spanking me as a kid, I'd move out of the way. I just, like, a natural reaction. I'd try to move out of the way to put my hands back there, and he'd restart the count. He said, nope, we're going to start back over. So if it was 3 spankings and I did it on the last one, he'd say, let's start back over. And, worst mistake of my life.
And you kept that. Did you do that repeatedly?
Oh, I do. Just at a reaction. Just like, see, maybe if because I was thinking at ways I could, maybe it's not going to hurt as much if I move a little to the left or right and put my hand back there. But he cut on.
The worst, I gave it to Oliver, CPS on line 1 here in a second, or my mother-in-law. We were at a July 4th party. Oh, my God, did he humiliate and embarrass us? He just wanted to stay in the house and play and not go out and watch the parade. And he was in such a rage. Like, I carried him out of the house, and like I'm looking to see if they have cameras, outdoor. Yeah. And I'm sitting there trying to spank him in their driveway, and he had already lost it to the degree that he was like hallucinating, crying. Mm-hmm. It did absolutely nothing. I put him in the car, and we went home. Dead silence for like the next 2 hours in my house. As we're like, we have to get him evaluated. It was that serious. We were that worried. But He's fine. He's fine.
We've got a lot of people weighed in on the fan text 361. Whipped with belts as a kid, turned out fine, but won't do it to my kids. Got a lot of people on here who said they got spanked. Most common is, you got people who had to go cut down the switch. Do you ever have to do that? Go cut your switch? Ooh, I had to cut my switch down one time.
What?
Oh, yeah. That used to be the go cut the switch, and if it's not, you're going to get spanked with this, and then I'm going to go cut down the real size and spank you with it if you don't cut down what that's the right size.
Gosh.
Yeah, I got it bad. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ
That's
Choppy.
why you don't want a house, because you don't want any trees.
Exactly.
Accessible tree limbs.
Yeah, well, I mean, the girls, they're generally well behaved. Although Addison, we're having to deal with stuff now a little bit. All right, RJ Choppy, what is the first movie you remember watching in theaters?
I mean, I saw a lot more movies before this at theaters. I just don't remember. I have no visual memory of it. So the first one I remember is Forrest Gump.
Wow.
And I was like 15.
I was going to say, that's kind of
late. I absolutely saw many movies before. I just don't have any visual memory of it. And the only reason why I remember Forrest Gump is because my grandfather, who was in Pearl Harbor, he says he was in Pearl Harbor. Biggest lie perpetrated in America. He went there after. But he still said I was in Pearl Harbor.
Who swift boated your grandpa? Who told on him?
So
they had the flag of the service folded up at his casket the other day. And RJ's trying to bite his tongue.
He was in the war. He was in the war, but he was like a mechanic. So he went there after to fix a lot of the stuff. And but he was joking. I was in Pearl Harbor. But he got up and left.
Thank you for your wrench.
Yeah, he got up and left.
Thank you for your service request.
He got up and left the theater during the combat scene. He was getting like PTSD or something during the Vietnam scene.
Damn.
Were they changing a tire?
Yeah, they might have been. I don't know. But yeah, so that's the only reason why I remember it.
So it wasn't awkward for you when Grandpa was sitting next to you and Jenny just decided to go to town on Forrest? That wasn't a problem for you?
No,
I would think that'd be awkward. First movie for me, Three Ninjas. We got taken by our babysitter to see Three Ninjas in theaters, and she brought her boyfriend with her, and I remember having to interrupt them from making out to ask them if I could get some more popcorn. That's what really stands out to me on that one. Sean, first movie you remember seeing in theaters?
Three Musketeers.
Which
1993, I believe, because I looked it up and it says there's a 2011. I was like, no, well before that. I remember... For some reason, Three Musketeers jumping in my mind. 1993.
Who was it? Oh, Chris O'Donnell. Oh, yeah. I've seen this one. I was trying to remember which one. Charlie Sheen, Kiefer Sutherland. Yeah, I've seen this one.
Elizabeth Slacum.
Was it an AMC theater?
I don't think so.
Peyton, what was the first movie you remember seeing in theater? Have you ever seen a movie in theaters? It doesn't sound like you watched much.
Yeah, this is probably the first one I've ever seen.
Get ready how old we're about to feel here.
It's the one that I remember, though, because my dad wouldn't take me and my brothers to the movie theaters. It was out for a couple days. Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, 2005, I believe. I was that, because that was the first movie theater I remember, because it was so packed. So I really enjoyed doing that. Some of the fan texts on the Frankel Injury Attorney fan text. Air Bud, The Goonies, Twister, a couple of them have seen that, so there's some answers there.
All right, we got time for probably one more here. Sean Sharif, what's an adult problem nobody prepared you for?
I was hoping you were going to ask this one.
You want me to ask another one?
Yeah. No. I'm not really blaming my parents for not preparing me, but I do feel like we never had like the taxes, adult paperwork discussions.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I have to ask Choppy all my life, which I probably shouldn't. He hasn't gotten his tax return from 2 years ago, but
I blame the IRS on that one, not me.
Income tax, IRS, property tax, all these things I never sat down. My dad would have been more than willing. He's brilliant with all that stuff, but I never had that true economics, adult business discussion with them.
Yeah. You know, my dad did a decent job of telling me you take this off. It's a write-off. Everything's a write-off.
Everything's a write-off. Now, did you have to initiate it, or is he like, all right, sit down, son. We need to go over this stuff.
No, I would just watch. I would just follow and watch. Like I did a lot of that by following and watching. This has nothing to do with anything like this. Is more like they can warn you, but nobody, because you always hear people say, I'm getting old. Nobody can prepare you for like something always going wrong with your body. Like your back hurts one day, the next day you wake up, it's like, why is my knee hurt? Then the next day you wake up, it's like, what's going on? My neck? nobody can prepare you for that. It's every day, always something different.
I guess because they wanted to show stiff upper lip or whatever else with me, they never explained to me just how tired all adults are. Like, I had no idea they were as run down as they are. I never feel like I've gotten enough sleep, ever. I always feel tired.
That's what Amanda says to other expecting parents. That's the last day of good, great sleep you'll ever get.
Mine is a little different. Flushing a tank water heater, very specific here. I had one rust out on me last year. Had no idea that was a possibility. My parents, I've never seen them flush one out before. So flushing a tank water heater, still don't know how to do it. I've watched countless YouTube videos, still don't know how to do it. Didn't know calcium could build up in it.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know why.
I've never done that.
Ask Reddit every Tuesday during the commercial-free Expressway here on DFW Sports Station. Are the Navy SEALs to blame for Luka Doncic getting traded? Next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
This is your skipper, Bruce Bochy. Rangers coverage like nobody else, right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Metroplex. The entire crew back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and Peyton Phillip Russell firing up the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Hopefully you enjoyed your extended time off. The New York Times, a.k.a. The Athletic, when it comes to sports, did a profile on Nico Harrison. Who is the man who traded Luka Doncic? And Bobby took you through part one in the 6 o'clock hour, basically recapping how rigid and disciplined he is, how serious he takes nutrition. A lot of times going up to friends and saying, "What'd you eat for lunch today? What's your diet looking like?" What a douchey thing. I hate people like that. I really do. They're sitting there and just judging you up and down over your BMI. And obviously he compared everything to Kobe Bryant. Now this is going to go one of two ways. He's going to find Kobe Bryant-esque type mentalities and dedication to conditioning and the game of basketball, or Nico, our prediction, is going to find that, and it seems weird being like Nico Harrison's going to find out about NBA players. The man signed Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis and a countless number of individuals over at Nike. So it does sound on the surface a little foolish of us to be like, your expectation level of what the leader of your NBA team should be is too high. It's a little bit silly. Kobe Bryant was a top 3 worker, arguably, in the history of the NBA. And because Luka Doncic is not that or very, very close to it, that's not good enough for you and gives you the justification in your mind to trade him at the age of 25. Ridiculous and crazy. Look, as we've all said throughout this whole thing, you want to trade him for those reasons? Okay. Not full sign-off okay, but I get it. But getting back Anthony Davis and the lack of the return is the most unforgivable part. To me.
That's it.
You know,
it's not the trade.
AD is going to represent Kobe. And we're probably taking that too far. But if you're going to make that trade, you better get someone back that you can rely on, like Kobe Bryant, from a durability, leadership, work ethic standpoint. And Anthony Davis, he's not it because he can't last.
It's not necessarily the trade. Again, like, you know, you can reasonably say that, you get Boncaro and 4 1s.
Yeah.
Then you could justify that deal. But I'll still say that, and I said this yesterday, if you were to give Ranger fans a choice, would you rather have won in 2010 or 2023? They'll take the 2010 title because that was a mostly homegrown team.
Yeah.
That matters here. It doesn't matter for the Cowboys necessarily.
Well, it matters in a lot of places.
Yeah.
I always take this to the Yankees.
But the Yankees don't care necessarily.
Yeah,
but Dodger fans don't care. Laker fans don't care.
But those Yankee titles meant more when it was Jeter, Mo, and Posada along with Pettit versus buying everybody.
Right. Yeah, the 09 title I don't think meant as much as the 96 one. Just didn't.
Sure.
It won't. Like you bought your team.
And Nico is viewing it, and I don't blame him, as, your job as fans, okay, you can care about the one title with Dirk and the one title you may get with Luka. My job is to try to win 2. 2 titles without them are better than 1 title with them, and that is a huge fight, disagreement, and debate amongst a fan base and a front office. Nico's job is not to worry about your fans' sentiment of winning the 1 Dirk title. Nico's job is to try to win 2 titles.
Right, but but
he's trying to win 2 titles in 3 years with this move instead of 2 titles in 10, maybe.
Yeah,
but, that's the biggest problem. He's really narrowed his window.
Because if you were to ask Mavs fans, would you rather win 1 title with AD over the next 3 years, or 0 titles with Luka over the next 15? But you get to see Luka for the next 15. I don't think it's. I think the Luka thing still wins out. Majority still would say
yes
Luka.
In the moment today. And probably if they do end up winning, it's an impossible thing when we get on our bandwagon-y. Look at the way, at least I reacted during the Rockets debut. I'm like, okay, this is fun. I want to see this. I want to see how this plays out. But you may have a lot of
play out exactly how we knew it was going to play out.
Exactly. My anticipation is if they even win the title this year, I don't think anybody says Nico was right. I think this fan base, given how they've reacted, says you would have won it with Luka too,
Right, because they were in the
and then
finals
we would
last
have been able to win 2-3 more. All you did was show me that we could have won it with Luka.
All right, so let's dive inside this article with part 2. Nike's NBA player reps call themselves the SEALs, a reference to the elite Navy Special Operations Unit. The military terminology does not stop there. Operating above the SEALs is Lynn Merritt, the high-ranking exec most famous for signing Kobe and LeBron, who is known by his team as the General. That crew, which for years included Nico Harrison, prefers to operate in silence. The player reps act as liaisons between basketball stars and the premier athletic brand. In Harrison's case, he was the middleman between Nike and most famously Kobe, though he worked with other top-tier players too, including Davis and Irving. And at Nike, RJ, the SEALs had a secret handshake. Did you not bust out laughing when you read this?
It's so stupid.
It includes at least 2 or 3 daps. And the Athletic is not, this is the funniest part. The Athletic is not privy to the intricacy of the greeting, given the, like the Athletic is not privy to the trade parameters or the trade negotiations. No, we're not privy to the handshake, given the true confidentiality of how SEALs, even ones at an athletic apparel brand, slither behind the scenes. Nico gets such a high out of talking to Rob Pelinka, his Navy SEAL brother, because of their time with Kobe. He did not, again, want this to get out because he would say, look at what the Miami Heat just went through with Jimmy Butler.
So was it Navy? Was
choked. Do you remember your fraternity handshake?
No, I don't know if we had a fraternity handshake.
Was
we probably did. I don't remember it.
Were the Nike SEALs the same ones who that Penn State story we were talking about during a break yesterday, where they went up to the Penn State football team and said, you got to stop taping up these guys' ankles and covering the Nike swoosh. And so then they had to stop taping up guys' ankles because Nike takes itself way too seriously.
Serious.
This just sounds like Nico is directly in line with that cult-like mindset.
Jen Allen worked closely with Harrison at Nike. Quote, he's willing to make the audacious choice if he believes it serves the greater mission. That being said, he's one of the most measured risk takers I've ever met. There's nothing about Nico that is haphazard or reckless. He worked alongside Kobe for years, witnessing the Mamba mentality, but he's not merely plagiarizing one of the greatest ever. It's also Nico's character. Danny Sprinkle, his college teammate, says he's that disciplined and detailed. Sprinkle's now the head coach at the University of Washington. As you said, Bobby, earlier, his pops worked at an aluminum plant for 30 years. He missed just one day of work.
Can we verify that?
I would.
How do you know? Like how many days of work did your dad miss? I have no idea.
I'll be honest.
I have no idea.
The guy who thinks like I got to trade Luka because he drinks beer or whatever sounds like, I imagine that probably is accurate.
Doncic represented a different type of mentality from Kobe. Luka drinks beer and smokes a hookah, neither of which is atypical for a 25-year-old. But those behaviors did not fit Harrison's mold. Questions about the team's ability to hold Luka accountable followed. Luka controlled more day-to-day decisions than the average player does, such as practice schedules. Those superstars on other teams receive similar treatment. Bob Voulgaris, Vegas Bob. Did you hear the cooler story? Did y'all hear the sweet tea lemonade story?
I don't think so.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Here's Vegas Bob. Every person who worked at the Mavericks except for me was terrified of Luka 2018 to 2021. He told a story during Luka's rookie year. Luka would fill his thermos with what was in the Gatorade cooler. It was basically an Arnold Palmer. It was a mixture of lemonade and sweet tea. Vegas Bob told Cuban, I know liquid calories are death. You got to go ahead and change this. And Cuban's like, yo, man, shut up. Stay in your lane. All right, be quiet. Well, the next day at practice, he goes, and the coolers were changed out. So this is Bob saying basically, yeah, Cuban, he kicked me to the curb on the topic, but he really listened to me and changed what was inside the coolers.
So, did you see the Cuban quote in this, by the way?
He said, quote, Bob has always talked a good game.
That was his only reply back to the outside.
So I do find Voulgaris interesting on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'd like to get him on.
And he destroyed this trade. He said this will go down as the worst trade in sports history.
So Nico has it doesn't jive with him if you're drinking beer and you're smoking a hookah or whatever. Am I to believe he would have moved on from Joker?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, again.
Or I was going to say MJ, but, because Michael drank and smoked cigars, but Michael was never accused of being out of shape. But I think Joker's a great one.
Because, I mean, if you're going to have there's a cultural aspect of players. Like, you get players from other countries. There's different cultural norms that they have. And you just have to deal with that. If you want to be in the business of the NBA, you can't play a Major League Baseball team. You can't build a great Major League Baseball team without having players from either,
different countries,
either Asia, Latin America, wherever. You can't build an NBA team that's a great team anymore, really, without having some European influence. Like, it's just the way it is. You got to deal with some of the cultural differences. And I mean, I'm not saying they got to sit there like Vlade and smoke a pack a day, but you know what I mean? Like, if you can't have a problem with a guy drinking a beer.
The Kobe standard he has makes a little more sense when you remember Kobe was such a workaholic, and they obviously had more layered issues than just this, but he
would have dealt Shaq, too.
That's what I'm saying. Kobe basically did deal Shaq. Like, Kobe pushed Shaq out for the same reasons that Nico's pushing Luka out.
Finally, the morning after dealing Luka, Harrison addressed his team in Cleveland. Harrison told the bleary-eyed group that their goal remained the same, win a championship. Privately and publicly, Harrison has said he moved Doncic for Davis because he felt it gave Dallas the best chance at raising the Larry O'Brien. Harrison believes that Dallas is a better cultural fit for what the Mavericks want to build. So there's your breakdown in The Athletic and the New York Times over who Nico Harrison actually is.
Should we kick them in the gut one more time and read what The Athletic said is the trade return they left on the table?
Yeah.
When Harrison traded Doncic to the Lakers, negotiated with only the trusted Pelinka, he chose not to hold out for every tidbit Los Angeles could throw in a deal, most notably leaving 18-point scorer Austin Reeves, rookie Dalton Knecht, and a 2031 first-round pick on the West Coast. So The Athletic makes it sound like it wasn't just Knecht and a first-rounder that got left out of this deal, that it was also Austin Reeves, which is...
Yeah.
It's another...
What's the thinking in that? I've heard the justification for keeping it quiet and not calling the rest of the league. What is the thinking on... Because you were going to scare the Lakers away from the deal by asking for too much?
Yeah.
The Mavericks are stupid.
Initially, we knew Knecht and the 2031 were in it, and Pelinka talked about it because he's like, well, he's a risk, Nico. I mean, come on. And so one of the things I heard suggest, I can't remember who did this. It may have been Windhorst or someone else. That remember they didn't let anybody even let Luka know this was happening.
Yeah.
That it was suggested that if the Lakers felt like they could have talked to Luka before the trade, then it would have been easy to throw in all that stuff.
What is that? I'm not connecting what that has to do with it.
Because then they just know, like,
why couldn't they?
Because then they get all the answers other than just Nico's representation of how Luke is. They get a chance to talk to Luke about, hey, how would you feel about if we did this and that and that?
But Nico has to have the mentality of they're still going to do the deal even if they give us Reeves and Knecht.
Yeah, no, this is clearly a guy who just, like it said in the article earlier, was never going to pay him the Supermax. So he just went, let me get whatever I can.
Yeah.
He traded him the way you trade somebody at a deadline who you know isn't re-signing. It's ridiculous. It's awful.
Below the belt coming up at 8:40. We have a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway for the 9 o'clock club here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. But spring training is right around the corner. Jared Sandler is there. The rest of the shows are heading out to Surprise next week because of that RJ Choppy with an edition of Diamond Calves. And we have to relive SNL. And are we getting sleet tonight and the rest of this week? Next on The Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
No.
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, KarsForKids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
We getting sleet? Sleet coming to DFW?
That way.
Yeah, right now we about an hour ago reached the high temperature for today of 47 degrees. It is plunging the rest of the way. So tonight it's supposed to get down all the way to some people have it down as low as like 16 degrees, but they say the wind chill will be close to zero. But freezing drizzle developing between 5 and 10 p.m. according to Pete Delkus. And then at that point we don't get above freezing again until Thursday. So just something to watch on the roads. He says Delkus is saying he thinks there will be very little accumulation, but he said it's just something we're going to have to monitor as we get closer along. But won't get above freezing until Thursday.
Like a 25% chance of rain, like later this afternoon. The question is it going to dry up before it's frozen? Like, that's the question. And how much?
So we need it not to rain.
Need it not to
that'd
rain,
be
because
great.
even like a tenth of an inch of ice is very, very dangerous.
I
According
just
to Delkus.
want my kids' schools opened.
They will close, I bet. And knowing this area, they will close.
Yeah.
And it depends on what side of town you're on. Like, remember, I had a lot of snow last time. You didn't have any. I mean, it could be where...
Well, you told us you had a lot of snow.
I have photo evidence. I have photo evidence.
He sent us a snowman.
I did send a snowman. But like this could be on the east side of town where you get everything, and Bobby and I are dry. So who knows?
877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. What?
The forecasted wind chill up like in northern Denton County tonight is supposed to be -6.
Whoa. So, man, do I have to go weatherize again? Winterize?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You better wrap up those pipes, drip those faucets, protect your tender vegetation.
All right.
Oh, man.
Low of 22 for me. 87% humidity. Tomorrow's high is 29 with a low of 15.
4 a.m. feels like 1 degrees in Roanoke. Feels like 6 at 1 a.m.
What about the precipitation? 45% chance of rain by me today with 17 mile per hour winds. And my forecast would be yours, Pepe. Same thing. All right, so be careful.
Enjoy that bridge tomorrow morning, Peyton.
I always get worried saying things like that when I'm like, tell Bobby, hey, just die. And then we get a sleet and a freeze, and then it'll be on my conscience.
I told somebody...
Conscious? It'll be on my conscience? Conscience. No N.
I was leaving to... I was going to Terrell to visit my aunt couple... I mean, this was more than a couple years ago. This was like 15 years ago. But I was late walking out the door, so I jokingly had said... There were a bunch of thunderstorms going on, so I jokingly had said, I was like, hey, I got in a wreck. And then she was like, what? I was like, just kidding. I'm just now leaving. That's why I'm late. Because she said, why are you late? I was like, I was in a wreck. And then driving out there, I wrecked my car. And I had to tell her I was in a wreck. And she was like, ha. And I was like, no, I really wrecked my car. It was bad. I was bleeding from my forehead. It was not good.
That you actually deserve. That's not a cool joke whatsoever.
It was a joke about myself.
No, you can't scare someone. Scare someone to that degree. All right, we are your home of the Texas Rangers. Jared Sandler's already in Surprise. The other shows are heading out there this weekend for all your baseball coverage. That sets us up for some RJ Choppy Diamond Cast.
All right, baby. So Friday, that first game, we talked about some of the players yesterday that if they have big years, they could easily be the second best team in the American League.
We talked about that. Jim Bowden has them as the fourth team in Major League Baseball entering the year.
Yeah, RJ's been saying that. I feel like that had just, boom, come out of nowhere with, how we get into this point where the Rangers season ended and now they're the second best team in the American League. That kind of felt like it crept up.
Got to bank on a lot of help.
Yes.
And a lot of guys rebounding like Adolis and Heim.
That's the thing. It's like if everything goes right, because Langford has to continue what he did in September. Carter has to be healthy. DeGrom has to figure out a way to pitch 100 innings or more.
And if Anthony Davis is healthy, the Mavs will win the title.
Seager has to stay healthy. Simeon has to rebound a little bit. But one player we missed, or one position that we missed, I should say, is catcher. And we didn't talk about catcher at all yesterday. And if you look at it, Buster only put out his top 10 catchers in baseball. And I was looking at it, all right, let's see. Is Heim on there? Is Higashioka on there? And no, they're not. And they're not even in the honorable mention. Right? They're not, so that's top 14. They're not even in the top 14, which basically is top half of the league. Well, 2 years ago, Heim was an all-star.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he's really one of the better pitch framing catchers out there. So from a strikes gained by framing, he is near the top, and he has been for the last couple of seasons. So, is half the league better than him? I don't know that. I don't know that half the league is better than him as a catcher.
Well, let me ask you
when he
this.
was the All-Star 2 years ago.
Do you think that a 223 hitter hitting 15 home runs is in the top half of baseball catchers?
I would think
with
not.
60, 65 runs batted in.
No, I would think not.
Because those are basically the average numbers for Jonah Heim. Now, look, we're only talking 5 years here, even though he's 29 years old. But it's looking like 2023 is fluky.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
2023, his all-star year, 258, 18 home runs, 95 runs batted in. Outside of that, 227, 220. Now, he's still in that, early teens pop for power, but 60, 50 runs batted in.
It's, you are banking that was not a career year, that was like the start of something. And then last year, was a little bit down, injuries, whatever. So you hope that that's the case. Like, that's what you have to bank on. But that's really where, this team is. This team's number one thing is hope, because they are talented enough as a team. Their pitching staff, their offense, the names they have are more impressive than what they gave us last year. Adolis a bigger name than what he did last year. Langford, Carter did nothing last year, right? He was hurt. We didn't hardly see DeGrom at all. You've got all those guys back. You hope that they're healthy. Evaldi, same thing. You know that if you get in the playoffs, you're going to throw DeGrom and Evaldi out there 1-2. I mean, good luck to the rest of the league.
That's the thing. Even the players, though, that are obviously, there have been a couple different times where Evaldi's velocity has started dipping in the middle of the year and he's got to have an IL stint. Yeah. Or we've got the DeGrom injury history. And those are older players. And you're like, oh, well, yeah, they're older. They're breaking down. It's like, yeah, but even some of the guys who are not typically thought of as like super old, like Seager's not super old. I mean, I know he's a veteran, but Seager gets hurt a lot. Evan Carter is barely old enough to drink, and Mike was talking about it yesterday during Crosstalk. Like, there's serious questions about, like, this back has flared up on him a couple times now. Like, how serious is this as a long-term concern? Yeah. Josh Young is young, but Josh Young always seems to get hurt just about every year.
Yep.
And so it's like they've just got so many injury questions up and down the roster, old to young, that it's really tough to bank on it.
So that is one player I think we missed. I went and looked at this article by Jeff Passan. Well, it wasn't really just Jeff Passan. It was him, Jesse Rogers, Buster was in this too, about a preview of the Major League Baseball season. And one of the things he said, and all I wanted to do in this is, how many times are the Rangers mentioned? That's it. How many times are they mentioned? Are they mentioned once, 7 times? It kind of gives you a gauge. Passan wrote, trying to figure out who is good in the American League is my number one question. And one thing I was most excited about this spring training. The Yankees lose Soto, that's what he writes, gained a bunch of guys, and their predecessors in the AL, in terms of the AL champ in Texas, added Jock Peterson and Jake Berger, re-signs Evaldi, refashions the bullpen, and has a healthy DeGrom. That was the second team he mentioned in the American League in terms of the most intriguing. And I think that's fair because they are very intriguing for a couple of things. One, obviously the Bochy factor, which is the every other year that he wins the title, which somehow has become a thing.
Yeah.
But also, most people agree that A, 2023 was a little fluky, and B, last year was also a little fluky.
I don't want to be intriguing, though. Like, I mean, are the Kansas City Chiefs intriguing? No, it's like, well, the Chiefs are just good, and we know they're good. Like, intriguing is a little bit like, are they going to be good, or are they going to be a flaming disaster? Who knows? It's such intrigue.
But the thing is that the Rangers probably are somewhere in the middle of 2023 and last year. They're probably not. They weren't probably the best team, or shouldn't have been the best team in 23, and they should not have been as bad as they were last year. They were absolutely a team that could have and should have fought for a playoff berth. They had a lot of reasons why they couldn't. One being injuries. Pete Alonso re-signed. Can the Rangers learn from this? And the Pete Alonso deal is a product of the game just getting smarter. So they look at Pete Alonso and they compared him to Cecil Fielder. This is from Sports Illustrated. They compared him to Cecil Fielder in 1993.
Okay, I can't wait to see where this goes. So not even Prince, Cecil.
Not even Prince. They looked at Cecil and they said, okay, you're 29 years old, you had an OPS of 850 and a slugging percentage of 509, and you had a lot of it. You weren't a great fielder. You did one thing great, and that was hit home runs. And they said, you know what? You are worth the second most money in Major League Baseball. And look, the sport was dumb. The sport was dumb back then. Now the sport has wisened up, and they look at Pete Alonso, and they said he went from a WAR in the mid-4s, wins above replacement in 22, to then the low 3s, and then the mid-2s over the last 2 years.
Wow.
Adolis.
Because I remember looking at the Alonso money and saying, that's it?
Yeah.
That was my first initial reaction.
Yeah. So Adolis, who had been
this is a superstar home run hitter.
Yes, and he's basically wins the home run derby every year or comes close to it. Adolis, who had been in the mid 3s and low 4s in the 3 years leading up to last year, tanked to a 0.3 WAR. And in an era like the early 90s, before the nerds took over the game, he'd get big bucks. And now when he becomes a free agent, I wonder, he'll be in baseball, but will he really be in baseball? It's like, it's going to be one of those things. He's not going to get a major contract. His defense went from 7 defensive runs saved in 23 to -5 last year.
Ooh.
That's a massive drop. He's a fan favorite, so is Pete. And it's hard to deal with, but the reality is that they may be able to let him test the market when he does become a free agent and then scoop him back up the way the Mets did. Send him out there, test the market. Is anyone really going to give him this major contract that he might want, and then bring him back crawling with his tail tucked between his legs?
That's one way to do it.
That's what the Ravens did to Ray Lewis.
Did they?
It's what you got to be. If you want to be a GM, you've got to be a bad guy.
That's what they did with Amari.
Nico, yeah.
Although Amari got, the Washington offer.
Yeah.
But they kind of like, all right, go ahead. You think you're all this? Let the market sober you up.
And the market offered him more money, and he was just like, I really want to be a Cowboy. And they went, well, we don't really want you, so we're going to trade you for a 5th-round pick and use it on a guy who will never play.
Some RJ Choppy Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
You want to do this Anthony Rendon thing real quick?
Real quick.
All right, so this was circulating about a week ago on social media, and it came up yesterday because Rendon is getting surgery, and he's going to be out for a while. Ted Williams, between 1942 and 1946, which is the same amount of time that Anthony Rendon has been in L.A. with his contract. Ted Williams, by the way, missed 1943, 44, and 45 seasons by being in the military in World War II. Ted Williams played more games, had more home runs, more hits, more WAR, higher batting average, higher OPS, everything. Did all that more than Anthony Rendon did in the 5 years he's been in L.A.
He had
and he missed 3 seasons with a WAR.
He had more WAR with both of them. He had both WARs that were more.
And Mike Trout, by the way, moving to right field, trying to stay a little more healthy.
That'll fix it.
For Ron Washington's Angels. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We're hooking you up with Dirk's Bentley tickets at 9 o'clock today and throughout the rest of the week on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys. Where's the value for the Cowboys in this April's draft? That's next in Below the Belt, 105.3 The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
How does this Cowboys team get better in a hurry? Oh, they better hit on these draft picks that they got. That's what we're going to talk about here in Below the Belt. We will head to Indianapolis for the Scouting Combine 1 week from tomorrow. I'm excited.
Yeah, I know you are. I was just about to say, I was listening to a little bit of the show yesterday, and I have not heard you hype up a trip this much. Feels like you're the master of ceremonies leading us around, which I'm kind of terrified of. RJ said he got the dinner reservation that I'm convinced will be canceled, but then I'm not convinced it's canceled because you said no one's actually going to be out and about that I want to see and stargaze over because their reservations and dinners are going to start at 9 p.m. and ours is 6:30.
Roughly 9.
7:30.
7:30.
9. So as we're leaving dinner, we may run into them coming in for their reservations. But 10 o'clock, Prime 47 opens up. They literally take out all their tables when the steakhouse would normally close, and they say, we're staying open until 2 in the morning this week, and we're going to turn it into a bar. So they put up all their tables except for a select few. Like David Cantor will usually say, well, I want a table, so I'm going to pay for one. So
that's
leave
an
it
agent?
Up. Yep, agent. That's DeMarcus Lawrence's agent. Also Rico Dowdle and Jordan Lewis. So we'll stop by Prime 47.
What's that?
A couple guys that won't be here next year.
Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Maybe we'll just have to ask somebody there at Prime
Jordan
47.
is.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Lewis is that's this era's DAT win for Cowboys fans. But we'll be out there. It'll be a great trip. And we're going to be out there to check out the NFL Scouting Combine. And Dane Brugler has officially dropped his top 100 prospects of the NFL Draft. Number 1 on his list. Counter to what a lot of people are kind of shifting towards.
Carter.
Daniel Jeremiah and a lot of others are going towards Carter. And they've got Carter number 1.
Abdul Carter.
He has Travis Hunter number 1 as a cornerback as the number one prospect in the draft. And I still think that's who I've got number one.
All right, so Dane has Travis 1.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that's who I still have as out of all the players that I've studied, which I'm 60 deep at this point. Travis Hunter to me is the best player of the draft.
And Broadus has him as a receiver.
He believes he's a receiver. Yeah, and I understand why. So this is the comparison that I've made before: is that when you watch him play, he's much lighter than Jalen Ramsey was, but he's physical. He's a good cover guy. He's incredibly high IQ. He reminds me very much of Ramsey as a corner. As a receiver, he could still be like a Pro Bowl level receiver. But I look at him as like Chris Godwin, which is like Godwin's good, but if you told me I could have Godwin or Ramsey, I want Jalen Ramsey.
Give me the corners in the last 3 drafts who you had scouted better than Hunter.
Oh my gosh. Off the top of my head, I don't think anybody's been ahead of what I would have Hunter at. Hunter's way up at the top for me. Like to me, I don't think that I really liked years ago Marshawn Lattimore, but it's Lattimore, Ramsey are the guys that kind of pop into my head.
Okudah Matata?
I had Okudah high. I didn't have Okudah as high as I did Hunter, but I definitely had him near the top. I thought Okudah was really good. I really liked C.J. Henderson from Florida a couple years ago, but he ended up having a lot of mental health issues and different things like that. But Travis Hunter would...
Quinyon Mitchell?
I did not have Mitchell as high as I have Hunter. Hunter would be...
Terry and Arnold?
Nope. Not even close. The guys that would be close would be Lattimore and Jalen Ramsey in the last 10 years for me. But I think he's absolutely fantastic as a corner and just natural and has complete feel of how to play the position. All the instincts are perfect. And look, as a receiver, if he was only a receiver, I'd be very much in favor of taking him in the top 10. He just wouldn't be my number one player.
Wow.
He is truly unique and a fantastic player. He's got him at cornerback. That's where Dane Brugler has him ranked. You go down the list. He's got Ashton Genty ranked number 5 on this list, which we're still trying to... That feels like that's going to be what sets up as, okay, what's the big argument that people go value versus he's so good. It's like the Bijan question that never was actually going to get to the Cowboys. This one has a real chance to get to him. If the Cowboys don't take him at 12, a lot of people are speculating Genty could fall all the way to 19 as the 5th best player in the NFL or in the NFL draft because of just the type of
value.
It's the type of player he does. These are some of my notes that I've got on Genty after I watch him play, because Genty to me he's top 3 player in the draft. I've got him in the top 3, but he's he looks like a pinball when you watch him run. He just bounces off of people. He's got great balance. His body control, his ability to stay upright through traffic is fantastic. It is incredibly rare to see him go down on first contact. I don't know if I can remember a single time on tape where he went down on the first hit. It's consistently you have to group tackle him in order to be able to knock his out. What's interesting about him is a deficiency I feel like is as physical as he is and as much as he bounces, he is not a great short yardage back. When he's in space, he's difficult to bring down and he bounces off of people and he's really tough to tackle. But when you get really tight in between the tackles and it's short yardage and it's just push, I do kind of wonder about that lower body churn of his, if that's going to be a strength of his. But this is a guy who they will line up to play outside at receiver and throw him, they'll have him run legitimate routes as receiver. It's almost just as fun to watch him pass protect as it is to watch him run the ball. He's really violent picking up blitzes and really physical and really smart. I think he's fantastic. Biggest problem is just, if you look at the NFL and college, it's 3 times in the last 20 years that even an NFL player touched the ball as much in a season as Genty touched it this year. You're talking about guys who play 18 games potentially when you include the playoffs. Genty was equaling their total goal. He had over 400 touches this year. He had more touches this year than Rico Dowdle had in his career heading into this season.
Now, the punishment of a college game, not necessarily what it is in the NFL, but still, it's scary.
No, but
that's a lot of car crashes.
Yeah, and his style, though, is very physical, and that's the type of football that he plays. The Cowboys are picking 12th. The number 12 prospect on this list is Mike Green, the edge rusher from Marshall. Wolchuk and Brian are really high on him. He's a really fun player, really bendy type of edge rusher. He's picking up a lot of momentum. But I think when you're looking at value and some of the things that make sense for the Cowboys, if one of those receivers can get down to 12 for you, it's so thin behind the top group that I would be in favor of let's take a Tetaroa McMillan, or we got to really strongly look at Luther Burden from Missouri, because we got to know if we're going to have the receiver here. We don't want to have a running back situation where we say we'll get one later, like last year's draft, and then they get wiped out.
So you want to reach a little bit because of the lack of depth, the drop-off.
McMillan wouldn't be a reach. You'd have to pray he gets down to you. That's the receiver from Stanford, or not Stanford,
Arizona.
Gosh, Arizona. Yeah. You would have to pray that he gets down to you, because right now he's probably 8-9 range. Burden would be a little bit early, but I would guess trade back, maybe pick up that fourth that you gave away for Mingo, take Burden, or at that point, as they head into the draft, are they going to look at a Cooper Kupp? Are they going to look at, one of these free agent receivers? Do they go, oh, you know what? Let's bring Stephon Diggs in here on a value deal. See if we can build back up his value, get him in here with his brother. Let's get one of these veteran receivers, and then we've covered ourselves, and we can just pick best player at number 12 instead of feeling like we're reaching. The most recent mock draft I saw from Dane had Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan, going to Dallas, which I think even though it's a corner and not a defensive lineman, I think selling Cowboys fans on a Michigan player would probably be pretty tough in the first round again. But look, you'd be replacing potentially Jordan Lewis with somebody like that, knowing that Trayvon Diggs is probably not going to be at full strength when the season rolls around. All right, so that's just kind of a quick overview of some of the guys that Dane Brugler has at the top of his board. Really quickly, the Chiefs. When was the last time you saw an NFL player's retirement being extensively covered by Page Six and People Magazine and Us Weekly?
Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, that's true.
Brett Favre?
That's true. There are plenty of them, I guess.
Tay-Tay.
Travis Kelce has been given a deadline by the Kansas City Chiefs of March 14th, according to The Athletic. And now it's being picked up by everywhere else, all the gossip rags. And they're saying March 14th, we got to know. Because March 10th is the beginning of free agency, and the way that Travis's contract structure is set up and the way that they're going to be spending, they want to know by the 5th day of the league year, all right, what are you doing? So that we can make plans and react accordingly. They don't want to be set in the same position that the Cowboys got 6-7 years ago when Jason Witten retired, where it's like he's retiring on draft weekend, and then they're like, well, crap, I guess we got to figure something out here. So they've given Kelce that deadline. So in about 3 weeks, that'll be one of the things I bet we hear while we're out in Indy. We'll hear just buzz about what is Kelce going to be doing.
Does that seem a little cutthroaty to you? What would the Cowboys do in that situation? Would they tell? Did they tell just Jason Witten? You let us know when you're ready. Can you imagine them giving a deadline, or maybe we just don't find out about one?
Yeah, you may not find out about one. It just seems like if this is one of the guys that's going to go and he's going to have his number retired. I'm sure. It seems a little. It's too cutthroaty.
Yeah, but I mean,
I think you could say it like this: hey, it would really help us out. Like,
yeah,
we would like to know.
We would like to know a deadline.
Yeah. But we'd like to know by March 14th.
but if he's been flirting with this, which it sounds like he has been hinting this could be his last year throughout the year. So if they've just kind of been
then
like,
in the Super Bowl, he said, I'm coming back. I'm playing. He's flip-flopped.
And that's the thing. I think for them, they just go like, hey, totally cool with whatever decision you make. But like, we really just for like being able to execute, we got to know.
But
so
again, it's like a company. If you die, your job's posted 48 hours later.
97 catches for 823 and 3 touchdowns. His career low in touchdowns on the year. It felt like he was dead and gone first half of the season, resurgence, and then playoffs had some quiet games.
Saints' new head coach, Ellen Moore, as Gail Benson introduced him as.
What?
Oh, you didn't hear that?
No.
She introduced him. She said, we wanted somebody who was really smart about it, and that's why we hired Ellen Moore. And so he gets called Keelan here by Jerry and Ellen by Gail Benson. But we asked the question, can Kellen Moore command a room? That was going to be a big part of the equation here when you determine if you wanted him as the head coach of the Cowboys. Ultimately, the Cowboys go the direction of Brian Schottenheimer. But that question of commanding the room is coming up with Saints reporters now and Saints fans and saying, okay, he's got the X's and O's, but what about being a leader? Well, Kat Terrell from ESPN, also former college paper associate or colleague of David Hellman at LSU. Kat Terrell had talked to Lane Johnson and asked him, hey, what's your take on Kellen Moore? You've been around the NFL for a long time. You've been in a bunch of different locker rooms. what's your thought on him? So Lane Johnson had said, what matters to me is whenever he gets on the board and talks to us and you really see what type of genius he is.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's throwing out the G word. He throws it out a second time. Yeah, there you go. Ellen Moore. He throws it out a second time.
Let me hear it one more time. Clean.
Ellen Moore.
There's no K. No, that's Gail Benson.
Ellen Moore.
He says, so those actions speak louder than words, but he's also able to command a room, and he's a fun personality. There's a lot of depth to him, and he lets, I guess, few people see it, but he takes up a room when he gets under there and is able to be a genius. So that's how I see it. So sort of what we talked about before the Schottenheimer hire happened, we talked about, hey, let me ask some people outside of here, what are your takes on Kellen Moore? And a lot of people said he's not a big, loud personality, but he's such a clear visionary and so good at explaining things. Guys follow that. And so that's the way that he commands, is just with his ability to teach.
Below the belt. Every day at this time when you're home of the Dallas Cowboys. Bobby going to be heading out to Frisco, where all the coaches are going to be talking today. A full recap of that with audio tomorrow. Do the Dallas Mavericks even know what a power ranking looks like anymore? And a Dierks Bentley ticket giveaway to hook you up with next.
After we get your...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and our new video operator.
Aiden's back there now. Yeah, he's hanging out.
Aiden.
Mm-hmm.
You're not doing a Ellen Moore. It's Aiden, not
It's
Hayden.
Aiden. Yeah, it's Aiden.
Aiden.
Mhm.
All right. He's getting in on the fist pump, even though there's no way he has watched 2 episodes of Jersey Shore. But that's fine.
Not a chance.
Possible.
He's
a young and he's 23.
The old ones.
That show was over by the time he was 10.
The old ones are the all-time ones. The new ones, they're weak. Everyone's pregnant. And, I mean, it's true. It's like no one wants to watch y'all run around with your kids and everything.
Except Jesse Holly.
Pauly D's lame. Vinny's lame.
Sitch.
Ronnie is sober. Situation is sober.
Boo, sobriety.
I mean, I want to watch Ratchet TV.
Yeah, Ratchet baby.
I did love when the 2 episodes I got in on Vanderpump Rules.
Don't even.
I liked it.
If you liked it, you would have watched. You would have got to episode 3.
No, because Kristen doesn't want to watch it, and so it's like I can't. If I start going like, "Excuse me, honey, I'm going to go in the back and watch this without you," that'd be like sitting in first class without her. That'd be ridiculous.
T-shirt time just ain't the same, man.
Did you like the NBA All-Star Game adjustments? My guess is you may not have even watched. I thought that they increased the competitive level and effort. The big problem was the stop downs. Just way too weird, way too long, way too awkward.
It was it was honestly, it was like
it was less of a layup line, an uncontested layup line. The final game, they gave their least amount of effort, which I was disappointed in, but they did increase the competitive level. But the TNT tribute after you started a game, that makes 0 sense. And just way too, they tried to make the whole thing a ceremony.
It was a Kevin Hart comedy sketch with a basketball game as the side entertainment. That's what it was.
Yep.
And like you're eulogizing a TV show that isn't going anywhere. It's going to be on next year.
Yeah. Right.
What are you doing? We don't need to eulogize it.
And giving them too much power. I love inside the NBA. You're giving them too much power that they're choosing the teams and they're coaching the teams and it's their name on it. Way too much.
The response I saw on social media that was pretty unanimous, and I feel like we're heading for a shift here on Kevin Hart. Like I feel like people are moving on Kevin Hart and like, all right, I'm tired of you, because he universally used to be like, oh, everybody loves Kevin Hart and he's funny and.
Overexposed.
I saw a ton of people who were just like, shut Kevin Hart up. I don't want to hear this.
It's too much. Oh, the little trophy, the small little trophy. Kevin Durant tweeted, I think it's more fun to complain about the NBA than to actually watch it. Crazy. Cancel All-Star Weekend. And let's just give everybody a break since we're so miserable around this time. Fine.
Yeah. Agreed.
Deal.
Yep.
Agreed. I'm all for it. Look, when we're having Mr. Beast get waved off by Damian Lillard, like, dude, get the hell away from me. I'm trying to shoot. Or when Chris Paul's just going, I don't care about the fans. I'm just trying to get through this thing as fast as I can. Or Mac McClung is going like, I guess I'll do what Blake Griffin did and dunk like that. Then it's like, we've exhausted everything. We've done everything we can.
Who won the 3-point contest? I don't even know.
I don't know.
Tyler Hero.
Tyler
No
Hero?
way.
Yeah.
Did he really?
You guys did not know who won the 3-point contest?
Nope. I saw the
I was
first
watching-
round of it. I didn't actually bother to see who won.
I was watching the
I know Mac McClung won the dunk contest.
Way to go, Bob.
Thanks.
Yep. I saw the dunk contest.
Way to cover
I
it.
missed.
Glad you guys did a show yesterday.
Well, we did. Yeah,
One
at least
sporting
two of
event,
us did.
One sporting event going on.
No, that's not true because the on Saturday night, the biggest event Saturday night was the hockey game.
No, the biggest event we were covering was Adam Silver's dumb comments about Luka and all the players who were commenting about Luka.
USA. I was during the 3-point shot. I was watching USA Canada getting about 6 fights, 3 fights in 9 seconds. That was quite cool.
I just think the bits of, all right, you got Kevin Hart up here commentating, you've got Mr. Beast talking into a microphone. That looked like it was legitimately irritating Damian Lillard having him out there. And there were a lot of people who were like, this. I heard, I was listening to Maggie and Perloff driving in yesterday, and it was EJ, their board op, who was filling in and hosting for them. And he had said, like, something to the effect of, like, the minute you hand Mr. Beast a microphone tells me, like, you're unserious about what you're doing with this weekend.
That actually is the smartest thing they did because the All-Star game is geared towards kids, and it always has been. Every sports All-Star game.
Mr. Beast is geared towards kids, it sounds like.
Is that
all those different controversies he's been caught up in?
It's yeah. Look, I mean that's what it is. But the All-Star game is for 12-year-olds. Every All-Star game is. It doesn't do anything for us to see LeBron and KD on a floor together.
Oscar Robertson responded to Draymond's criticism, the Big O, who I interviewed once and I was terrified. Well, he said, quote, Draymond says so much. Who cares what Draymond says? It doesn't mean anything. Basically saying, besides you passing the ball to Steph Curry all the time, you would be bored out there on a basketball floor. So Oscar Robertson going right after Draymond.
And Draymond yesterday, over the weekend, talking about the game's just not physical enough. It's not physical. It's like, are you whining because people don't let you punch people or elbow somebody in the gut? Like people are cracking up. So now you're just complaining. The it's not physical enough is for the guy who just doesn't have enough skill to hang in the NBA anymore and just wants to turn it into a barroom brawl. And that's what Draymond wants.
What was your Adam Silver Luka takeaway?
That to me anyway, I felt like Silver was giving too much cover. He's so spineless. He's just trying to give cover to, I empathize. Mavericks fans, you need to believe in your organization. You need to believe in what they do. Stop trying to sell. It's the same line we've gotten from the Mavericks, basically. Trust us. Yeah, you're hurt. I mean, there's a little bit more empathy towards they're hurting, and I acknowledge that. But he tried to make it guys, look, I mean, they just went to the finals last year. It's like, with Luka, dude. That's the point. And so, I just thought Silver looks terrified answering questions every time I see him. He looks like he's up there just going
you hate him.
Please don't piss off a player. Please don't make them come for my job. That dude threw Donald Sterling out of the league, and then he went whoop, my job's done. I'm not going to do anything else that the players don't want me to do.
My takeaway was, he is right. Time will tell.
Yeah.
Right? And he would never give us the actual truth on whether or not this was orchestrated by the league anyway. So, what you take what he has to say, you can only take it to an extent if you really believe that this was orchestrated by the league, which I don't think it was orchestrated by the league. But if you do think that, then you can't believe a word he is saying. But ultimately, the likelihood that they move or don't move has far more to do with the legislation than it does with any NBA player short term. That's it. It's if they get gambling here, they're going to stay. If they don't, they might leave. That's the reality.
Jalen Rose had a message on TNT for the Mavs ownership.
Normally, when you're about to get traded, there comes out negative things about your character publicly. And you endured it this year. I've seen you endure it. I played with you. And I don't like that it happened with Luka before he got traded and after he's traded. Is he in the greatest shape? No. Does he have some off-court things that he probably needs to improve as a 25-year-old? Absolutely. And I love Anthony Davis, but he was the second best player on the championship team. When Luka wins the championship, by the way, he just led them to the finals last year. Has been all NBA 5 times. He's going to be the best player on the championship team. So to me, it seems like they didn't want to pay Luka. So for me, if you don't want to pay Luka, then just sell the team.
That's right. I mean, look, if you got to be in the business.
Yeah, if you don't want to pay to play, get out.
Yeah, the business of the NBA and Major League Baseball and the NFL, you got to spend money. End of the day, you cannot cost cut and be a competitive professional sports team. You just can't do it. Now, you get lucky, be the Rays, all right, and you have
athletics here and there.
Yeah, here and there, great. You'll never have a consistent fan base. You'll never have great, attendance. You'll never sign free agents. You'll never be a major player. You'll never sell jerseys. None of that. Because why would you buy a jersey of somebody they know is going to be gone in 5 years?
In that Athletic article we read from this morning, which the Athletic had a profile piece on Nico Harrison and his thought process that we've been quoting from throughout the morning. When they say that they were never going to pay Luka the Supermax, did you get the impression from reading that they don't want to pay the Supermax, or it was like, no, we don't want to pay the Supermax to you?
Great question. I don't know.
Because I can't tell if we just have reservations about paying that in general, or if it's about Luka.
I know. That's what I did the topic last week. Do you give them? No one is, but should we be looking at it like, hey, only 4 or 5 teams are paying the Supermax, so why are we killing this ownership group from not wanting to go there if only 5 teams are doing it? I was just trying to look at devil's advocate.
Based on what we seem to know about Nico.
Like, that needs to be a question to them. Are you willing to be in the second apron territory?
Yeah.
Or is that a mandate? Is that a company mandate, or you just didn't want to get there with 77?
Based on what we know,
which I don't think they would have gotten there with him until like 3 more years.
That's what Bassick was saying. They're also never going to say, no, we're never gonna touch the second mandate. Even though Patrick DeMont is acting like he'll be honest with anything.
Yeah, just honestly, Shaq, what a great worker. The thing is that I think if, based on how Nico clearly thinks about Anthony Davis and views him as that's my kind of man, not a great basketball player, but that's my kind of person that I want. I think if Anthony Davis were eligible for a Supermax right now, like, I think Nico would advocate to give it to him. Like, that's the kind of impression I get. So it just is about...
If you're advocating that you should trade Luka Doncic for him with the age difference, you'd have to think he'd give him the Supermax.
And so to me, it's like, that to me says that the most important thing to Nico, more than talent or anything else, is just culture and player makeup. That's what he cares about more than anything else.
Sounds it.
Where have they plummeted? In the power rankings.
Dude, this NBA team is to the point where I don't even care where they are in the power rankings because that's how bad it is. I don't have the power rankings story, by the way.
Oh, you do?
I don't have NBA power rankings.
One of you said power rankings, though.
I sent MLB power rankings last week, and we read them yesterday. I'm
going to find this. I'm going to find this. This could either be...
Oh, my God.
This could be Hangover Sharif or catching these two.
I can't wait to see who did this.
I'm going to go to Choppy's email first to see. 877-881-1053 is my usual filler when something like this happens.
Okay. It's not power rankings.
Okay, what is it?
Contender tiers.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, I do the search.
Okay.
I do the search. I search for power rankings.
Contender tiers.
Contender tiers.
All right, Bobby, rule. Who is it?
I mean,
Is that me?
It's a ranking of teams, right?
No, it's not a ranking of teams. It's a tier.
Did I get that wrong, or is Choppy?
It's a tier.
We need y'all's verdict on the fan text.
I'm saying 75-25. It's not called power rankings, so that's on you.
All right.
But I mean, you should have known it was a ranking of teams.
The number one tier one, there's one team on tier one. Oklahoma City. That's a bunch of crap.
Without Chet. You said it's a bunch of crap?
That's a bunch of crap.
Why?
You can't, for a team that has never...
I know what you're going to say.
What?
That going through their paces, hazing, the ritual.
Oh, the ritual. Can they make a conference final before we put them as the clear-cut tier one? Are you convinced tomorrow?
You can only be tier, within a season, wouldn't you? Like, we all thought the Lions obviously made the NFC Championship game last year, but if they would have lost in the divisional round, would you have said the Lions aren't the best team in the NFL this year?
I know the Celtics, whatever, but the Celtics, if the Celtics and the Thunder play in the finals, we think it's clear-cut OKC.
Jason Tatum, by the way, he was on somebody's Twitch stream the other day. They got him on at NBA All-Star Weekend, and they open up the live chat, and everybody starts, they're already talking. They point and try to show him, and it's everybody just going, we did it, mocking Jason Tatum. They're like, oh, sorry. Yeah, we kind of say that as a joke. And they had to, own up that they mocked Jason Tatum to his face.
So, tier one is OKC. Tier two is Denver. They are tier two. But also, adding to the list now, late season, Houston, the Clippers. Would anybody have guessed the Clippers? The Lakers also on tier two.
They got a great young superstar.
They do. Memphis has moved into tier two, dropping down to tier three. And then tier three is, quote, in the playoff mix, but the play-in still looms. All right, the play-in still looms. These are just Western Conference teams, by the way. The Mavericks top the tier three. Golden State right after them, Minnesota, and then Sacramento. So they're lumped in with those teams. That's not a contender. That's not a contender to me.
The contender tier power rankings here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. If you're thinking about working from Zoom tomorrow with the sleet, get ready to be yelled at. And what did you think of the SNL 50? All that, plus a Dierks Bentley ticket giveaway next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
What are you, Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
Take you around the NFL real quick here on DFW Sports Station and your official home of the Dallas Cowboys after we hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on this hour and all week long in the 9 a.m.
What was I thinking?
All right, Tolos, that's right. 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dierks Bentley at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on May 30th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Thank you all for listening, and thanks to the promo department for hooking us up with the tickets. 9 o'clock hour every single day this week. So a couple of NFL rumors just floating around. The New York Giants are getting Matt Stafford. The LA Rams are finally going to blow it up. Where's Cooper Kupp going to end up? Trevor Lawrence to the Pittsburgh Steelers, which Trevor came out in great detail, I think, the other day on the Kay Adams show and said, no, that is not happening. And, oh, by the way, I have a no-trade clause, so no trade for T-Law. But I guess we should start with Stafford, Kupp, and maybe the Giants.
All right, so Cooper Kupp, the odds on him and where he would go, the Giants are at 12-1. The number one NFC team is the Lions at 5.5-1.
Oh my gosh, how frightening would that be?
Denver's the favorite, 4.5-1 to get him. So Denver, and then Detroit, and then the Commanders next with the Patriots and Chiefs all knotted at 6.5-1. And then you go Steelers, Bills, Giants. Rams keeping him is 12-1, which is odd. Cowboys are sitting at 25-1. To get Cooper Kupp. So kind of a long shot.
Troy Aikman, big fan of his. Had his dad in training camp one year and has always talked well of Cooper Kupp.
I mean, I'm a humongous fan. If he's healthy, if he's out there, I mean, the guy will cut you up as a tactician if he can walk. He's always
if he
hurt.
can walk. That's the thing. If he can walk.
If Troy's endorsing it, though, that may mean the Cowboys just go, well, no, then we're going to do the exact opposite.
Right. Devontae Adams odds, by the way, Buffalo 3-1. Pittsburgh 4-1. Then the Chargers, Commanders, San Francisco, Patriots, Broncos, Cowboys 14-1. Would you rather have Devontae or Kupp?
Oh gosh,
man.
Injury concern or potential just headache in the locker room?
I'll do both. I'm giving you a full season for both.
Kupp
with this team. Kupp.
Okay.
You get just a complete, utter surgeon out there.
All right, now factor in the injuries.
Devontae.
Say it loud in the mic.
Kupp. I'll gamble that he's going to be healthy.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, Adams has just been toxic the last 3 years. I don't want him. There's enough problems here right now. I don't want him.
I give a Raider jet pass. Everybody's toxic.
He
with
demanded both of them though, so he sought it out both times.
Yeah, that's true. He did.
You know, I don't understand the whole New York Rams thing. It'd be stupid of them to go get Matt Stafford and Cooper Kupp. Build it. You're in the rebuild. What are you going to go draft your quarterback? Reset yourself. Unless you're going to get Stafford for a year because you don't think you're going to draft one again. It makes no sense to me to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, look, the Giants, for example, like the Jets aren't any good either. So they don't have to fight with them for media coverage.
I think if you're Dayball, you're begging to get Matt Stafford to save yourself.
If you're Dayball, you're like, I got to get it. I got to win some games.
And maybe Shane, the GM.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who?
Yeah.
So that makes sense from their views. Mm-hmm. If I'm the owner, I'm like, no. We're not a missing piece away.
If I'm the owner, I'm going to say, look, I'll give y'all an extension here. I'll give you another year, or whatever. Just rebuild this thing.
Who makes sense for Stafford? Just like hand glove.
Seattle,
Pittsburgh,
Minnesota.
No, you go with JJ.
Turn it over.
But I mean, if you've got 1 year and you say we're close, and O'Connell's already worked with Matt Stafford and gotten him to a Super Bowl before.
Saints.
Man,
maybe the Saints make sense for him.
Saints.
Yeah.
Tennessee just build it, right?
If they had the top pick.
How much do the Colts trust Richardson?
Probably not a lot.
No, probably not a
lot. So those are the rumors that are out there.
Yep, and Florio said like there's weird vibes in L.A. The Stafford trade, obviously, he's 37. He's 37. But this if you're the Rams, like smart organizations recognize that when you see the end of the run, you start to prepare for the next one rather than squeeze the blood from the rocks. There's two ways to go.
That's what Nico did.
Squeeze the blood or prepare for the next one. And it doesn't always work, but that's the right process. So, moving on from him, that might be the way to go. Where do you go? Again, Minnesota, Raiders, Giants. Send it back to Detroit.
All right, so I did not realize on Sunday that was the SNL 50. I don't know. I thought it was Saturday. But no, while I was tweeting like a dummy about the NBA All-Star game, even though I didn't work the next day, people are watching SNL 50, and I was like, is SNL 50 on right now? So yesterday I was panicking to make sure I could find it on Peacock or one of the apps that I pay for one show a year here and there. And I watched about 3/4 of it. You guys said you did not discuss it yesterday. Who watched and how much?
I watched 2.5 hours. I think I missed the last half hour, basically.
I saw a Bill Murray clip online. Does anybody? I don't know anybody that watches it. Does this show even have any relevance?
Well, that has nothing to do with this, though. I don't watch it, but it was the most you could argue it was the most star-studded room in entertainment ever. You could argue it.
Oh yeah, I mean there was Jerry Seinfeld, Jason Momoa.
Don't even try to start listing.
All those people were just loading up on they had massive stars in the very back row because it's full of all these superstars. To me, I didn't think any of the skits they did were great.
I agree.
I thought they were all just
I think all their writers need to be fired and blown out.
It was, and they go through these cycles. About they'll have a stretch of 5-6 years where they're bad, or they're just trying to figure things out. And then they happen to catch something, and for about 3-4 years, they're great, where then they have Bill Hader, Kristen Wiig, John Mulaney, and they'll do this, they go through this cycle every few years. Right now, they're in one of their downslopes, where they just lost a bunch of people in the last couple of years.
Do you think it has to all do with the writing?
Yeah, I think they find their collection of writers, because, all the cast writes, too. And so, I think they find their collection, they get Kyle Mooney, Beck Bennett, Cecily Strong. They were all funny and came together, but it took a while for them to cobble that together. And then after 3 years, they all bail.
I didn't understand why they opened with the musical act. I get the old and young with Sabrina
Simon
and Sabrina Carpenter. But I'm like, why is this opening with music? I just wanted the monologue. I didn't think I love Steve Martin. I didn't think Steve Martin's monologue was that great. I'm sitting there. The skits felt way too long. But again, this is the reason, to your point, RJ, that I haven't watched a show in 10 or 15 years. I feel like I have to trip and be on LSD to follow these things.
This was just strictly a nostalgia thing.
Yep.
They were tapping into all the skits they did were modifications from bigger skits they've done in the past. And so to me, it's okay, this is kind of
my favorite thing was probably the Q&A with the crowd. When you get to see all the stars and Kevin Costner,
but that was just for the kid. You're like, hey, I know that person, famous.
Yeah, and oh my God, Conan O'Brien, what's he doing there?
Yeah.
And why isn't there's Peyton Manning,
Jimmy Fallon. Did you notice him just
overlaughing?
Overlaughing in the background. He has to be seen. He's smacking his knee at the lightest jokes. I'm like, dude, you're overlaughing even as an NCP, or NPC, just hanging out in the back.
Non-player character.
Yeah, you're hanging out back there and laughing your ass off. But the biggest disappointment for me and for a lot of people was one of the most popular skits they've done or characters was that Bill Hader, Stefan, the yes, who does the city correspondent. He wasn't there. They did a weekend update with 5 different skits. He wasn't there, and a lot of people were like, well, where is he? And the report from, I think it was Variety, had said, well, he just had a long-standing commitment that he couldn't break, but he thankfully declined or respectfully declined. It's like, that just feels a little odd that you did that, and one of your bigger stars of the last 20 years is gone.
One of my look, they more than made up for it. All right, Bill Hader cannot sniff top 50 in that damn room. But I think one of my favorite things, maybe the best thing, was Adam Sandler's song. He had a 5-minute tribute, and I took just a little bit of it.
50 years of cast members saying I think our cast is the greatest of all time. But we all know that the first cast was the best. And because of them, we got 4 years of Eddie Murphy, 8 years of Will Forte, 5 years of Jan Hooks and Gilda, 6 of Victoria, 11 of Che, 3 years of Melanie Hutzel, Michael McKean crushed it in 2, 1 of of Billy Crystal, 6 of Dennis Miller, 8 of Hartman the Glue, 7 years of Dratch and Wick, 5 years of old Terry and Quinn, 4 of Kazarinski and Clegorn, 11 of Armisen, 14 years of Davis and Handy, Schiller and Smagolak, 25, 18 of Audrey Dickman and Davey Wilson, plus Amon and Disco and Bobby Van Ryn, 30 years of Downey, 45 years of Lorne, 6 years of our boy Farley, 5 of our buddy Norm, 50 years of one of us getting to say live from New York, it's Saturday night, 50 years of standing on home base, waving goodnight and goodbye, 50 years of the best times of our lives.
I'm a sucker for that stuff. That puts me in my feels. That gives me the goosebumps.
And that's a good representation of the show that they ran out there, which was just this is a tribute to everybody that's been here, and it wasn't meant to be some laugh out loud thing, but it was.
Well, it probably was meant to be too.
No,
they were hoping it was. They were hoping it was.
I think
you're not writing the skits being like, I'm hoping for an S.
I hope for nobody to even mention it, not even a giggle.
I think the primary focus for them though was just let's get the commitments of people showing up, and I think that's what they wanted more than anything else. But I mean, it was they had the great memoriam to canceled skits, which you couldn't really play. It was more like pictures that they threw up there, but it was like all the skits that would get them canceled if they did them today.
That's
it was
a brilliant
fun.
idea.
Good, yeah.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybelline?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maybelline.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Kevin and Mike.
Wow.
Corey Majors out for how long?
He just doesn't want to work with me ever again.
I don't think that is what is happening. He
7
is not
shows
feeling
left,
well.
and he's decided show 8 and show 7. He's like, I can't stand that guy.
Maybe he'll be back tomorrow
He's
for show 6.
He's like, I want my time, and I have to go to Surprise with him. Like,
I do not believe any of that is
What if
the
he gets
case.
out of going to Surprise?
Oh, well,
and then that would
you know
really
what?
that would
I'll
prove
tell you what,
He's
Mike.
not Gavin Dawson.
Okay.
Or Zach Wolchuk. Oh, I got a baby. I got to leave.
I mean, but the baby really did come right then.
Yeah, it's not like your baby that was fake coming when you missed training camp that
That
one
was
year.
the doctor that said don't go. If Corey doesn't go to Surprise, then you know what, Mike?
Yeah.
I'll believe in your theory that he just didn't want to see you anymore.
So it's this week and next week?
Yeah, just today and tomorrow for this week.
Okay. So second to last time you're saying that you and I will see
we'll
each
ever
other.
see each other again.
Yeah, because you'll see Choppy with baseball.
If we run into each other, we might.
The kids pitching.
Cal and Luca might run into each other.
We're supposed to play, was it Friday or
We're supposed
Saturday?
to play Thursday
It should be
night,
a really
I think.
fun 26-degree weather game.
Didn't Choppy
Or
say?
maybe it's Saturday.
Chop, haven't you said though, like once you stop working with somebody, you never talk to them again?
Oh, no, it's a proximity thing. Like if I move away from you, I'll not that I don't like you, I just don't speak to people I don't live close to or see every day.
Okay. So if I texted you,
I would return them.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not a reach out kind of guy.
Okay.
You're the horrible texter. I mean, book it. It's 12 hours later that you're going to hear from Kevin Hagelin.
I was
At
trying
least.
to work on the thing I asked you about.
Every time, hours. I'm like, do people not look at their cell phone? As you're doing right now, as Mike's doing, it's like no one in this building looks at their cell phone during a show. I'm amazed by it.
I will admit, I do struggle with that. And like afterwards, I'm like,
what do you do in commercial breaks?
More work.
But not looking at your phone for updates or this coming through, or is it all on your computer?
I'm usually looking at the computer and stuff like that.
Usually I'm giving him awesome theories on the world and life. And
That is, and it's hard to get out of that vortex because he's like, you need to look at me. Not you, but like, he's like, you need to look at me when I'm telling you my theory.
Choppy and I already decided. I know you think you're going to your little baseball paradise and all that, and your workload decreases. You're one of these. You're going to be miserable.
Yep.
You're going to be miserable without.
No way.
No. Eventually, you're going to have an outlet to give all the Mike thoughts. Mike's mind is going to have to be unleashed somewhere, somehow. You're going to have to start a podcast or something because you're just going to have people to talk to things about. Don't you think, Choppy?
Yeah, you have. I don't want to, toot your horn here. But
yeah, it's the second to last day, not the last day.
No, go ahead.
You have a gift.
Toot me. Yeah, I think
right. You have of being able to come up with the craziest damn theories that you could possibly ever come up with.
Yeah,
you are like, you need to have that. You need to continue to harness that. That's rare. Very few of us have that.
I was at Norma's for breakfast this morning, and I'm sorry I'm forgetting the gentleman's name, but he went to R.L. Turner, class of 1990, and he was like, man, I love you on radio. I don't know if he knew that I was leaving, though. I didn't say, well, I'm leaving radio.
Right.
But he was just saying how much he liked me. It was awesome.
You really do owe it to us. You owe it to the rest of the society to continue to.
Choppy was late getting in here at 9 o'clock because Mike couldn't finish the talk show that he was having in the commercial break prep. Mike wants to have the talk show.
Yeah.
Yes. You think Mike is the number one seat in the building that he could host a 3-hour show by himself the easiest?
I mean, you've done it.
Ooh, how about if I got in and out of breaks, huh?
Well, forget about the structure. I just mean talking.
And
Will Chambers.
Break.
Will Chambers, you think?
Will Chambers could talk for 3 hours.
Oh, I can see that.
Chris Arnold.
Chris
Arnold.
Will is, I love playing golf with Will, and I hate playing golf with Will. Because Will's slow. He's not a slow golfer.
He's a big talker.
He doesn't shut up.
Yeah.
So he's sitting there, you wagging his club back and forth, telling you about what happened to Ron Mercer
my boy
in
Ron Mercer.
1996 and why they should have beat Syracuse by 11 more points.
They tanked it. Instead of getting Tim Duncan, they got Chauncey Billups.
Yeah.
And Ron Mercer.
What's coming up on the show, Kevin?
Right out of... Well, you know what? Honestly, I was going to say, right out of the gate, we're going to get a whole bunch of non sequiturs from Mike, I'm sure. But also,
awesome.
Just how good will the Rangers offense be this season compared to the rest of Major League Baseball? And at 11 o'clock, let's talk more Four Nations. And what's your thoughts on Victory Plus so far?
Did you guys watch the SNL 50?
I got about an hour through, and I just haven't had time to finish.
And what did you think of the hour?
I thought it was enjoyable.
Raw as war.
You watch wrestling?
Heck yeah.
He loves wrestling now.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
He does.
Give me your top 3 favorite wrestlers right now.
I like Gunther because I want him to beat the crap out of Jey Uso, who I think is just yeeting everywhere and can't wrestle.
I have no idea what language he's speaking. I'm hoping these are credible people.
He's speaking Jet Alpha when he said
are. Those are real people.
Yeeting. And what is he eating?
So the Echo Chamber is March 1st at 6 p.m.
Elimination Chamber.
The Echo Chamber.
And
he
last
asked
night,
me yesterday, he goes, who do you think's taking this Echo Chamber? And I was like, what the hell are you talking about?
I couldn't remember. It's the Exchange Chamber?
It's the Elimination Chamber.
See, this type of stuff is going to leak out during your Ranger games. You're going to turn to Josh Lewin and right back in this building.
Yeah.
He's going to be quoting Seinfeld.
Tom Green is going to run you out of town.
No way Spittle's taking me back.
That's a good point.
Seth freaking Rollins made it to the Elimination Chamber last night. He beat a guy that I was like, he has to beat him because I barely know this guy.
We saw him in
what about Owen Hart?
Yeah, he was at
New Orleans.
Do your kids like it?
Nope, not at all.
Wow.
But my nephews do. I got them into it because I took them to the TNA wrestling event, and they thought it was like one of them said it was 100 out of 10. I said 1 out of 10. How was this? And they just thought it was the greatest. So then I invited them over for the Royal Rumble and had a pizza party with them. And so we're
paid the pay-per-view?
He probably had a super friendly person who allowed them to use his Peacock.
Okay.
And so March 1st, the Elimination Chamber. John Cena.
TNA and Peacock.
I think John Cena's going to win because they need him to be at WrestleMania for his last ever event.
I could see that.
But we have Seth freaking Rollins. We got Logan Paul. Drew McIntyre.
So I was assuming when you guys had on Shad Khan, Tony Khan, 3 times a week.
It was just for Kevin.
You were like out of the studio and it was a selfish Kevin book. But you're in it.
Like a Jerry interview.
Now I am.
Okay.
Even though if you want to talk to Tony Khan, he will repeat himself 47 times and not let you get in a word. And I'm like, we get it. You're going to Australia for a wrestling event. You've said it 47 times in 3 seconds. Slow the F down. We can ask you questions. My God.
See?
Never getting him on now.
Did he do that, do you think, because you hit him with the Trevor Lawrence question last time? And he's like, I'm not going to let him
I don't think he has an idea that it was me when we were at the Super Bowl who asked the Trevor Lawrence question. He
did not like that
on 48 cups of coffee at that point, I think.
That's my guy.
All right, Bob, let's finish up with some Ask Reddit that we normally do. 740 Express.
All right. Let's lead off with this one for Mike. Mike, you're a big Heaven guy, right?
I believe, this morning I had a friendly breakfast and a little Bible study this morning.
If heaven is associated with harps, then what instrument is hell associated with?
Accordion.
Accordion was a very popular answer over on
Really?
Reddit. Yeah.
It has to be an instrument.
Somebody said, what's those things that people play at the soccer games that's really annoying? That. Somebody said that would be the sound in hell.
All knew that.
Because that was like the non-soccer people. That's all we focused on.
But that was like 12 years ago.
Yeah.
South Africa, right?
Isn't it
South
interesting how we make angels out to be these very like, oh, they're so nice, but everybody's scared to death. If you read any of the Bible, when an angel appears, it is not, a beautiful angel. It is complete and total fear, and
Satan was an angel.
They have to calm the person down.
And the angels take you to hell, or maybe they're just
demons. Fallen angels.
Lucifer was sent there. He was an angel.
But when an angel comes, whether it's, let's say, to Jacob or to Mary or to Joseph, they're not like, oh, beautiful angel. They are scared at first, and then the angel has to say, I'm a messenger.
Okay, so
I'm not here to take you to hell.
Did you say accordion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trombone.
I assumed. Trombone. Okay.
Because then you get there and it's like, wah, wah, wah.
I just have PTSD from Jacob going brr, 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 for an hour straight in the apartment.
I assume it's a bass guitar. But the body of the bass guitar is like a torso of a human from like dusk till dawn.
Okay.
That sounds like it could rock kind of.
You ever watch the YouTube videos where people say that they've gone to hell?
Yeah.
Yes.
No. It's pretty darn scary.
All right.
I don't think there's music being played.
I like
you can hear a lot of screaming though. It sounds like.
I like being able to ask Mike these to lead off. Mike, if you had to defeat an exact copy of yourself in a fight, how would you do it?
How would I beat myself?
How would you
in a fight?
if you were going up against a copy of yourself and you had to fight you? How are you beating yourself up?
And do I have more powers than me, or it's
no?
me
You just
versus
know you know your you weaknesses. What are you doing?
I mean, balls for men are a big weakness.
Balls are a weakness. Yes.
So I mean, if I can get myself in the balls, I'm gonna win.
Sounds like that should have been on SNL 50. Balls for men.
Show me your meat.
Mine would be, and I tried this on my buddy. He's the only person on earth this hasn't worked against. You pinch the underarm fat.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
dude,
and it's over. Have you ever been pinched here?
Oh yeah,
that hurts.
Mike
leaves a mark.
I mean, really pinched. I've never seen anyone be able to withstand it.
Have you ever gotten the little like tendon just above the elbow there?
I don't know.
I'm gonna go do it to you. Hold on.
No.
Yeah, let me hear real quick.
No, you're not doing
What's
it.
the next question?
I'm going to punch you. You're not no, I'm not letting you do the thing. Okay.
He's just gonna tickle you. He's just gonna tickle you, Sean.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's just going to tickle you.
Oh, for me, I would just start the fight.
Like that.
If it was me, I would just start the fight. I won't fight back.
Because that'll end it.
I won't fight back. If you want to try to fight me, come on. I'm not going to fight back.
So
I don't
both
fight.
choppies would be pacifists and just kind
I
of
don't fight
standing
back.
there.
I don't fight back. Like you want to fight. If you want to put, I don't care.
Then the
enough.
Spider-Man's just pointing.
Yeah.
You want to put enough. I don't put energy out. I'm not doing that. Like you go ahead and fight. You knock yourself out.
Even if somebody starts punching you in the face.
I don't care. They'll get tired eventually.
Kevin Hagelin, what show are you desperately waiting for a new season of?
Alice in Borderland.
What is that?
That is a better version of Squid Game.
I am so like seriously annoyed at this new trend. Landman, which was awesome. Have you watched it yet?
No.
It's so good. It was like I'm sick of these 8-episode seasons that TV networks have decided to start pushing, and they're half-an-hour episodes. Like, we used to get 22 episodes a season or something like that. So Landman just went through. It was done in 8 weeks. And it's like, all right, we'll see you in a year and a half probably now.
The good news is that producer puts in 75 years worth of stories into 8 weeks. And you're like, you need to slow the F down, dude.
It's Tony Khan writing.
It is.
I can see that.
It is.
He needs an editor.
Because then when we get to what's the Kevin Costner
Yellowstone.
show? Yellowstone. You get to like season 3 or 4, you're like, yeah, you used all your material. You didn't have to
but
use.
Here's a country music concert.
That's right. I mean, he has 6 different huge storylines going on in one episode, and you're like, you don't have to have 6. Like, cut it down to 2 or 3, and we'll be satisfied, and you'll have more stuff to talk about later.
We started White Lotus on Sunday night.
Have you seen the other 2 seasons?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then also we didn't
that hotel guy. He was getting to town in his office.
Haven't had a chance to watch. And he was. Haven't had a chance to. Yeah, he really was. Haven't had a chance to see it, but Yellow Jackets started this week too.
Okay, are you also caught up on that? Because I have seen the first 2 seasons. I've not seen the new.
But I don't have Showtime anymore. I gotta find a way. I gotta get Showtime.
What'd you think of that scene, Sean?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, White Lotus season 2.
It Mine is Narcos.
Oh yeah, man.
I've been dying for the new Narcos. I have no idea when it's.
There's
coming
a new
out.
one coming out.
I assume they got to get the El Chapo.
There's plenty of Narcos.
There are.
Yes. So there
Not
you go.
anymore. Okay, not anymore.
The KFC Masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. If you want to get involved in the conversation, you got me, Kevin Hageland. You got the famous Mike Bassig.
Oh, 7 more times, baby.
Famous Sir Alec Medford, but still no Corey Majors as he is not feeling
what? Well, here's the thing I want to start the show off with, okay? This is the second to last time, Tolos, you can get me a gift. Because I'll be in Surprise next week. So I don't think you want to make a delivery to Surprise, Arizona while we're up in the press box doing our radio show. So, I mean, you can send gifts today or tomorrow to celebrate my career here at the Fan.
What kind of gifts?
I mean, it could be food gifts. It could be sports cards. With a D. If you want to bring me a sports car, too, that's fine. I drive a nice car already. I can only drive one at a time.
You would begrudgingly accept a sports car? How magnanimous.
I'd be like, all right, if you want to get me a Porsche, I guess. I've never had a Porsche. I'll see how it works. Does it take gas? I don't know. I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll diesel it up and just screw it all up by accident.
Who are you talking to right now?
I don't know. I'm just saying the person that's singing about getting me a Porsche today. Or tomorrow. Remember, you just have today or tomorrow, because I'll be in Austin on Thursday in 26-degree weather watching high school baseball.
So perhaps the top 3 in no particular order.
Yeah.
Food, sports cars, and sports cards.
I think I want the D. I want the cards.
That's why I said in no particular order.
Yeah, because I already have a car. So
you already have lots of cards too.
I have too many. I was going through them. I was like, hey, I'm selling my whole Luka collection. If anybody's interested, by the way.
Are you just selling it as a collection, or
I'd like to sell them all.
Okay.
I can obviously sell them individually. It would be nice if somebody's like, I still love Luka. I'm gonna root for him still. He's on the Lakers, and I'll be like, look, I have no hate for Luka. He did not ask out of here. I get there were reasons why to trade him. Get it. But I'm just like, there's no emotional connection to him anymore for me, and there's no emotional connection to the Dallas Mavericks for me at all.
By the way, have you seen, and I know like a lot of people, and there are probably people listening right now, they're like, hey, I moved on from the Luka story. Like, I don't really want to talk about that anymore. And I get that. But did you see the handful of stories that have come out like in the last 48 to 72 hours that said pretty much what you said at the time was that the faux injury in November was so that Luka could work on his conditioning.
Yeah.
So you were correct about that.
And wanting to play basketball.
Yes.
They're like, he doesn't want to play basketball. The thing is you never saw him get hurt in the game. And like, well, I heard it in the first, but you played the whole game and you were still jacking up 25-foot shots. Like if your right wrist was hurting, how are you flicking the wrist like that to shoot the shot? And then you come back, I don't know, 10 days later approximately.
Yeah.
And nothing's wrong with your wrist.
Right.
Okay, we get it. Like, you faked an injury. It happens in a lot of, I'll say the long sports. Football, I won't say people fake. Maybe at the end of the year because they're like, look, there's 2 games left. We're out of the playoffs. But when it comes to baseball, hockey, and hockey probably push it off to the side. They probably don't. But it's like, hey, you're not throwing strikes right now. You're not getting people out. Let's say your knee is bugging you or you have an ankle injury, right? It's not an arm injury, so people don't get concerned. Your agent doesn't say, you can't put an elbow tendonitis out there. Like, it's not good for my guy, but you put knee tendonitis, other teams aren't going to look at that and go, oh no, is his elbow about to go out on him? So it happens in sports, but, unfortunately it happened for Luka. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up before we get to our Texas Rangers is I had probably my favorite breakfast this morning. Now, I went all in. I've been trying to eat better. I've been doing a little bit better with eating, not a lot, but a little bit. I had at Norma's Cafe, I had chicken fried steak and hash browns and eggs and a biscuit. That's probably my favorite breakfast.
The chicken fried steak breakfast, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's probably my favorite. I do love pancakes. Don't get me wrong. I love pancakes. But, if that was, I'm full still right now. But that's my favorite breakfast. So
does that get you more prepared and fired up for the day?
I feel like this. I ate so many calories this morning.
Okay.
I would like to say I don't need to eat the rest of the day. Now, physically, I kind of don't. Like, I do have enough calories in me to sustain me throughout the day. But unfortunately, I'm going to get hungry again.
Yeah.
And that's the part that stinks. Is I was like, I'd like to not get hungry again the rest of the day since I ate such a big breakfast. But probably by 2 o'clock, which is my struggle time, is when I'm like, let me eat all the crap I can possibly put in my mouth.
Yeah.
Well, that's how you eat.
No, I understand.
I mean, you can put it in other, but it's not, I don't know. I don't think it works that way.
What? It's 10:06, Mike. You're already there?
You can do it at a doctor's office and they can feed you in different ways. But I'm saying, like, at my house, I don't have those two.
Yes. No, I understood the first time. I did not need all of that additional explanation. But thank you very much.
You're welcome. So that's how we start the show off. How about that?
Oh my gosh.
Six more starts to a show with me.
A long day. And for the people that are asking, we're going to be in spring training on Monday doing the show. So we'll actually be there on Sunday, start doing our shows next week from Surprise for spring training. All right, give me cut number 1, if you will, because I got a question about the Texas Rangers.
3-1 count to the Rangers shortstop. Crawford, the windup and the pitch. Seager swings, it's a high fly ball right center. Abreu turns, he watches that one out of here! Into the Rangers bullpen. Seager goes deep for the second time tonight, and the Rangers lead 3-2.
So I wanted to talk about the Rangers offense specifically compared to the rest of Major League Baseball. Like, give me your realistic thought, because I know our pie in the sky dream is everyone's back on. You've got a ton of 20 home run hitters, and you could have one of the top 3 offenses in Major League Baseball. Maybe that is what you think is realistic. But where would you realistically stack this Rangers offense? And then I'll kind of tell you how it works with CBS Sports.
Well, I'd say the Dodgers are the best. I can't say in any shape or form that the Rangers have a better offense on paper than the Dodgers.
It is tough to argue with the combination of Freddie Freeman, Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts.
When they came out with the top 10, they're all in the top 10. Maybe Freddie Freeman was 11.
Yeah.
He might have been 9 or 11. I think he was 9.
Yeah.
Because Skubal, I think, was 11, which we'll go over that in a little bit. The Dodgers, I think, by far are a better offense than the Texas Rangers. It doesn't mean they will be, but on a piece of paper, because you never know with injuries and lack of production and coming off the World Series year. But I expect for them to be the best offense in baseball and win 110 games.
Yeah. All right. What about after that?
I really like in the National League. I'm not saying they're way better. Like, the Dodgers are way better. They're in a category way better than the Texas Rangers.
Gotcha.
Now I go to teams that I think are maybe better. I hope they're not, but I love the Braves offense if they're healthy. And I know last year they had a down year because of injuries. Look at the Rangers. I think very similar situation. I like the Phillies offense. And I like the Mets offense now that they got Pete Alonso back, and then they added Juan Soto. I think that can be a very dangerous lineup. And then in the American League, I do like Baltimore, but losing Santander and not really replacing him, I think they took a hit in the offseason, even though I still really like their offense. And they're expecting, obviously, Jackson Holliday to be way better in his second year.
Quick question, and I know like Jackson Holliday wasn't there the year before that,
right?
But do the playoff failures wear on you going into a brand new season, or are you like, don't care, that is irrelevant to what we're doing now?
Yes and no. I think it's a great question. I don't think there's a perfect answer for that.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot of motivation for Baltimore after getting swept by the Rangers when they had the home field, they had the bye, and then 3 days later they're out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
And so I think it can.
Okay.
It can be a motivating factor and it can be a demoralizer.
Yep.
It just matters where you're at with the personality of your team, where you're at with the age of your team, where you're at with the leadership of your team, right? A lot of things go into giving you the answer to each individual team, whether it's demoralization, like that was it. That was our chance. And it's over. Because I do think that teams run into that. And then other teams we're still up and coming. I think the Orioles do look at it, at least I look at it differently. I don't know how they're looking at it. Because they didn't add, because they lost Corbin Burns, because they lost Santander, I think they're in like, hey, what are we doing? They're in spring training. Like, we have a very talented team, but we're not stupid. We know what's going on around Major League Baseball. We're confident in ourselves and we're confident in our teammates. But at the same time, we're like, hey, did you see, even though they lost Juan Soto, they added Max Fried, they added this, they added that. Like, why didn't we do? I thought we got new owners that wanted to spend. So I think that they're in a weird place on where they're at.
How good is Adley Rutschman? Because
he was horrible last year.
Exactly, especially in the second half. I'm not saying they were exactly the same, but for a long time it was like, oh, Gunnar and Adley. Not that they were exactly the same, but they were mentioned in the same category. And clearly Gunnar Henderson has lived up to everything and beyond, where Adley Rutschman has at times been fine.
This is a make or break year for Adley Rutschman being a great player in baseball. If he is, let's just say, I think he's going to be in between last year and the year before. I think people look at him and go, oh, number one pick, solid pick. And Baltimore made a major mistake taking him over Bobby Witt Jr.
Sure.
And I thought at the time, I was like, I guess, catcher's tough to find. I totally get it. And he's a switch hitting catcher. He's 27 right now. Like, dude, you're in your prime. And if you're going to be great, now there's still the possibility of him being great. They drafted him to be the next Buster Posey of an organization. Yeah. And he did not live up to that status at all. He did his rookie year, I'll say. But last year, he was arguably the most disappointing star in baseball that dropped into a below average player. So there's a lot of question marks on what he can be.
So when it comes to the Rangers, now I'm going to hit a couple that you talked about. Dodgers are number one on the CBS list. The Braves are second. The Phillies are fifth.
Okay.
The Rangers are seventh overall and third in the American League. So top five goes Dodgers, Braves, Mets, Yankees, and then the Phillies. And then you mentioned it. They also talked about Santander and who's going to fill that void for the Baltimore Orioles at 6. But then the Texas Rangers come in at number 7. I can run through some of this blurb with you. Go. And we'll talk about some more of these players, but
4 hours of baseball.
It probably will not be exactly like that, but there's a lot of baseball today. Marcus Semien took a big step back. He, in terms of batting average, in terms of OPS, Wyatt Langford just really started to hit his stride in the last month of the season. Josh Young was hurt. Adolis Garcia saw a massive drop in OPS. And I think the idea for those players, and then the addition of Jock Peterson and Jake Berger, is if even some of your players kind of revert back to career norms or continue upward trajectory like Wyatt Langford, you could have an offense to be reckoned with.
I'm with you on that and what they're saying, because everybody had a bad year last year except Josh Smith.
Yes.
Even Corey Seager. And when you look at what he did last year, you'd say, wait a second, 30 home runs, an 864 OPS. All right. Well, in 2023, and I get it was somewhat of a career year for him, he had an over 1 OPS. Wow. So his OPS went from 1013 to 864.
Which... That's a great OPS,
drop-off.
But a big drop-off, yeah.
And so I look at, he hit 327. And do I expect him to hit close to 330 this year? No, I don't. But I also think he's going to be a little bit better than 278, and he better play in more games than he has in the last 2 years, because he's averaging approximately 120 games. So I need 140 from you, brother.
Yeah.
But I just look at it and go, Semien had a really bad year. Garcia had a really bad year. Obviously, Evan Carter, when he played, did not live up anywhere close to the expectations we thought we would have. Wyatt Langford got off to a horrible start and then ended up when he kind of, June on, he did much better. Obviously, June Rookie of the Month, September Player of the Month, and Rookie of the Month. So I just look at it and go, there was Jonah Heim. I mean, I think, I hate saying this. I'm not trying, this is not an opinion. I think that he ended up being the worst everyday catcher in baseball, hitting wise.
Something along those lines.
I can't remember the exact stats, but it was that bad. So is he going to be that bad? And if he is, you do have Higgy, who does not put up a high on-base percentage or batting average, but he does have pop. So you can 50-50 split that now if you need. I do think there's a lot of potential, and a lot of people have said the Rangers underperformed by the most standards in Major League Baseball offensively on paper last year. No, it doesn't mean they're going to overperform by the biggest standard, but I mean, you can get a lot, and I didn't even mention, we're getting into time, Josh Young, who got off to a great start, and then game 5, I believe it was, broke his wrist, and that was pretty much the end of his year.
I was reading an article. I'm curious what you think about this concept. For a player that is set with the team, players with the most approved in spring training. So what do you think about the concept of, the player they listed for the Rangers, they went team by team, is Adolis Garcia. I don't think anyone questions that Adolis Garcia is firmly entrenched in this team and in the lineup. So what do you think about the concept of you're definitely on the team, but you have something to prove in spring training? Is that a thing?
I don't know in spring training if he can prove anything. That's
because you can go.
He's going to start in right field. And he's going to bat. Yeah. He's going to bat 4th or 5th probably in your lineup, right?
Yeah.
And so if he bats 400 in spring training and his limited at bats, like I don't care if he bats 150. I'm going to be like, I guess if he's missing a lot of fastballs in the zone, I'm going to worry a little bit about it. But he has a lot to prove. He's going to turn 32 at the start of March. He's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. This is going to be his only payday of his career where, look, he's made good money, don't get me wrong, but this is going to be the only time he gets a contract that's
for a baseball player. Yeah.
And so this is a lot to prove for him.
Yeah.
He has to prove, and he dropped off tremendously defensively last year. That's another thing, too, is I know we're talking offense. The Rangers' defense went from being kind of, let's say, an A- defense the year before to being a D+ defense last year. So that has to improve, too. And Adolis is part of, you got to get better defensively because you used to be great at it, Gold Glove winner. And last year, you weren't. So there's a lot for him to prove because I don't think the Rangers are going to pay him. I hope if he hits 35 home runs and bats 250 and has an OPS of 850, I hope they're in the market to get him. But
you might
have
to speculate here. Do you think the thought is, because I'll just tell you, this is what I think the thought is that once he gets paid, they're worried that you're going to see a decline.
Maybe, yeah. And also at his age, right? If he's going to be age, everybody says, unless you do steroids, and it doesn't guarantee that you're going to be good.
Sure.
But at 35, you should see a pretty good drop-off.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, there was an era where there was no drop-off for superstar players at 35 years old. They lasted till they were 40 on the magical drug. But I will just say, I think for the Rangers, they want him to have a great year. They want him to help them get back to the playoffs and have big moments in the playoffs. I don't think they're going to trade him.
Yeah, but they would love for him to get paid based off of what he does this year somewhere else, perhaps.
I think so, too, because we still don't know this. Let's see how Sebastian Walcott does in Double-A. There's still a lot of people that say he's going to move to the outfield, and he could be your next shortstop for Corey Seager. He might be your next right fielder for Adolis Garcia.
And something to keep an eye out on Adolis Garcia. Remember, he started out the month of April very well.
Great.
So if you're like, hey, he starts off the season hot again, just temper those expectations because he fell off hard after that first month. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where maybe in the break I'll give Mike some of the card offers that came in on the fan text.
Come on up.
Coming up next, was the Cowboys tackling actually better than we think this past offseason? Plus, I got a couple other questions for you next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The snap to Daniels, a little screen right to Brown. He's going to be stopped short by Hooker and Lewis and Leofow. How about that?
How about that indeed?
Mel Allen, This Week in Baseball.
That's right. It
He's
is
dead.
time.
Died a long time ago. He was old when we were kids.
He did. How? All right, we're going to talk about the Cowboys, Mike, and I know you're super pumped about that. But how long ago did somebody have to die? But you find out about it and you're like, oh no. Like, are you allowed to have that
Choppy's
reaction?
dad.
Okay, but that was like a month ago. I'm saying if you
I didn't know until last week.
But if you found out somebody died like 10 years ago, are you allowed to be sad? You're like, did you really care that much? Because they died 10 years ago.
Ooh. Yeah, I think for the most part, you probably didn't care that much.
Yeah.
But yeah, every once in a while, I think there's a shocker in your life that you're just like, whoa, I didn't know he died, and that kind of, or she died. And that really feels bad now that I know they're dead and haven't known for 10 years.
All
but that feeling probably passes if you haven't known about that person for 10 years.
Sure. Hey, if you want to text in or hit us up on the Twitch or the YouTube, who's a celebrity that you learned about way too far after the fact that you're like, what?
Just a shout out for, my Mickey Mantle show, because there's 7 left, or David Murphy, either one.
Okay.
Is Thunder Dan sent us some cronuts, and he does have a great cronut store. And Thunder Dan is at every Buffalo Wild Wings. As far as I know, he's been to every one.
I think so.
Not just this year, but for
last
years.
year too. Yeah.
So Thunder Dan, thank you so much. I'll miss you. I don't know if I'll ever see you again.
Oh, we'll try to make that happen.
All right. Well, don't give him my address. I like him, but I don't want to hand out addresses.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how you do on these shows.
I wonder how much I could pay you to give out your address. I had to pay Kavanaugh $40 for his phone number.
It cost me more than $40. Maybe we'll negotiate in
50.
Luca cards. All right. So the Cowboys had an objectively terrible season last year. They did, Mike. I know that hurts you to admit.
They were in the playoff race. I remember listening to their owner and their son.
Well, they missed the playoffs by 4 games. So
bad ending.
Yeah, bad ending. But what I wanted to bring up, and Alec, if you want to chime in on this as well, I'd love to hear it, is I think when we talk about how poor the defense was at times, you look at week 7 onward, this defense from a tackling standpoint was actually very, very good. All right, so if you start from week 7 onward, Dallas posted the NFL's second highest tackling efficiency, and Micah Parsons helped be notably better when he got out there in terms of tackling efficiency in games that he played versus games that he missed. Their tackling efficiency went up 2 points in the games that he played. And for the back, 2/3 of the season, they had the second best tackling efficiency in the NFL. Did you realize that? Or does this feel like a nonsensical analytic stat that goes against what you feel like you saw with your eyes?
I kind of noticed it from the jump. I know that Cleveland Browns game, that one was kind of an outlier because the Browns were just really, really bad. But from day one, it felt like there was a little bit more of an emphasis on some of those core values on defense from Mike Zimmer that you didn't really see over the Dan Quinn tenure, which isn't an indictment on him, but it was all about the speed, the athleticism, the turnovers. With Mike Zimmer, it seemed like, let's get back to basics. Let's try to wrap up and bring people down to the ground as quick as we can. And you saw that progress, especially after the bye week.
Yes.
Because we talked about it for the first, 4 or 5 weeks, where it was like, it seems like some players are looking kind of lost on the defensive side of things. It looks like Eric Kendricks is really the only guy that kind of knows where he's supposed to be, when he's supposed to be there, and why he's supposed to be there. And he was part of the reason that I feel like I appreciated this defense a little bit more than some people did, than most people did, honestly, because it felt like you did have that field general in the middle of the defense again that was preaching those things, that was keeping everybody where they need to be. I didn't really feel that after Leighton Vander Esch got hurt and inevitably retired. But he was that guy that was getting, the Mozzie Smiths of the world, per se, in the right spot, in the right gap, telling them, hey, you need to be here, not here. And that leads to good team tackling, and you see like the Jordan Lewises of the world coming down from the secondary. Malik Hooker had a couple of games where it felt like, he was off for a while, but he really redeems himself in the biggest moments. So I do think this team is a good tackling team. You just don't really appreciate that when you go from highest turnover defense in the league to the most efficient X's and O's team. It's not sexy, so you don't really pick up on it.
And here's the other thing that concerns me is two particular players. I think most people believe neither one of them will be back with the team. The most efficient tackler and one of the top linebackers in the league, both in terms of actual tackles made and efficiency, at 92.6%, Eric Kendricks. He frequently just gets listed as he was a one-year rental. And then Oso Digizua missed 2 tackles, by far his career low for a season. But I think the thought is that both players could potentially be too expensive because we don't understand how to do the salary cap, and neither one of them will be back. So you just said maybe the tackling is not super sexy, but also maybe 2 of your best tacklers are going to walk out the door.
I'm not excited about that. I'm really not. And, the turnover happens every year. You're going to see it with the Philadelphia Eagles. They have some key defensive players coming up, like a Zach Bond, who is in the middle of that defense on a one-year deal. It's going to happen. That's the nature of the game. And unfortunately, that's kind of like one of the big storylines every offseason, right? Is what guy went in there on a one-year deal to a good, okay team, helped elevate them, and then he's going to give himself a payday. So like an Oso Digizua, I already saw, some of the projections on like a SPO track of him getting $20+ million per season, insane. Which is crazy to think. And, the progression that you've seen, and Mike Zimmer really did help things, which, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. He's gone and he's probably retiring from the NFL, and great for him, a great career, but he did turn things around philosophically. And I'm intrigued to see what a Matt Eberflus does in that regard too, because I do think he is a great defensive mind and a really good teacher. So do you bring in some of these guys in the draft, some of these, undrafted free agents that the Cowboys love to bring in and turn into one-year stars? It seems like it happens every few years. Does a Matt Eberflus have a lot of influence on that to say, let me get my hands on my prototypical kind of tacklers and see if I can make them play up a little bit comparative to what we already have on the roster? So I don't know if that's going to happen. I wouldn't be shocked if it happens. I'm not going to sit here and say that it will, but Eberflus is that smart of a guy. But it's something that the Cowboys do year in and year out that I feel like isn't a model to win consistently every single year.
Sure.
But for one season at a time, it makes your defense look a lot better than it probably did in the preseason.
Now, I'm going to bounce back and forth between people you were surprised were dead and the Cowboys. This one had to be pretty jarring to this person. From the 972, Burl Ives. He died in 1995, and I just figured that out this past Christmas. That's true. I looked it up. He was also born in 1909. So, you maybe should have had an indication, but he sang Holly Jolly Christmas, Silver and Gold. Very sorry that you found out about that. But yeah, he has been dead for some time. Now, an off-season question for the Cowboys that got brought up by ESPN, which I think is kind of absurd. How did the Cowboys close the gap on the Eagles? Because I think we've shot too high. I think you should say, how should they close the gap on the Commanders? And then maybe you can worry about going after the defending champs. And one of the big things, and this feels like something that we've already talked about a lot, about the Rangers going into this season, the health of key players, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs. What are they going to do opposite of Micah Parsons? Are they going to be able to keep Jordan Lewis? And I mentioned Jordan Lewis, not Osa, because we already met. I'm just saying I believe that Osa will not be back. I would love for him to be back. I just don't think it's going to happen. So, Alec, do you think Commanders are a more reasonable goal to try to close the gap on? And is it health or is it help that you think of this Cowboys team?
Yeah, I think the Commanders are a lot more reasonable of a team to try to reach for because I do think they are a lot further. It's not a knock on them. It's just they're a lot further away from the Eagles than we think. And the championship game was kind of indicative of that, right? And there's a lot of good things going on there, but they still have their own problems as well. The good thing for the Commanders is they have a ton of cap space to go along with that, so they can try to address some of those issues. The Cowboys, they can create the cap space, but they won't have as much as the Commanders. In my mind, they probably won't flip all of the switches that they possibly can because we know that they're hard-headed like that, but they are a bit closer to you than you realize because that team is so young at their core, and then they kind of do have that Eagles model of filling in the gaps with those veteran guys like Bobby Wagner's and some of the guys that they took from the Cowboys Dan Quinn regime across that defensive line. So there probably is some areas that you could improve and make yourself equivalent, if not better, than the Commanders, but it's going to answer that second part of your question, Kevin. You need to be healthy in the process because, your number one ball hawk outside of Deron Bland was not available most of the season last year. And it feels like he's almost an afterthought because he hasn't been available the past few years.
And he's not going to be there for training camp.
Exactly. So you're not even going to get eyes on him. You're not even going to get that kind of excitement of seeing him get a pick in practice in 7-on-7 and say, you know what? They might have something going here. You're going to have a few guys having to come in and step in that you've never really heard of before, getting some really important reps in that secondary. So, there's going to be a lot of turnover. There's going to be a lot of question marks for me in camp that I'm intrigued to see how they work out because it's going to be really the war of attrition that Jerry likes to beat into the ground. It's true. Because it seems like the Cowboys never win that war of attrition. So that's my answer. If they can stay healthy, I feel like everything's out in front of them, but they can never stay healthy, especially on that defensive side.
And you have to watch out for the Commanders because there's been no repeat champion in this division for 21 years, so it won't be the Eagles.
Next year's a new year. Cowboys start off 0-0.
Mm-hmm. How many wins do they add?
All I know is that Dak Prescott pinched Ed Warder on the neck that press conference, and he has now perfect health the rest of his career.
Has it been your standout thing that happened over the last year with the Cowboys?
Yeah. That Jerry's like, hey, Ed. Like, Ed asked a relevant question. Dak's right behind you. Dak, go pinch him. That'll show him how healthy you are. Yeah, that's the way it works, Jerry. Hamstrings get healthy by pinching a rider on the neck.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Before we go to baseball nuggets, I have to show you something.
Were you wondering what Corey would say about Ed Warder in this situation?
Oh, he's a letter. Well, I think
are you getting up from your seat to show me your laptop?
I want you to. I had to change my eBay password, and so I want to show you how many unread emails I have on my Yahoo account.
Oh my God! All right, let's see. 12,700. What the hell, dude?
Do you think any of those are important?
Yeah, probably.
I'm just going to delete all and start fresh.
Okay, would you not just at least look back in the last week or so?
No.
Okay, so something came to you yesterday. It might have been important.
Obviously, it wasn't that important to me a week ago. I didn't check it.
Okay,
I honestly haven't checked my Yahoo email in probably half a year, and it might be longer than that.
I can't say I'm that surprised by that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Trying to give pitching advice to my son next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Dawson's back.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Right now. Time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, let's talk a little bit of baseball, and it's spring training, so bullpens are happening. Live batting practice is probably happening. If people want to know, well, what's live batting practice?
Yeah.
Yes, batting practice, a coach is throwing, and that's just laying it in there and letting guys, get their swing off, making sure everything's right. It's just like, hey, we're just letting you see the ball from a short distance at a low rate of speed, but because we're only throwing from 40, 45 feet, throwing 65, 70 miles an hour is supposed to be like 85 to 90 miles an hour. That's easy for big leaguers to hit. Live batting practice is when a pitcher is on the mound and he is working on his stuff. So he's actually throwing however many pitches they want him to throw. It could be 25, it could be 40. I don't know. Things have changed over time. It used to be we'd be out there for like 8 straight minutes pitching. They wanted us to almost like a cardio pitching too, while the live hitters, where we want to build you up where you're able to possibly, not that day, but we want to build your arm strength up. I don't know if they do that anymore because it's all about quick power and getting on and off the mound. Like 100%, let's go, and we're not going to make you do that more than maybe 20 pitches and then sit down and then maybe you get back up and throw another 20 pitches. I don't know how it goes, but you're actually giving somewhat your best stuff now.
Yeah.
It used to be a little bit different, but you're throwing your best stuff. So hitters, even though Friday will be their first game, not that they'll feel comfortable. Hitters usually say, they want to have 30 to 50 at-bats in spring training, whether they're on the B field or in the real game, about 30 to 50 at-bats, and they'll feel somewhat comfortable going into the season.
I know we've talked about this a little bit before, but do you think people fully appreciate and realize how much stuff happens on those backfields?
No, they have no idea.
It's a ton.
I think talking to whoever it is, like high school kids or, dads who obviously, let's say, played high school baseball, I'm like, no, like, you're getting to the park and you're practicing on the backfields. You're doing something from like 9 to 11:30, 9 a.m. to 11:30, 2.5 hours of practice. It's not high intensity, but you are practicing on different things. And then you take a lunch break and then you get prepared for the 1 o'clock game if you're part of that 1 o'clock game. And then that game ends at approximately 3:30-ish, 4. You might get in a workout afterwards, like a weight workout or a cardio workout. And then, approximately at somewhere between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock, your day is over and you repeat that process for 6 weeks. And you can see why guys get really tired of it. By the time you get to about March 15th, they're like, all right, I'm pretty much ready. I'd love a few more at-bats, but doing all this practice. But, hey, you got to work on a lot of things. Baseball is really the toughest sport in this way. You have to be able to somewhat do all of the things, unless you're a designated hitter. Because I have to field the ball. I have to throw the ball. I have to hit the ball. I have to run the bases if you're a position player, right?
Yeah.
And in other sports, in football, just block the dude.
Sure.
Just kill the quarterback.
Sure.
Just like, and I know there's more to it. I'm not stupid. I know there's way more to it.
Yeah.
In basketball, if you're Derek Lively, and I get he's trying to learn how to shoot a three-pointer if he's ever healthy, but like, you only have specific jobs. You're not dribbling the ball up the court. You're not setting up the offense. You're rebounding. You're dunking. You're kind of passing out of certain positions on the court where certain players are. And I get it. Corey Seager's only learning how to play shortstop in spring training. He knows how to do it. He's just reviewing over and over and over and over and over again situations. So anyways, it got me to my son yesterday after our show was over. Obviously, yesterday, I think almost every kid didn't have school.
That is correct.
Because it was President's Day. So I get home and I give both my kids a pitching lesson. And my sophomore, who's 16, he's very defensive when it comes to me teaching.
I was really hoping you were going to mean he fielded his position.
No, he gets defensive because he's like, I'm not doing it that wrong, or I don't think I'm doing it wrong, right? So he then will question me, which is interesting because today, being at not Bible study, I won't say. It's just me and a buddy looking over parts of the Bible. It's like, it's interesting because there's times where I'm not Jesus at all, don't come close to him. I try and fail every day. But we're able to question God. God does not mind us questioning him.
Yeah.
That is not something that he minds. And you can see from a loving perspective when Jake, my son, is questioning me, I'm telling him, hey, I'm just trying to make you better. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm not trying to make you worse. I'm not trying to get less out of you. I'm trying to get more out of you. And I'm not berating you. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just telling you, you have to be able to have, let's say, this balance point, or you have to be able to get your fingers on top of the ball here. You have to be able to reach out further. You have to be able to finish the throw and not fall off to the first base side. These things are just to help you. And I'm not saying all of those things on one pitch. I'm doing little tweaks. And he's like, hey, I thought that bullpen went good and this and that, but you said this. I say, hey, in spring training right now, do you know Jacob deGrom and Nathan Eovaldi, the two best pitchers on the Rangers? There's actually a pitching coach there and multiple coaches who are tweaking little things with the greatest pitchers in the world. And during the season, they're tweaking things through video, through bullpens. They're not trying to change the whole landscape of how they throw a ball, but they're doing these little tweaks just to make you a little bit better at a time, to then make you as good as you can possibly be. Like I tell kids, I tell parents, my goal, if I am your coach or your teacher, is to get you to your God-given ability. I don't know if God created you to throw 75 or 105. I have no idea. Like I saw somebody say, well, if I can't dunk a basketball, then God isn't real. Like, that's a little bit weird to me. Like, that is your standard of God being provable or not. Like, that's tough for me to handle because we all have limitations. Why not be able to jump over the roof? Why, if I dunk a basketball, I can't? Well,
that would be
I want to jump on top of the 20-foot roof right from here without a running jump or anything. Like, okay, like there are limitations to our human bodies and everybody's different. Paul Skeens obviously can throw a ball 103. I'm trying to throw the ball 103. I threw the ball 91, was the hardest I ever threw a ball. So I'm like, hey, I'm just tweaking you to try to get you better. You can question me. I don't mind you questioning me to understand why I'm trying to do this to change how you're doing it. But you need to listen to my answer. Sure. So I feel like in our relationship, whether it's like coaching baseball, then I'm like, gosh, when I question God, it's just, hey, God has no problem with questioning. It's just, okay, but listen for the answer here. Yeah. Not that I'm going to be honest. I've never heard God audibly speak to me.
Right.
Like, but I understand, like, I'm talking about spring training and like, hey, they're even getting tweaked right now. The major league pitchers, whoever it is, Mike Maddox is working on key points with them to get them to be their best so they're ready for the season. And I was like, Jake, that's all I'm doing, buddy. You're doing good. I'm just trying to make you better.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's also when I'm reading the Bible, that's when I'm like, that's what Jesus is trying to do with me. It's like, look, I'm trying to tweak you to make you better. You have sin in your life, and you're going to always have sin in your life. We're trying to work on those things to get them better and better. So sometimes coaching my own son, it makes me realize my relationship with my father, as in my father in heaven, also my father here, but totally different relationship, is like he's tweaking me too and trying to be like, hey, ask questions, question me, but be patient and listen for the answers.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Oh, what a philosophically fascinating edition of Baseball Nuggets. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit more about the Four Nations tournament, but also what's your verdict on the Victory Plus app thus far? 877-881-1053 or Twitch or YouTube. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, hopefully at some point we will look forward to Mike's semi-wrestling review during the show today. We can make it happen whenever you want that to go down.
Whenever you want it. I watched pretty much all of Raw on Netflix last night. Pretty much live, too, because I was texting you guys.
Oh, okay. Yes, you were. And multiple people have texted in this morning, did you hear Dominic Mysterio say, take a load off? I did not. I did not.
Who did he wrestle last night? Oh, not Penta. Penta was
AJ
on
Styles.
AJ Styles, yeah. Black on blue gloves.
Does AJ Styles' soccer mom haircut bother you?
Yeah, he's okay.
He used to be the best.
I was watching an old school, thank you for Peacock. I was watching an old school wrestling match because you're talking about The Undertaker almost burning up during the Echo Chamber.
Yeah.
And he didn't have a mustache or a beard. Drew McIntyre.
Yeah.
Very baby face.
Yeah.
I'm like, he does look better with the beard. He looks stronger. He looked cute. He's a cutie. He was a cutie wrestler.
And that's
Drew
not really what
McIntyre.
you're looking for.
Cutie patootie.
Oh, my God.
You know?
All right. So the question I'm going to throw out, and then we'll get into the wrestling review. What's your verdict thus far on the Victory Plus app? 877-881-1053. And in the meantime, let's also mix in some more Four Nations. Give me cut number 3, if you will.
Giveaway by Hintz. Onto the stick of McDavid. Not a good decision. Jump by McDavid. Score! An early 1-0 lead for Canada after Hintz turned the puck over.
Rope Hintz turned the puck over?
He did.
That has happened in Stars playoff games, too.
Yes.
I do think he's a good player. He's a good player, but there will be some passes where you're like, oh, Rope.
Look, if you want to jump ahead to the United States game, I felt like both of the goals on Ottinger were directly off of turnovers. You're like, the crap in hell was that? All right, give me cut number 4 because, like, we were tracking this while you guys were talking. It was 1-0, 2-0, and then pretty quickly it was 3-0.
Here's McDavid. Sanheim stopped by Lincoln and rebound. Score! Braden Point makes it 3-0 Canada.
So this game started at noon or about noon, and before the first period's out, 3-0. Pretty early in the second period, they score again. It's 4-0. How many people do you think that are invested in this just turned it off thinking that it was over? Because, like, we finished up the show.
Yeah, it's over. Didn't they win?
Okay, they did, but the final score was 5-3, and with 1 minute left, it was 4-3 because the Stars hat trick happened. Courtesy of Essa Lindell, and then Mikael Granlund scored not once, but twice in the span of 23 seconds. So they scored back-to-back-to-back goals from the Finland Stars, and all of a sudden it was 4-3. And then Crosby put in an empty net goal to finish it off at 5-3. But think about it. This game was over And then the Stars and Finland made a massive comeback. And almost, if you think about it, if they would have tied it and gone to overtime, then Sweden, by winning in regulation last night, could have been in the final. But alas, none of it happened.
You know what Sweden said when that game didn't get tied?
Yorgi Borgi.
Meatballs.
Okay, I knew it was going to be something like that. Clearly, I was in the right kind of headspace, but
yeah, we got close.
Yeah, that's true. We did get close. All right. So Nathan McKinnon talking about the finals against the United States on Thursday. He said, we can beat those guys. And I appreciate that level of confidence. Alec, I think I know your answer. I know my answer too. Mike, Thursday night, is this going to be a gotta watch for you?
Yes and no. My son plays in 12-degree weather in Austin at 5:30 p.m.
Oh, do you think that's still... Do they have cold out baseball games, or like it's too cold?
I just think in this tournament, because it's a kind of a big Texas tournament, they're going to go ahead and power through it. So I assume whenever we get done and either we get back to the hotel or we go grab something to eat, I'm hoping that it's on.
Okay.
So I will probably miss the first period, but I definitely want to watch.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. From the 214, and I hope we're helping out, man. I'm sorry. This is really sad. Just got impacted by the Southwest airline layoffs. Had to jump in the car and listen to y'all to clear my head. I hope we can help you guys out with that. And by the way, Mike knows this from the 214. Kevin, are all the WWE pay-per-views free with Peacock?
Heck yeah, they are.
Okay, so if you have a delightful friend, yes. Otherwise, you can sign up. I believe it's $5 a month. I do the fancy $10 a month program because I like to watch old wrestling at the gym, and I don't want commercials because that would just kill my...
I've been watching old wrestling. I watched Undertaker light on fire, except nobody knew, and they're like, that's the fastest he's ever made it to the ring.
Because his coat was on fire, and he's like, what the hell?
Yeah, he was mad, too.
From the 302, come on, bros, where's the Russian national team? Well, if you heard our initial discussion about this last week, the geopolitical scene is actually what bumped Russia out of this tournament.
Geo stands for geology.
Okay.
That's how it was on my report card.
Mm-hmm.
That was report card?
How did you do in geology, Mike?
I passed. I made it here.
What? Quick question.
Yeah.
What is the best academic class for you? Like, I'm not talking about PE or whatever. Like, what is the best academic class that you were really good at?
Math, algebra.
Okay.
Not geometry. Geometry, horrible at
Geometry is stupid math. I'm with you. I also did not
Theories.
like geometry. Yeah.
Give me the answer.
Okay.
There's no answer in geology. Geometry. They both say I don't like.
And there are answers in geometry,
No,
just sometimes.
Theory proof. My butt. Just 2 + 2 = 4. There's no theory there. Right? Prove it. I don't know. Give me 2 cronuts right here from Thunder Dan and 2 more. = 4. I just proved it. Geometry.
Well, I don't really know how to... See, Mike, this is why I think you would make an excellent actual debater, because you throw out so many confusing arguments that I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to respond to. Because I'm like, am I supposed to respond to there are answers in geometry? Am I supposed to talk about the cronuts? Like, you've given me too many things to ponder, and it's thrown me off. All right. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. You have not really gotten in on Victory Plus. Is that...
No, I have it on my phone. I think this. I don't know this. They must have got it figured out on Samsung televisions because I believe I have it downloaded on one of my Samsung TVs now.
They have made a lot of advancements. I just saw somebody say it's a B+ so far. If they can get Chromecast support figured out, then it will be up to an A+. And so there are still some issues, but Brad Alberts, the CEO of the Stars, said, hey, we needed to fix distribution and get the games to as many people that wanted to see them as possible. And I think we've certainly done that. And you've seen that from the downloading and viewership numbers.
Yes. Now, what will be interesting is, because I know you're asking about right now, and I think if you're a Stars fan, you're very happy with it. I assume if you're a Stars fan, because you have it, you can watch it on your phone, computer.
It seems like most of the...
You can throw it on a television, or you do have the app now to put it on the television. So I'd say most people are very happy with it that are Stars fans. The one thing that I wonder is this. First of all, people that don't have an education on the NHL versus MLB, the Rangers can't do it that way. It's literally impossible. MLB will not let them do it the Stars way. As far as I know, the Stars can't do it that way much longer either.
Right.
They did it this way to help out the horrible Bally situation they had.
And, okay, can we touch on that for just a second? Because then I think I know the direction that you're going to go. So in December, Victory Plus announced that it has surpassed 500,000 app downloads, which was serving 3 times as many Stars households as they reached in the season prior. Because of that, the Stars viewership has seen about a 65% increase. And so they were really hoping, we've talked about this before with the Rangers, is you're not just hitting the Metroplex or Texas. They're also trying to serve Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana. And this is once again where Albert's cut right to the chase with the issue that they had with Bally. They're obviously way better number-wise than we were on Bally, but the bar was pretty low. And he said, I have high standards for our business and I want our viewership numbers to be better. All right, Mike, assuming that the numbers continue to get better, I think this is where you were going. Correct me if I'm wrong. What do you think is going to happen next with the Stars on the app?
They're going to charge.
That's what I think.
Now, I don't know this. I don't know. I don't think it will be as much as the Rangers, but it could be. They could just be like, hey, it's $100 for a whole season of Stars hockey. It might be 60, but they do have to charge money. They are paying hockey players. And it does cost to run a franchise. And guess what? The owners want to make, I don't know, anywhere from $20 million to $500 million a year, because I think that's what they do make. It just matters what team you own. I think Jerry Jones is clearing 9 figures a year owning the Cowboys, if not close to like $300 million a year owning the Cowboys per year he's putting in his pocket. So I look at it and go, they did this because of what you said. They had to distribute this way better. The Rangers had to distribute this way better than Bally's, and they weren't going back to Bally's, as they said. Neil Lehman said, like, we were not going to put our fate in, and obviously Ray Davis, we are not going to put our fate in another company anymore. We are going to find out how our fate goes by us running it, and that's why the Rangers have their network. But they had to charge. I have seen some people say, I can't believe the Rangers are charging and the Stars aren't. They literally can't. There's a rule that says they cannot. They can't say screw MLB. MLB will shut it down. And it'd be like if the ticket was like, we're gonna run the Ranger game on our radio station. We're just gonna take it from the fan and throw it on at 7 p.m. There's nothing you can do about it. No, there's a lot they can do about it. They'll just shut it down.
Yeah, and their contracts. And we talked about when this was free, people were so pumped. We're like, hey, enjoy it free while you can, because it feels like a matter of time. I don't know how long that time is, but it feels only like a matter of time before they'll have to start charging for it. And as we've talked about a million times, people are reminiscent about this period of time that I don't think really existed the way they think it did.
Right.
Like, if you're talking about getting all these sports for free, when was that? Because I think it's more complicated than that, and people forget that you have to pay for cable.
Yeah, especially if the book Showtime with the Lakers, I read it, and it was Jerry Buss who decided to put all of, like, a big season. I'm going to put all the games on cable television. So it's not going to be pay-per-view, but you do have to pay, probably back then, I don't know, $20 to $30 a month to get 30 channels. And one of them in the LA market was going to be, you could watch all of the Laker games.
Sure.
That was in the 80s. That was in the mid-'80s approximately. Somewhere in the early mid-'80s, Jerry Buss took a big risk, and all the owners thought it was stupid because they're like, guess what? They're not going to drive to come to the games anymore because they can watch it on television. And he's like, no, this is going to make the product more popular. I can make money off of this, and people are going to want to come see it live because they're seeing it on television and seeing how fun it is. So what followed in Dallas-Fort Worth was HSE, Home Sports Entertainment, and you had to pay $30.
Yeah.
And guess what? On HSE, you had to pay, I don't know what it was because I went to my grandfather's house to watch the Mavericks play in the playoffs. Playoff basketball games, because there were no playoff baseball games here, you had to pay to watch the playoff games of the Dallas Mavericks. They were not on free television. They weren't even on your HSE program.
Yeah.
You had to pay a like pay-per-view price. It was probably like $5 to $10 back in the 80s to watch some of the Mavericks playoff games. By like, I don't know, 87-ish, 86, 88, somewhere in there. All of a sudden, it took over where the NBA was like, we're so popular now, we're actually going to put all the playoff games on some sort of nationally televised station. But I think people have to understand you've always paid in some way, shape, or form. It's never been free. And guess what? I've never seen my father play a game on television. Can't find it. You know why? Because when he played on the Rangers in 75, 76, and 77, they played about 10 games on television the whole year.
Yeah.
There's like 10 televised games a year of the Texas Rangers in the 70s.
I am absolutely with you. From the 561, Victory Plus recently added to the Samsung App Store. Now they qualify for an A in my book, works best on Apple TV. And I've actually seen multiple people shout out Apple TV as their kind of like go-to avenue to access Victory Plus. Is there anywhere you can watch the Rangers other than their app? We covered this, I don't know, like a month or so ago. It will have wide cable distribution. DirecTV, I know.
Spectrum, I think.
Spectrum. So, yeah, if you're worried about just the app, there will be wide, if you haven't cut the cord, cable distribution. And I've talked about this multiple times. I still have DirecTV. I kept DirecTV for the longest time because, like, 3 of our sports teams used to only be on Bally.
And I believe it'll be on channel 677 on DirecTV. Yep. And the pregame, it'll be a dead network. And then when the pregame show comes on, bam, it comes on channel 677. The whole game comes on, postgame show comes on. And then when the postgame's over, they'll say, thank you for watching. This broadcast is over. Kind of like Netflix last night.
Yes.
When the wrestling ended, they were like, and your live broadcast has ended. And
all of that will be simulcast on the Fan as well, including the pre and post.
Yes. And so there's also streaming. I know that there's probably more to come out. I will just warn you on this. YouTube TV does not do regional sports. They don't do them for anybody. So like, I only watch YouTube TV. I can't believe they screwed me over. The whoever it is, Stars, Rangers, Mavericks. They don't do regional broadcasting for anybody.
Right.
So stop complaining about that. There's a zillion different ways to watch television, and the Rangers have given you a zillion different ways. And now the 16 million in their viewing audience all have easy access, and then all Friday night home games, for the most part, all Friday night home games will be on channel 33.
Yep, which you love to see that.
So that is
as well.
free. I guess that is free TV.
That's true.
Your TV does get about, 7 channels, I guess.
Yeah, I just think back, like, I don't know how many people listening used to have the TV where you would actually like turn the knob. My grandparents had that at their house, and so I know we're long beyond those days. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day. Plus, do you want to buy OJ's stuff? Next on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece Show.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You want to reach out to Corey Majors. He has not been feeling well. We'll see. Perhaps he'll be back tomorrow. Perhaps not.
I don't think he's going to be back tomorrow.
I do not think he's trying to avoid you,
me.
Mike.
It's all about me, and I know it is.
Okay.
He's tired of me, and he can't even work with me for one more day in this studio. He said, I've had it. I know it's coming to an end. And he's like, I just don't want to deal with him anymore. And I don't know if he's going to surprise Arizona.
Okay.
I'm 50-50 on him backing out of that and just going,
Look,
I don't want to be with him anymore.
I told you, if for some reason he can't go to Surprise, I will then support your theory that he was just tired of you and couldn't handle it anymore.
He's not even listening right now. Like,
he's sick.
He can't listen? What, did he hurt his ears?
He had to go to the doctor, too.
Oh, wow.
And how do you know he's not listening?
Text him. If you know his number or you know his Twitter or you know something like that, you start texting him right now or tweeting him or Xing him. We call it Xing now?
No, I do not.
All right, well, you don't.
Okay, that's true. Hey, I'm not concerned with what the hip thing is. I just am like, I do not.
Yeah, X Corey, and if you don't have his number, well, if you do have his number, text him. But if you don't, X him.
Okay, that's a great, succinct strategy. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
I hope Mike doesn't send me like a cease and desist whenever he leaves for that
it's
intro.
okay.
You know, because he's going to be too big and too famous for
I'm
it.
like Taylor Swift. I think you guys own my voice from what I've said on this station.
Man, I like the idea that you're going to go re-record all the insane things you've said over the years.
I've got a folder of about 250 things. Let's get busy, please.
Yeah.
It is time
I just gotta
for...
go find a tight end to fall in love with.
I do too. Yeah, it's time for AM on the FM right here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053 wants you to text in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer the question of the day, Twitch and YouTube as well. I'm going to tell you how you can buy OJ's stuff, I guess. But the question of the day, Corey actually touched on this a few days ago, I want to say, and it piqued my interest because I heard the morning show talking about it. I want to say yesterday as well. The question is, how much do the broadcasters on play-by-play broadcasts affect your viewing experience? Are they important to you? Do they not matter? Like, what's the deal with broadcasters for you when you're watching live sporting events? There's a reason I'm asking this, and it's not because of Bassick, I promise.
This is the time you wanted all the Tolos to take shots at me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yes.
Like
Please
that John
eviscerate
Franks
Mike.
guy. I don't think he likes me on YouTube. I like you, though, John.
Oh, no.
You're the guy, John. He
Do
takes
you
it
think
in
you're
one
going to
time.
keep track of all the people who don't like you on the broadcast?
Barry Fish.
Oh, Barry Fish, yeah.
Haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, what happened to the fish?
He doesn't like you. He doesn't want to listen.
Yeah, he's, hey, 6 more shows, and you'll be back.
Look, I've talked about this in the past. It doesn't really move the needle for me very much. It much more does on radio broadcasts because I can't see what's going on. In the TV broadcast, I don't really care that much. I think I might be the minority on that, though.
I definitely care.
A lot of people do.
I will say doing the job, but even it's not an easy job. It's a fun job, but I respect a lot of the people that do it. There are certain groups like tandems that, obviously the one that comes to mind, I was thinking of Tess and Boog and Witt. Like, it did not work at all. You felt like you weren't getting a good education on the game. You weren't getting a good description of the game. Yes, the game's on TV, so you can see it. But the furthering the education or what the team is trying to accomplish or what the team did accomplish, and then, hey, what is the counter to what they are doing? You felt like, hey, like Witt and Boog should be better, but are they being set up properly to give you the information that would make this game even more entertaining? So I'm picking on that group because I feel like that at least was majority of people are like, that wasn't the best. But man, when it comes to football, Alec, I think Troy is unbelievable. I think Tony has good moments. I think as his career has progressed, he doesn't know all of the defensive players. He doesn't know all the schemes.
Which we kind of thought might be the case, right? Because one of the reasons Tony Romo just took over the scene so fast is he's like, oh, I know all of these players. I know all of these schemes. I know exactly all of the things.
And I've always said, even before Tony got into it, that was the easiest part of this job at first. Was, I faced most of these people.
Yeah.
I know the real scouting report that is not given out to the public.
Sure.
Elvis Andrus this year, he'll know a lot more than I'll know on certain people because he's played against them in the last couple of years. But once that is gone, that's when your homework really comes in because you're not in the meeting rooms anymore. You're not in the scouting report rooms anymore. Just ask for the whole book on this team and just get to read it because it's your job to beat them on the field. So, but I do like Collinsworth. I don't have a problem with him. There's times where I'm like, but I like a lot of the football analysts that are here. I think Greg Olson is great at his job.
I do. I definitely
I thought
agree
Tom
with
Brady
that.
was good too, but I know that there's some people who didn't like Tom Brady.
Let's see, from the 469, I watch games on mute TV-wise. I only enjoy radio play-by-play and commentary. From the 817, it's super important. It's the familiarity of the voice that you attach to the sport. I think that's fair. A lot of people saying that they don't really care, but there are certain people that they love or they hate, like from the 682. Don't care, but I hate Chris Collinsworth's voice.
See, I I could see that, and there's just nothing you can do about it because I've definitely heard from people who do not care for the way I speak either. So I get it.
And it's interesting for me. I know I talked about it when Corey mentioned it, but for me, there's the great broadcasters, and then there's everybody else. Whether they're awful, whether okay, whether they're good, they're just everybody else to me.
See, and I think, and this was probably a product of how old I was at the time, and I know these guys are all great, but to me, NFL football was specifically John Madden and Pat Summerall, and it felt weird if you were watching a game that wasn't them. It was the same thing. It felt like Keith Jackson was always on the most important college football game, and he's like, oh, doctor. And so, like, if it was somebody different, it used to really throw me off. I'm not in that space anymore, but I could definitely see how people are.
See, and as a kid, that's how it was for me. Like, it was weird hearing anybody other than Al Michaels. Because growing up, like, I really started watching early 2010s, really started watching football and baseball. So, you know, watching these national football games, if I heard anybody other than Al Michaels, even Joe Buck, who, you know, I was well aware of, but still, I was like, that's not football to me. You know, it's kind of weird, you know, watching some of these, you know, older games and going back and seeing some of the highlights and listening. It's like now I appreciate, but back then, if it wasn't Al Michaels, it felt like it wasn't important to me. Sure. You know, so I do understand, you know, the Tolo was talking about attribution to the sport. That makes a lot of sense.
I think about that every time the Cowboys do not get the A team on the TV broadcast.
Yes.
Because it just feels like, hey, don't forget your team is not important in this game. And you're like, oh, yeah, that's right.
And then, like, I'm on YouTube, so I don't know if, like, they're teasing or not. There's Eric C. It says, matters to me. I don't watch the Rangers broadcast because of Mike. And so I responded, but cordially, I said, thanks, Eric. I said, what part of the broadcast do you not like from me? Because I'd like to learn now. I'm going to be honest. I don't know Eric at all. So I'm not saying I respect your opinion, Eric. I'm not saying I disrespect your opinion. I don't know who you are at all. But what do you like or what do you dislike, right? Because I'd like to learn, not that I would change because of your opinion, but if I'm like, oh, that's valid.
Yeah.
I would think about trying to do it maybe in a little bit of a different way. Is it you're not educated on the sport? I'd be like, well, I'm going to be honest. I don't respect you because, like, I'm very educated on the sport. But if it was the way you're delivering this, when the hitter does this, or when there's a runner on base and you're saying this, or when there's a guy in the bullpen and you're talking about the situation that Bruce Bochy is trying to manage and you say this, I disagree with the way you say it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, now you're getting very specific on when you feel like I am not broadcasting in a good way.
And it even leaks in, and Mike, I feel like you'll start to appreciate this as time goes on, too.
Eric is saying that it's really sports talk radio. Because he's saying it's unnecessary shots at other DFW teams, like, all the time and stuff. Well, that's not what I do on an MLB broadcast.
And that's fair, and I feel like it leaks into the world of pro wrestling, too. It almost feels like an event to me doesn't have big fight feel if Michael Cole isn't calling it. You know, he's been the voice of WWE forever. It's starting to change now with Joe Tessitore getting involved because really just with his big boisterous voice and, you know, having the tones of God himself, like, he makes anything feel important. But in the past when it was like Corey Graves or, you know, Tom Hannafin even in TNA, who I think as TNA's voice of, you know, TNA, he works. But when you're shadowing Michael Cole, everything feels smaller and less important in comparison to Michael Cole yelling, finish the story at WrestleMania in Philadelphia. You know, like, it always feels like big fight feel with him. And the reason I bring this up and I ask everybody and appreciate the interaction on the fan text is for 15 years now, we've heard Scott Hansen on NFL Red Zone.
Yeah.
And he would always introduce it.
I don't think that is correct, but to be fair, I'm not sure.
I mean, there is a parallel there, so I'll give you that. He would introduce 7 hours of commercial-free, which not so true anymore, football for the past 15 years, right? Now his contract has expired with NFL Media, and it looks like NBC is eyeing Scott Hansen to do Gold Zone's primary primetime work for the 2026 Winter Olympics and possibly the 2028 LA Summer Olympics. So that's according to Front Office Sports that they might be looking to poach Scott Hansen, which NBC and Amazon have both been doing that here recently, where they eye maybe not a former player specifically, but just a really, really good on-air sports broadcaster. And they say, look, we have other things that might not be in their realm, but they're so good at what they do, and we have the money to poach them from a league-owned network like this and try to give them all of the money in the world and have them try something new. And you even see the crossovers with like Steve Kornacki with the different election coverage, bringing him in to do the different math models and whatever for NBC. So like you're starting to see a lot of this crossover and a lot of feuding at contract negotiations. So we might be losing Scott Hansen on NFL Red Zone. So I'm interested to see if that viewership changes if they do lose him, if that changes in a negative or a positive way. In my mind, I think it would go down a little bit because people might not be as, focused to the broadcast anymore.
And you might be right about that. Sometimes I do wonder if people will get all their complaints out and still watch all of the same. I don't know. I haven't broken down the data, but I do wonder that.
I think the majority will do that, but I think there will be some of the purists that they're like, no matter who it is, it's not Scott Hansen. It will be a very small percentage of the typical Sunday viewing audience. But I do think some people will drop out, but most people will be like, wham, and then they're still going to watch. But what I really want to talk about is O.J. Simpson. His estate is going up for sale in the middle of March, according to
his anymore.
The executor of his estate.
Does the money go to the Goldmans or?
So this is going to actually be put on by Golden Auctions. And it sounds like this is going to go to pay off legal fees and stuff and legal troubles.
Okay, so yes.
Because his estate currently owes an estimated $117 million in different fees.
Because I remember at the time, the judgment was like he's supposed to give the Goldman family $35 million or something like that.
I would like to say from my life experience, I don't know if you ever have to pay civil fees.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if you ever actually have to. If the judge says you owe something, I don't know it's only civil. They can't throw you in prison for not paying it. So I don't know what happens if you don't pay it.
That is odd.
I mean, OJ died and didn't pay it.
That's true.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of interesting stuff left in his possession either. They're saying mainly just signed pictures is the coolest stuff you're going to find from movie scenes and stuff, and pictures of him with his famous friends that they also signed.
$50 a photo, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so
probably not a ton. Yeah,
we'll see how much it ends up selling off for because he's got a lot of money to make up $117 million's worth and an extra $26,000 per day that the debt is not paid back.
See, and but to Mike's point, and the national deficit and everything, where else what?
Yeah.
What are they going to do? Yeah. He's dead.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do about it?
That's fair, and that's my time.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this really the best Super Bowl champion since 2000? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
We're going to run some clock, or maybe throw the dagger. Hurts going deep for it all. Devontae Smith. He has got it. Touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Could that be the best Super Bowl champion of the last 25 years? Let's talk about that and everything else as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
There we go. It's only 11:45.
What? Yeah, Mike.
Dude.
Has this show exhausted you already?
Yes.
Has it?
I just looked up and I was like, I thought we were at the expressway. We're only at football nuggets.
If you participate in all the segments, maybe it'll go by fast.
It's flying by
No,
for
it
me.
goes by slower. I need Corey. Corey, I know you don't want to do the show with me anymore. Come back. Jeez.
I don't think that is the case. All right, let's start.
And Eric's tired of my bits.
I
told him there's only 6 more shows. That's when I wrote down only 6 more shows, and I thought we were like, Mike Likes It was coming up. I was preparing.
Well,
preparing way too early.
Okay, you just prepare the day before, earlier in the day. All right.
What happened in football yesterday?
Let's talk about Mike Florio.
Heck yeah, he's a good player.
Tell me if you think this is a conflict of interest. Mike Florio, who Pro Football Talk repeatedly talked about how Richie Incognito was a bully, put out a story that said a defamation lawsuit from Richie Incognito would likely go nowhere. Now, this does feel like a little bit of a conflict of an interest, and by saying, hey, your defamation lawsuit is going nowhere because it would probably be against me to start. And he wrote this. Now, I know Mike Florio is an attorney. He's glad to tell you that. So let's consider how a lawyer got...
Probably doesn't say it as much as I've said I'm a former Major League Baseball player.
On that. I don't actually think you do that much. So Florio wrote, so let's consider how a lawyer who got his or her law degree from anything other than the bottom of a box of stale Cracker Jack would evaluate a potential defamation lawsuit from Incognito. So it feels like this entire article is written from the point of view of don't sue me because I think you're going to lose, or I'm going to try to convince you that you're going to lose suing me in an article. That is a fascinating strategy.
I kind of like it.
Do you?
Yeah. I mean, because you said Florio's the first person to remind you that, hey, I have a legal background.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's kind of smart if you just kind of publicly put it out there like, hey, I do this stuff. I did this stuff for a living. You know, I'd like to keep doing this job and keep talking down on you and just remind you that, hey, if you try to attack me for it, then you're not going to get anything out of me. So, you know, I wouldn't say I would do the same thing, but I know how Mike Florio is.
Right.
So I just, from his perspective, I'm like, that's the most Mike Florio thing ever. Go right on ahead. Sure.
I could see that. All right. Let's go from that to, is this a dumb bet? So the Philadelphia Museum of Art, at first I thought this was a really cool bet. They made a Super Bowl wager with the Kansas City, the Nelson Atkins Museum. And they bet a Manet painting against a Manet painting. However, it's only temporary. Don't you think we need to up the stakes so the Philadelphia Museum of Art will get this extra Manet painting for, like a little while, and then they have to send it back? Nonsense. You won the Super Bowl. Well, your city and your team won the Super Bowl. I think you should get to keep that painting.
Yeah. It's a Manet, right?
That's right. Not a Monet.
Yeah.
And not mayonnaise. That's where you're going. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
That's kind of what I thought. All right, let's talk.
Or a Ginobili.
Do you think Manu Ginobili paints?
He's from Argentina.
What does that mean? Is there a higher proportion of people in Argentina who paint than other places?
Alec,
he
you look like
know.
you might be from Argentina. Have you ever been to Does he look like he could be
How
from?
so?
He has long hair. He has a bun.
And that's what you identify with Argentinian people?
Yeah.
I wear my hair down every day now.
Maybe artist.
Uh-huh.
He wears that Dallas upside down hat. That's art.
Mm-hmm.
You just put the letters upside down.
See, I can't wear them when Mike's gone anymore, though, because then I don't get any joy out of it.
I don't know. Maybe Argentinians like to paint more.
Okay.
My daughter likes to paint.
I'll look it up.
Keep in mind, again, that's not really what we're talking about. So you're...
They won the Super Bowl and got a painting for it.
They did, and then they have to give it back.
Well, that happens.
Okay. So,
what do you want me to do about it? Go to New York and tell them to put it in their art museum?
Why New York?
Isn't they have a famous art museum I had to go to with my wife and daughter for a day?
So you went there. You don't know if it was famous or
No, it
what
was famous.
called.
A lot of people were there.
Was it the Met?
Yeah, I played for him.
Mister.
So over the weekend, it was reported
Chicago has a big art gallery too.
Yes, they do. That's where they filmed some of Ferris Bueller.
I know. I took a picture with that painting.
Did you?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Did you play that song while you were doing?
No, there were people there.
Okay.
I told her, I said, get out of the way. I got to take my Ferris picture.
So the NFL fined Philadelphia Eagles rookie outside linebacker Jalix Hunt about $6,000, and Rob McElhaney from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, or from Mythic Quest, if you want to check that out, said he is glad to pay that fee. He goes, he said, DM me. I'll pay this fine worth every single penny. If you had all the millions of dollars, do you think you would pay off fines from some of your favorite sports people if they won championships?
Yeah. Okay. But it feels like a waste of money. Like, they did get fined.
It's true.
They are making money.
It's true.
Like, I have a couple cards I want to give to Josh Young and Evan Carter.
Okay.
When we get to spring training Sunday. Like, we'll see them Monday, I assume, in the clubhouse.
Probably.
But I can't find the card I want to give Evan Carter. If you haven't watched, Josh Young just put out a new, like, they opened up cards, Evan Carter and Josh Young, and I watched it on YouTube, and then I'm like, oh, I could give these guys a couple presents, and I know where my Josh Young present is I want to give them, which he'll probably like, yeah, big deal. I can buy a whole bunch of different things you can't. I make major
I don't
league
know
money.
if everybody thinks that way, Mike.
That's the way they look at me. They're like,
Okay.
you're a poor in here, aren't you?
Oh,
and I'm
my
like,
gosh.
I am, yeah.
Holy moly.
But,
Okay.
you know, what do we call this, pizza rolls or something? What do you say I eat?
No, I just said I do not care for Totino's pizza rolls.
They're-
That's all there
You didn't
was
say they
to
were
it.
for the poors? I thought you did.
That was a joke.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right, shut up. All right, let's go
I'm excited here.
from that to, you know what, Alec,
We
give me
talked
your
about
thoughts
art.
on this.
We gave art. My daughter's getting a fine arts major.
How did you give that art story your attention?
You said there is a picture by Mayo, OJ Mayo, I think, combining the two stories.
Mm-hmm.
And the Philadelphia Eagles got it for winning the Super Bowl, but they can only have it for a short amount of time. Then they have to give it back to the New York Met.
So many things are inaccurate.
Did I get it right?
No, you didn't.
How close? Give me
Like-
a percentage.
12%.
Better than 0%.
I guess that is true.
Mike was actually onto something about Argentina. According to Latin American Art Day, Argentina has a rich tradition in visual arts with a long history of painting and sculpture.
But, okay.
I mean, it's my second to last show in this studio, and I'll never
Hold on.
be in here
No.
again. And
I'm
I
gonna
just nailed it again.
I'm going to stop this right now.
This is amazing.
You say
I'm the smartest guy you never met.
no, because you say that Mike was right because Argentinian people are artistic. Keep in mind, that's not what we were talking about. He said Alec looked Argentinian because he has long hair, and maybe Manu Ginobili was a painter because we were talking about Manet. That is not correct.
There's only one letter that's different in Manet and Manu.
That is also incorrect. There
Can't
are
back you
two
on that
letters that are different.
Name them.
E and T. Or if you want to throw in the U, 3 letters.
That's Manette.
Okay, well, I'm not getting into that conversation with you now because my head might literally explode like scanners or something like that. So I'm not doing that right
Where's
now.
Corey?
God bless Corey. I hope your doctor is a miracle
Tomorrow, if
worker.
you take off and he takes off, it's 4 hours of my last show ever in studio by myself, and everything goes.
Let me tell you something right now. If Corey tells me he's out, I'm going to take off tomorrow. I'm going to be like, I'm out too. All right.
Hey, Alec, get ready for the best of. Start pulling things.
Netflix. We're going to have to wait on the Super Bowl thing. We'll get to that.
Oh, Netflix had WWE last night.
That is true. Did you know that they also want a package of Sunday NFL games? So we've talked about, obviously, Amazon took on the Thursday. You've seen Peacock and Amazon get some playoff exclusives. Fox has held the NFC package of Sunday regional games since 94. CBS has had the AFC package since 1998.
But they don't really have that package anymore.
That is,
they just do NFL games.
It
now.
has been fragmented a lot differently than it used to be. But Netflix has a market value of $450 billion. So if they want to be aggressive and make this happen, I definitely think they can.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what Netflix is thinking. They got the WWE on Mondays. They couldn't get Fridays. SmackDown's still on TNT. Is that what it is on?
It's on USA.
Yeah, USA. 3 letters.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Most stations are 3 letters.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Radio stations are 4 numbers.
Mm-hmm. Never mind. Bruce Bochy says to have a successful season, you need a surprise or two. Who will that be for the Rangers?
3 or 4.
Or we'll end up talking about something else weird. I don't know.
It's fun.
Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee! It's high noon here on 105.3 The Fan, and surprise! We're talking Texas Rangers. They're in Surprise, Arizona, and Kevin wants to talk about surprises on the team.
Yes.
How was that, Tease?
That was fantastic.
Thanks.
Since there's not a whole bunch of people around, I didn't feel embarrassed and have to put my hands over my face like when we were at the Super Bowl.
Well, I did it again.
You're the best, Mike.
Are you embarrassed?
I was. So I
wasn't.
I know. I am not honestly not sure what does or does not embarrass you.
My pitching.
Okay. So Bruce Bochy has said this multiple times. And he said to have a successful season, you need a surprise or two. With the talent that we have in our bullpen, that's where we're hoping somebody steps up and handles things. I'm not talking about just a closing role, but those high leverage situations too. We want them to do what we really believe they can do and get them to know and believe that they can do it. So we could talk about the bullpen if you want, but really this is a bigger picture thing because a lot of people have high expectations for the Rangers this year. Safe to say? All right.
The Rangers front office believes that this is a championship team. I'm not saying that they don't. They probably know that they need to make a few tweaks along the way as the season plays out. But if they don't make it to the playoffs, this will be a major disappointment from the front office.
So with that in mind, Bochy says all successful seasons, you get a surprise or two. And so I'm curious for y'all, who would be your Rangers surprise or two?
Rangers surprise would be, and it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I'll start with this one. Kamar Rocker is in the rotation and is consistently good.
Okay, I like that one.
Because it's as much as good as he was at Vanderbilt, as nice as we saw him pitch at the end of last year in the major leagues, it is not easy to consistently go out there every fifth or sixth day and be good in the major leagues the first time you're facing major league hitters. And as they start seeing what you do, your tendencies to then still defeat those guys on a consistent basis. So I'm hopeful, but I would be surprised if he was able to, let's say, go out there, give you 120 innings and put up an ERA. I'll put it at under 4, which I think is doable. Don't get me wrong. I think is doable. But, if he puts up like a 3.5 ERA in 22 or 25 starts this year, I will be surprised.
So I'm going to start with Evan Carter.
Gotcha, my guy.
And I know this is tough because we've already seen Evan Carter be just about as good as it gets in the postseason.
Yeah. I also feel bad because I might be bidding up his mom on some of his cards.
Oh, no.
I don't know, but he said his mom is buying a lot of his cards.
When we see him in spring training, we need to ask, what is your mom's
Hey,
eBay
I won
handle?
this card. I don't want to like beat your mom when it comes to like these bids. I'll let your mom get it.
Okay. Remember, Friday, Masterpiece of the Week. So Evan Carter had this to say, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this as well. I don't know if this will work because, the media, it is how it is. He said he thinks his back injury won't be an issue this season. Quote, "We know what the issue is. I'm good now. I feel like it's one of those things that I kind of want to keep it personal, I guess.
Okay.
We don't feel like it's best for everybody to really put it out there and know exactly what's going on. It's kind of personal to me, and we just got to keep it that way. I can't change it. It is what it is. It's part of me now, but we've got a plan." So it's not something that surgery just magically went away or whatever.
I'm going to put you on the hot seat here.
Okay.
Surprise. What do you think it is?
Yeah, I was curious if it was some kind of like.
I honestly don't know. I'm asking you because you're like, this is
spinal issue that has affected that. I'm not sure. I'm going to respect his wishes to try to keep it private.
Yeah, it's not probably a good question for me to ask. I'm just like, the way you're presenting it, I'm like, does Kevin feel like he knows something medically that I'm not knowing?
No. It's just this last part. I can't change it.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's part of me now, but we've got a plan. So I have legitimately no insight.
I love Evan Carter. I feel like that's a little bit of youth there, saying too much to the media.
Yeah. Instead of just saying, we're going to keep it private.
Yeah. Just say, hey, we have the back situation figured out.
Yep.
And I feel like I'm going to be 100% healthy this year. I can't guarantee it.
Yeah.
But I'm ready to go. And barring something that we see unseen, I think I'm going to be able to play every game this year.
And so one of the reasons why he's on my surprise list is just because he was like, hey, we've got a plan. I don't think this is going to be an issue. I realize maybe in the back of his head he still thinks that. But I saw Evan Carter be just about as good as it can get in the clutch moments. And so then I definitely believe that he could do so in the major leagues. I remember, you just look at every time he seems to have been doubted, he's responded very well. Like when he got drafted, you still remember MLB Network's like, I don't know who the hell this kid is.
Yeah.
And so then he tore up the minor leagues and he got brought up and people are like, oh, well, he's not going to make an impact on a championship team. And then he did. And then his follow-up was a terrible season. Now, part of it was because of injury, but when he was out there, he was playing very poorly. I think he's going to be a surprise this season and kind of remind everybody who the hell he is, for lack of a better phrase. So that's who I'm throwing out there.
Well, I've been buying some of his cards. I believe he's going to bounce back and have a very good year. Now, obviously, I'm getting excited following the Texas Rangers social media clips of all the players looking healthy and swinging the bat and running and fielding and everything, and it just looks awesome.
Ask Evan Carter what his mom's eBay handle is so we can make sure you're not making her pay more money than necessary.
Yeah. No, you're right. I'm just looking at Evan Carter right now, and at 19 years old, playing in 106 minor league games, and I believe he did have to miss in one of the years, I think it was 21, is where he had the back issue. So when he was 18 years old, I believe he had a back issue in like May or June and had to shut it down and only played 32 games. But then the next year he came back, played A-ball and AA at 19 years old, which, by the way, that is 5.3 years younger than the people he's playing against.
Wow.
And he hit 295 with an 885 OPS. That's at 19 years old in high A-ball and AA. So then the next year in 23, obviously we know what he did in the major leagues and in the playoffs, but this is in the minor leagues in AA and AAA at 6.7 years younger than the competition on average. He hit 288 with an 863 OPS.
Wow.
So it's there. Like, he is competing against dudes that are 5 and 6 years older than him on average.
Yep.
And he is putting up tremendous all-star numbers in A-ball, AA, and AAA. And then he came up to the majors and was great in the playoffs. And then last year, obviously, he did not play well and probably played with a back injury most of the season when he played in April and May. So, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I'm expecting an OPS. I'll go with OPS. I'm expecting an OPS of 800 to 850 this year.
Which would be tremendous.
And right now you have him slated to bat 8th or 9th in your lineup.
Can
you imagine having an 8 or 9 hole hitter with an 825 OPS?
Because that should be like your number 3 or 4 hitter or something like that. That would be tremendous. All right, I'm going to read off a few of these, and then if you have another one you want to go to, we can definitely do that. From the 907, my hot take, Rocker, he's going to be a starter and goes 20-5. All right.
Okay, well, slow down there.
I love it. Because if you get Evan Carter and Kamar Rocker putting those
up. Is he
up,
saying 20-5 record?
Correct.
I just don't think he's going to pitch 5+ innings enough times to get that.
To 20 wins.
Because they got to watch his innings. So I do think there's going to be some starts. where they're like, well, we want him to keep pitching.
Yeah.
But don't be surprised if Kamar Rocker starts the game, throws 3 to 4 innings, and is doing well at like 60 pitches through 4 innings,
and they take him out. Yeah.
Because they're like, look, we have to watch his innings, and then we have Dane Dunning, who, or let's say Walter Pennington's up on the team at this point or something, and we expect them to throw the next 2 or 3 innings to get it to the 7th or 8th inning for our, hopefully, guys that are surprises, because I don't know. That's going to be the huge surprise. If somebody steps up and is like a good closer and a good setup guy.
From the 817, Evan Carter and Jake Berger. From the 972, Josh Young. I want him to take a jump from somewhat good to superstar third baseman. From the 972, Evan Carter. The future top 4 of the Rangers lineup, Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford, Walcott, and Young. It's just with Walcott, you're too early.
Right.
Now, all 3 of the rest of them are absolutely part of this team in the lineup, barring injury. So I get that. All right. Is there another one that you want to go to?
Well, you know what? I want to save what I was telling you before the show. I want to save that for a segment tomorrow.
Okay.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
There are other ones, though, and I will say, you mentioned Josh Young. Josh Young staying healthy.
Yep.
I'm not even going to give numbers.
Yep.
If you just have him available to play third base 125 games this year, I'm going to be pumped. And that's not even a high, I'm going to be honest, that's not a high number, 125 games.
So what would you think about Jonah Heim as a surprise?
Yeah.
You mentioned it earlier,
Yeah.
so I decided to dive into those numbers. Not just one of the worst catchers, one of the worst players in Major League Baseball with at least 400 plate appearances.
Yeah, so an everyday player, he is arguably the worst.
A 220 batting average, a 602 OPS. He was one of 19 regulars to finish with a negative WAR. And so Heim said that he had a conversation with Bobby Wilson, and Bobby Wilson was, quote, upfront and honest. And I feel like sometimes that is missing, not just from sports, but from all professional discussions, where sometimes you have to have some tough love and be like, hey, I like you, but we still need to fix up these things. So I'm going to throw out Jonah Heim as a potential surprise.
I like what Bobby did. I have no clue what he said, but I can give you an idea. Your career's on the line.
Yeah.
You're not a perennial all-star. I get what you did in 23, and it was awesome, but you understand, because Bobby Wilson is a supporter of the player. He's trying to help the player as much, and the Texas Rangers, don't get me wrong. But he wants Jonah Heim to have a great, successful, long career. That's what he's trying to help him be good now and be good for the future. And if I'm a general manager and I'm looking at 2020 and 21 and 22 and 24, 2023 comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So, dude, right now teams are looking at you as like, 2023 came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm going to rely more on 20, 21, 22, and 24 right now. Unless in 25 he jumps back to 23, and then I'm going to go, wait a second. Now there's 2 out of the last 3 years he's done that. But it's going to be interesting to see, because I do think it's going to be close to a 50-50 split to start the year with Higgy and Heim.
Yeah.
And then this is probably also from Bobby Wilson's perspective. Higgy might end up by mid-May being our everyday guy, and you're the backup.
You could be right about that. Now, I know this doesn't specifically address what Bobby Wilson said to him, but just listen to this quote from Jonah Heim, who, by the way, he doesn't turn 30 until June.
Yeah, good guy, too.
He said, we had a real honest conversation. He's like, we close it down here. We know there's way more in you. You've shown it. Everything he said was true. I was nowhere near the season I was capable of having. I knew it. I was pretty honest with myself about it, and then here we go. I'd been saying it to myself all year. You don't want to hear it, but it's got to be said. I was fully aware of the year I had. I had to learn from it and get better. And so I think that's one of the reasons that Jonah Heim's on my list, Evan Carter's on my list. And so those are the 2 of the people that I'm thinking about. And from the 214, we've seen flashes of this. Adolis will be an MVP candidate. If that is the case, he's going to make himself a lot of money. Yeah. He really is. Probably not with the Rangers, but a lot of money.
How about an all-star again? I love the MVP candidate. I hope that comes true. But I think that might be going a little bit too far when you start looking at Aaron Judge, Bobby Witt Jr., Gunnar Henderson, Corey Seager on your own team. There's a lot of guys that he would have to overcome for possible MVP. You're talking about making the all-star team again as an outfielder? I think that's realistic.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talked about it earlier. seeing another uptick in his defense, like back to where it was.
Yeah,
the year
that was
before.
surprising last year. I'm hoping that his knee was bugging him. I think it was his knee at the end of the year that finally he kind of was like, all right, like enough is enough, because he was not moving the same and tracking balls the same in the outfield to what we were used to seeing.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, remember, we've got our college baseball ticket giveaway, plus Mike Likes It, plus this. How did you fall in love with the team you root for that isn't your hometown team? I know a lot of people root for not your hometown team. Let's hear that origin story next on The Fan.
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
There's the pass to Leitner. Puts it up.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In your face, Will Chambers. The greatest college basketball moment in history. But it kind of springboards into the topic that I wanted to talk about.
Can I ask you this?
Yeah.
Random question.
Sure.
Who's the white dude for Gonzaga that played for the Utah Jazz and Boston Celtics?
Yes, that was Gordon Hayward.
If he would have made shot to win the championship from about half court, that would have been the greatest ever, right?
I mean, because it was, did you say Gonzaga? It was Butler.
Butler, that's right.
So, yes, because that would have been
the beaches of Gonzaga.
The most improbable champion since Villanova, probably, in 85. Yeah. And, like, that shot would have been incredible. And it was online.
Yeah.
Like, that was a really good shot. Now, we've talked about this, and this could be about the Cowboys. It could be about whatever the hell you want. For a variety of reasons, people don't root for the teams where they grew up. Like, personally, I do for the most part. But what I really wanted to know for you, Alec, for you, Mike, for all of the listeners right now, is there a team that you root for that isn't your hometown team? And if so, how did you fall in love with that team? So for me, when I was a little kid, it was as simple as this. The Final Four was at Reunion Arena, and I got to go, and I thought that Duke looked cool because I was a little kid. And so I picked basically off of color, and I supported
you like blue
Duke.
More than red?
I guess
so.
Who
did they play? I know Louisville won it all.
Was it Seton Hall first?
They're blue too.
Okay, well, for whatever reason, I decided that Duke was going to be my team. They didn't win it all, but that's who I stuck with. For Brandon, most of our family is from Chicago, and he always loved Jimmy Butler. And so he still supports the Bulls no matter what, even though clearly they've been on hard times. So I'm really
good for him no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. I thought once Jimmy Butler got traded the first time that maybe he was going to move his allegiance, and he's like, nope, the Bulls are my team. And
does he like when the Mavs are good, or does he not care?
He is largely indifferent.
Okay.
So he roots for all of the other teams. Like, he's big Cowboys, Rangers, Stars. But for whatever reason, the Mavericks just don't really move the needle. So what I wanted to know from you guys, from the Twitch, from the YouTube, how did you start supporting maybe a team that was not geographically available to you?
Well, I mean, for me right now, I'm just rooting for Patrick Mahomes. But Patrick Mahomes from this area, for the most part, I get East Texas, but not far away. Father played for the Rangers. I guess now he's fighting my former teammate, John Rocker. Is that happening, or is that fake?
And that looks like a giant setup, because people were asking if it was a setup when it first happened, and then they announced they were boxing each other, and you're like, oh, okay. So
it seemed like it happened way too quick, right?
Yes.
Okay. So for Mahomes, Texas Tech, that's where I went to school for 3 semesters. That's where I signed to play baseball at. So I feel like there's a connection there.
Okay.
Got to interview him when he was with Lee Steinberg in Houston, getting ready for the draft at the Super Bowl when the Super Bowl was in Houston. So for me, and then he's so fun to watch.
He really
just like this, and I get he dropped off in a way. He has. He's more a conservative quarterback. I did like it when he was crazy, and
there's still part of me that thinks like you give him a crazy weapon and he'll be like, let's check this out.
Yeah, it's kind of like in a way, I know they're very different, but Brady got pretty crazy when he got Randy Moss.
Yeah.
And then when Randy Moss left the team, he went kind of back to a conservative quarterback. But when it comes to basketball, I'm not jumping on any other team's bandwagon. I'm just jumping completely off of basketball. And baseball, look, I totally lost my love for the Texas Rangers in about 1997. 96, I was still rooting for them because I was just out of high school and I was playing, sorry, Eric, I know I'm talking about my baseball career again, but I'm really talking about my fandom of the Rangers, is once you start playing professional baseball and you're playing for another organization, it's really tough to be like, I'm really rooting for my childhood team really hard. You're in like, now I'm in the sport trying to make that league.
Right.
And then, when I got done, I obviously, in a way, getting into sports media in 2009, and then the Rangers are good in 2009, and then they're great in 2010 and 2011, it was easy to kind of go back to Rangers, you know? And I didn't have a job with the Rangers at all at that point. So that got me back to the Rangers, but I never I was just jumping to the team that was paying me money.
So what's really interesting, and it makes a lot of sense, is that the Cubs have jumped out to like a lot of representation early because of WGN, much like with the Braves TBS.
I was my dog's name in 1991 when I needed to name the dog came down to Glavin or Avery. Name the dog Avery.
Outstanding.
The Braves were good. The Rangers it was as a kid, did you ever think they were ever going to make the playoffs? I don't even remember thinking they were in a playoff race as a kid.
So much so that I believe it was the 1994 season. The Rangers were like 10 games under 500, but they were technically in first when the strike shut everything down. And I thought that should have counted as us making the playoffs. And I really thought we got screwed over that year. That's how bad the Rangers were for a time. But think about it. What if you live all of the other places where there's no baseball team or basketball, football, hockey, whatever? I can see how you would absolutely gravitate towards the Cubs and the Braves because you're like, I can watch them just about every day and fall in love with Damon Berryhill or whoever your
Mark
player
Grace.
of
I
choice
loved
was.
Mark Grace.
Yeah.
And that was awesome to come home from school and they were in like the fifth inning usually of a game in Chicago. I mean, that was amazing. And then later that night you had the choice of watching the Braves. I guess that still wasn't free TV because you had to have a cable package.
Yeah.
But you had the Braves option or you had the Rangers option at nighttime.
Okay, I like this from the 469. Being a first-generation American, I lean towards the mascots. So I went with the Raiders because it looked cool. Now, here's the sad part. So now I root for two of the sorriest teams in the league, the Cowboys and the Raiders. Look, that is part of the experience of being a sports fan is sometimes you feel like you're stuck. And you're like, that's my team. Sometimes I wish they were not my team. I support a college football team that has a history of not really doing anything.
Aren't they going to? I just feel for my son who's becoming an Aggie fan of sports. And I'm like, he's like, they're great at basketball this year. And I'm like, watch them just be a 4 seed and lose in the first round.
I
know they're really good.
Really good.
It just feels like that's what Texas A&M does.
Yeah.
Unless it's women's sports. They can accomplish goals in women's
track.
sports.
They're phenomenal at that. Okay, I got to admit it. This person says from the 817, I became a Phillies fan early 2000s because the Rangers were so bad I needed another team. I liked Ryan Howard and Chase Utley. I'm not sure if they were a fan of Von Hayes or anything like that.
Yeah,
but
Von Hayes. Yeah. If Von Hayes came in here, you'd give him the toy.
Man, nobody knows who Von Hayes is. All right, and that concludes our reenactment of the toy store scene from the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia Christmas episode.
You'd have one for Von Hayes.
I see their point. Probably not for Von Hayes.
Was that guy a fan of Chooch on the Phillies? Let's see how big of a fan he was. Tell him, text in who Chooch was.
Okay, that was the extent of the text.
I used to call him Choochie.
Okay.
Chooch, that's his nickname. He should know that if he is a Phillies fan of like the Ryan Howard, Chase Utley Phillies.
All right, Alec, do you have, because not everybody has a team like this. I'll admit Duke is my team like that. I told you why Brandon supports the Bulls. Do you have a team that is not necessarily geographically based, and why did you start rooting for them?
So there's a team that I won't say I actively root for, but a team that I definitely like. I'm happy when they succeed because growing up, I can give you the exact game that like kind of burnt it into my mind that I liked this team was December 23rd, 2012. It was a primetime game between the Seahawks and the 49ers. And that was Russell Wilson when he first broke into the league. He had a big game that night against Colin Kaepernick. And that's when I kind of realized football is cool. You know, like I enjoy this game. This is really fun. And seeing Russell Wilson out there when he was really, really good and still fresh in the league, I was like, this is awesome. This is high quality sports. I like that team. And kind of like you, Kevin, I was like, their primary color is blue. That's my favorite color too. So go Russell Wilson. And being a smaller athlete growing up, I found some sort of resemblance there with Russell Wilson too. So that game, from then on, I was like, I want the Seahawks to win this year because I know the Cowboys won't do anything. And, you know, I grew up in a diehard Cowboys family, so I will always be that first and foremost. But anytime I see the Seahawks do well, I'm like, yeah, the like 11-year-old in me is very happy.
Okay. All right, let's go to this from the 469. My dad grew up on the East Coast and was a Patriots fan his whole life. I remember when I was around 5, I liked the Buffalo Bills. And now at 36 years old, I'm still all in on the Bills. For my mom, she used to like maybe she still does. She liked the White Sox because everybody else where they lived and in her family were Cubs fans. And she wanted to go against the grain, in case you've ever wondered where I get that attitude from. And so she started rooting for the White Sox. From the 817, Washington Nationals. I just like their logo when they moved to Washington, so I bought a hat. From the 682, I rooted for the Carolina
and you
Panthers.
Could go to Walgreens.
Yes. Well, do employees at Walgreens wear hats? Like, you don't think someone's going to be like,
Isn't that
hey, do you
amazing?
work here?
You can get all your Walgreens employees MLB Washington Nationals hats, and they're like, here we go.
Would it trip you out if you walked into a Walgreens and all of their employees were wearing Washington National hats? I'd be like, the hell's going on here?
It's the logo.
Okay. From the 682, my Little League team was the Cubs, and I could watch them on WGN. Now, I'm surprised we haven't seen more answers like that so far, is my Little League team is who I started to root for on the big stage. You could see that, right? Like, not necessarily it happened to you, but I feel like a lot of people are like, yep, here's my Cubs jersey, go Cubs.
So Alec is obviously young, so they probably had easy access to replica jerseys when he was a kid playing sports. At Duncanville, when we played and we were the Dodgers, we had a maroon jersey that just had a D like over one of our like breasts. Like, that was it. We were maroon as the Dodgers. So everybody,
that is confusing.
Yeah, like other teams were like, they're the Dodgers. No resemblance at all to the Dodgers jersey. So I wore number 16 because I was like, my favorite player at the time was Doc Gooden on the Mets.
Yes.
But it was just, I don't know. I'm just wondering. Now I'm 47. Back then, I think it was very tough. You just went to your local T-shirt company in your city and was like, we just need about 15 of these in youth sizes. Just put a cursive D right here. And they're like,
we care about the color?
We got maroon available. And they're like, we don't care. Like, fine. Make a hat in maroon too that has a D on it.
From the 682, there was no FC Dallas at the time, or back in the day, the Dallas Burn. And the first football team I laid eyes on was Arsenal FC, and thus my only non-hometown fandom was born. So, are you about to give me an update on the World Series from last year?
No.
Okay. Because you're looking at the World Series game.
I mean, come on. 6 more shows after this is over. We're an hour and 20 minutes away from being done here, okay? Just concentrate for a second.
Okay.
All right. And you got me thinking about things, and now I forgot what I was going to say.
See, I think you just stalled for time because that is what you were going to do.
It wasn't. I promise it wasn't. Okay. I don't lie to you. Sometimes I do just to tick you off, but not this time.
Right.
You just made me forget what I was going to think about and say out of my mouth.
Well, I'm very sorry that happened. From the 972, the Braves being on TBS growing up made me love them forever. I became a Rangers fan as I got older. And so you don't think, Mike, do you think you're going to be a Chiefs fan like post Mahomes? Probably not, right?
No, no.
Okay.
I hope this, since, I'm not really going to talk Cowboys much anymore, like the rest of my life on the station, this is not Dak Prescott's fault. I'd like to say this 3 times. It's not Dak Prescott's fault. It's not Dak's fault. I don't believe in him as a quarterback. I'm not saying I believe in the Jones family at all. But 3 to 4 years from now, I assume his career will be coming to a close with that contract.
Right.
And let's just say I have no clue. 3 to 4, I have no clue who's a good senior high school quarterback. I guess the Duncanville kid. I don't even know his name. But he's going to Alabama. As somebody that the Cowboys draft in the first round that's a quarterback, that gives me hope that maybe he could change the outcome of the Cowboys in the future.
Yeah.
I'll be like, not that I'm like a huge Cowboys fan again like I was, but I'd be like, hey, there's hope there. I feel like it's not Dak's fault. He's a good quarterback. He's just not good enough. I already know he's not good enough, and it's not going to happen with him at quarterback.
And part of the reason when you say not good enough, it's not good enough to make up for the organizational failures as well.
Look at Tom Landry and Roger Staubach. Look at Jimmy Johnson and Troy Aikman. Look at Joe Montana and Steve Walsh. Not Steve Walsh.
Bill
sorry,
Walsh.
Bill Walsh. If you look at the history of the NFL, this is where Jerry knows the history of the NFL. He just refuses to do it right, and he doesn't care about winning. You have to hire a great head coach and get a great quarterback. Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
As soon as you do that, you have an opportunity. It doesn't mean you will win, but you have the opportunity to win. And maybe if that happened, if the Cowboys got the great quarterback, and I think Jerry will have to be away from the team. I'll just make, because then maybe, and I don't know, Steven might want a puppet too, but maybe you hire a great coach with authority and a plan, and you let him have authority and a plan and a great quarterback. Those are tough combination to get. It's the only way to win in the NFL, unless you want to have one of the greatest defenses in like a 20-year period.
Sure.
It's the only way to win. And I just don't know if Jerry's ever going to do that. But if that were to happen, if I felt like there was some sort of Jimmy Johnson, Troy Aikman combination, that would give me hope in the Dallas Cowboys. So that would be the way I would come back to the Dallas Cowboys, is the hope of the coach and the quarterback. I have no hope in this coach, and I have no hope in this quarterback.
Now, it does seem like a lot of this is because of players, although I'm sorry I don't have the number now. I did like the person who said, I was born in LA as a Dallas Cowboys fan. I just really love that passion was there to begin with. From the 469, I root for the Bengals because of Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco. From the 469, I started liking Miami football after their first 30 for 30, even though I'm from Dallas. And from the 469, from Texas, but they like Florida State football because of Charlie Ward. So you see a lot of individual players. Sometimes it's little league teams. Sometimes it was availability. Sometimes it was color scheme. But so many different people have so many different reasons for rooting for the team that is not necessarily where they're from. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of quick updates for you. First of all, word going around is that the Bengals would franchise tag T. Higgins if they're not able to come to a long-term extension, but they're hoping to be able to bring all three of those big-time players back. And also, I feel like it's about that time.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. College baseball is back at Globe Life Field. Be caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 right now to win your 4-pack of tickets to the entire final weekend of games at Globe Life Field on Friday the 28th through Sunday, March 2nd. Got to be caller number 10, 877-881-1053, and we'll be doing this giveaway all week long. And now it's time for Mike Likes It.
Okay, so we've gone over MLB's top 100 players right now, last week, I believe. And I wanted to do this 10 years ago. I wanted to go back and look at the top 100 players right now, how many Rangers were on that list, and then who were the top 10 players 10 years ago. By the way, real quick, if you didn't hear, top 10 players right now in Major League Baseball in order: Ohtani, Judge, Witt, Soto, and Mookie Betts. Those are your top 5. Now 6 through 10 are Francisco Lindor, Yordan Alvarez, Freeman, Jose Ramirez, and Gunnar Henderson. So those are the top 10 players right now in baseball going into this season. So that gives you who the top 10 are now. Now, Kevin, I think this could be fun.
Yeah.
I would love for you to try to guess going into the 2016 season, before we get the top 10 right now.
Yep.
How many Rangers do you think were on the top 10 right now going into the 2016 season?
0.
They're actually 2. Now, they just made the playoffs in 15.
Okay.
I was surprised there were only 2, to be honest. I thought there were 2 others, but I'm like, they're not on this
list. In the top 10?
Top 100.
Oh,
I'm sorry. If I said top 10, I'm sorry. That's my fault.
Okay.
Top 100.
That makes more sense. I was like, hold up. You thought we had 4 of the top 10 players?
No,
okay.
no.
Yes. 4 in the top 100. All
there
right.
are only 2, actually.
Okay, but you thought there could have been 4.
I thought there were going to be 4. I'll tell you the 2 that I thought were.
Okay.
I thought Yu Darvish and Cole Hamels would be on there, and they weren't.
Okay. Did they put Elvis Andrus in there?
No.
Wow.
You'll get 1 easy.
Okay, now I'm going to feel really dumb because I thought about the top 10 across Major League Baseball.
He was number 24 overall. So just to give you an idea, he was very high on the list and was consistently on the list.
Why? I think you should just tell me.
Adrian Beltre.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And then I was surprised by this, unless I missed it, because I went through this last night twice. I'm like, so there's no Cole Hamels and what he did for the Texas Rangers in 2015, getting traded and then getting to the playoffs. But there was one other Ranger on this list at number 82, and I will tell you, this was his last year to ever play baseball because his neck went out on him a year and a half into his Texas Ranger career, pretty much. Prince Fielder.
Oh, yeah. And I love that trade when we made it.
So Prince Fielder, number 82, and Adrian Beltre, number 24, the only two players going into 2016. And the Rangers end up having the best record in the American League that year.
They did.
So the Rangers had 4 on the list this year: Wyatt Langford, Jacob deGrom, Marcus Semien, and Corey Seager at 17. Now, I'd love for you to try to guess in 2016 the top 10 players in baseball. And if you're on YouTube, you can maybe guess if you'd like to guess the top 10 players 10 years ago.
This is where I put a lot of my energy, so if you tell me I'm doing bad, I'm going to be really sad.
All right.
I've got 5 I feel really good about.
Do it, baby.
Mike Trout.
Number 1.
Clayton Kershaw.
Number 3.
Bryce Harper.
Number 2. 1, 2, 3.
Buster Posey.
Number 7.
Miguel Cabrera.
Number 10.
All right, so we got the 5 I felt good about. I have 3 more that I wrote down.
All right.
Giancarlo Stanton.
Giancarlo Stanton is number 14.
Oh! Max Scherzer.
Max Scherzer is number, I saw him, 21.
Okay, and then I had one more. This is kind of my...
Like, this is not easy. At this point, you did name probably the 5 most popular, and also you're naming 5. I know you're not a huge fan of Bryce Harper, but he will be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
And I do understand
his
that.
accumulation of stats is going to be there.
So I'm going to throw this one out there. Maybe not as well known, especially compared to the rest of them, but I just remember at the times, cards were on fire. Is Andrew McCutchen in that top 10?
Number 4.
Dude, he was
I think people forget how great Andrew McCutchen was. Not for a long period of time, but for about a 5-year period from, I would guess, my guesstimation would be from about 2011 to 2015-16, he was the best outfielder in the National League. Obviously, he wasn't better than Mike Trout, but there was about a 5-year period where you talked about outfielders and you talked about Mike Trout and Andrew McCutchen. So, your top 10 players 10 years ago: Mike Trout, number 1, Bryce Harper, number 2, Clayton Kershaw, number 3, Andrew McCutchen, number 4. Number 5, very good player, Josh Donaldson.
Well, I would not have gotten that.
Number 6, Paul Goldschmidt, first baseman, Arizona Diamondbacks.
Okay. Yeah.
Number 7, you named Buster Posey. Number 8, an up-and-comer at this point. Now, he has established himself, but still an up-and-comer with the Baltimore Orioles, Manny Machado.
Okay. Oh, that is a good one.
Number 9. I'll give you a hint here, and you're going to have to kind of maybe know college baseball, and locally you might know because you might have covered him in high school. TCU?
Jake Arrieta.
Yeah.
And the reason I thought about that, but I could not remember offhand when he won the Cy Young. Not only did he go to TCU, he went to Plano East.
Yeah.
So, yes, I absolutely covered Jake Arrieta. And so as soon as you said that, I was like, got it. I didn't remember when he won his Cy Young.
So what's interesting here...
Wow, what number was he?
Number 9 overall. Is to look at these top 10 right now and go, man, it can change. And if you look at the top 10 years ago, I would say Andrew McCutchen, not going to be a Hall of Famer. Josh Donaldson, not going to be a Hall of Famer. Jake Arrieta, not going to be a Hall of Famer. So 3 in the top 10, I'm pretty sure, will not be Hall of Famers. Now, borderline, and you can say, no, they're going to be in. But borderline, I would say Paul Goldschmidt and Manny Machado.
Okay.
I do think that they have good chances. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking these guys. But I look at them and go, I think they have a case. They might not be first ballot Hall of Famers. And Manny Machado, He's out of his prime, but he's still a very good player. Paul Goldschmidt is well out of his prime. In fact, I think it's a big risk by the Yankees to hope that he gets back to being a productive player. I think they could get to this is probably too extreme, but when the Astros picked up Abreu from the White Sox, and they're like, dude, we are not getting production out of first base. What's going on? And you're like, well, his career was kind of coming to a close. You kind of saw it in Chicago, and you were hoping that he had something left or you protect him in the lineup, and he didn't. And I do think Paul Goldschmidt is in that borderline Hall of Fame range. He's now going to go to the Yankees, which in a way, I think is going to make or break his Hall of Fame case.
Interesting.
Because now he goes to the biggest stage.
Yeah.
He goes to the team covered the most at the end of his career when he's out of his prime. Hell, I remember asking Gavin Dawson one time. He is like, when they were playing the Arizona Diamondbacks, he had no clue who Paul Goldschmidt was. I'm not knocking Gavin Dawson here. What I'm saying is when you play for the Arizona Diamondbacks, people don't know who you are.
Yeah.
It's very tough to get recognized on the Arizona Diamondbacks.
That might be birthday boy Gavin Dawson, too. So
it's just when you play on certain teams and Arizona was not good when Paul Goldschmidt was on the team. They weren't like, we get, you probably might know who Corbin Carroll is or Zach Gallen. Well, you just saw him pitch and play against you in the World Series. I get how you know maybe some of the Diamondbacks in today's game.
And how much bigger is that if you play fantasy baseball or collect cards? Because you'll realize how much you pick up knowledge about people that you're like, why do I know that?
Now, just to give you the top 20 now, and just to see how many stay great players or like were on the list and then kind of jumped right back out of your top 20. Number 11, Joey Votto. Probably not a Hall of Famer, but he's going to get votes. Jose Altuve, number 12. I think
he'll probably make
if they hold it against him.
That's
true.
But
if they don't hold anything against him, he's an automatic Hall of Famer. Number 13, I will say disappointing career from where I saw him in 2016. He had just played his rookie year.
Okay.
Carlos Correa. Do you remember how great Carlos Correa was with the Houston Astros in 2015? And I'm not saying he's had a bad career, but in 2015, the way we see Bobby Witt Jr. today or Gunnar Henderson today, which we might talk about them tomorrow, that's how you saw Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
Francisco Lindor's had a much better career. They both came up at the same time, and I think almost everybody would have told you in 2016 going into that season, Carlos Correa is about to be a generational shortstop. And he just it didn't happen. Now, he had a good career, don't get me wrong, and he's still playing. Number 14, Giancarlo Stanton. We went over him. He unfortunately has had kind of a disappointing career.
Yeah, no, I agree. And we've talked about this. Giancarlo Stanton has shown flashes that he can be the absolute best player in baseball. Yeah. And then he gets hurt. And you're like, oh, crap.
Number 15, I will say the face of cheating in this era, Robinson Cano.
Ooh.
I think he's tested twice positive for steroids.
And it's for totally different reasons, but do you think he's the face of cheating for
that's the 90s and but that might be your Barry Bonds and your Roger Clemens, and it's almost like, well, because they were the best and they did it, it's like. But I think that what I'm saying is of this like 10-year period, you're like, do you remember how great he was and then how he fell from favor because of the testing positive?
Yeah.
Number 16, I do think a for sure Hall of Famer, Zach Greinke, when you look up his numbers. Number 17, not a Hall of Famer, David Price, but good player. Number 18, Anthony Rizzo, not a Hall of Famer. Number 19, I'll tell you the biggest fall I've ever seen, and it had nothing to do with injury. It just had to do with he ain't good anymore. Chris Bryant. Do you remember how good Chris Bryant was? I mean, he was 19 and heading in his way to top 10 on a yearly basis. You would think, should still be around the top 20 players, and he's probably not a top 400 player in baseball.
Yikes.
He's getting paid as a top 20 player.
Yes,
in baseball.
He is.
And number 20, not a Hall of Famer, A.J. Pollock. And just like A.J. Pollock on the list, bam,
and
not anywhere close to top 20. So it's just interesting when you look at the top 100 right now, and I know we go to like collecting cards, like top 10 right now, it does help out when you hit the top 10 and it's like, whoa, people kind of, let me go look up some more Francisco Lindor cards. Let me go look up some Freddie Freeman cards. Like he might be undervalued a little bit if he keeps making these top 10 lists right now. So I wanted to go over the top 10 and then maybe hit the top 20. And then interestingly enough, Rangers, only 2 guys on the list. Prince Fielder, who I'd have to go back and look. I don't think he contributed much in 2016. I could be wrong.
But the anticipation going into the season was going to be huge.
Yeah, and he ended up hurting his neck that year. But the Rangers won the most games in the American League and then got swept in the playoffs.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, normally, coming up next, we would do the C block, which you like to call what, Mike?
Corey's Corner.
So would you like me to do Kevin's Corner and try to replicate that as best as I can?
Kevin's like, what do you call it, like a crook? Like, is that kind of like a corner? Like the crickets in the crook?
Do you think we should just end the show right now?
I don't mind that. We've done 3 hours. It's been plenty. Corey quit on us again.
He is sick.
Well, let's see if he's sick tomorrow. He's
Coming
sick
up.
of me.
Man,
Yeah.
I do get that. Coming up next.
Like some guys get asked out of a game, right? And it's not that they're hurt. It's just like they got a broken heart.
Spittle can see me right now. I'm tapping the top of my head. I'm ready to be subbed in for.
If you're doing that, that means we're throwing it to second base.
Hey, just
no matter what.
Just go to break.
If you
because
put
he's
your
gonna keep
hand behind
talking.
your head, that means no doubles.
You're turning on. Leave it on.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Normally, this is where we would do the C block. However, he's not here, so we're going to go with either some of the suggestions we've gotten, Kevin's Corner, Circle K, Kevin's Kitchen. So if you have a preference for any of these, this will be the only time you ever hear this segment, would be my guess.
I just want to say thanks to all the Tolos who brought all the gifts today up here and sent them up here to 4131 North Central Expressway. Thunder Dan sent some awesome cronuts and cinnamon rolls.
Yep.
Gavin Dawson is getting a cinnamon roll right now, and I'd like to thank everybody else for showing me the love and all the gifts they sent up here today. Kevin, what else did I get?
I'm assuming you got nothing else as far as I know, but I'm
just
assuming
nice to know I won't be missed.
I'm assuming you're also pointing out that tomorrow will be your last show in studio.
Last show in Dallas.
People
That's
still
it.
have time.
Yep.
If they want to bring
Tomorrow's
gifts,
it.
I guess.
That's it, man. That's
All right.
over.
What do you guys think about the prospect? And we're going to get to wrestling in just a second.
Yeah.
What do you think about what the hell was that?
There's a little LA Nightish.
Okay, what do you think about the prospect that this Philadelphia Eagles team that we just saw is the best Super Bowl championship team in the last 25 years? Because CBS put out an article and had them edge out the 2019 Kansas City Chiefs, who were 15-4 overall. They beat the 49ers. Remember, that was the year that they fell behind 24-0 to the Texans in the divisional round and then came all the way back and whipped them after that.
Yeah. I don't. The last 25 years is tough to remember. I mean, obviously
That's
the
true.
07 Patriots were the best team, but they didn't win.
And the 2016 Patriots are third on the list. That was the Super Bowl overtime team. The 2006 Colts are number 6. That was the Peyton Manning championship with the Colts.
What about the Cowboys?
As you well know, Mike.
That's my bit, Eric. Eric figured me out.
Unfortunately, the Cowboys do not have any appearances. But what about this one? What about the 2013 Seattle Seahawks? That was the team that demolished the Broncos in the Super Bowl. They're number 4 on the list, but I just wanted to get y'all's thoughts that this Eagles team might be the best Super Bowl champion, because one of the things they threw out there, no other Super Bowl winning team this century had a top 10 quarterback, 2 top 20 receivers, a 2,000-yard rusher, a big, powerful offensive line, and a second-ranked scoring defense that wreaked havoc on quarterbacks without having to blitz. That's why they're number 1. And especially with that defensive line, you saw all of that in the Super Bowl.
I can't argue strongly.
But I don't
it's
love
the
it.
most recent champion, and they did destroy the Chiefs. It was total destruction. So
they did.
Yeah, I guess that they are up there. I don't think of it that way.
I get you.
I guess it makes you go, all right, does that mean the next 2 years if they're not really losing those major pieces you just said? Does it just mean the NFL season is over as long as they're healthy at the end of the year?
Perhaps that is what they're getting at. But then again, consider this. The worst team on the Super Bowl champion group is the 2001 Patriots. That is the team that beat the greatest show on turf, obviously with help.
Yeah, they knew
but
the place.
I'm sure Tom Brady wasn't like, that was the worst Super Bowl team I was on. He was probably like, hey, we won the Super Bowl. So that's pretty awesome.
What was the Super Bowl that Wade Phillips was the head coach of and Jerry Jones regrets that he was the head coach?
Didn't happen, Mike.
Are you saying that Jerry Jones might have fibbed some?
You are saying that, and I'm fast-tracking the punchline.
Okay, well, I just think it's interesting that he never became a head coach again, and it's his biggest regret.
It is his biggest regret. Now, I don't think this made it on the Netflix broadcast, but you know Liv Morgan from wrestling.
Yeah, she's really little, but I would say she's very pretty.
Yeah, she is very pretty.
She was wearing some jean shorts that she cut up pretty low.
Okay.
Pretty high, I guess you'd say.
So
her butt cheeks were hanging out. And you could see the pocket, the pocket.
Like to hang out the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
To make sure you could see her butt.
So a fan over by the screen yelled, "I love you, Liv."
Okay.
At which point she turned around and flipped them off and then kept walking.
That's awesome.
And
that seems to be her attitude. She's kind of like
she's a bad guy.
Yeah. Well, girl.
Fair enough, Mike. So, do you want to give us your synopsis of? Well, hold on, Alec.
I thought it was funny they were talking to her. By the way,
Yeah.
she doesn't have a microphone. So Pat McAfee and other guy, what's his name?
Michael Cole.
Yeah, Michael Cole. Oh, Mikey Cole. They're talking to her and asking her questions, and she's just yelling at them. And you're like, I can't understand what she's saying, but I guess you guys are having a great conversation. I can hear what you're saying. But they were kind of teasing her that if her partner won.
Raquel Rodriguez.
Yeah, from Texas, by the way.
We've had her on the show multiple times.
I remember that.
Do you?
Was I here? Is she here in studio? I do not remember this. We had her on?
Yeah. I don't remember if you were here. She's definitely been in studio.
How tall is she?
She is very tall.
Because my wife was asking me this, and I'm like, I think like Liv Morgan's maybe 5'1" or 5'2".
Yeah, because she's kind of the equivalent size, give or take, of Alexa
She looks about
Bliss.
6 feet, I'm guessing, but maybe I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
I think she might be legit.
I know they lie in wrestling. They make everybody taller than they are.
And that is fair. I think she might legitimately be 6 feet tall, or like 5'11".
Yeah, but
She
they're
is very tall.
asking her, what if she wins and you're in the echo chamber with her?
So
and
the elimination chamber.
Don't you think it's better called the echo chamber?
I do not.
Okay.
Alec, did you watch Raw last night?
I did.
Okay.
War.
Now, what I would like is for Mike to give his general synopsis of how it went, and then for Alec to tell us if he thinks that's good enough.
I was super pumped that they didn't start off the show by yeeting for 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
There was yeeting in the show.
Okay.
But I'm sorry. I'm super struggling on how they started off the show, but I was just surprised they didn't yeet. And then I thought they're going to yeet at 8 o'clock. And what did they do? They yeeted at 8 o'clock. But it was a different way to yeet. They had Gunther walk through the stands as
he doesn't like nonsense.
No. And I thought that the wrestling fans who, when I went to the wrestling event for TNA, I thought they were very disrespectful in things they were saying.
Yes.
But the fans were respectful in that nobody pushed. I thought, how do they not push him or something?
Well, look, Mike, I'll tell you some matches to go check out or some clips where people decide to try to get in the ring and do something.
Yeah.
They get the ever-loving crap beat out of
So
them.
Gunther walks down, he's talking trash and everything, and then Uso comes out, and they're like, we got to restrain him. But then he's like, okay, guys, I'll walk back to the back, no problem, even though I came out and everybody's yeeting right now. Then he sprints past all of the people, and he gets into the ring, and they kind of do their thing, and then, it goes back and forth, like, WrestleMania, it's on, this and that. And then I'm like, what's the difference between the World Heavyweight Championship and the WWE Heavyweight Champion, or WWE Championship? I feel like there's two champions in this one sport.
They're on different shows.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Okay, so anyways, then Jey Uso acts like a little baby bee in the back when they interview him.
my.
Nobody said I could win. I won the Royal Rumble. And blah, blah. I'm like, stop whining. Actually wrestle one time in your life. I know he won the Royal Rumble, but I'm like, all he's doing is yeeting. Get in there and wrestle. So we had Seth Rollins at the end, and he made it to the Echo Chamber in the Elimination Chamber.
Who did he beat?
Bearded guy who's not as big as him, and he shouldn't win because he's not very popular. They wrestled in 2016, and he beat Seth Rollins in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Finn Balor?
Finn, old Finn. Yep, from Star Wars.
You know what? You might like Finn. Sometimes
I don't know him that well.
He used to come out like in all this body paint and stuff, and it was pretty cool.
So they had this girl in purple who's from Australia, maybe?
Rhea Ripley?
No, she's pretty. Not Rhea Ripley's.
Oh, my gosh.
Dakota Kai?
I guess so. She won. She beat the United States girl who kind of has a woman mullet as a haircut.
Ivy Nile.
Yeah, is that? I don't know. It's kind of a woman mullet haircut.
Woman mullet. Okay.
And anyways, it was women's wrestling, so it was super slow motion, and a lot of things were telegraphed, and they move really slow, but they're moving as fast as they can.
Okay.
And they like their butts hanging out. I've noticed that out of the women who are good looking, they really like their butts hanging out of
Do
their.
you think that's a women
right?
choice, or do you think that's a behind the scenes producers are like, hey, you want to shorten it up just a little bit? That'd be
I'm
okay.
sure it's both, because if they maybe ask the woman and they're like, no, I'm going to cover my butt.
Yeah.
Then they're like, okay, we probably shouldn't push this, but they probably talk to people like, you're good looking. You want to show more of your butt? And they're like, I do want to show more of my butt. And I'm sure that's how those conversations go.
Okay.
Oh, I know how it started off. The guy with the big beard who's all beat up, he wants to take on Kevin Nash. Is that his name? Not Kevin Nash. That's Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens.
So Sami Zayn?
Sami Zayn, the Zayner. And then the general manager comes out, I can't sanction this. And then they got in each other's face, and then he sanctioned it. And I'm like, well, but it's no rules. That's when I texted you guys. I'm like, no rules. It's Zayn versus Kevin Owens at the Exchange Chamber.
Okay. We just changed the name of the show. Alec, you just...
How am I doing?
How accurate do you think this recap is?
Surprisingly accurate. He did miss a few things sprinkled in there, like AJ Styles and Dom Mysterio. AJ Styles trying to get that feud with Braun Breaker.
That's where Dom said take a load off.
Yeah.
And Braun Breaker, he speared Dom by accident. He was trying to spear after Styles won.
Yeah.
He's like, look out. And then he did look out at the end. And then they both looked at each other, and he caught his T-shirt. Braun threw his T-shirt at him, and he caught it. He's like, what is this? And I thought it would have been good if he would have done a little bit of the Randy Moss back in the day when he got in trouble and acted like he pulled his pants down and wiped his butt with the shirt that he threw at him, but he didn't do that. He was more respectful, which was nice.
Okay.
So I feel like I've... was there any other women's matches that were kind of slow motion?
Yeah, oh, my gosh. You got it pretty well. So let me incorporate some other stuff as well. What do you think about... Because we haven't really talked about this... Rafael Devers just flat out saying he's like, yeah, I'm not switching positions after they signed Alex Bregman.
Okay, let's do this because this is spring training in 2004 for the Texas Rangers.
Okay, so...
Except it was opposite. It was the player who got traded who's like, guess what? I'm a second baseman.
And he said, no, third base is my position. It's what I play. I don't know what their plans are. We had a conversation. I made it clear on what my desires were. Whatever happens from here, I don't know. Now, tell what you saw as a version of what could happen.
Soriano gets traded to the Texas Rangers, and Soriano says, I ain't moving positions. Yet Michael Young is one of the best second basemen in the game, defensively and offensively. Now, Soriano, you can argue, is better offensively because he put up more home runs, more power than Michael Young. Michael Young was more of I'm getting base hits.
Sure.
Soriano's more of I'm going to get hits and homers, but not as many hits. So... obviously, there was no shortstop, so Michael Young said, all right, I will move the shortstop. As the guy who's been here for 4 years as the second baseman, I will move. If Rafael Devers likes third base so much, why doesn't he seem to practice the defensive part of it more? That's my question. All right, you love this position. If you loved it, wouldn't you do better at the defensive part of it?
Right.
Like, he's an unbelievable hitter, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But, I mean, everybody knows, like, hit it around third base. There's a good chance it's a base hit against the Red Sox. And so I think Rafael Devers is a very good hitter. I don't get his, I'm the third baseman. Well, then play it better and we wouldn't have an issue.
Right.
That being said, Alex Bregman is on a 1 year contract.
With
it's
the
3
opt-outs.
years, but he can opt out. So it is a tough position for the Red Sox because you're like, how much do we tick off Rafael Devers and say, you're a designated hitter. We've seen you play third enough. And then Alex Bregman, after 1 year, goes, I've played for the Red Sox long enough. I'm a free agent again. And then you tell Rafael Devers, hey, you know that third base thing that we told you too bad? We'd like for you to go back and play it now because we just lost Alex Bregman to free agency again. So I think they're in a little bit of a tough position. But I would, maybe the way Bobby Wilson sat down Jonah Heim, it's not the offseason anymore. They're just starting spring training. But, hey, can we work our butt off in spring training at trying to be better at this?
Yeah. Because, I mean, otherwise.
And a third baseman is a shortstop 25% of the time. Because you still run that shift.
Yeah.
Yes, the shortstop
So
can't go to the other
technically,
side.
yeah.
But you're playing him up the middle, which means the third baseman has to move to pretty much the shortstop position and play shortstop. Well, Alex Bregman was the shortstop at LSU. He just won the Gold Glove. I'm not saying he's a great defensive third baseman, but he is solid. At Rafael Devers, I'll argue he is the worst defensive third baseman in the American League.
Wow.
So he is the worst at it. Now, you can argue he's the best hitter in the American League. I would say Jose Ramirez is the best hitting third baseman in the league.
Mix.
But he's up there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's interesting when somebody gets defensive about their position, saying that's my position, yet you don't take that position seriously.
Interesting. What do you think? How do you think it's going to play out?
Devers is going to be the third baseman. Bregman will be the second baseman. Trevor Story will be the shortstop. Rafael Cedena, who can also play shortstop, is going to be the center fielder. My question will be this. Marcelo Meyer's ready. I'm not saying maybe for opening day, but he is really close to being ready. He was a high school pick that the Rangers were deciding between Jack Leiter and Meyer as the number 2 overall pick. They took Jack Leiter. Well, Meyer has had a really good year last year. He's ready to break onto the scene, most likely as a shortstop in the major leagues. They also, if I have this right, they traded for Vaughn Grisham. They traded Chris Sale for Vaughn Grisham, shortstop, Atlanta Braves. So now I'm like, if Devers would move to DH or / first base, they do have Tristan Cassis as a first baseman, who is a nice young prospect who got hurt last year. It makes room for Marcelo Meyer. The other thing, too, is you do have a long-term contract. I don't know how many more years are left with Trevor Story, but remember, he signed when Simeon and Seager signed, so I'm assuming there's 2 to 4 more years on that contract. What do I do with Trevor Story, who can't stay healthy? And I got this kid Meyer, who I really like, Vaughn Grisham, who I traded Chris Sale for to be an everyday player on my team. So I like Boston's team. I like their depth. They can handle injury. It doesn't make sense defensively, to be honest. If you want to stay bad defensively, keep them there.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what is one move you'd love the Cowboys to make that doesn't involve the Jones family? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Genty, his first touch. And typical Ashton Genty. Look at him go! You can't bring him down! Is he? Yes, he will! A touchdown, Ashton Genty on his first touch.
What?
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I love that fired up call. We're going to get to something specifically about that in just a second, but wanted to give you a heads up. I believe Charlie McAvoy is out for the United States in the Four Nations final on Thursday, but the United States thinks they're going to be good to go on all of their other injuries, at least for now.
I don't want to hear about it.
No?
A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. I think it's back or down. I'm not sure.
What band is that?
Journey.
It's not Journey.
War Stick.
Isn't it the White Stripes?
Yeah, I think one of the White Stripes is a War Stick bat guy.
Okay.
I couldn't remember the name of the band.
Thank you.
Sorry. Try my best. This is the best I got.
Thank you very much.
6 shows left.
All right, Alec, I'm going to go to you on this for probably obvious reasons. One move every NFC East team should make in 2025. Now, I get it. For the Cowboys, people just want to say something about the Jones family, something about the Jones family. I get it. Putting that aside, Sports Illustrated said one move they should absolutely make. Draft Ashton Genty at pick number 12. Is this, because I get it, if you want to say spend money in free agency, fingers crossed, but probably not. But is this the number one move you would like to see the Dallas Cowboys make?
Yes, because I think it's the most accessible via how the Joneses do work, which is the draft. They love to try to add their impact players every single year. They try to turn around guys in the middle rounds and make them start NFL games even when they might not be ready, and sometimes it works out really, really well to their credit. This one would be a home run pick. Absolutely. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I think that one way or another, you do need to address the running back position. I think this is the easiest. I think it's the way that makes the most sense. I haven't done my full sit down trying to figure out this draft yet, but I would be willing to say that Genty would be a top 5 player in my mind, and I think he's a top 5 player in most people's minds. And just because positional value is still an idea, it's still a philosophy that teams go by, he will slip into the teens. If I had to put money on it right now, I think he will make it to the Cowboys pick, and I think that they will have him right there to take. So I think it's the easiest, it's the one that makes the most sense, so you may as well just go ahead and do it.
I'm not opposed to this, but I think you have to understand, Cowboy fans, if he's successful, and you'd want him to be successful, you only get 3 years on the rookie deal, and then he's going to sit out for a 4-year, $80 million contract, and about a week before the season starts, the Cowboys will give it to him. And I'm being dead serious. I'm not being an a-hole on this or a Cowboys hater. That's just the reality of agents knowing how Jerry gives in, and maybe Steven is part of that too, is if you draft him and he's as successful as you think, he never makes it close to the 5th-year option. He sits out after year 3 and then gets the big 4-year major extension.
And I don't think the Cowboys, I hope I'm wrong about this, I don't think the Cowboys have the negotiating ability or the wherewithal to just sit there and be like, fine, then your career's over.
Yeah.
Like, you can just sit there and not fulfill your contract, and you won't be able to be a free agent or anything like that. You can just sit there and waste away, because eventually they have to show up if you want to fulfill some of the contract years. Now, I know, unfortunately, the Cowboys usually fold, whether it's CD, Zach Martin, Ezekiel Elliott, Dak Prescott. Like, there are so many examples. DeMarcus Lawrence. There's a lot of examples that you can use, but unfortunately, I think you're probably right about that.
Are you okay with that, Alec? If that's the case, is if you know if he's as successful as you think he can be here with Dallas, that you're going to have to give him, after 3 years, a 4-year, $80 million contract with like 50 of it guaranteed, or 55 million of it guaranteed?
I'm banking on it because I'm okay with it, because I'm banking on the fact that that's going to catapult you into some sort of window that's going to say, look, if we have the right wide receiver 2, we have a dominant defense again with the new coordinator, we add some pieces there, then our window is open for those 3 years. I don't think it's open year 1 under a first-year head coach, but I'm banking that maybe that 3rd year, you do have a real chance, because you do have a franchise running back behind a franchise quarterback and a franchise wide receiver. So I'm okay with it banking on year 3 actually being successful. I could be dumb for thinking that, but that's what you got to go with if you're going to go that path.
From the 817, what if Genty is gone before 12? And that could definitely happen. It feels like, and I've listened to Broadus and Wolchuk, that maybe the 3rd round is pretty rich territory for running backs as well. Whether that means you want to go Scatabo, you want to do something totally different. I think there are other opportunities if you want to draft a running back. All right. From that, I want to totally change sports, if that's okay with you guys.
Dang it.
Yeah, I'm sure you're really sad about this, Mike. All right. So there's an article in The Ringer, and we've talked a lot about this in terms of what could happen with the Dallas Mavericks. Are we sure that NBA expansion is a good idea? Now, we've brought that up in terms of, like, if you think the Mavericks are going to move to Las Vegas and then Dallas gets an expansion team, or you think they're going to stay right here, depending on how the gambling bill goes, and Las Vegas could get an expansion team. It's been 21 years. Longest drought in NBA history since they last expanded. But at a time where I feel like, and I know we're still all sad about Luka. By the way, the season premiere of Last Week Tonight with John Oliver was talking about what are surely popular Google searches, and one of them was about Luka. So you see that it's gone like everywhere. But at a time when people are complaining about not just the All-Star game, but the ratings, the play, the amount of talent, the rules, blah, 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 blah. Is this the best time to talk about expansion?
Well,
monetarily, sure, I get it.
Yeah, I guess this. There are some cities struggling with their NBA team, like to draw an audience for them to care. New Orleans, Charlotte come to mind. I'm sure there's a few others, but those come to mind as they don't give two craps about NBA basketball and pretty much never have for the most part. So you could move those teams, but I guess in the world of making it even numbers and making it a lot easier is you get 16 and 16.
Yeah.
Vegas desperately wants an NBA basketball team.
I know your thoughts about that.
They do.
I agree.
Right? They desperately want an NBA basketball team because they have everything now there. They have hockey, football, about to get baseball in 2 to 4 years, a give or take for the Athletics, and then they get a basketball team. What other city is desperately wanting an NBA team? Seattle?
Yeah, maybe Seattle. And there's a talk that, like, the licensing fees or the franchise fee is going to go way up, and so that might entice them to add the 2 more teams like you were talking about. I'm not sure beyond that because I've thought specifically about Vegas and Seattle.
Now, and I don't know this, there's been plenty of people that have said, all right, I wouldn't say plenty of people. There's been specific people say, all right, I'll give you Mark Cuban $3.75 million. Don't care about this sport at all, but I want in for gambling. It hasn't seemed to be like huge bidding wars recently for NBA teams. There's been a person step up, and then groups have failed to raise the money.
Yeah.
To get as much money as that team is worth. So expansion does, let's just put it at $2 billion. It might be more than that.
It is more than that.
2.5 billion? What?
Last was 2.5 billion, but apparently
to enter the league?
Yes. Owners think it can go up by quite a bit.
Yeah. So
good luck with that, I know.
So that's just the tough part is finding, let's just say 2 groups or 2 people that each have $3 billion in liquid assets plus more money for the first few years of running that team. And I think you make a lot of money owning sports teams. If the smartest people in the world wouldn't keep buying them.
Sure.
If they weren't making money on a year-to-year basis plus making huge gains when they decide to sell the team 10 years down the road or 25 years down the road, whenever it is. So I don't think it's a bad time. But I hear you in that, hey, they're struggling at times for relevancy. I mean, they're still doing solid. Sure. If you compare them just to baseball and hockey, they're doing solid. It just really stinks when you have to compare it to football.
And I think there is some thought that potential NBA expansion teams would kind of parallel at least a couple of the thoughts about Major League Baseball in terms of maybe Nashville or Montreal. I know some people have floated Louisville or Louisville. I just don't know if that's going to work. But yeah, there's some thought that they might try to go down the same path that Major League Baseball is looking to expand. Or maybe even Mexico City. That would be intriguing to me.
That gets tough on travel.
Okay. Do you think
how far of a flight is it to Mexico City from here? 3.5 hours?
I'll have to look that up. I'm not.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You just start going to Minnesota and you got a 10-hour flight.
Sure.
Like, good luck being a competitive team if your travel gets that complicated.
Do you think you would make the same argument about like let's just say Dallas to Toronto? Like, I feel like the NBA has kind of set a somewhat of a precedent that like, hey, we can have teams really, really north.
Yeah,
and perhaps really, really south.
Toronto is like from New York. That's a 45-minute flight.
No, that's true. I'm just saying if we're using all the teams, so like I'll have to look. I don't know how long of a flight it is to Mexico City, but if it is shorter for
maybe it's 2 hours from Dallas. I don't know.
If it's shorter for Dallas, Oklahoma City, like there'll be some teams that have to make long road trips for sure.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying like good point.
I don't know.
I'm saying like maybe it'll happen, but I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's also political things that might play into that too. That
and
might
you know
make
what?
it difficult to put an NBA team in Mexico.
And if you don't think it's going to happen, like we said, just look at the Four Nations where they absolutely changed up the format because of geopolitical issues. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece.
What's going on?
I mean, that talking was just a little bit too long.
The least surprising thing?
I think it was the content more than anything.
Yeah.
But you're right. It is very difficult to keep up a 4.0 grade average. KNC Masterpiece.
And maintain particular body parts.
Absolutely. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Hold on, Mike. It's time for our
can't tell me to hold
chit-chat
on.
with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. Maintained a 4.0 all the way up until 7th grade.
Hey.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You can't
Got
triple
kinda
stamp
crazy
a
after
double
that.
stamp.
But look where it got you.
Algebra, right? Yeah, my mom would tell me, yes, algebra got me. I was Dunsky. Me too.
Mom
would tell me if you have a 3.5 grade point
Alcohol
average,
got me.
we'll get you a new car when you turn 16, right? And then it changed to if you hit a 3.0. And even that was kind of an uphill battle. And then it turned into if you only blow a .08.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but it was fun. School was nice, in and out.
So, Mike, I know I can only put you off for so long. You look very excited to say something.
If we have to do this show again for 4 hours tomorrow and it's just me and you, I don't know if I'm going to do it.
Because you have to
Solo
pay
act.
attention the whole
I
time.
don't know if I'm going to do it.
This is too much concentration. You guys complain about baseball games when they're going 3.5 hours. Listen to us going, you guys are about to go 5 hours. Can you imagine doing a 5-hour show with just two people?
We did last Friday. It actually went pretty quick.
Yeah, and you got Lucius's huge help there too. So we had three guys going.
All right.
But 5 hours is too much.
3-man weave for 5 hours. No, thank you.
If we could talk about the draft for 5 hours, that we can do that standing on our heads.
Every day?
Oh, I love talking about the draft. Like you like talking about basketball? Like
Not anymore.
Okay.
Well, I'm just
doing the towel.
Let me ask you this though: you're just totally out on the NBA, and I disagree with you. I think the players today are better than the players from back in the day.
I won't disagree in certain aspects, but the
I
cheating
think they're
of
more
the-
athletic, more
well,
talented.
I will say more athletic.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can dribble. If you put them under 2003 rules, just recently watching the Kings and Trailblazers play the Mavericks in Game 7s, and you made them dribble the way Damon Stoudemire, Mike Bibby, Steve Nash, Nick Van Exel.
I get it.
I don't think they could dribble. They'd be like, I don't know how to dribble like this.
I don't think they're as skilled, and that's why I think they had to dribble the way they did.
No. But they carry the ball so much.
Yeah, but that's, like I said, to me, it's the way that as athletes, as they move, it makes it, to me, when you watch dribblers back in the day, and David Hellman and I used to argue about this, like Bob Cousy and stuff like that.
Well,
and
that's going back
Hellman
pretty-
would drop down and he would do that kind of dribble. But to me, I think that the way that the guys get up and down the court, the 3-point shooting, I understand. But to me, these guys are so much better athletes than the guys. When I was watching like CBS in the 70s, watching those guys play, the 76ers, Bobby Jones and McGinnis. I was watching all those teams play, and it was always the Lakers and the Celtics. I think overall the product is better now than it was in the 70s and the 80s. I think they're better teams, and I think it's because of the skill level of the players. I understand the game is not the same game, and the shot making is not. I just think these guys are so good at it that the carrying of the ball and all that, it's kind of part of the game now.
I get it. And one changed it. I was thinking about this. I think and one ruined the game.
Sure.
I get how popular it became, and it's like, and like Rafer Alston, Skip to My Lou, and the Professor, and I'm forgetting all the people's names. They were doing so many illegal things.
Yeah.
They're like, well, that's fun to watch, but you can't do that. Now you can do all of those things. But I agree with you in this, but I won't agree with you in one thing. If I turned on CBS when I was a kid in 1986, 100% chance Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish, Danny Ainge, and Dennis Johnson were playing. 100% chance AC Green and Byron Scott and James Worthy and Michael Cooper and Magic Johnson and Kareem, they were playing. Now it's a 50-50 proposition if they're playing, and it's 50-50 if they want to play hard in that game.
Yeah, and I think that the money has a lot to do with that, and I think that these teams don't have as good a control over their players that way too.
Right.
Is another thing. But I
I'm with you in the athleticism.
I enjoy watching playoff basketball today, as I did like in 1970 and 1980.
Yeah.
I just to me it's the game's really bogged down. To me, this thing opens up with the passing and stuff like that. I think it's better that way.
I wasn't around for this, but why didn't Milwaukee tell Kareem Tough S you want to go to L.A.? Like, how is this?
Well,
how
I
is
had
this?
Oscar Robertson together in '71. That was an incredible team.
So, to me, the league is fit. At this point, I do believe the league is fixed for the Lakers. I think that commissioners for 50 years understand if the Lakers become irrelevant, if they do not have a superstar on their team we can market, we lose market share, we lose eyes. And every time it looks like they're in deep S, we only have Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones. What the hell is going on? Shaq's going from Orlando to L.A.
How do you think those teams, though, with the Showtime Lakers, how were they built, though?
And everybody didn't take Kobe until 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. Sorry to cut you off.
No. I just was wondering, like, what did they do? Because that show you guys wanted me to watch, was it called Showtime?
It's Winning. They changed to Winning.
I've seen clips of it, and I can't find it now. Where do I get to watch?
It should be on Max.
Is it on Max?
Yeah, it's on Max.
Because it looks fascinating.
It's awesome.
It tells you. I wonder how they built those teams. I wonder if it was just literally like the clips you see where dudes are like yelling and MFing each other, like, no, we're keeping this guy or this, How did they get those teams so good? I mean, and they lost that.
Didn't they trade for Kareem?
They traded for Kareem. He didn't want to play in Milwaukee anymore, and then they got a.
There was a trade for the pick that went for Magic like a year before.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, perfect. We have the top pick here when Magic Johnson.
See, I can understand what you're saying about the Lakers, but I wonder if there was a time where they actually knew what the hell they were doing, building basketball teams.
Yeah, but how did they get so lucky? And then when they stopped building, you're around for Van Exel, Eddie Jones. It wasn't a very good team. And then Shaq shows up. They get Kobe. Kobe wouldn't work out for any other team. Jerry West figured it out. And then when things started going bad for Kobe after Shaq left, who helped them out? Their former general manager and president, who's over with the Memphis Grizzlies, says, you know what'll make the Lakers great again? You got Kobe. Your problem is the secondary player. Here's Paul Gasol for a bag of beans. Now, his brother Marc Gasol ended up working out 3 years later. Nobody knew that Marc Gasol could be good. But, like, a bag of beans for Paul Gasol. What happens? Back-to-back champs. They're making another NBA Finals. They're losing in it. And it just seems like, oh, man, the Lakers, LeBron's career is almost coming to an end. They're becoming irrelevant. And I'm not saying Luka's going to be the savior, but I think the NBA sees him as a possible savior for the league, for the Lakers, and the Lakers are the most important product in the league.
Why am I the guy that doesn't think they'll ever build a great team around Luka in LA?
Well, because you have to build a very specific type of team, I think, as well. And that's what's so frustrating is it feels like the Mavericks
he might be gone to a place that he's going to go die. And I mean die in a... that we're not going to see the level.
Yeah. I hope that the Lakers are a Max Christie away for the next decade.
If they do.
They're looking for their Derek White.
2 years from now, Luka is, I'm just saying, like, let's just say he's an alcoholic and he's struggling. Anthony Edwards is going to be an LA Laker. They'll fix it. They'll be like, all right, Luka's not the answer. To your point, Luka might not be the answer. 2 years from now.
They do that with Wemby? Get Wemby out of San Antonio? Please.
They might.
Get Wemby over there.
Maybe it's Wemby.
They have to figure out who is the person that can be this international, like, when we put him on television 20 times, this is going to work.
Are people going to care about Luka if the Lakers aren't any good?
Not that much. No, they got to win.
Yeah, because
we don't always watch. I know, Heggie, you watch, Mike, you watch a lot of basketball, but I'm not always sitting down watching the Denver Nuggets play. I'm not always watching Jokic play.
The Laker-Utah game the second highest rated basketball game this year against the Utah Jazz?
Ratings were through the roof.
Know.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, though. But are you going to sit around and watch Luka play on a bad basketball
probably
team?
not.
But to test Mike's theory, don't you think good role players are going to end up there one way or another?
I don't trust him.
I don't
trust that. I think Mike's saying this. He's telling me the league has to help him build their team.
I think they will.
Yeah.
So, or agents will.
That's why I'm saying I wasn't alive for Kareem, but how did Milwaukee just give away the best player in the league?
Like I say, there are some we're giving too much faith to general managers in all sports in the way scouting departments. I mean, this thing to me, there's Bill Walsh said this one time. I heard him say this. He goes, "There's only 6 teams in the NFL you have to worry about. Everybody else you don't have to worry about."
Yeah.
I think that's the way it is in professional sports.
So Jerry West is considered the best ever front office person.
He's gone to and he went to Memphis and
what did he do in Memphis? What team did he benefit the most in Memphis?
No question.
The Lakers. Isn't that weird? I mean,
he was a Laker and he helped build those great teams.
And he helped the Lakers when they couldn't find the answer for Kobe after Shaq left. He was the one who sent the player from his team he was now running
to the
Lakers.
He knew the Lakers. He knew what to do. Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong. I know it's obviously one of those kind of JFK
No, I heard you
things.
talking about it, and I'm like, man, I'm usually a back in the day guy.
Yeah.
Back in the day for that, I think they're better today watching guys play. That's just me.
I think for the most part, every
More
sport
talent.
is.
Yeah.
Right? They compared on the Super Bowl, the offensive linemen were an average of 245 pounds.
Oh, that's Super Bowl I, yeah.
Yeah. I think that
bigger, faster,
all athletes
stronger.
We're learning how to do things better and also get hurt more, I guess.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Everything that's been breaking throughout the day coming up right here in 5 minutes.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's great to be back in the saddle with you guys, ready to talk sports for the next 5 hours. General at your service. At ease, there's Broadus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup Master Control here. 75 and Fitz, you fixing to go 5. You got Woolchuck and Chiafalo in the house, and Carter Freeman is coordinating our video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. So yesterday, I'm getting ready to fly out of San Diego. 2:15, bird goes down in Toronto. Okay, our plane's leaving at 5 o'clock. News is spreading around the terminal a little bit. As we get out on the runway, you know, and you hear the pilot flip on the jets, the big engines or whatever, and he starts to gas it up a little bit. All of a sudden, the gas dies. Oh. And he comes on the deal and goes, we're going to have to head back to the gate here and let a couple people off. 3 people panic attacking. 3 people panic attacking about flying.
And you were one of them.
No, I wasn't. I was maybe a solid 8 or 9 out of 10. They were like full 10 out of 10. So we had to go back to the deal and park it, and they got out. Then this morning I wake up and I see the video. Unbelievable, dude. Your mic's not on. It
is unbelievable.
It is. I think it's nice to know that a plane can flip over on its top and just slide on down the runway, and everybody walks out,
and it's okay.
I mean, but holy crap, we got 8 of them in like 25 days now.
Yeah.
So they're just.
They're
it's
running
not
up
fun.
numbers.
I think either it was a bad batch of edibles back there, or maybe too many edibles, or these. So I'm just PSA. If you're getting ready to fly, don't be surprised if people are freaking the crap out right now.
I can't believe you stayed on that plane, even though they came back and like dropped people off.
Yeah,
I would have seen that as a sign from the gods. So I need to get off and catch another one.
Yeah, I did have that Final Destination thought in my head, like maybe they know something.
Well, Lucius, he had to act tough in front of Abby.
That's right.
That's what he had to do.
So
he had to show he had to show that. No, we've got this handled, dear. Don't worry about it.
That's what Kobe said when he's in the clouds. So I would be okay.
Oh yeah. No, actually,
we got to make it through this.
And full disclosure, she's my rock up there. Are we gonna be? No,
it's okay, Daddy.
Hold my hand. Hold my hand.
Abby, take charge.
But yeah, no, we got back, and I was happy to see everybody in Toronto is okay. But that's an all timer right there. That video,
man. Yeah, can you? The video was insane. The idea of just being upside down, strapped to your airplane seat, trying to figure out what's the maneuver here.
Yeah.
Hopefully, there was nothing that was flying around, ricocheting around, smacking people. All that kind of stuff. So
I know my water bottle would be would be a threat up there.
Yeah. Oh, cell definitely. phones Yeah. starts flying around.
Backpacks with laptops in them. Yeah, I couldn't imagine that, because as the right wing goes down and you're like, we're going over it, we're in a barrel roll, it's over, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're sitting there upside down, like, what? I'm alive?
We made it?
Okay.
Just unbuckle and drop down.
Yeah, I saw videos of people like suspended upside down. I think the first thing I would do would be to try to get out of that bad boy, but it was probably they're probably on the horn already to you, saying everybody stay seated and all that. I don't know if I could obey directions from a flight attendant if we have crashed and we're upside down. I don't think I'm.
Well,
feels
really
like an every man for himself.
Yeah, if you see a hole, you got to get through it. You know what
That's
I'm
right,
saying?
yeah.
If you see an opening, just go.
Just go.
Yeah,
No hesitation. And that was pilot error. Is that what we've discovered?
I think
this
there's some
high winds,
crosswind problems.
Wasn't
there.
like 70-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, it can't.
Sometimes you get gusts.
Yeah, no, I appreciate my pilot as we were going into Las Vegas in August on Spirit. We had a high wind situation. It was like 120 degrees.
Vegas, we're about to go into a bad one Sunday.
Yeah, you've always talked about that when it comes to Phoenix. Like, the way back's the better one than going.
Yeah, way back is coming out of there is better than going into it, because, like I said,
you got all the mountains you're coming in through, and
you don't want. There's a couple of places, you don't want to fly into. Denver's another one. All that Rocky Mountain range is, the wind gusts come through the mountains or through the valleys, and then you get, say you're in Arizona or Vegas, it's 118 on the ground, and what's heat do? What does heat do? What does heat? It rises, and so it makes it difficult to try and settle that thing. Usually, you're better off flying out of Vegas and those places at night when it's not, when you don't have those types of conditions. But you could fly into Phoenix and you get bounced around pretty good.
858 says, man up, General. I feel like this is manning up. This is the best I can do, to just have an outward appearance of calm, but inside it's a tempest. It's raging.
I'm with you. I hate flying. Too.
Watch 2 decent movies on the flight home, though. By the way,
all right. What were they?
Gunner. Classic story of, I love this premise, the Green Beret that's come home.
Oh, wow.
And there's bad guys in the town. Yeah. So he just starts dispatching.
Who played the Green Beret?
I don't know. Pretty good actor, though.
Oh, okay.
Pretty good.
Not like John Wayne or anything like that, right?
No, not like that, but, one of those good action type
Luke
dudes.
Hemsworth.
Luke Hemsworth.
There you go.
Yeah, he's a decent actor. I thought he played it well.
How many Hemsworths are there?
There's 3.
Wow, so this is the third one.
This is
in the trilogy of Hemsworths?
Yeah, Luke, Liam, and Chris.
Is this
Chris
the Thor
is the
dude?
big one.
Chris is the Thor.
Oh,
okay, yeah, he kind of looked like Chris Hemsworth. I was like, who is this guy? He looked familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. But it was good. But
are you ever curious?
Right as no, not really.
Are you never curious about the actors or actresses in the movies?
No, this guy again. Cool. So right as you get to the apex, though, and this is a little bit of a spoiler alert, but it's not giving really anything away.
Yeah.
Right as you're getting to the is he going to save the day or whatever? They go 1 month later.
Oh no!
For 3 minutes and then end of movie. What? I'm like, how?
Yeah.
Wow. So they left you wanting a lot more at the end. You didn't really get the closure that you were hoping.
Maybe that's
for?
why it's got a 3.2 out of 10 on IMDb.
Maybe, yeah, because
that would tick me off.
Is it a part 1? Is there like a part 2 to this? They don't like.
No, they wrapped it up.
What a give up, dude!
They wrapped it up. I was like, you got to be kidding me!
What are you doing?
I thought they were like flashing forward briefly and then to
Did you feel like an idiot for watching it?
No, I was just killing time up there.
Okay.
It's great to get your mind off of stuff. But then I watched Trap. It's the story of a serial killer.
Was he good?
Have you seen this?
I wanted to watch it. My sister said don't.
I bet if you read it, if you look it up, it'll say like 4 out of 10 or something. I might give it a 6.
Trap, I think, got positive. 5.8.
Serial killer. Okay.
Hey, that sweet spot is like 6.3, 6.5. I'm sorry, I'm just letting you know. That's what sweet
usually
spot
like
is.
these movies in the 60s, they turn out to be awesome.
So if you kind of add them together, you saw a good movie.
Yeah. No violence in this serial killer movie.
Oh wow!
All the work had been done by this guy, but the FBI is trapping him inside of a concert that he knew he was taking his daughter to. And
you got hosed by M. Night Shyamalan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. He's really good at putting a nice trailer together for you, a premise, and then all of a sudden it just never really quite curls.
When I saw M. Night Shyamalan in the opening credits, I was like, I might regret this. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So
he's pretty good at honeydeeing. That's what he's pretty good at when it comes to his movies.
He is. Man, he's a tease.
So Trap better than Gunner.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But man, thanks for holding it down while I was out. San Diego is epic. I could see why the Jones family liked it so much earlier in their lives.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have a lot of California, and then you have the San Diego part. It's just different, So I would, encourage everybody to look into that if you're looking for.
And they're saying, please don't come out and visit us. The San Diego folks are like, please don't.
We're packed in as tight as we can get us.
Man, please don't. Yeah.
There's traffic on residential streets and Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock.
Please don't come see us. Yeah.
U.S. defenseman Charlie McAvoy is going to miss the game coming up on Thursday. Bruins released a statement Tuesday. He was admitted to the hospital last night to undergo testing for an upper body injury. Matthew Tkachuk, Austin Matthews sat out against Sweden as precaution, but Brady Tkachuk was hurt in the first period, did not return due to a lower body injury, slid into the goal. This is the story of the week, isn't it? Maybe story of the year type of candidate, what happened in the 3-1 victory in group play and now getting ready for this final, just how much hockey fans, sports fans are excited about it. Then you add the booing of the national anthem and the fights. Everything is going to Thursday at 7 o'clock.
Is that why we're fighting Canada?
Yeah.
Because they booed the national anthem?
Yeah.
Oh, man, this is bad.
It was partly.
This is bad, bro.
They had a lot of bad blood. We should not be
beefing with Canada like this.
No,
man.
Hockey, they hate each other. Those two countries really don't like each other.
Has it always been like that? It's always been like drop the mitts and let's fight.
Like
Canada, or is it because our hot political environment?
Oh yeah, the political environment.
That has something to do with it too.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's bleeding into sports a little bit, and the USA wanted to stand up for their song, which I support. I think booing anybody's national anthem while they're there is incredibly disrespectful. Somebody needed to get punched in the face, but now it's playing out on Twitter X, with the whole tariff talk and their sovereignty, and it's way more than sport. maybe the biggest hockey game since Do You Believe in Miracles?
1980, Lake Placid.
Yes, I think so. With the tensions.
Well, I'll tell you what,
War.
it's the first time that they had beaten Canada in a competition like this in a long time.
Well, Sidney Crosby had never lost. Since he had first put on that sweater as a member of the Canadian team.
So that's kind of something they needed to kind of right some wrongs. They felt like, and they finally got it done. This is going to be This is going to be a tough out for the United States.
I'm nervous about Canada getting revenge on Thursday night because Charlie McAvoy had maybe the hit of the night on McDavid that really helped set the tone after the fights, the physicality he was able to play with. Defensively, he was brilliant. I guess Quinn Hughes is going to be the call-up.
Well, if they lose another defenseman, then Hughes is in. That's what it sounds like. He's just on ready, like Harley was for Canada.
Yeah, so his younger brother's already playing. Jack Hughes is on the team. So, Quinn Hughes is joining the team there in Boston right now.
228 says he watched Gunner and was disappointed, and he says, I rewound it twice because I thought it was a glitch. I did too. I was watching on my phone, so I thought, I accidentally hit the screen somehow and skipped forward. What was I doing there? So I went back and I was like, what the hell? They planned this? And then I thought, maybe they gave me a condensed version on the flight,
Oh, was this an airplane one you selected, or was this on your phone?
No, this was on the Southwest Airlines gives you free movies.
Oh.
You just got to log into their deal.
This is probably a low-budget film that didn't have their ducks in a row. And when they got to the end of the filming, they realized, crap, we need more time, but we don't have the time. We don't have the dollars for it. Let's just throw in 1 month later and leave everybody hanging.
Writer's strike happened. They never actually wrote the ending.
I wondered why it was a little short. Like the runtime was like an hour and 25 minutes or something like that. I was okay, short movie. I can get this in and do another one. Mavs off until Friday when they'll host New Orleans. Dwight Powell did a full workout over the break. Not sure, exactly when he'll be back, but he's close. And I don't know if he'll help. I think P.J. Washington and Kessler Edwards might be more effective because what you get on the offensive end and just general awareness. I mean, I'm with Bassick on this one. Watching Dwight Powell play basketball, it's a lot of activity.
I've had enough of that, right? Yeah.
Still nothing solid on AD, right? You guys see anything over the weekend? Just kind of up in the air still?
I did.
4 to 6 weeks.
The more you ask, the more they we really don't know.
So they're going to visit the Lakers next Tuesday.
They are.
That'll be fun. 1 week from
great.
From tonight, it'll be.
Can't wait for that game.
See you next Tuesday, Luka.
Beautiful Luka and Kobe mural there in Los Angeles. Sure you saw that on social.
They painted him out of his Mavs uniform for that one.
Yeah.
They took the picture and painted him into a Laker uniform on that one.
Oh, that's what he's wearing.
Trying to make it as realistic as possible.
Yeah.
Sad.
Let's pretend like he never was a Mav.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're just totally washing away history here.
Kyrie Irving left off the last 2 USA basketball teams attempting to become eligible to play for Australia in the next Olympics. That is where he was born.
Patty Mills going at it, huh?
Aussie.
Yeah, he says we're in the process of it, trying to figure out what's going to be the best route. A lot of paperwork. He says, obviously, Team USA still has a decision to make, so leaving open if the red, white, and blue wants him. Says, but for me, I'm just trying to do what's best. Honestly, if I can be an Aussie at one point in my career, play for the Australian team, that would be great. Yeah. So, I think the thing with the USA basketball team is they need all their guards to kind of be big and be able to defend the bigger European teams and rebound. And I think Kyrie could win the gold medal easily as he did in 2016. But for whatever reason, he hasn't been selected by Team USA. And I wouldn't anticipate that he will be in this cycle either. He'll be, 34 years old, time of the next Olympics. Mm-hmm. Evan Carter, now with a chronic neck injury, talking about this at spring training yesterday, says, I can't change it. It's a part of me, but we got a plan. There are treatments for it, and I feel great right now. So we'll hope for the best with Evan Carter. I think maybe you just need to get a new center fielder or another outfielder that can hit lefties and do him part-time. But maybe, it's possible that he could develop into a guy that can hit left-handed pitching as well, and the career's going to be fine. We've had stories of players with a variety of back injuries. Tank did a hell of a job.
He did. Probably the best.
TJ Ford at University of Texas, as he's getting drafted and getting to the NBA, they're like, hey, you have spinal stenosis. He figured out a way to manage that and still have a really good NBA career. So we'll hope for the best there with Evan Carter. Are we in spring training next week?
We are.
Okay.
Sunday.
All right. Looking forward to that. When we come back, G-Bag of the Day at 2:30. What's before that? We'll check.
We got an early contender for Rant of the Year. And how about these 4 Nation ticket prices? That's next.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Ladies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Here we go. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If your loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, so we had one coach just go off in college basketball last night. This was Notre Dame, Micah Shrewsbury. He wasn't happy. He was livid after, it seemed like there was more Louisville fans in attendance than Notre Dame fans. Went on an epic rant in his post-conference, begged the fan base to support his losing team. They lose to Louisville, their ACC rival, 75-60. Fourth loss in their last 5 games. They've dropped to 5-9 in conference play, have the Fighting Irish. And here was part of Coach Shrewsbury and his epic rant.
Don't give up on these kids, man. What have they done for people to give up on them? I know if you're not with us because we're losing, you don't want to come watch this, fine. Fine. But do it because of me then. But not these kids, man. They don't deserve that. They don't deserve that. Like, ain't nobody else getting home at 5 a.m. from Boston College and going to class the next day and coming to practice and working out and preparing to play Louisville. Nobody else is doing that. Don't give up on these kids, man. I don't care about anybody's opinion. I know who I am. I know I can coach basketball, and I know I'm turning this program around. So you gave up on me already? I'm going to see you back here. I don't give a damn. Don't give up on these kids, because we're going to get this thing rolling. So I sat there and watched more Louisville fans in here than Notre Dame people, and that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing for me, because I'm the head coach here. And yes, I got us in this predicament. But don't come back when we're losing or when we're winning, because we're turning this around, man. You better believe that. Everybody that gave up on me, believe it. Write this date down and believe it, because we're going to get this thing rolling. I don't care if you gave up on me or not.
Yeah, well, Coach Shrewsbury.
What did he break there? Did he? Was that the podium he smashed?
Yeah, Coach owes $1,200 for the podium,
and that was really the most violent that it got. Otherwise, he kept a pretty good composed tone the entire time. Got a little heated. It built. It had a little bit of the "don't go after a kid who does everything right."
Yeah,
come at me. Yeah. I'm a man. Yeah. I'm 40. And the editor who let it come out is garbage.
You want to talk about a kid because he's fat?
Yeah. Comes home crying.
Yeah, no, I think that coach is probably heading the right direction.
Being fired?
Well, no.
He's 30. He's 24 and 34 so far. He's in year 2.
He's got his players back. He believes in his system, but he just messed up when he says don't come back, right? Fans need value for the money that they pay to come watch you play, and if you're not winning, you can't get mad at them for not coming.
If I'm living in South Bend, I'm going to watch that women's team play all day because they get it.
Yeah.
They get it
Hidalgo?
right. They get it right over there. They do not lose games.
they're not below 500.
Yeah.
So yeah, coaching. I
yeah, he's frustrated, probably embarrassed, and wants everybody to know on his bench that I got your back. I believe in us. But maybe he overdid it.
Yeah, he definitely got angry. They are 13th of 18 teams in the ACC, or the Notre Dame Fighting Irish men's basketball team. They've also missed the tournament now 7 of the last 8 years.
Wow.
So he's got an uphill battle that he's trying to climb here as Coach Shrewsbury, which is an incredible name, by the way. Micah Shrewsbury. The Shrewsberries taste like Shrewsberries. Okay, ticket prices Thursday night. These things are soaring in Boston, Canada, USA. The rematch. 3 fights in 9 seconds is what we had in their first match on Saturday night. Now, after the U.S. snapped a 17-game losing streak against Canada in games that saw each nation's best player, best on best, take off, the get-in price before the tournament started was $237 for the final, according to TickPick. It is now up to $1,295 just to get in the door to watch Canada and the USA. This has been a booming success for the National Hockey League.
Oh yeah, outstanding. I don't know if $1,200 is worth it, but I think for hockey fans, they feel like this is a once in a lifetime event. It's one thing to go to a World Cup game or an Olympic game or a Super Bowl or something, but you don't know when something like this will happen again.
I appreciate you saying that, but I wonder if it's for the teams that are losing players to upper body injuries and now going to the hospital and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's worth it to them.
Look, I bet that guy, if McAvoy could suit up and play Thursday night.
Oh no, I'm with you, man. I know. That's what I'm saying. I just wonder if it's worth it to those teams that. I mean, it's been great hockey. It's been amazing. It's been intense. The fact that the U.S. can maybe take Canada out, I think, is even better. But you got to wonder now, like, at what cost?
Well, that's why, like, Brady and Matthew Tkachuk, Matthew didn't play last night.
Yeah.
Brady barely plays. Like, they have put especially in a meaningless game, like Team USA is not forcing guys on the ice.
No.
If they don't have.
They're smart, but this Canada game is about to have.
This is a big one.
This is about to have some serious, like, playoff hockey.
Oh, yeah, it's like a cup final match.
To it. Yeah.
Huge. And their Team USA is going to have to fend off quite the trend here. I don't know if you guys saw this, but teams which had the home dressing room so far in the Four Nations face-off, 0-6 in the tournament. USA gets home dressing room for Thursday's final. Just something to consider.
Man, that's tough. You don't want to bet against a streak, and you never want to be maybe the lesser team, if I could say that about USA Canada, that wins the first game. You want to be going for the revenge and have them take you lightly. And who knows? Maybe you get a great game from your defense and your goaltender again, and you win another close one. And I'm hoping for the best. I can't wait.
I'm hopeful, but I do think that McAvoy injury is going to be huge. We've got coordinators, assistant coaches talking today at the Star. We'll get more from this a little bit later.
Bobby sent us a lot of good
But
clips.
just a quick little quote from Clayton Adams, the new offensive coordinator, what he wants in his O-line. The same thing that I want from every player on the offense, and that is to create violence in the game. Be aggressive, run, hit. I think that every decision that we make schematically needs to lean that direction. Violence. That's what I like in my offensive lineman.
Yeah, get in position and knock the hell out of somebody.
Just put people, on the ground, baby.
Do they have the personnel to do that right now? A couple spots.
You want to be terrified? Because I was terrified when I read this. And then we'll throw things over to G-Bag of the Day and Lucius Alexander. But there was a venomous snake that was found in New Hampshire hiding in the bananas at a grocery store. It was somehow made its way from Ecuador to New Hampshire with a stowaway hiding inside, and that was the snake. And all of a sudden, there's this New Hampshire grocery worker finding the snake in a banana shipment. This is a venomous snake from Ecuador. I don't know that I'd be ever going back to this grocery store to buy my bananas.
I would never buy bananas, period, after that.
That would just scar you from bananas in general?
I don't want to reach into there.
I mean,
what if the snake was hanging out in the chicken wing section? Did you buy the chicken wings?
So really just wherever the snake is.
You got to make some exceptions to every rule.
Yeah. I'd
it's like a snake.
Risk reward.
Venomous,
Think of a snake,
but it likes cold. It likes cold. It doesn't like.
That's crazy.
Well, it's what is snuggled up next to the rotisserie chicken. I could see that.
It's in there right next to the briskets. Are you in?
Yeah. I just have to, bring my snake charmer with me. Get that handled. Thank you, Woolchuck. Time for the G-Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
snake charmer, move your body like a snake, mama. Hey, so that worker actually helped that company out by finding that snake before, it bit somebody.
It's true.
Yeah. And then it's going to cost, you're liable at that point.
Yeah,
man.
7 figures.
That's known as Brian's grocery store.
Yeah, absolutely.
Try to sue him.
You better buy that man a Rolex or something.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Johnny, for saving us. Get you out of the produce section for a while. Get you a little vacation. And I'm pretty sure somebody owns like a cabin or something he can go hang out at.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Eat the rich. All right. Let's go to our winner right here. I'm not sure if you heard this, Mr. Dawson, but Fox 29 in Philly, they had a whole lot of FCC violations as they were celebrating the Eagles parade. Each player got up there and did a little bit of cussing of his own.
Of course.
But one thing you can get right.
Course.
I'm a champion.
And we apologize. Of course, we're on live TV, and around there, we apologize for the profanity.
You guys are resilient, and you guys know how to fight.
And we apologize again for Saquon Barkley's profanity. Again, live TV.
This city overcomes.
Yeah.
And we apologize again for the profanity. And we apologize once more for the profanity.
One more time.
I can't tell you how much we appreciate you guys every game.
Yay. Right.
And we apologize for the profanity. Back to Landon Dickerson. Oh, another one there.
Got a new set of hosts on now, right?
We've gone through some.
Yeah.
He's gone through some stuff. We're sorry about that.
I didn't ever want to feel that again.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry about that. Landon Dickerson talking about the loss. It's live TV. The emotion is there. Back to Landon.
So it's the beer.
I just got one last thing to say.
Uh-oh.
Go.
We cut that one off, but if you heard any of that, we apologize. Go Birds is what he said.
We cut that one.
Come on, let him go. Let him talk.
Man, we cut it off. I love this little clip.
This city overcomes.
Literal.
Love it.
They overcome it and they eat it.
We eat it. We love it. It is us.
Hey, this is not one. But
Winner.
this is not one. But the mayor of Philly was out there at the parade as well, and the Eagles fans were chanting, "Wrap it up, wrap it up."
And because I'm feeling so good today, when the haters come, you tell them, we don't care what you have to say today. We're feeling great. Don't try to throw shade on my Eagle shine.
Wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
I think I'd been in that crew.
She thought she was having a Drew Pearson moment right there.
Yeah.
Getting the crowd worked up.
Yeah. But, she kept doing that. Oh, and yeah, one more thing. Yeah, she kept doing that. And
Sorry, ma'am.
They were ready for the team to talk. All right,
Midterms in 18 months.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, let you know. Make sure you have a valid ID. Be like, listen, lady. Hell of a song.
Bad Company is awesome, Lucius.
Just a remarkable song.
Yeah. Paul Rogers.
Oh, my God, that sounds so good, bro. RJ, he talked about this yesterday, how he got his funeral. He's got this flowers for his girl from a funeral.
Yeah.
I didn't know his pops passed, bro.
He did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He did.
Yeah.
I remember his pops being on the air and everything.
Big Ralph.
Yeah.
He was hilarious, dude.
I
think it's been a while, but they just had.
It was like New Year's.
Yeah. I think
had no idea, bro.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here he goes.
I got Sarah flowers. Flowers? That was it? Well, that's it was. We're not big gift givers. Now, I'm not gonna. She wink. I may have taken the flowers from some of my arrangements for my dad's funeral.
Oh my God!
No
did you really? Did you really do that?
Did you? That's amazing.
There's there. There's a couple of white roses in there. I took the white.
You re-gifted funeral flowers.
Took some of the white roses out, and I gave her those. And then, they looked a little sad. There was only 3 of them.
I wonder why.
They looked a little sad.
I wonder why.
They're made that way, man.
Very resourceful, man.
Yeah.
I love it. I respect it.
Probably paid like $2,000 for those flowers,
Yeah,
Those
they're
funeral
not cheap
homes.
flowers.
Might as well get some use out of it.
They're not cheap. They're not cheap. I went to the Lodge on Saturday night because they do like a couples dinner.
Okay.
It's real cheap.
Had a nice burger there once.
They have some really good food at the Lodge. I had a steak and some scallops.
Their beef is incredible.
Prime rib. Yeah.
A good muff spot.
Yeah, we used to
Beef
call it
curtains.
goat. We used to call it goat. Some goat out there? We're talking about girls. Got some goat out there? Nah, got some goat. I don't know what we were thinking. It's an awful name for girls. Goat.
Should rename that place Arby's.
Jeez. All right, let's go to the fan after dark. This happened on Friday. Blake was dealing with a fan texter that he was no longer feeling him.
Oh no.
Yeah, somebody is off the Blake bandwagon.
They broke up.
Yeah, they broke up with Blake.
682 is not dating me. Blake, I'm starting to not like you.
I'm starting to not.
I'll finish.
What a thing to say
On Valentine's Day.
What a thing, man. Why? What did he say?
I loved you when you started,
Okay.
but you got to stop being a hater. You smash on Fred, and he's pretty non-objective despite being a KC native.
Oh, we got a Fred Truther on there.
Yeah, we got Fred's burner on here.
First of all, hey, look, hey, thanks, but that's what. But I mean, we both bust on each other. Every
Wow. No, I gotta leave the show. No way you just said that.
No way.
Wow.
Damn, Fred.
Valentine's Day Fred's a different animal.
Yeah.
I like how you stopped down the show to say it too. Hold on. I mean, I just want to make it clear that,
That's what. But I mean, we both bust on each other. Every.
Not every show. Don't be dragging others into this.
Those fatties, boy, I tell you what,
Man,
they're always getting into something. That's something. That might be worse than Brian's from a couple weeks ago.
He said it's always on his mind or something like that. Couldn't get it off my brain.
All right, what do you say? Time to vote?
I just keep doodling, man.
Is it our champ, Fox 29 in Philly? Sorry for the profanity. RJ got flowers for Sarah from his father's funeral. And Fred with that disclosure about what happens in here in this very studio after we leave.
A nice show, boy.
That's my vote, Chief.
I vote for Ralph. Both Ralphs.
Lucius.
Fan After Dark.
Wilcher.
Yeah, I got to go fan after dark here. Shout out to the fatties.
Brian.
One vote for the mayor of Philly. Get off the stage.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Fred for the second time in just about a week and a half here.
Yeah.
Your G-Bag of the Day champ. If you ever miss who wins, Lucius replays the G-Bag of the Day champion every night for you at 5:40 there during LA Live. Let's hit an NFL draft big board report. Would you do this draft day trade blockbuster? It's next in the night.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It is time now for another G-Bag Nation NFL Draft Big Board Report. And we're heading there. I mean, today starts the franchise tag window.
Yes.
So this is when the offseason really starts to get interesting. The parade is over, and now we're starting to look at 2025. And significant news is going to be trickling in. We hope you can keep it locked right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. We'll be in spring training. Free agency is just going to be a burning inferno. And we're very much looking forward to Brian's leading up our NFL draft coverage once again. Best coverage of any broadcast entity in the world right here on the Fan every draft season. We start with Pro Football Focus's mock draft simulator. They give you the most picked 2025 prospects for every team. And, of course, for the Cowboys, it's Ashton Jeanty, total package, backfield playmaker and all that. And they note he's a first-round offensive weapon who can succeed behind any blocking scheme. Do you guys agree with that?
Yes.
I feel like he helps you as you're trying to develop your offensive line. He will make people miss, which I think is his number one trait about his running style is really unique in that way. And so is he going to need blocking? Sure. But can he make people miss when maybe the blocking is less than perfect? We kind of saw that at Boise a little bit, and he's able to do that. So, yeah, I absolutely love the player.
That's shocking that you only needed one word to disagree with your hero, Wolchuk, Emmitt Smith.
Hey, I think Emmett, when he finds out what Clayton Adams is bringing to the table and what Pat Riley or Coach Riley, our new offensive line coach, is bringing, they now have a plan in place to run the football. I mean, even reading some of the quotes that are coming out now, and we'll hear from Clayton Adams later, it's evident that the focus, if you were to draft an Ashton Jeanty, this would be an area for him to be able to succeed now. So I understand where Emmett was coming from, but I think things have changed here with the new staff.
I'm kind of excited about this now because I just think like you need a great running game one way or the other, and maybe you can't build the offensive line. You definitely can't in any one offseason. It takes you a matter of time, but this guy it could be an instant fix.
Yeah, and what could happen though is like as the first couple 2 or 3 years as you're trying to kind of get your line in form, and then maybe year 4, maybe he's slowed down a little bit. Year 5, he's slowed, but you've got your offensive line maybe in place. Yeah. So now you go from the back helping the line to the line helping the back a little bit later in his career. I think that would be something.
I hope he's not slowing down in year 4 and 5.
Well,
I'm watching Barkley and Henry here. If you're using a top pick like that, you better be a damn good player for 8 and 9 years.
No, there's no question. Like I said, but these backs, you just never know about them. You just really don't. But I think he's got some special qualities to him. I fight for him all the time, but I think that he could absolutely help this football team.
Did you guys look at this NFL.com mock with Dan Parr? He's working on the premise that Jerry isn't going to sit on his hands and watch the Eagles and Commanders dominate. Trades 2 first-round picks for Myles Garrett. If they do this, I mean, I guess you'd get a runner in the 3rd round, and you're spending a lot of money in free agency. I love the idea of Jerry saying, "Dang it, I'm 80 flipping 3 years old. Come on, let's go for it." At some point, he will, right? Don't you think? At some point in the Jones legacy, he's looking towards the end. He's saying, "Steven, shut up. We're doing it my way one last time." Right?
I don't know.
You'd like to think he still has that in him.
Yeah.
But it's hard to predict, but yeah, you would love to imagine that at some point he just says, you know what, to heck with all this stuff. Let's swing for the fences in a big way.
We've been doing it your way ever since you tried to pin me against the wall and stop me from getting Deion Sanders. And then I know I messed up with Joey Galloway, but damn it, that was a long time ago. Okay, we gotta make another run at this. Playing it safe has really gotten us nothing for 30 years. So I think the time is ripe. I mean, it makes common sense. There's got to be plenty of people up there inside the building that have a say in it. Plus, I hope, to your point, I hope Jerry still wants it. Sometimes I think he's satisfied from those 3 and thinks my legacy is written in stone for what I've done.
I worry about that as well. And then when you go back to this was a huge gamble. This was one of the biggest risks that I've ever taken by hiring Brian Schottenheimer. I wonder if he thinks he already is taking risks.
That's right. That's right. He's already swung for the fences.
Yeah, he's all in.
Like maybe that was it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Jerry's pretty sharp, but when you get up there, you have to wonder. Last night at the airport, here's another airport story for you. They do the if you need extra time boarders that are like before Group A on Southwest.
Oh my gosh, that's overwhelming.
So this lady who had to be in her 60s herself was like, "Hold on, my dad, he's at the bar." So she holds up everybody standing in line for about 8 minutes while Pops walks at about a slug speed over and then takes a good minute to get out his boarding pass. And then she scans it and he just stands there and everybody's behind. I swear between that and the people making us go back to the gate, we probably had 45 minutes of the trip. But anyway.
Wheelchair service, we couldn't help this guy out.
He really needed that.
I'll tell you what, though.
I think he's probably too stubborn.
Must have been proud. Yeah.
I do give Southwest a lot of credit. This is an airline that's full of miracles. Because there'll be like 40 people lined up in wheelchairs on the way, and then by the time we get to the destination, it's a miracle. Everyone's standing up and walking out of that plane. It's one of the most amazing airlines. It must be blessed by the almighty above because they heal people in flight.
They're trying to get some new rules on board for a lot of the airlines because people are abusing that wheelchair thing. Well, I don't like to walk. Get me a wheelchair.
Should we test the limits of this when we fly to Arizona on Sunday? Should one of us?
I think it would have to be Brian.
not Broadus because that's too easy.
I can pull it off.
That one's gonna slip through.
Well, what happens is nowadays the person, whether it's needed or not, that person in the wheelchair gets on, but their whole family goes behind him.
Yeah.
So if you're one of those folks that does pay to get on the plane early, or you're one of those people that fly enough to have the status to be able to go early and get situated and put your bag up, you're literally now, you go from say A1 to 5 and then now you're A like 45.
Yeah.
It is amazing the number of people that they now have that line up in these chairs.
Speaking of amazing, yesterday I got into TSA pre-check line thinking it was general.
And they didn't take you out?
It was 3 times longer. I thought, that's general. So I got in that one. And then I get to the front. He's like, "You're in TSA pre-check. What are you doing, pal?"
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm sorry.
Oopsies.
I'll just go over here to where nobody is in line for general boarding. I think we might be coming to that day.
Wow.
TSA's
the pendulum has swung.
The pendulum has swung. Everybody's I got to have TSA pre-check.
Yeah.
That line was long.
Convenient.
It is most of the time. That was the first time I'd seen it like that.
I'd just go to the regular line if that was the case, though.
Yeah.
Like if there's a huge line for pre-check, like fine, whatever. I'll take my shoes off. Cool.
SI has a 7-rounder from Matt Galatson. I'm going to jump to Katie Drummond. He's going to give you 2 trade backs. I want to get your guys' thoughts on this because picking at 12, if you guys say there's only 12 or 13 players with real first-round grades, it would seem like the 12th pick might have a premium on it. You'd have teams wanting to come up. So he trades back twice, picks up a 2, 2/3, and a 5, ends up taking Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle at Ole Miss, there at 23. Then Jahad Campbell at 44, linebacker Bama. Gets Iowa running back, is it Caleb? Caleb Johnson at 49. Then LSU tight end Mason Taylor at 81. I don't necessarily love his picks and the positions that they play, but I wouldn't hate it if they played well. But what do you think about that premise? Is that doable? Trading down twice and still picking at 23? I'd take that.
I don't know that trading down twice is likely.
Who did he take at 44?
At 44, he got the Alabama linebacker,
Jahad Campbell, Mason Taylor, Caleb Johnson, all after Walter Nolan, which would be a hell of a... I mean, I don't love Nolan, but if you're moving back twice and getting him, then why not? And I think the Cowboys might love him. He might end up being the pick at 12, potentially. But, yeah, it's a dream scenario to be able to slide back a little bit because this team needs as many picks as they can be able to get. The big question is, what player would a team be coming up for? And most likely, if a guy is sliding, let's say it's a Ted McMillan out of Arizona, I'd probably want the Cowboys to stay there and take him anyway.
I agree.
But maybe there is like a Jalen Walker and some fan, some team behind him. It's like, that's our last first-round player. We need to move on up, and the Cowboys don't see him quite that high.
You agree, Brian?
I think he did well on the picks 44, 49, and 81. I have questions about pick 23, and I would wonder who would be on the board there instead of Nolan. But I like what he did at 44, 49, and 81.
Not a big fan of Walter Nolan, defensive tackle.
Not a huge fan of his. Not a huge fan of his. I think, like I say, there's probably some other players there I would take more than him, but we'll see.
I think Daniel Jeremiah in his mock draft had the Cowboys taking Nolan at 12.
He did.
Yeah. We're going to talk about that one.
Okay, the content is flowing. Cowboys coordinators are talking for the first time. We'll have the C note coming up at 3:20. Cowboys news of the evening. But Wolchuk, what do we have next?
Franchise tags, Cam Ward's message to the NFL, and LT has some advice for Micah. That's next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
K&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. New Cowboys offensive coordinator Clayton Adams is talking about how he's going to blend his concepts with Brian Schottenheimer's, how hands-on he's going to be, and more. And we'll have audio highlights for you of the Cowboys' new OC talking here coming up in 20 minutes. Break it down for you, analyze it. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
So Lawrence Taylor is a player that Micah Parsons has been compared to over the course of his so far 4-year career. LT said this to Micah Parsons out during the Super Bowl. Radio Row jumped on Maintaining with Tyrus.
He didn't recommend crack to him.
No, not crack, but it is pretty hilarious. He said, quote, he's a great player, but
crack
guys,
energy. You mean that crack
The
energy?
crackhead energy,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah.
But guys, let's do more. Let's play more football and less podcasts, is what LT had to say to Micah.
On a podcast.
On a podcast.
Nice.
Now, but the difference is LT retired in the Hall of Fame, been there, done that, Super Bowl champion.
Good point, necessary context.
So I guess like he now can do the podcast when you're playing, although I think Lawrence Taylor definitely would have been doing the podcast thing. And he was also doing a lot of things off the field.
There's
during
no
his
way.
playing
No
days.
way. He'd have
Drinking.
been wheels off.
You don't
There's
think-
no way he'd be podcasting.
Oh, you don't think anybody would want him on there? He'd go full on crash out.
Antonio Brown is podcast.
He'd be crashing out on podcasts left and right. You don't think LT? I think
This
LT,
is-
we would have gotten some gold
But this
from
is
LT.
crackhead CTE we're talking about. This is a different variant.
It's hard to say, but I don't think he was one that wanted to be in the public eye that often.
He was trying to like hide and just smoke crack alone in the dark.
I don't think of that. I don't know about the crack and all that, but I just think he wasn't like a media guy. He was really blue collar and tough and not for fooling around and chatting. Right,
Which checks
he was
out.
all business.
Because now he's telling Micah, like, you need to be about a business.
Yeah.
Stop talking, more football.
Yeah, and he was definitely a party animal. Like we're around the same age, and he's a little bit older than me. But some of my older friends were at UNC with him, and they were like, when he walked into a party, everybody knew it, right? Because he was a superstar, obviously, but he was just a force of nature, slamming beers and getting in fights. He was just a wild man. So I don't know how much he'd want to be exposed to the public eye. On this Micah Parsons thing, there's so many players who are saying he shouldn't do it. So I don't think this is a media and fans thing, like getting on a player. It's also a player thing. I guess from a media perspective, I'm kind of like pulling for him to figure it out, because we got to watch him basically as a weekender who had never done it, like a lot of the guys around here trying to grow, and you can kind of see him getting better.
He is.
So I don't know if it's good or bad, but I'm enjoying like his media journey.
He just took over the Rich Eisen show too the other day and he switched spots with Rich, said now it's the Micah Parsons show.
Wow.
Let me interview you. But Rich still couldn't let him just take the full reins. He was like, look, I am a control freak. Anybody that runs a good show knows that, and I still am asking you questions even from this chair. Then he had to force himself to just let Micah do what he wanted to do. But the only thing that I like about this is possibly his ability to put pressure on the front office through the
love
show.
it. Yeah.
Because Dak's not going to do that. That's just not Dak's way. But maybe Micah can add some more pressure and fuel via his podcast to the front office to actually do some necessary things.
I can see that.
That's my one positive with it.
Maybe he can recruit Dak to come along for the ride.
Come on over.
Yeah.
Franchise tag window did open today. Now, Bengals reportedly they're going to tag T. Higgins. Now, this is probably to try and get a new deal done. It just keeps that window open a little bit. But reports out of Cincy, our buddy Ben Baby there, ESPN, North Texas Mean Green. So the team's going to attempt to secure all three of their studs, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Trey Hendrickson, who led the league in sacks this year. So it's going to start with T, then they'll probably move on to Jamar and Trey Hendrickson. But maybe this is the offseason. Joe Burrow's been very outspoken about this. You actually do see the Bengals go ahead and open up and pay somebody a little bit of money, because all three of those dudes are studs if they want to win. And Joe Burrow, he's already said, hey, window's open as long as I'm here. I'm keeping that window open.
Yeah, and it's tough for the Bengals too. Smaller family, not as wealthy. So when it's time to give a $50 million signing bonus,
yeah, it's tough.
They're like, crap.
It's tough.
We got to get $50 million.
They don't have any other income other than their NFL team. So it's kind of tough for them to handle those types of contracts.
Looks like the Saints, they're putting together their head coach, Kellen Moore. He's got his staff ready. Scott Tolzien's coming over from the Cowboys, going to be the quarterback's coach there. And I saw a few hours ago, Nick Underhill of the Saints had said that it seemed like it was going to be their new offensive coordinator, former OC of the Cowboys, Doug Nussmeier, who was in play here to possibly be, if Kellen moved over, he's going to take over the Saints job.
That's really good for Doug because of his son playing his final year at LSU. He'll be only like 70, 80 miles away.
Just drive on over.
He can go on over and see his son play far more.
Maybe they draft him. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe he ends up being a Saint. So you got Doug Nussmeier, Scott Tolzien joining Kellen Moore at the staff over there in New Orleans. Saw that the Bengals did already pay their punter. Okay, so Ryan Reckow, who had a gross average of 50 yards a punt, net average of 42.9. Those were Bengals season records. He got a 2-year contract extension. So they're paying their punter. Jamar Chase is like, where am I in this, huh? Go ahead and give me some money when it comes to some of this that you're giving the punter. This is ridiculous. That was probably an easy one to get done.
He was like, hey, Jamar, if you guys want punter money, man, we got it for you.
We got you guys. How about John Madden's grandson, Jesse Madden? He's joining the coaching staff with the Commanders. I thought that was pretty cool. Keeping the Madden family in the National Football League. And then the rumorooskies that we've been hearing around the league, Chris Godwin probably not going to get franchise tag. So maybe he hits the open market.
Off a pretty big injury, right? It was a knee explosion.
It was, but he's come back twice from these. He's still only 28 years old. He was having a tremendous 2024 season before the injury. So medically, you're going to have to get that checked out. But gosh, maybe that's a 1-year prove-it deal for Chris Godwin as well, if nobody wants to go ahead and sign him long-term. And then you've got Khalil Mack and the Chargers. They're hoping to reunite, but maybe Mack leaves. I've seen the Packers, which would be very reminiscent of like Julius Peppers ending his career in Green Bay. I think if Khalil Mack at 33 years old did consider retirement.
Woodson.
Yep, absolutely. That's another one. But the Chargers are hopeful that they can get Khalil Mack back there. And Devontae Adams wants to play West Coast, according to Jeremy Fowler. So he's going to have options, but he's intrigued by the West Coast. You have teams like the Rams, Chargers, maybe the 49ers in the mix. So he would like to go play back in the West Coast. We've heard the flirtation also with Green Bay. Maybe they have a reunite there in Lambeau with Devontae Adams, or could he wait and sign wherever Aaron Rodgers goes? I don't know. Maybe they end up being a package deal, but
I think I've seen enough of that if I'm Devontae.
Yeah, I'd probably go ahead and hitch my wagon somewhere else, but they seem to have a good relationship.
I mean, you're thinking Rams at that point, aren't you, or Niners?
Well, see, I'd go Rams, but I don't know what their quarterback position is going to be like. So you've got the ESPN reporting that the Rams are hesitant to invest any more long-term money into Matthew Stafford when his future is in question. So they met initially before the Super Bowl. Not much has happened since then. But since he's kind of year to year right now, like, am I playing, am I not? The Rams might be wanting something a little bit more stable. And they also don't want to keep just pumping money into a guy that they don't know if he's going to be around. So maybe he does get traded. Maybe they end up working something out with his contract. But I do think if I was Devontae Adams and Matthew Stafford is not with the Rams, I don't know if I'd really want to go there or not. Now, maybe Sean McVay is just a wizard. He's able to wave that magic wand like Kevin O'Connell did, and here's Sam Darnold or whoever it is, and they play pretty good football for you. But I definitely got to see about that domino with Stafford.
So he had a hip strain in 23. He had a thumb in 23, and he had back soreness in 24. I don't know. I mean, I guess he's 37 years old. And you're not, and he's kind of hemming and hawing about continuing to play. Maybe they look at it like we're going to get out now before it gets bad.
Yeah,
because he's still playing well. I think there will be a robust market for Stafford. Won't
I think
there?
There would be too. I think there'd be some teams.
Yeah, there's some
that are definitely interested.
QB needy teams for sure, and we've talked about like the Steelers really make a ton of sense if you're going to make a trade.
Trevor Lawrence, yesterday I gave the news about the Steelers situation, and the Steelers supposedly called, asked about Trevor Lawrence. Jag said, no chance. Is he even available for a trade? He jumped on Up and Adams show with Kay Adams, and she asked him about it, and here was T-Law.
I saw it, and it's funny, though. When he sent it to me, I was like, I wouldn't say your heart drops, but you're kind of like, what? Like, you think, and then I'm like, thinking about, like, well, I can't even I have a no trade clause in my contract, so I would know about it if I was getting traded, or if that was something that was going to happen. I'd have to be on board with it. So, which I'm not. I'm happy here in Jacksonville. I plan on. We want to win a Super Bowl here, and I think we can do that. And I don't want to leave Jacksonville, so I'm happy here. Obviously, not going to Pittsburgh.
Not going to Pittsburgh. He's happy there in Jacksonville. Wants to win a Super Bowl in Jacksonville. What else are you going to say though? Like, I heard the little laugh there, Brian. But come on, what's Lawrence supposed to say? Like, I don't believe we can win a Super Bowl here.
I would say that.
Just be honest.
Just be honest. Just tell the Jag fans.
I need to get the hell out of here.
As soon as they gave me that contract, we were bleeped.
We were bleeped.
Go Myles Garrett on it. I got to realize.
I got to get the hell out of here.
Yeah. No, I think he's part of the problem. That's probably why. He doesn't feel like he should be talking about anybody else at this point in his career.
Panthers just signed the Red Rifle. Andy Dalton has re-signed with Carolina, 2-year, $8 million deal, $6 million guaranteed per Adam Schefter. So good news for Andy Dalton, TCU's own, Katy, Texas. He's sticking around, baby. 2 more years of Andy.
Let's have fun and play together, boys.
Jimmy Neutron ain't going
Intense
anywhere.
eyebrows.
Very
intense,
much so.
Intense. With a smile on his face the whole time, eyebrows just looking at you like crazy.
Big time smile. I loved what Cam Ward did. He just put the rest of the National Football League on notice, and he had a message to teams that, look, if you don't draft me, I'll remember it. And Cam Ward might end up being that dude in this class. When we look back on it, it's always so hard to project these quarterbacks, but there is something about Cam Ward that I've been loving, been watching him, and he just carries himself with that it quality. And it's like, what is it? I don't know. That's something you can't necessarily put into words. I thought Michael Penix Jr. had it last year.
How about it is winning?
And
this kid wins every level.
Moments never really too big for him. When he moved over to Miami last year, I'm looking at him like, I don't know. Is he an NFL prospect? I'm not sure.
No.
Could he just be an awesome college player? Because he's a little bit smaller. But, man, this kid just gets it done. And even behind a bad offensive line, just finds a way to buy time, make plays. Maybe he holds the ball a little bit too long. I think all of these quarterbacks now, you could say, hey, they're trying to live for the home run play. Caleb Williams did it last year. Jaden Daniels did it last year. Cam Ward's no different there, but I'm not going to knock on him. I'm excited to see where Cam Ward ends up going in this
Is he
draft.
legit 6'2"?
Maybe it's number one. We'll see at the combine.
Yeah.
We'll see if he's legit 6'2". I think he's smaller than 6'2".
He's smaller, but, man, I'll tell you what, the elusive ability, the balance he plays with in the pocket, the awareness he plays with in the pocket, he could dance around there. I was watching they have an offensive tackle that needs to play guard, and I was watching it, and I really haven't studied Cam Ward at all, but I'm watching him play, and my eyes keep going to, like, him, like Miami's offensive line is just completely falling apart in the game, and he's, like, reversing, stepping up, spinning out, going forward, making throws, and
off platform. Throws.
They've got it's amazing. I mean, he keeps him in that game, but if he's a smaller, shorter guy, he moves enough to find himself space to throw the ball.
And the cannon, right? The cannon,
he
holds up on film. It looks amazing.
And his deep ball accuracy is pretty darn good as well. I did see James Pierce Jr., the edge from Tennessee. There's a report out about him that one playoff team's director of player personnel said that he's, quote, in danger of getting dropped off our board because of a lot of character concerns. So
that's the huge disadvantage that we have.
We don't know about any of that.
Yeah.
Like, I've heard some whispers like possibly Mike Green. If you go back and look at why did he end up at Marshall from Virginia, is there something there in his background? Like, I love the player. I'd love Mike Green at 12 for the Cowboys. I think he's an absolute star. But James Pierce Jr., another one of these really twitchy, bendy, explosive guys off the edge, I don't think he's particularly good at stopping the run. But right now it's all about getting to the quarterback in the NFL. But maybe he's a guy that you see slide. I mean, Randy Gregory moved into the second round because of off-the-field concerns. So maybe James Pierce Jr. I don't think Daniel Jeremiah had him mocked in the first round of his most recent one today. So maybe he's hearing some of the same stuff when it comes to James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee. This would not be good, guys, but NBC's reporting Netflix looking to pay for the rights to the NFL's Sunday afternoon package from Fox or CBS.
Boo!
Yeah, that really sucks, dude. Now they're going to make you basically pay for regular season games.
Sunday games exclusively streaming on Netflix. That could actually be a real possibility. The NFL on Netflix.
$50 a month Netflix.
Oh yeah, they're gonna spike their
because they know we're gonna pay for it. It's like I'm not gonna watch football, so I'm going to pay for it, and I'm gonna hate watch you. Well, I'm not gonna hate watch you because I love the sport, but I hate you, Netflix. This could be terrible. I don't want this.
Yeah, like what is the price point that you'd be okay with it? I don't know. I hate to say it again, but it's pushing more and more people into the pirating world, and you don't want to do that, right? You have to do a cost-benefit analysis because people are becoming so technically savvy. Like, it used to be my generation was the tech-savvy one, but we really couldn't do jack squat, right? The millennials and the zennials, it's nothing for them to pull up a VPN and to jailbreak their Fire Stick. They're like, oh, yeah, I can follow directions and Google it. AI can help me. So I would caution leagues against it, because people will have their way of getting content if you want to overcharge them or make it too difficult.
Man, that would just be, I can't even fathom it. Like no Fox or CBS, it's not that easy. You got to actually, it's on Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, how do you even? I wonder how long it would take for this to actually come to fruition. Would they just copy and paste the broadcast teams from CBS and Fox into Netflix? Like
you're just in the Netflix umbrella.
It's all
kind of like part of the purchase price.
Their Christmas Day deal.
You're selling your talent to Netflix is what you're doing. It's part of the purchase. I'm going to be honest with you. On Sundays, it wouldn't bother me one bit because I find myself we're doing a pregame show with Eric. Maybe it's a 3 o'clock, 3:25 game. Really don't watch those games because you're doing pregame show. And then you're doing at nighttime, you're usually watching a Cowboy game. I mean, I wonder how many people would really I know
most of us
me,
you're in a unique situation.
It's just to me, it's one of those things where I'm like, I never get to watch games.
Yeah, most people were not because
if I want to watch a game, I could go back and watch it on tape.
Yeah,
but I don't get to. I wonder how many people are in a situation where they don't.
I don't think a lot.
Yeah, I think you're an outlier there, Brian. I think most people wake up, get breakfast, go to church, come home, watch football for 9 hours.
That's what I would be doing if we weren't working the game.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
Yeah,
I was just thinking myself.
Yeah.
I don't watch. Like I say, I don't even. It's funny when you do pre and post, you don't get to watch enough games. So me personally, I wouldn't pay for the Netflix thing.
Hey, shoot, but again, right? Like even if you're not a football fan and you have Netflix, your price is changing.
Yeah,
that's also
true.
That's
true.
Yeah.
That part of it's true.
Because they're going to inflate it because they know they can get new subs for the NFL.
I'd hope they'd give some people a non-NFL Netflix possibility. Maybe maybe it takes on a Sunday ticket type of feel.
I think Netflix just went up. I got a notice about it. I just got a notice about that.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, that's a good point though, because now you can buy if you do these bundles like Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN. There's a $10 more price you can pay for no commercials. So it's what is it, $19 for with commercials?
Already do that for YouTube.
And then $29 for non-commercial. So maybe they do that with Netflix. Okay, here's your set price. If you want the NFL, it's an extra $10 or whatever the heck they're going to charge you.
Right now, it's running $25 a month with no ads. Gosh, $18 a month standard. I remember it was $4.99. It was a lot of fun to send in those DVDs until you lost one.
Oh man, see, I never really experienced that. Personally, I saw others. You'd go to somebody's house, they'd have the Netflix deal, but I never actually did that.
I didn't do it much because I wouldn't send them back.
Yeah.
And it burned me a couple of times. I preferred the days of actually just going up to the grocery store and hitting the Blockbuster right next door.
God bless Blockbuster, man.
Yeah, your friend had the Friday, but it was in the Blockbuster case.
Yeah.
This is not, you didn't buy this at Best Buy, bro.
Yeah.
You still have this.
Yeah, we're not welcome back there at Blockbuster anymore. Our account's suspended. Krusty's Corner at 3:40. C-Note, we've heard from Cowboys' new OC for the first time. We'll give you the highlights coming up next. Here it's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
But let's talk Trajan Wealth, shall we? Trajan Wealth understands that importance of a diverse...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Security, there's no need to worry. Grab your phone to lock doors, close the garage, arm your alarm, and check cameras. Make sure your home is fully secured with
DFWsecurity.com.
Here we go, Nation. Time now for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening here on the Fan Segments, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen if you or loved ones injured in a car or truck wreck. Call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Okay, we'll get some headlines here for you in just a second, but it's been a big day up there at the Star with the Cowboys' new offensive coordinator, Clayton Adams, talking for the first time. Cut number 1 on blending his concepts with head coach Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah, that's exactly where we're at, is just trying to mesh what the vision of what he wants is, because he's going to call the plays, and so I think it would be dumb on my part to try to force a lot of things on that call sheet that he doesn't want to call or he doesn't feel comfortable calling. So I have not had a major background with him. I had talked football with him in the past. I had known him a little bit, but we're really excited. I'm very excited to work with him and just to continue to learn each other a little bit. And I think that that's always going to be a process of, we're all molded a little bit by our experiences, and so there's going to be, we're going to get out into some practices and talk through some things, and I'm going to see some things differently. He's going to see some things differently, and it's going to be a growing process. You get into games and you have to have those same type of experiences, both good and negative.
Molded by the experience of the practices is what I really like about that cut, because I feel like Schottenheimer is bringing in Adams for his expertise, and Adams is doing a nice job not usurping the coach or saying, we're going to do it my way. He's the head coach, but we're going to get together and troubleshoot these things and come to an agreement on what he wants to call. But you want Adams to have a huge influence on this scheme, don't you, Wolchuk?
Absolutely, and it was interesting when I was reading about the Eagles and some of their offensive players talking about what they want in their next OC, and they talked about the communication. And one thing that they did like about Kellen, maybe Kellen learned and grew from his time with the Cowboys and realized the importance of, like, okay, if my players are interjecting and they see something, they want this, they like a certain play here, incorporating all of those ideas. We talk all the time about coaches being stubborn, set in their ways, my way or the highway. I think now, and I think a big reason why you saw the Cowboys offense flourish a couple of years ago, Dak and CD's visions were heard. Maybe a lot of that had to do with Brian Schottenheimer being a common, middleman there in that communication, and hopefully Clayton Adams can take that to another level.
How hands-on is he going to be with the offensive line? Here's more from Clayton.
I definitely won't stay away from that. I think that it's a little bit to be determined exactly how all those things are going to work, because I think we need to get out and coach these guys a little bit, and we need to get past the point where we're just all trying to speak the same language, which is kind of where we're at right now. In regards to my involvement with the offensive line, I want to have a great relationship with all these guys, and I really want to build genuine relationships so that they know that I'm here to help them play the best football of their careers, and that they know that we're going to have a very clear and communicated standard for what we expect from them. For me, that's going to start in the offensive line room, and I'm very excited about developing a relationship with those guys. But also, like I said, I need to have that same relationship with Dak. I need to have that same relationship with CD. So my time's going to be spread a little bit more in that way, but it's going to start in the offensive line.
All right.
I love that.
Yeah, what do you like about it?
Everything starts with the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
I think we just saw that. Win in the trenches, you're going to win. And to me, this offensive line has a lot of youth. I think Terrence Steele's a guy that's going to benefit from some fresh new coaching as well. I don't know that he was at his best compared to losing Philbin with Solari. I think you might have seen a regression there. Maybe now with Riley and with what Clayton Adams is going to bring, you get a better version of Terrence Steele. You got a young Cooper Beebe. You got a young Tyler Guyton. Hoffman's learning. Awesome Richards is learning. There's a lot that they can do with a young group of offensive line. The Cowboys need some internal growth from.
Yeah, if that college coach works with everybody
and we got and you got this coach, OC working with Guyton. Line one needs to be Guyton, in my opinion. You do not need to go into next year like having questions about is he going to be ready to play or not.
Yeah.
You have to go in there and the evaluation and is that there's some things we can change here. I mean, there's some technique things. How committed is he? The first thing I would do if I was at OC, he's going to sit down with Dak because Dak's going to stop by his office and talk to him and all that. I'm finding Guyton. I'm setting up a meeting with Guyton. I'm getting me and the line coach, and we're going to figure this thing out.
Can they do that in the offseason? They can meet all they want?
Absolutely, you can. I mean,
you can work them out?
Well, if he's down there in the weight room and all that, I mean, you could schedule a meeting with the kid. Say, hey, when are you in town? Want to meet you for lunch. Come by the facility. We'll sit down. We'll talk.
Yeah.
Line one needs to be to figure that one out.
Yeah, because if we don't have a good left tackle, we have a quarterback at 30 years old with 4 years on his contract. We can't spend years developing him.
I don't care who you are scheme-wise. If your offensive line play, and especially at left tackle, is bad, you're not going anywhere.
You're in trouble.
Yeah, you're not going. So you need to figure out, yes, we can rely on this kid, or no, we can't. We might have to go into the draft. We might have to go with Awesome Richards. We might have to try and keep Adoga. We might have to do something.
Let's go spend some money March 15th. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm all
Tell
for
me what we
spending
have
money.
here.
I'm spending money at linebacker, Dawson. I'm sorry. I'm going to go out and get Nick Bolton is what I'm going to do. I'm going to try, and I got to figure out. I don't have that many linebackers in this draft. If
you're not getting a left tackle either.
Well, if you ask me, if you said, what's a position I don't have to have? We did it today on the draft show. What was our argument that we
Offensive line.
Offensive line. We've got offensive linemen. We got to figure out how they all fit together and can play. That's what we have to figure out. We don't have any linebackers.
Hey, Dowdle got 4.6. It might be poor in protection, but they can do some things in the run game.
I feel like, though, to me, with that, with a lot of it had to do with the back itself, and they got rid of. Well, I shouldn't say got rid. They moved on from the right
guard.
The right guard. And your center got better as the season wore on. He was no longer was he like kind of struggling to get to second level and get blocks. So I just you got two guys that are now going to work with this offensive line. They hired a third guy too to be like an assistant offensive line coach.
Nice.
But figure out what you currently have. You can't keep throwing resources at this offensive line. There's other positions that need to be taken care of.
Well, I think you've seen from Clayton Adams in Arizona and from Coach Riley from K-State, who's now the O-line coach. Like, these are guys that are used to playing.
They get more out of less.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. They're doing a lot more with less. It's not like K-State has all the 5-star recruits on the offensive line, but they perpetually have good ones. And he's probably college coaches, like more teaching, having to show how it's supposed to be done. I think there's reason for optimism that every one of your younger offensive linemen can at least be appreciably better. Cut 4 is a question that I love. Does this run scheme need a mobile quarterback? Here's Clayton.
I think that it certainly can help you when you have the ability, because if you are reading a run, essentially you're taking a digit off the board on defense. But I think if you were to look at what we did over the course of the past 2 years, probably 70% of it was under center stuff that was going to be handed off. But yeah, and I think anytime you have the ability back there to read with that guy, it's a bonus for you. In regards to how often you need to do it, I think that the necessity for that really shows up when you're looking at like really low tight red zone plays, or a gotta have it game on the line type thing. And I think that most quarterbacks end up in that position at some point. If they're somewhat athletic, you got to be kind of picky and choosy about when you're doing it.
Love that. This is one of the most important things is how do you get the most out of Dak Prescott. I do think he's athletic enough to still take free yards. I think he can still juke a guy here and there. What you don't want is him, doing a high volume of it or getting out there, and getting in a ton of collisions. But if it's an easy 5-6 yards in a slide, I love that. I love a lot of the things that we're hearing here from Clayton Adams, and we'll get more from him and from the defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus here coming up a little bit later on in the show. Brian,
did anybody? I wonder in the clips, and I didn't go through them, and maybe I should have. Did anybody ask him if he's already sat down and looked at this team? He's looked at this offense. Can you tell in the clips? Did anybody ask him the question like, What did you see when you sat down and studied this offense?
No, they were more open-ended. He did talk about excitement level working with Dak and CD and Jake Ferguson and some of the skill players, but that's as much as he did.
I'm sure he sat down and just kind of poured through clips or poured through games and kind of have an idea about personnel. And I wish somebody would have asked him about that, but, another day.
Yes, sir. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, one of our friends did a mock draft. He did some interesting things ahead, but behind is where I have the questions. We'll do those next.
Well, I'm looking at the top, and that's advancedhair.com, ready to take care of you at the highest level because, Tolos, it's happening to a lot of us. The hair is thinning, the crown is disappearing, and the confidence.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
February 23rd, download the Odyssey app. Listen to your friends at the Fan for an hour, and you get your daily entry. That's it. It's all part of an Odyssey National contest. And if you listen daily already, just make sure you're getting it an hour a day. Download the Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Energy, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, Reliant. Thank you very much, General. Happy birthday to you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, living it up, big 4-9.
Did I just hear you're going on a fast for sweets?
I was fasting over the weekend, trying to get my system cleared out. Got Lent coming up. But
we got the big Lent challenge coming up, right?
Days off.
I mean, I was in the zone.
Day by day. No days
About
off.
3 days before
Day
Christmas,
by day.
I got to my mom's house, tore through so many sugar cookies, and that was the end. So basically, for the last 6 weeks now, I've just been eating all the sweets, and it needed to come to an end. So it did.
It did?
Yeah, it did.
Right up until that pre-show
sweet-
cinnamon roll.
The cinnamon roll?
Yeah. Well, Bassick had some donuts delivered. A Tolo sent him some donuts.
Thunder Dan.
And who am I to turn down a donut, Brian?
No.
That's what I said to myself.
Who, fast or not, who am I to turn down a donut, right?
The fast is over.
Fast is over.
I mean, a birthday
reset.
cinnamon roll, let's be honest.
Right?
That
smells cinnamon
That's the worst thing I do.
It sounds like that was supposed to
Now
happen.
we're getting some of that pizza ordered up, aren't we here?
That's right.
Yeah. Some pizza.
Little birthday pizza.
Little birthday pizza. Yep. All right. Our buddy Daniel Jeremiah had to put out a second mock draft. Okay. And the reason I want to talk about Daniel, we know, former NFL scout, got a lot of connections in the league. A lot of guys still respect him, for what he was able to do. I like Daniel. We get along very, very well. I have a lot of respect, but I think he talks to a lot of guys and gals around the league and kind of gets an idea about these picks. So his mock draft is a little bit different. If you remember the first time around, he picked Ashton Genty for the Dallas Cowboys. On this time around, he did something that I personally wouldn't do. And Zach, I'm going to need your help on this one too, because I kind of feel like that they like this player that Daniel Jeremiah selected more than what you and I like.
Okay, let's do this. Let's talk about this. Let's have it. Be vulnerable.
Are we going back to Ole Miss?
I think we are.
Okay, yeah, but this is what he did. Okay, Abdul Carter went to Tennessee at 1. Cam Ward was to Cleveland at 2. Travis Hunter to the Giants at 3. Will Campbell, that was a repeat for him from the previous mock draft. So he must be like thinking, okay, I've got some. You remember how our guy from the old NFL Network, what was our guy?
Mike Mayock.
No.
Schraeg's always
Peter
in the Cardinals.
Had the Cardinals.
Charlie Casserly.
Yeah. Schrager. Peter Schrager.
Schraeg's my guy.
Yeah, Peter. You're still over there randomly naming NFL people.
NFL draft, NFL Network draft guys. I'm thinking Mayock. I'm thinking Casserly.
I was just watching Mayock talk about how in the world the Bengals can pay all these guys. I'm like, he might not be the person to ask.
Yeah.
Mike Mayock, man.
But he's got Will Campbell going to the Patriots at 4. Mason Graham's been pretty consistent to Jacksonville at 5. Shedeur Sanders goes to the Raiders at 6. Tyler Warren goes to the Jets at 7. That's your tight end from
as well.
That's a repeat pick.
It is kind of a Jets pick.
That is a Jet. Jalen Walker, the linebacker edge from Georgia, goes to the Carolina Panthers at 8. New Orleans takes Zach's favorite guy, Mike Green, the Marshall
Dude's
edge.
moved into the top 10.
He's in the top 10. He's number 9. Number 10, Chicago Bears take Kelvin Banks. If you remember last time, he had Kelvin Banks, the tackle from Texas, going before the Cowboys were picking, I believe. Or it might have been after the Cowboys was picking on that one. But anyway, Kelvin
Banks. He had him go to the Dolphins.
He did. Kelvin Banks goes to the Chicago Bears at 10. 49ers take corner Will Johnson. Man, I would be like, okay, that's
what she said. That'd be a win.
I'd be okay with that. But Will Johnson goes to the 49ers 11. Okay, here's your Dallas Cowboys. So he takes Walter Nolan there for the Cowboys. And he's telling us that Walter Nolan is a very twitchy disruptor and could replace Osa Odigizua if he departs in free agency. Zach, we were on the draft show this morning and had this discussion about Walter Nolan. And I'm getting to the point that I personally would not like the Cowboys to select Walter Nolan.
I would not like it either. I have braced myself for this to end up becoming a very sexy pick linked to the Cowboys because I think there's a lot of Walter Nolan love in that
He's a
building.
defensive tackle, Dawson. He's a 3 technique there.
Super athletic,
yeah.
and he is. I mean, the guy's 6'3", 300 pounds. When he talks about him being a twitchy disruptor, he is. He is. The problem is it's just not consistent at all. It doesn't happen enough. He can have a quick burst off the line. He has a good bull rush when he's able to play with leverage. He doesn't always play with it. He holds his ground to the point of attack, but he can get stood up. He's able to do all of these things. You just don't see it throughout the course of a game.
That's not what we need. That's boom or bust.
This is a potential. This is a guy who, Bobby used the phrase mold of clay during the draft show today. This is where it's like you see a guy that ticks off all my athletic boxes, my measurables. I see it. I've got a vision for the player. I can mold him into an every down Aaron Donald badass.
Yeah.
I don't see it on tape. And to me, I'd rather, at 12 for the Cowboys, I need a dude who's going to hit the ground running. Maybe I'm totally wrong on the evaluation of Walter Nolan, and he ends up being the best defensive tackle in an outstanding defensive tackle class. But for me, I'd be scared out of my mind that this could be another Tristan Hill, Mozzie Smith, a guy that's not giving you great production, and they severely need it with the way they team.
Yeah, throw Taco in there as well.
Yeah, this one, and I think Wolchuk has painted the right picture with this kid. He did transfer from Texas A&M, and now he's in a rotating system there with Ole Miss. So you kind of get a little bit of play 2 plays, off for 4 plays, play 1 play, off for 3 plays.
You should come in with your hair on fire in that situation. Every rep.
Yeah, but there's times though, Dawson, he'll come off the ball with some quickness, and then the next time he's slow. And so you're kind of wondering about, okay, where's the fire for the player? And I
shouldn't have to coach fire at this level.
I saw a kid that got knocked around. I thought he'd get played off balance. And you
guys are thinking that this is a trendy thought up there?
Yeah,
I think that yes. I think Walter Nolan would be in play for them.
There's some talk or whispers, whatever you want to call it, that they like Walter Nolan a lot more than we do. And I just wonder about that, me personally, because I'm going to focus on what happens again after this pick is made. And yeah, sure, the Cowboys absolutely could use a 3 technique, if Osa Odigizua is not back. But what happens is you go a little bit later in the draft. And okay, Wolchuk, Tampa Bay at 19 takes Ted McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona.
See, there's no way if he's sitting there at 12.
I don't know how Dallas would pass on that at 12.
I don't know how you pass on him.
I really don't
to me,
either.
He's a top 5 player in the draft.
Yeah.
I don't know how he gets to 19. I don't know if this was Daniel Jeremiah, oh crap, I forgot to put Ted McMillan somewhere. I'd be stunned if he slid like that.
I would be stunned too. Okay, Pittsburgh takes at 21. Now Ashton Jeanty goes to Pittsburgh. Okay, if he gets past Dallas, I know talking to Dane Brugler that he thinks there's going to be a slide here.
Which makes sense based on running back needy teams. None of these guys really need a back.
Okay, Wolchuk, I'm about to make your point. If you're looking for a running back, if you pass on Jeanty, say in the first round, this is what happens, okay? So Jeanty's off the board. Hampton goes to the Chargers at 22.
Makes sense. They're about to lose Dobbins in free agency.
Okay, here we go. Henderson, Ohio State running back, now goes at 24. Okay, so now you're
Vikings need a back.
Now you're sitting there thinking, okay, we'll wait till 44 to grab one of these running backs. This thing might be looking like at 44. If you're looking at running back, you might be looking at a guy that's a 3rd round running back on your board. Now, I'd say Johnson hasn't been taken, but from Iowa. But I don't think I could say he could very well go as the last running back before Dallas picks at 44.
Well, if it's a boom bust defensive tackle or Genty, and you can tell me there's not going to be another second round back at 44, that might steer me.
There's a chance. See, there's a chance. What you have to maybe prepare for, and if you do it through Daniel Jeremiah's draft, is that a running back goes at 21, a running back goes at 22, a running back goes at 24. So all of a sudden, these running backs, like Zach's been telling us, it's like, hey, I'm worried, guys.
Yeah.
Everybody's got this 44 earmarked for a runner. There might not be the runner you want there. And so now you're having to kind of say, maybe I'm having to lower my standards. I'm all on board with Hampton, Henderson, Genty, Johnson from Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally on board with all those guys.
Yeah, especially, when you look at their history of like the head scratcher picks that not a lot of people were high on in the media. You had a partial hit on Van Der Esch, you missed on Taco, you missed on Mozzie, you missed on Guyton, you hit on Tyler Smith. That's 1.5 out of the last 5. Like, whoa, what are they doing? Was the reaction from the media like, I think the media scouts would have outdrafted the Cowboys over the last 5 years. Anybody could have taken CeeDee Lamb.
And Howie Roseman kind of was getting a little bit of negative criticism because that's kind of what he tends to do. It's like, who's the best available on that Kuiper deal that you're seeing on ESPN, which is what the media scouts would be saying. But Howie, if you look at his drafts, he's kind of followed that. Yeah. But you look at the last 4 years, his first 3-round picks, all of them ended up making an impact.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in my last couple of minutes here, all the running backs that, with the exception of Johnson, my one, if I don't take Genty, my ones and my twos with the exception of one guy, but I have a feeling that Johnson, I think, is better than Hampton and Henderson.
I do too. I've got him as the second best back.
I would say he's likely going to go before you pick at 44. That would be my guess. Okay, here's another thing you have to think about. In this mock draft, wide receiver, if you don't take one at 19, or excuse me, at 12, they go at 19, they go at 25, and they go at 30. So now you're in a situation where are you feeling comfortable taking potentially second round? I mean, maybe some second or third round wide receivers at that spot at 44. If you don't grab. You're going to likely lose. Like I say, you're going to lose your first round if you don't take one of these guys, and you're going to lose maybe one play. In my book, you're going to lose Golden in the second round there at 44. So to me, there's a couple of different ways I think you could go here. I think you got to think about that wide receiver, and I think you're going to have to think about the running back at that 12 spot. Because to me, when behind you, this thing is going to start getting picked off, and you might be in a situation where you're going to end up taking guys out of a round later than where you were picking at the second round, and then also in the third round.
Good stuff, Brian. Painting the picture as the build-up to the draft continues. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Shout out to Daniel Cox, 10-year-old. It's his birthday, too.
Oh, happy birthday to him. Yeah.
He's out there cruising around in DFW with his daddy. So salute to both you boys out there. Salute. Okay, we'll check. Let's do some baseball, man. Are you ready for spring training or what?
Let's do it. We got a little bit of an audio buffet. We'll hear from Evan Carter, Corey Seager, and Bruce Boach talking the favorite pitcher of the birthday boy. That's next in the nation.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Welcome to the NFL's franchise and Vikings QB Sam Darnold. The biggest names involved here, but not the biggest of the whole offseason. That's Myles Garrett. If the Browns trade him, Garrett's new team, the Commanders or Bills or another contender, takes a huge step towards winning Super Bowl 60. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah,
Been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sometimes I'm afraid to leave my house because every time I leave my house, it seems like I have to pay $50 here, $100 there, $150 there. Everything costs so much. Hey, you know what? There's an alternative. Stay in your house. Call TexasLending.com. Reduce your debt payments with a cash-out refinance or home equity loan. It starts right now, and you don't have to leave your house. Save money with TexasLending.com at 972-387-4600 or online, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Remember, that's Cars with a K.
Dave Ramsey here. If you're thinking about painting your home or business, I recommend Rhino Shield ceramic paint coating, a cost-effective alternative to traditional paint. Rhino Shield can be applied to any surface and is available in unlimited colors. Plus, it's backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. Right now, you can save 20% off Rhino Shield's regular price. So call 844-744-6628 for a free estimate or visit rhinoshieldtx.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even diagnose your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Waxahachie on North Highway 77 across from Atwoods.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Chapman here for QC Kinetics. You know, it starts as just a nuisance, and then you just put up with it. But then that awful joint pain impacts everything in your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car. I had it. Right elbow, right shoulder, left elbow, left shoulder pain. I just lived with it. It was always there. If you've got pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever it may be, head on over to QC Kinetics Regenerative Treatments, sweeping the nation. Tens of thousands of our friends and neighbors have gone through the treatment process at QC Kinetics. Don't wait. Make the call today. They use natural biologics, restorative, regenerative options, allows your body's own healing properties to target those aching joints. Joint pain does not get better with time. If you've got arthritis, QC Kinetics. A sports injury, QC Kinetics. 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610. Free consultation. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine. QC Kinetics. 972-972-8610.
And by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Wolchuk's top 10 at 420 is right around the corner, and right now, it's time to talk some Rangers baseball here on your home of the 2023 World Series champs. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, well, we wish the best of health and get well soon to our buddy Eric Nadel, who's going to join us. Hopefully he pops on later on in the week, but dealing with a little bit of a throat issue. So hopefully he starts to feel a little bit better now. We hope that Evan Carter is not dealing with a back issue, and that's in the past. But Evan was actually asked about that yesterday, talked to the media about the back, and I'm sure he'd prefer on focusing like we were a year ago. I mean, how are you going to fare against lefties full time now? But instead it is the health, and here was Evan Carter discussing what he went through last season with that back injury.
I shouldn't say entire. The majority. No. The majority of the season that I got to play last year, I would say probably from like middle to late April on, was just me and Donnie and Tim every single day in the cage saying, here's video from 23, like, why can't we do this? I'm like, my body won't, I can't do that. Like, my body won't let me do that. And it was the most frustrating thing, but I'm stubborn, so I wanted to keep playing, and I felt like I could keep playing. And then, it gets to the point eventually where we're in, I think it was Minnesota or something, and it's just like, holy crap, guys, like, this hurts. And I'm just, not helping myself. I'm hurting the team. Like, it was just not a good situation. So, yeah, I would definitely say that it was not good for a while. And we were fighting that for a while. So I'm happy to be back to the way it was, hopefully, in 23.
We got to hope. We got to hope. I mean, it was lower back inflammation is how he described it. And one doctor went ahead, Drew Dossett, was who
he's Cowboys doctor.
He talked with. Is it, okay,
Dr.
Spine
Dossett,
specialist from Dallas.
Back doctors in the country.
So he said for somebody that doesn't put as much stress on their back like a baseball player, this condition should go into remission eventually. But he does feel confident that it will be managed well by Carter and the Rangers. Bruce Bochy said that we're confident that this is behind him. I can't tell you whether it's going to flare up or not. That's why we're going to need him to let us know if he feels anything so we don't let it get to that point. But I got to have cautious optimism when we're talking about Evan Carter. I mean, this dude can absolutely tilt the Rangers from, maybe knocking on the door as a wild card to you are a World Series championship caliber team. That's the impact that he had for them. Full count Carter, the little savior in the postseason, what he was able to do not only at the plate but defensively as well. If he's limited and you're not able to get him healthy for the majority of the season, that's a massive loss and a future key cornerstone piece we were envisioning being around for the foreseeable future. So hopefully this back thing, it ends up taking care of itself, and just, the maintenance and the time required in the treatment room for Evan Carter, he's able to navigate this thing at just 22 years old. But it is scary. I can't lie. It is very, very scary.
Man, weren't we talking about the idea of the Rangers after that rookie season, like offering him?
Yeah. Do you just get ahead of this now?
Get ahead of the deal.
Pay him like a 10-year crazy deal?
And we were thinking, like, would Evan Carter even take it?
Right.
And now you're like, well, thank God. Based on where things stand right now with the back injury like that, the amount of pain that he's talking about going through, not even being able to duplicate the same swing from the previous season because things hurt so bad. Man, that is a very scary situation.
Yeah, so last year he had something called ablation surgery, ABLATION. And so I looked up like what would be an ablation surgery for your back. And they said it would be for spinal stenosis, and pain relief can last 6 months to 2 years, depending on how the nerve regenerates.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay.
6 months to
Who is a
2
candidate?
Okay.
Patients with chronic back or leg pain due to spinal stenosis.
I mean, you say the word medicine, back, I just
cringe.
Spinal.
It's like with our corner Benjamin Morrison, like a corner with a bad hip.
Hips, yeah.
It's like, dang,
too.
I love
I love the player too.
I think
right.
that dude's better than Will Johnson, who's getting mocked like in the top 15 of the draft. But it's like, can I take a corner with two bad hips?
No, you can't. You really can't.
Oof.
Yeah.
So you win the World Series in 2025 again, and you go out there and you be the guy that we saw go on that historic run. You got to make the most of it.
Yeah.
Strike while the iron's hot if you're Evan Carter. It really
Fingers
sucks
crossed, man.
with how baseball works. You'll probably never be playing long enough to get compensated, but that is my honest to goodness take on what we've heard, how he's talking about it, how private they are with it, and what AI tells me about an ablation surgery to the back.
That makes me more hopeful that this thing is behind him, possibly, like we can move forward, and if it's 6 months to a year.
No, that's as long as the pain relief lasts.
Right. That's
so
6 months to 2 years.
The pain's
the pain
right
will
back.
come back, and he'll need another surgery or
great.
the next step in the deal. Like I think this is horrible.
Let's just crush it for this
Could
year.
be
and
chronic.
Hope that
Yeah,
this
go
thing
win
doesn't pop up again. We'll see moving forward. We're gonna have to monitor the back all year long. Now, Corey Seager also, when he was playing, was unbelievable, but he dealt with an injury even before spring training last year, missed the majority of spring training. He's finally healthy now. He caught up with the media, and he had some funny jabs at his buddy Jacob deGrom.
Anytime you can have him on the mound, you feel pretty good about your chances. So to get a first full year for him will be a lot of fun. I know that's got to feel good for him. Just sigh of relief, and been a long couple years for him, so he's got to be pretty excited, and we're excited to have him.
I assume you faced DeGrom earlier in your career when he was,
I
really peaking with New
I
York.
let him know too.
What is it like to face?
Yeah, I mean, he's the best pitcher in the game. So, and for good reason. The stuff, the command, everything that comes with that. Is it's not a fun at bat, but it's fun to talk about the past.
Do you have good numbers on him?
I didn't realize until he told me, but I know of at least 3 of them that were really cheap. So.
Wow. I like the idea of Corey Seager kind of cracking some jokes DeGrom's way a little bit.
Hey man, I was 5
Fueling
of
those
4.
fires.
Okay, so he had 5 hits and 14 at bats, 2 doubles, 2 RBIs, drew 1 walk, did strike out once.
No dongs?
No dongs. No dongs.
At least 26 of them
against DeGrom.
Yeah. Yeah, that is hilarious, and you count your blessings when you get a pitcher like that. I mean, if DeGrom goes and does what he could do, I mean, it's a Paul Skeens type of force that could absolutely power us to that glory that we were just mentioning, Wolchuk.
It looks like he's growing that hair back out too.
I like that.
He might be dipping back into the Mets
Cy Young,
days.
That's our Cy Young DeGrom right
Powers
there. That's
in the
exactly
hair.
what we want.
Yeah.
And then finally,
Biblical.
we'll stick with the pitching. Jack Leiter. Rangers are really hopeful. Like Leiter, Rocker. We need finally our young guys to step up and give us something here. Here was Bochy on the development of one Jack Leiter.
Growth happens in different ways. The speed of it with players. And I think you look at last year. Yeah, the numbers aren't great in the big leagues, and we've seen that a lot of times. But you look at the body of work in the PCL and AAA, how well he threw the ball, and pitcher of the year. So he just continues to improve, and that's what we think we'll see this spring and this season. It's going to be competitive out there on who's on that staff, but he's a guy that is competing for a spot on this team, and I really think we're going to see some good things from Jack this spring. He has come up with a 2-seamer he's working on. That's in the early stages, and that's a pitch that he wants to be able to use and run in on righties, keep it down a little bit. So that's another weapon for him.
Just adding to the arsenal. I like that, and I am hopeful that we see a good Jack Leiter, when we get out there. I know Jared will always be like, hey, take what you're seeing at spring training with a grain of salt, right? I mean,
that's his favorite. That's his favorite thing to say.
I way overreact.
If a dude goes out there and he's crushing it like Wyatt Langford, doesn't mean he's going to be the MVP. All right. If a dude's out there and he's not giving up any runs and hits and pitching perfect games out there, doesn't mean he's going to translate to the right. But regardless, I think we all want to see a positive version of Jack Leiter and not a dude that's being absolutely shelled out.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do in our week. Anybody dominating is going to win MVP, and anybody struggling is just getting his reps in.
Yeah, some dude wearing
That's it. He's working on things. He's trying stuff out.
Some dude wearing number 91 is going to dominate the Royals for a couple of innings, and I'm going to ask Jarrett the question. I think this guy's got a shot. I think this could be our closer.
Did you see this guy?
Yeah.
He's a double A player, Brian.
Might be fighting with DeGrom for the ace spot.
Maybe. You never know. Okay, so MLB offseason awards, The Athletic came out with an article, and they did feature one Ranger. Best under the radar trade. It was the Rangers pick up of the Burger Man.
The Burger Man.
Jake Burger. Props to Texas GM Chris Young, who did an excellent job in trading 3 mid-level prospects to the M's to get first baseman Jake Burger. The Rangers wanted to add more power to their lineup. They did so. Enter the Burger, who hit 29 dongs last year and 34 the year before, with Burger, who is under team control through 2028. And the signing of Jack Peterson, 8 of the 9 players in the Rangers lineup will have hit 20 or more homers in a season.
Let's go.
Talk about power, baby.
Now, can Jock still play center field?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
By the way, Tolo Trucker says he had an ablation surgery for a degenerative disc.
Imagine that truck driver with a bad back.
He's been pain-free for 2 years.
Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh. And it was a 30 to 45-minute process.
Might be about to flare up.
Well, we'll just keep an eye on it. Hopefully it's all good there for Evan Carter. Maybe he didn't have to have an ablation.
But I guess if that ablation surgery is just a 30 to 45-minute process, like, is it easy? We can just go in there like a dentist appointment? We're in, we're out, boom, boom, boom.
It's like radioactive waves or whatever that just they chew up the tissue that's causing the inflammation. So you zap that out of there, boom, you're back in the game.
It's an easy deal. You just listen to a Love of the Star podcast.
Thank you.
And you just go again and get your ablation surgery done.
Isn't that an Odyssey podcast?
It's an Odyssey podcast. You can find it wherever you get your podcasts.
Your Odyssey
Love of the
podcast,
Star.
yes.
Power ranking the top 10 offenses entering 2025. Okay, with that information, I expected the Texas Rangers to definitely be in the top 10. Cubbies come in at number 10. Cubs also just made a signing as well today. If I can find it here, I think they brought in Justin Turner, former Dodger. He is coming over.
Is he the COVID dude?
Yeah,
he was, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he basically played with
He played with COVID, and then they had the team picture, and he jumped in the right.
World
he was
Series
like
here.
the mascot. He was holding the trophy.
But they came out and told him, "Oh, you can't." But then he came back out for the celebration with the ginger beard.
Yeah,
he's one of our guy Carter's. He fits the community there, but he's going to be joining the Cubbies. And so the Cubs come in at number 10 when it comes to top 10 offenses. Rangers are ranked. Okay, they're at number 7 as the best offense in all of baseball. Much like the Braves, this is a bounce back upside ranking. The Rangers were among the best in 2023 offensively. Finished 18th in runs last year, but a lot went wrong. You had Simeon take a step back. Langford didn't get hot till the end of the year. Carter and Young were hurt. You add in Berger. You add in Peterson. Here's a Corey Seager. I'm buying a major Rangers upswing, right? CBS Sports, and I am as well. In fact, some of the teams they have ahead of them, I could see them doing better.
It's raking season, Wolchuk.
It sure is. O's ahead of them. Phillies ahead of them. Yankees, all right, okay. Paul Goldschmidt added. That's nice, even though they did lose Juan Soto. The Mets get Juan Soto, so I understand that. The Braves, can they stay healthy? That's the big question, and nobody's competing with what the Dodgers are doing. But I do think the Rangers have, without question, the right recipe to get back into the top 5 offenses in the entirety of the sport.
Chief, are you seeing this thing over here? This guy just made a French toast fried chicken sandwich with some kind of jam on top of it.
Yeah, dude. I was like, wow.
Holy cow, where do I get one of those?
It's delicious.
Look at
that thing, Brian.
Is that like a jelly? Is that like a jam situation?
Oh, he's promoting some jams here. Yep.
Oh, my gosh.
He's got
got
lined up.
different types.
Yep.
He's just blessed me with the greatest idea.
Watch this
known to man.
crosscut here. Oh, man.
So is that a
French
fillet
toast.
of chicken?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, like your
chicken fillet fried up in that joint.
That could be in the food truck idea.
Yeah. He made some Jim Beam type of sauce.
Yeah. That's something right there.
Yeah, his name is Smoking and Grilling with AB.
Smoking and Grilling with AB.
Yeah.
That's who it is.
I respect him. He said his elbow falls over.
His
elbow meat.
Yeah. He's good on good on YouTube. Yeah,
he's fantastic,
Oh,
man.
yeah. He cooks well.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a topic that I've seen floating around.
I love
Can
it.
you trust somebody that's not big cooking your food? Like, usually you'd think a guy that enjoys consuming food, that's going to...
No, you got to have that elbow meat that falls over your elbow a little bit.
I
Like
need
the
a little bit
auntie
of a
when she try to
husky
hand you a
chef.
plate and it's shaking down there.
Yeah.
I'm talking about that seasoning.
It's always a good sign.
Like a skinny chef, I'm like,
Nah, I don't know, bro.
You get the outlier Matt Pittmans of the world,
Yeah.
you know? But for the most part, you want to see some girth and tonnage.
I want a little bit of heftiness, too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I want to know you're eating your
Pause.
product.
Yeah, don't put your foot in it. Put your elbow fat in it.
Yeah, go ahead and dip that fat.
See
Last
them
thing-
black gloves?
The black gloves
Them
are
black brisket gloves?
they're badass.
Yeah, bro.
Dude, the black
I want
gloves
to give
are.
you a pair of those just to wear.
It looks badass. Joe Buck will be back calling opening day games for ESPN as he will be rejoining Major League Baseball.
Yankees and Brewers, I heard.
So there you go. He has not called games since he left for Fox, and he joined ESPN back in 2022, but he's doing it again. Opening day, you'll have on ESPN, it will be the Buck, Orioles-Yankees, March 27th.
Sounds like a winner, Will Chuck. Thank you so much. And we're going to go back to back here, buddy. I hope you're ready because it's time for your top 10 at 420.
Yeah, this one's going to be good. All right, so we got the top 10 most popular TV shows right now, okay? Because I just recently started watching Paradise, which is outstanding. Lucius, I know you said you loved it. But we also got the return of White Lotus. And if you haven't watched White Lotus, you should. What is the best show right now? 877-881-1053. Talk about that next in the Nation.
Cowboys has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 of 420. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's also brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. For fans of Blue Mountain State, the report is season 4 will be happening on Amazon. They're running it back, baby. New season of Blue Mountain State. Alan Ritchson, who is also known as Jack Reacher.
Man, he looks as roided up as anybody in Hollywood.
And I think he's been open about that. I think he's made the rounds with Reacher now that he's been out for 3 seasons or whatever. But he was at the Daytona 500. He said season 4 of Blue Mountain State is happening. Thad Castle.
Did he admit he's
will
roiding?
be back. Yeah, I think a couple years ago I saw
he did?
a clip of him talking about like how he gets in physical shape for Jack Reacher, and he absolutely does.
I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad that he was open and honest about that. 'Cause
Yeah.
people watch him and they're like, how can I get like Jack Reacher?
Because he's
Like,
huge.
Yeah, he's an absolute monster. It's impressive how well he's able to actually still sort of like move and stuff. You know, like the
Flexible.
the
'Cause he does,
agility
like,
and
yeah, in that
laterally
show.
explosion.
When I saw him at the Daytona 500 announcing Blue Mountain State 4th season, he definitely looks a little bit leaner than what he does on the Reacher show. Like, man, and maybe you're able to airbrush some of these things now with CGI. I don't know. But
did he say he thinks it's gonna be the best season
ever?
He says it's so damn funny, it's perfect.
They've had a lot of time to prepare for this.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean,
I guess why bring it back unless it's going to be perfect?
In college, that was an all timer. It was
great
like
show.
it was Blue Mountain State and Workaholics. Those were the 1A 1Bs.
Gosh, I was so upset we couldn't get the Workaholics guys on the show. DJ kept letting me know every time they walked by out there at the Super Bowl at Radio Row, he was just giving them hand pounds. I'm like, damn.
I did do a fist pound with Durs.
Tried to Super Blunt Sunday. They turned around, they smiled, they laughed. That was it. That was my exchange with
Did you
them.
hit him with the Cathra Zeta-Jones?
I wanted to. She did beneath the lasers. So
What are we doing here?
I have no idea, Brian.
I just wonder.
To be honest with you.
It's
a
like
great show.
It's like I'm listening to Nosebleed, guys.
Well, sometimes we're not doing the show for you. We're doing the show for some of the people out there that
I
do
was
watch
just trying to
Workaholics, and they're enjoying this bit. The others are like you and are like, what the hell's going on?
I was just wondering. Like, were you also wondering?
I was wondering, Brian.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I appreciate it. I'm glad I'm not the only one.
It felt like in the 80s when you didn't watch Saturday Night Live Monday morning at the break table or
Not
whatever.
part of the Cool Kids Club.
Everybody's like, and I owe you an apology because DJ asked me, do you want to get them on the show? I said, I don't know who they are.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Gavin.
That's my bad. I should have asked you guys.
See, somebody knows. Poop Dollar just got texted in. Gosh, darn it.
That's why Derek Holland was saying that 10 years ago at spring training.
That's why he was saying Poop Dollar.
Wow.
10 years ago, Workaholics.
You blocked him?
No, I didn't block him. No.
No, but you told me you didn't want him, right?
Oh, yes, I did.
Yeah.
I did say, I'm sorry. I don't want to interview somebody I don't know right
Imagine
now.
if we had said we don't want the soccer guy on. All right. How would you have taken that?
Yeah, how would you have taken it if we said we didn't want Paige Van Zandt on?
I'd have been disappointed. Yeah, Paige Van Zandt was fun.
She was fun. It was a fun interview.
Yeah.
Should we pull some of that for tonight? Is there anything that's pullable for
I
tonight?
do think the I'd clone you bit might be pretty good for the 620.
The old cloner.
Yeah, maybe we can
Dawson
go back
had a
and find
giant cloner.
Yeah, he was ready for cloning.
Hold on now.
Vascular cloner I've ever
Don't get
seen.
in trouble.
Yeah, don't get pause. Don't stop right now.
My brother was texting me during that segment like, "Holy cow, bro!"
He's a big fan.
He's a big fan. He likes blondes and stuff.
She's hot blonde.
Mm-hmm.
Disney's gearing up for production on another Pirates of the Caribbean movie, and it is Johnny Depp that will return and reprise his role as Captain Jack Sparrow. It's the first thing I thought of too, Brian.
Yeah.
He needs money.
I need the money.
He needs the money. I mean, look, I don't think you can have a Pirates movie without him personally, but they started to get worse and worse. So we'll see. Last one I think came out in 2017, Dead Men Tell No Tales.
Yeah.
So we'll have probably 10 years in between Pirates movies. Maybe the next generation can fall in love with them, but the first one was really, really good.
You familiar with Keith Richards?
Yeah. Yeah, he was in those movies.
Was he in the Pirate?
He was.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
I figured this.
I think he was Davy Jones.
Was he?
Maybe that was Jeffrey Rush. Maybe
Okay,
Jeffrey
now
Rush
you're
was Davy
confusing me.
Jones.
But anyway, like he said that Johnny Depp said he kind of got his character from looking at Keith Richards.
Keith Richards? That would make some sense.
That's how he
I
got
Keith
himself.
Richards might have been in one of them, but
Was he?
I'll have to do some Googles on that one.
Yeah.
All right, top 10 best shows right now, 877-881-1053. We got a lot of good texts coming in, but fellas, I did finish last week the show we were talking about, and that was the prequel Dexter series, Dexter Original Sin, which is at number 10 according to IMDb, most popular TV shows right now. And if you guys like Dexter, now I didn't watch it. I'm going to have to now go back and watch the original series.
Yes.
But I did love Original Sin. And Maya, who has watched both of them, my wife, said that this, I mean, if you liked this, then I'm going to love the show. It's a very similar type of way that they run this thing. So
Very nice.
I thought Dexter Original Sin, definitely worth the watch. Really, really enjoyed it.
I'm looking forward to that. That's on my watch list. I'm going to add a lot to my watch list here. See which ones the lady hasn't watched already.
Lucius, I know you're trying to consume as much television as possible. What are some of the best things you're watching right now?
No. Lioness.
For great
Lioness is real good.
That looks good.
Yeah, I like that.
That looks good.
You can get locked in on that one. Landman, of course.
Yeah,
People
Landman's
like the
really good.
Landman situations.
I enjoy that.
That wife on there?
Yeah.
Boy, she reminds me of the old girl at home. I tell you what. Boy, I tell you what. I said they nailed that one, didn't they?
Man.
That is a Texas girl for you. Tulsa King.
Tulsa King's
Yeah,
good.
Tulsa King was
I
good.
like that one. Yeah.
American Primeval. Bang. Oh.
I tried to start watching American Primeval. Instead, we're doing Paradise right now. But I want to watch American Primeval.
But the Mormons, bro, they came for Utah.
Bro.
Yeah.
They came for Utah.
It looks awesome. And I've heard that they do not skimp on like the violence.
Oh, yeah, it's
the
very
brutality.
violent, very nasty.
Very real.
Yeah, they're cracking heads open. Bloods is coming out.
Honorable mentions, we do have Squid Game, which came out, of course, around the holiday season. American Primeval is an honorable mention as well. We got The Pit, which I think is in Netflix, or maybe it's on Max. I have not watched that. The Rookie, which I think is also on Hulu that you can check out. Yellow Jackets just came back out. That is a good show that I'll probably have to try and catch up once it's all the way released on Showtime.
What happened to that? Like, I started watching it, then all of a sudden,
They've had crazy
it
breaks.
became witchcraft.
Yeah. Oh, it is one of the weirdest shows I've ever seen in my life. But I have to see like ultimately how it ends now. I'm invested. I put too much investment into it with 2 seasons. I've got to see ultimately how it ends. Righteous Gemstones from the 903. I think we got a new season of that coming.
Dude, I think that's the last season, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be the last season too. But gosh, it's fun. I like that show a lot. Just finished the awesome grand finale of the Cobra Kai series. Then binged Yellow season 1 of 3 on Paramount. Pretty good show, if you ask me. From the 817. 469, I'm not sure about right now, but I've recently watched Severance. I liked the first episode of Severance.
I like the first season. Okay, but then you get to like scratching your head, say, did I miss something? You have to go back. Like, I can't keep up with this.
Because
it makes you feel stupid.
I could see it I started to feel stupid after episode 1, but I'm also like, what the hell is going on here? Maya didn't like it. So that's why also we pivoted to Paradise, which is a really good show. I'm going to have to go back and watch probably after the draft season, Severance by myself.
I had to put that thing out in the ashtray like, wait a minute.
Let me focus.
What's happening?
Yeah,
Wait a
you've
minute.
got to. And I need the subtitles on too to be able to really like read at the same time as I'm listening to figure out what the hell's going on.
That is the show that I just see like on my timeline the
Severance?
most of people talking about it, hyped about the return and all that kind of stuff. Kissing Kate Barlow's in it, so everybody's fired up.
Oh, Kissing Kate Barlow. Can't wait to catch up with our buddy Joe Barlow when we get to spring training now. High Potential, which stars...
Yeah, my girl watches that.
Okay, so it's...
Sweet D.
Yeah, Sweet D. Caitlin Olsen. She's in this show. So High Potential, which is on ABC and Hulu. I guess you can also watch it on Hulu. Comes in at number 9 on this list of the most popular shows right now. Number 8 is Yellowstone. Again,
still getting it done, huh?
I never saw Yellowstone, but I have heard some of the like 1923, which is supposed to be coming out soon. Like the spin-off series are also very, very good. So,
yeah, I think I watched the first season of Yellowstone, and then I don't know what happened, but we didn't pick back up on it, so we got a lot of watching to do.
Mindhunter was a great show. Okay, 214. Keith Richards played the Pirate King in the third Pirates of the Caribbean.
Okay, thanks.
His character was also Johnny Depp's character's father. So boom, there we go. I knew it. I thought that he did.
Mindhunter was about the FBI guys when they first started like serial killer profiling, like the 2 guys who were putting it together.
I think I did watch the first season but I stopped after that. I think there's 2 seasons of it that did come out. Night Agent on Netflix. I liked the first season. Second season was a little cheesy for me. For the Night Agent on Netflix, kind of lost it.
That's what happened to me with that show Daredevil some years ago.
Yeah, that's also there's a new one coming out now.
And it just one day I just realized,
wasn't good.
Like, wow, the cheese factor is just so high.
Mayor of Kingstown is good from the 903, and I think we got a new season of that coming out.
I heard that is good.
Day of the Jackal, I think we all watched.
I love that. I love that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I'm
great.
ready for season 2 of Day of the Jackal.
I still think Penguin's the best thing I've seen in a while.
Yeah, the Penguin's been the best show.
Jackal was pretty awesome.
Yeah. I thought both, and I'm not a big
really
TV
good.
guy, but I watched both those, and those are outstanding. Yeah.
What was the Jackal about?
The sniper, like the hired gun assassin.
He's a hitman.
He's an assassin all over the world.
Yeah.
I don't think I've watched it.
Go
you need
wrong.
to go watch it. Day of the Jackal. It's off a book.
Oh, that's right. There was an old one, and I think there was an old movie.
There was an old movie.
Val Kilmer, maybe.
Val
2 of
Kilmer.
them. There's an old one.
No,
and then there's
there's a 1960s movie, and then I think you're right about Val Kilmer.
We just keep recycling these things, huh?
But
the series was good. The series was really good. Top 5, The White Lotus at number 5. I've not seen
What's
the
that
first
about?
episode of season 3.
I've seen people talk about this one.
So what they do basically is it's at a hotel or resort. Every season's different, but I think each season is supposed to in some way signify like one of the 7 deadly sins.
Okay.
So like lust and each season will kind of revolve around that, like envy. So I'm not sure what the 3rd season is, but it is absolutely phenomenal.
Always
It's
different
really,
characters, like.
Oh, there's been 1 repeat character, I think, in each season.
Okay.
So it was who's our Stifler's mom? She was the from season 1 to season 2.
Coolidge.
Yeah. Oh, I'm Jennifer Coolidge. Yeah, she comes in and she was repeat, but she's not in season 3. I'm not going to spoil season 2 for you. She's not in season 3. I think somebody else.
She dies.
I don't know if she does, if that happens, Gavin, but I think her husband season
you never killed the Coolidge
1 is back in season 3, and I think somebody else from season 1 makes the return in season 3. But yes, typically it's a new cast every season. 4 is Invincible, the animated show, which is also very good. It's an animated superhero show. Apple cider vinegar, which I've never heard of.
What?
Comes in at number 3.
You're supposed to drink it in the morning.
So
and it's
good for you with the mother root.
Yeah.
Don't get that cheap one. Get that real
Cook
one.
with it quite a bit.
It's a Netflix show. It's 6 episodes. It's a TV miniseries. Never heard of it. Follows the life of a wellness guru, Belle Gibson. Top 2, Paradise is number 2. Great show. Recommended. Especially if you like Day of the Jackal, you'll like Paradise.
Okay.
Number 1, though, is Severance. Comes in at number 1. Might need to go back and watch it. There's the most popular shows right now. Thanks for having a TV conversation with me.
The boys didn't make this list?
Boys didn't make it. But I guess it's been, what are we, almost a year removed from the most recent season?
Yeah.
But The Boys deserves love, and I'm glad that you mentioned it.
Yeah.
I was really enjoying it. She bailed on it. Yeah. She was just, I guess.
What?
She was out. I was like,
The Boys was good, and
once she found out Wahlberg wasn't in it, she was like, "Thanks, but no thanks,
what was
Gabby."
the spinoff show? That was also good.
Compound V, Agent V, something like that.
Yeah, it was good. That was also good. Anything the boys have done has been awesome.
Okay, football's finest is coming up at 5:00, but we're hooping it up next, Chief.
The next Lucas-sized shocker trade might already be in the works. Are you kidding me? Plus, Granny Shots making a comeback. Broadus going to be fired up about this. That's next in the
Just
nation.
like the running back.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We'll have football coming up at 5 o'clock. Let's talk some hoop, though. A lot going on, including rumors of another superstar on the move. Here's the Chief.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance! I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when you're the fan of a team that is forward-thinking and sort of taste-making in their sport. And maybe that's what the Mavericks are after the most shocking, ridiculous trade in sports history, sending Luka from Dallas to L.A. May other teams now perk up with an interest to punt on a young superstar. Do you guys know this story yet? Are you guys familiar with this?
Yeah, I saw it on X about an hour ago, maybe.
What'd you think? The name is Ja Morant. He plays for Memphis and the Grizzlies. And he plays for Memphis and the Grizzlies, both teams. And according to he's a real powerhouse. Howard Beck, NBA insider, he says, I'm constantly checking in with executives around the trade deadline about just like, what we just saw and what we didn't see, but what might be next. And he says, in this league, you're always on the lookout for who's the next wave of stars that are going to get dealt. He said, somebody out of the blue said, keep an eye on Ja Morant this summer. He says, I'm just saying it's one of those things I'm going to be keeping an eye on if they end up flaming out early in the postseason. So now maybe the key is for Ja Morant and the Grizzlies to go to the finals and lose. And then that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back there and sends Ja Morant somewhere else. Now, Ja Morant's an awesome player. He's electric, super fun to watch. He's got his own health issues, and at times he's had some off-the-court issues as well. He's not the same type of, I would say, championship pillar that a Luka is, but he's clearly in the upper echelon of big-time names, young, stud player that pretty much any team would want that particular talent. So I'm sure plenty of teams will be in the market, and I just want to see this happen, one, because then the Grizzlies move on from him and maybe a division opponent kind of gets a little bit weaker, but also, and more importantly, what did they get for Ja Morant?
Oh, yeah, that's like 4 ones, maybe, and a young player, 3 ones, and a couple of young players, something like that. Just 25 years old. I think it's crazy, but if you're Memphis and you're in second place right now and you get to the playoffs and in a weak West, you don't get out of the first round, I think you might have to say we're kind of critically flawed here with a 175-pound, 6'1" superstar, and as exciting as he is, maybe that's not the path to a championship. I don't know. Does it give Nico's decision a little bit more credibility? Probably not for Mavs fans that are irate with him right now, but the idea of we're going to win with size and defense and this league is different than what it was, might get a little bit of legs, but I think you're crazy for trading a player that electrifying, even if he's not championship worthy by himself. He's not going to, him and Jaren Jackson Jr. are probably not going to drag that roster, deep into the playoffs or to a championship, but I would just shuffle the deck and build around him.
I would too, and he's not eligible for the Supermax in the same way that like Luka was, so it's not like they have this looming huge extension that they have to give him. I think he's in year 2 of like a $200 million deal right now, so you got him locked up for roughly like $40 million-ish per season over the next few years. So that would definitely be something that could be palatable for teams that are trying to fit it within this new crazy CBA salary cap stuff, but yeah, we'll see what happens with him and the Memphis Grizzlies the rest of the way, and we'll see how much noise they make in the postseason. But it seems like the surefire lock that Kevin Durant's going to be traded this offseason. Yeah, sure. and maybe even more with a young buck like Ja Morant. So
I think that's where the Mavs focus has to be on, can we get Kevin Durant without having to give up too much?
Mm-hmm.
And at this point,
it will be.
If your stars are going to be 33 years old next year, I don't know that the price could possibly be too high because you get KD along with those 2 other guys. If you could keep Lively or Gafford, I think you're the favorite to win the championship.
It's all about maximizing this 2 to 3 year little window they've tried to build for themselves.
You got to get one title
Have to
justify what they did.
Yeah,
and even then, it might not. If Luka goes on and wins multiple titles, obviously.
Sure. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's the thing that that's really going to hurt if that ends up happening. I do have the numbers through 4 games right now, Max Christie, and we don't really want to talk about it too much because we don't want to give any credence to
Max Christie trade
to Nico Harrison. But I mean,
good pick.
17 points, 69% true shooting. 5 rebounds per game, 3 assists, almost 2 steals per game, 2 steals and a block per game. And then he's plus 21 in the plus minus. Like he's absolutely a winning player, and he's only 22 years old. I am excited about what this could be. When we traded for him, I didn't know too much about him. It's just like young 3-and-D, cool defender, but he's shown much more than that.
Yeah.
Since putting a Mavericks uniform on. Like he's taking it to the rack. He's got some pull-up jumpers action, in his game. So I really like Max Christie. He's done awesome in his first 4 games.
He said he just loves how J.J. Redick and now this coaching staff had just given him more and more trust this year, and that's why he's breaking out. I don't think he'll ever be a go-to, put the ball in his hands guy. Like the game before the All-Star break, they gave him the game-winning shot, and he hit it, right? But I just thought, man, this is maybe not most that's in his wheelhouse. But this is a great signing and a guy whose arrow is pointing straight upward. I think his ceiling could be like a Klay Thompson type of player because he's going to be an elite defender. In transition, he's going to rebound. There's a lot to like about that player.
So I liked the comp. Blake was actually talking like Derek White-esque, and I see that, with him. I mean, I think that he might be able to become better than what Derek White is for the Boston Celtics, but he can be that type of player for you on a championship team when you look at the shooting ability, the athleticism, and the defensive skills. He's absolutely, I mean, now we should probably rephrase it, the Max Christie trade. He's the A side of this.
Yeah, Anthony Davis was just a bit of a throw-in, wasn't he?
Yeah, Anthony Day-to-Day Davis is all about getting Max Christie.
Okay, so we were just talking about the best things to watch right now in terms of streaming shows and whatnot. Netflix has released the Court of Gold documentary. The bigger the stage, the bigger the glory. And this is documenting the Team USA basketball run to gold that we just watched over the summer. So I've seen some clips come out, and I mean they are the mythology around Steph Curry and what he did there at the end and how that all played out. Steph Curry basically just telling Steve like, "Hey, I'm the man right now. I know exactly what to do here. Give me the ball." And he went scorched. So some of the clips are already out and they seem pretty cool. But that's going to be a must watch for me as it just got released today. So I'll be looking forward to consuming that.
Is this kind of like a Sound of the Sidelines deal?
It's really like a
documentary about how they got there.
Yeah, so you'll get like in-game sound interactions between Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and players and all that kind of stuff, and then you'll also get sit-down interviews from guys on the team, guys that they played against, just talking through the whole summer that ended with USA hoisting up the gold once again. Now, I would like to take you to the world of college basketball as we close down this rim sesh because
Auburn Tigers.
There's a gentleman that we need to be aware of. His name is Kyler Filewich. He's a center, and he's 250 pounds. He also wears a headband. He's pretty hilarious looking. He's a solid player. But from the free throw line, he's dog ass. He's been 46% in the season, 50%, 40%. And then the last 2 seasons, he's been terrible. 31% and 34% from the free throw line.
It's in his head now.
So what he has done, he has decided to, after the month of November, and his free throw numbers were just terrible, he decided that he was going to switch things up a bit.
He went Rick Barry on us.
He's pivoted to the granny free throw.
Yep, there you go.
Let's go.
Yep.
And
big fan.
He's up to, as of a couple of days ago, I don't think they've played a game since, he's now up to 60% since the switch.
There you go.
He's only got 10 reps of the granny free throw, but he's gone 6 for 10 from the stripe there. So it's clearly working for him. He's just a giant Canadian dude who looks like he's more like a football player than anything. He's got the headband on. He's a goofy looking dude, but he's a rebounding machine. And now he's changing the game up with the granny shot free throw.
I feel it, man. I was a terrible shooter. I played a lot of basketball in my life. And at times defenses would call me out. He's not going to shoot. He's going to fake and pass. Right?
They're just pointing at you on the floor. Don't bite on the pump.
I
heard him?
Yeah. Sometimes they'd be heckling me with it.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
God.
Is that one of your lower athletic kind of memories?
Yes.
Now you're in your head and you're thinking about it.
Like missed a couple penalty kicks.
Start to spiral.
A couple of PKs.
You missed a couple.
Those stick with you, man.
In shootouts. Yeah, that one hurt.
Were they like woefully bad, or was it like, hey, you were right there, but credit to the goaltender?
They were horrible. Yeah.
When the crowd goes,
oh,
ooh, like you missed the net completely.
Oh. I just kind of underkicked it. I was going for accuracy instead of power, which was a very effective technique for me in practice. Like I was the best PK kicker in practice. The pressure got to me.
I think
I didn't hit hard.
It was the same for me in middle school. Like I was dialed at the free throw line in practice. Get me in a game, and it was like, is the rim moving right now? Who's shaking the backboard? Mom, get me home.
I see everything.
I would love to hear Paul Allen of the Vikings radio team, like doing Dawson's P kicks.
Oh, not again! Oh, God! Oh, my God!
Link's getting close. The ball moved 2 inches.
Yeah. I think that might have been the last kick of my career, actually, now that I think about it.
Hell of a walk-off.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Rim session here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. How about some football's finest, buddy?
Yes, among other things, we unveil our Dick Fangio Super Bowl montage next in the nation.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway is coming up in 20 minutes. LA Live coming up at 5:40. It's time now, though, for football's finest, and here's the Chief.
All right, I'm going to give you guys a few minutes to prep your bodies for the Dick Fangio Super Bowl Radio Row montage. In the meantime, some housekeeping. We might be getting a Valentine's Day Super Bowl Sunday collision course coming up here in the next couple of years.
We did. We talked about this last week while you were out, actually. I think 2 years from now?
Yeah, 2027. Oof. Super Bowl and Valentine's Day fall on the same day. This will be a great barometer for who's actually the head of household in these relationships. Don't you think? If you're getting,
I wonder what the Daytona 500 would be.
I mean, how many football guys are actually going to get?
They moved it to back week after. Okay.
How many true thoroughbred football guys are going to get pulled away from Super Bowl Sunday to go meet some Valentine's Day requirements?
I'd hope none, man.
I would
This
hope.
is-
I
it's the
hope
Super Bowl.
zero. I would hope there would be zero dudes out there that get pulled away from the Super Bowl festivities for some Valentine's Day. Hey, there's the 13th, there's the 15th, there's literally any other day. We'll
have
make
dinner
our own
Saturday night.
Valentine's Day, honey.
We can go out
There's
Monday
only
night.
one Super Bowl damn Sunday. I can't move the Super Bowl. Yeah, I can have Valentine's Day festivities any time of the year, let alone the week. Super Bowl Sunday is Super Bowl Sunday. So hopefully that particular sanctity remains. But I'm sure
I think the play is to take them on a Valentine's Day brunch.
Yes.
You know, get them nice and loose.
Oh.
And you know, them brunches, bro, they have you clock out early.
That's
You
right.
will-
She'll be asleep
And
by
you're saying
2
sleep
o'clock.
time by kickoff.
Yeah, you wake up at 5:30 in the afternoon thinking you got to go to work. You know how it goes?
Yeah.
Oh, Sunday.
Those mimosas, man, they will put you down. That's a heady play right there, Lucius. I like that.
6'8", you said Super Bowl and chill.
I was speaking of the mimosas. What about a Saturday night Valentine's dinner where you get her hammered? Now
She's hungover. Back. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Oh my God, Dawson.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Even better.
She's not want to see any light.
How you doing in there, honey?
Yeah.
Can I get you another Tylenol?
Oh my God, Dawson.
Hey, the good news is, thanks to y'all's creativity and ideas here, like we have options as men.
Yeah.
2027, man. Mark your calendars.
You could go early dinner. You know, a lot of that pregame stuff gets repetitive, boring.
I don't know, man.
You like the drunk idea, don't you?
It's problematic. It's toxic as hell. You in the hurt locker there, dear?
They can get her hammered.
I told you about those tequilas.
Gotcha.
Man, are they really calling Debo Samuel Debo Doncic in San Francisco right now?
20 pounds heavier than he should be.
The photos are pretty unflattering. And why is he wearing an Eagles jersey in the photo that I'm looking at?
It's probably, I don't know. Did you get ball sacked on the photo?
No, I think
the Kelly Green Eagles jersey.
For Brown.
He's not. Yeah, it is number 11, so that would make sense. I guess he's just repping for his guy, AJ Brown.
Yeah.
But yeah, 20 pounds overweight. He's a guy that is certainly on the trade block. But I mean, he's wearing every bit of that 20.
Did you guys see I guess it was the tweet about who's the actor or the rapper that was going up for the layup, and they said this is what
Oh, Drewski.
This is what Nico sees in Luka. He was going up
pretty funny.
He was going up for a layup, and it's kind of.
Well, gosh, that
portly
Athletic
guy.
article, and Sean Hardy did a great job breaking it down. But you can understand why Nico was not into Luka. I mean, they're polar opposites. Nico's like all about fitness, and all about what's your diet, what's your routine. And Luka's the polar opposite. Like, I don't give a damn. I'm going to show up. I'm going to play basketball, and then give me a burger and a beer.
Yeah, he apparently when he sees somebody he hasn't seen in a while, one of his first questions is, "What'd you eat today?"
Yeah,
he's that dialed into nutrition.
I don't know. Why don't you mind your own damn business, Nico? Don't you have a basketball team to run or tank?
That was one of my favorite moments from All-Star Weekend when Jokic was asked about just not having Luka at All-Star Weekend, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm really bummed about it because we always have a great time the night before the game."
Yeah,
it's like, yeah,
we're getting hammered together.
That's a hookah, beer, heater, dance floor
fist
combo.
fight.
Yeah,
if his brothers are in town, if his brothers are there,
I would guess that Luka and Jokic have never hung out on a night together where they both went home with their shirts on.
Oh, right, yeah,
or even just knowing where their shirt was
with a BAC under 0.2 doesn't happen, And that's by 7 o'clock at night. These guys go big.
Yes,
I bet they have beers before the game together.
Totally. Yeah,
some of the all-star performances Luka's put out there.
I think I think before regular season games, I think Luka was having beers before games.
Oh yeah. I mean, didn't we get him with a pint one day? It was like at noon,
and he was blowing a cloud of hookah. at the table. Looked like a damn good little brunch festivity there for Luka.
I mean, the Finley taking the beer from him, I think that was just like so repetitive for him.
That was a foreshadowing thing that we should have really sunk into.
Yeah.
Okay, so according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, the Jets could have some interest in Justin Fields. They're liking the idea of having a dual threat quarterback. Yeah, some novice concept now in the NFL. Quarterback that can move. But he says,
he needs to be able to throw, though, right? To be dual threat.
That's also a fair point there, Chuck. He says they could have some interest. They like the idea of a dual threat quarterback. He's obviously younger, and Justin Fields has looked at the roster, sees some intrigue there. Good young pieces. Garrett Wilson, good defense. So maybe Aaron Glenn era starts with Justin Fields in New York. I don't know how that's going to pan out for Justin Fields. Have a bad game. I'm sure Zach Wilson might be on the horn saying, "Bro, anywhere
that one."
Anywhere but the New York Jets. You just
Titans.
You lose 10 overall in Madden as soon as you put a Jets uniform on.
Yes, that's either a tank move. I think that is a tank move, isn't it? That's the only reason you bring in Fields at this point. You don't think he's going to?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, he did start 4-0 for the Steelers, right? He can win some games if you're on the best coach team in the NFL with a damn good defense and decent running game.
I do think he also probably lost the game that I saw against the Cowboys.
You did,
yeah.
Yep.
It was like when that backup, I think it was Kyle Allen, showed up. I was like, holy hell, I hope they don't leave this guy in because he looks like he's playing better than Justin Fields.
Yeah, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, continues to hint at the weird vibe situation with Matthew Stafford and the Rams. I can't imagine, though, that McVay and the Rams would want to do the rebuild thing. Like, if they're going to move on from Matthew Stafford, they have to have something in the back pocket to know, hey, this is where we're pivoting to. I don't see them just sort of punting on a year with a dog-ass Jimmy Garoppolo type of quarterback. So it's like, what's the next move if you're the Rams and you're going to move on from Matthew Stafford, where there's some weird vibes and there's plenty of teams that'll be interested in Matthew Stafford for sure. But I just wonder what's the pivot from Stafford if you are the Rams?
Is it Darnold bringing him home?
Could it be Darnold? Could it be Aaron Rodgers? I mean, they're looking for probably, I would assume, a bridge quarterback, and then maybe they like a Jackson Dart. I think there's a first-round team.
Yeah.
Seattle's a team that has been rumored. There might be some of these teams that are like the Broncos and Bo Nix last year. Maybe McVay looks at Jackson Dart and says, that's my guy.
I agree.
Well, I would trust him. After the Goff for Stafford, being in the Super Bowl 2 times over the last decade, I'm like, hey, whatever they come up with, I'm going to be happy with as a fan at this point. They probably have a better understanding of where Stafford is in his career than anybody else.
And they could go F them picks and go get Arch next year if he comes out.
Ooh, yeah.
Because they've done an excellent job of rebuilding that defense. They've hit in the middle of the draft on that, man. It's been amazing.
Try to make the playoffs with like Mason Rudolph as your quarterback, and probably not, and then be in position to trade up and get a guy. I would love that too.
Why do I keep seeing a bunch of love for a Louisville quarterback?
Oh gosh, Tyler Shugg. This is the most head-scratching, puzzling thing I've ever seen. I know he had an okay year with Louisville last year.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of his college career was just throw up in your mouth bad. Texas Tech fans, how do you feel about Tyler Shugg?
Yeah.
Not good. Oregon, how do you feel? Ooh, really bad. I don't get the hype with this kid at all.
The Shugs make some damn good bagels, though.
Sure do. I thought about going today after the draft show, but I stopped. Said no carbs for you today, Zach.
Have you said no to the cinnamon rolls?
I've not had any of the cinnamon rolls.
Shout out to Thunder
Do
Dan.
I want to? Yes, I do.
How was that? How was that cinnamon roll?
Yeah,
Brothers?
it was excellent.
Yeah.
That was like a cinnamon roll donut, right?
Yeah,
What do you call it? It
cut
came from a donut shop, so
I cut it in
would-
quarters. Yeah, it. I felt a little bit better about myself eating
There
it.
you go.
Yeah, I didn't eat the whole thing, but man, it was excellent. Very, very, very soft.
Yeah, it's easier on the metabolism
Yeah.
if you just layer in a quarter of a donut every 10 minutes or so.
Well, I'd take the Bill Parcells method. Like he used to like when he would like the sweet rolls we'd eat like at Grandy's, and he'd cut a sweet roll in half and eat it on the walk, filling up the rest of his plate. And then on the way back, he would pick up the second half. The other half, yeah.
Toss it on top of the giant plate.
Exactly.
Okay, so we got to read some tea leaves here because Shedeur Sanders, obviously coming into this draft, probably by most standards, he's the second best quarterback in this draft, I think, behind Cam Ward.
Yeah.
And supposed to go top 10, top 5. Field Yates had a mock draft with ESPN last week that had Shedeur Sanders going 6th overall to the Raiders. And
So did Daniel Jeremiah today when we talked about it. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So Sanders saw that and he commented on it and basically just said that's cap. Ain't no way I'm going 6th or something. So he feels like for sure he's going in the top 5. Who is he talking to? Which team is giving him the assurance? Hey, you're our guy for sure. Well, there's a clip going around right now of him. He's just kind of chilling and one of his buddies, I guess, is recording. He's eating and they're talking about playing Madden. Listen to what he says about the team that he always plays with in Madden.
Who you play with? I don't even play Madden. I can play Madden. You know who I play with? Yeah, I can play with anybody though. He can only play with one team. What team? Brown. Okay. That's the only team. Okay. I like how they getting ready. I like how they move around, bro. That's the only team he can play with. That boy getting ready. Anybody else is trash. I like how they move around on there. I like the setup.
He likes the setup. He likes the way they move around in Cleveland with the Browns when he plays Madden.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a guy that understands the importance of handing the ball off to Nick Chubb and a dominant running back. And a good defense. Maybe he just loves playing with Myles Garrett.
He's got a soft spot
Moves
for
him off the
Stefanski.
line. Maybe he's freelancing Garrett as a linebacker here and there. You can do creative things with the Browns and Madden, right? Just ask Brick Johnson.
Yeah, that's another very astute point by you, Olchuk, in this segment. You're absolutely on fire.
Pew, pew, pew.
Shedeur Sanders and the Browns, that was one that I was checking off as that would be a non-starter for Dion and Shedeur. But is there any, I don't know. Should we be reading into this at all?
It's a smokescreen.
Okay, this is a smokescreen.
Smokescreen.
I don't even know if the Browns are going to be going quarterback
Even what
here.
I'll do saying, man, the boy getting ready.
I know, yeah.
Boy getting ready.
He's getting ready.
I mean, when his buddy is in the back hyping it up, it makes me wonder. But no, I think he's going to the Titans, or he probably is a Giant.
Did you guys talk yesterday about how Dion said he didn't become the Cowboys coach because Dak's contract?
I did hear him say, he basically just asked the rhetorical question, why would I coach in the NFL and not coach my son?
Yeah, the story I read, it was framed as he turned the Cowboys job down because he's not going anywhere in the NFL without his son. And he, noticed Dak Prescott 4 years left on his contract. There's no way my son's going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did a good job of spinning it to where it's it's a Dak Prescott story, but in reality, it's what we knew. Dak's the quarterback here. They're not going to move on from Dak for Shedeur. So the better option would be maybe the Giants fire their guys, you hire Dion.
Yeah.
Maybe the Titans, one and done, their dude in Callahan, they hire him. Or is it the Vegas Raiders? But the Cowboys are never going to be that team if he did want to continue to coach Shedeur.
Yeah, I'm not going to coach without my son. They have a huge investment in their quarterback. They knew that. I'm not stepping up to that level without my baby.
Yeah. I get it. He's been pretty open and clear about that for a very long time. So this is not really a surprise to anybody. And I still think whatever team ends up drafting Shedeur, that particular head coach of that team now has to be on high alert. At what point are they going to go try and get Dion to replace me on the sidelines.
Maybe that's why you go with a 74-year-old Pete Carroll or whatever he is.
Yes, but again, Shedeur Sanders, when he's mocked to the Raiders at 6, he says that's cap, ain't happening.
Wow.
So it's like, I don't know, because that would make plenty of sense with Pete Carroll, short stint, couple of years with the Raiders, get him kind of off the ground a little bit in their rebuild, and then here comes Papa Dion. So I don't know, but Shedeur definitely confident he's going in the top 5. To the idea that the Bengals are going to be placing the franchise tag on wide receiver T. Higgins. T. Higgins' mom had 3 simple words: selfish bastards. All right, here is the moment we've been waiting for. Are your bodies ready?
Ready.
Yes.
The Dick Fangio montage from the Super Bowl licks in New Orleans.
Vic.
Wow.
Here's the
payoff.
Here's the payoff, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you think Dick Fangio will have the answers to slow down Mahomes and Andy Reid?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the difference in this game, because I think if you look at coach and quarterback, the Chiefs have the edge: Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes versus Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. But Vic Fangio is an X factor. Like, the defense is playing as well as it has all year.
One Super Bowl question for you. Whose defense do you trust more in a big game like this, Steve Spagnuolo's or Dick Fangio's?
That's a really great question. I think that it's you can't go without saying that you don't notice the Vic Fangio effect on the Philadelphia defense this year.
What about the difference in coaching? Andy Reid, Sirianni, then you got Spagnuolo, Dick Fangio.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a ton of respect for Vic. They coach in different ways. They have different philosophies. Vic likes to play it top down.
Is there any chance that that either a Steve Spagnuolo or Dick Fangio could end up getting back into a head coach opportunity?
I don't know if Vic Fangio, I don't know if he would want to be.
But what about the history and the track record and the matchup of now it's Andy Reid and Mahomes versus Dick Fangio and that Eagles defense that is just phenomenal?
Now, one could argue that Vic Fangio has a perfectly good defense and probably better than any defense he's had when playing Patrick Mahomes. He's never lost to a Vic Fangio defense.
Okay, hey, you guys are 2 great defenders, 2 great defensive coordinators in this Super Bowl. Steve Spagnuolo, Dick Fangio. Who are you more impressed by?
Dick Fangio, as you said, or Vic Fangio?
Oh, what did I say? Did I say Dick?
Dick Fangio, right?
You said Dick Fangio, huh?
That was a mistake. I don't know.
He was going so fast. It was good.
I appreciate that.
You're killing this whole interview, by the way. That's tough. I'm gonna go with Vic. Why not? Spags.
I think it's Dick.
I'm gonna go with Vic. Why not?
Why not? Thank you, Kyle Van Noy, being the only individual all week long that had the courage to step up and call me out for my mistake.
The under hit then on that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, good job.
Best one was Louis Riddick because he said Vic and then paused like a second and a half.
Yeah.
And then he did it again like 10 seconds later.
That was my favorite. Every single one of them put an emphasis on saying Vic at least once in their response. And Josina Anderson, as kind as she is, saying, wow, what a great question.
Really, she was like,
wow. Thank you, Josina.
Can't wait for next year. Are we back in California next year, Brian?
Santa Clara.
Santa Clara.
Fran, yeah.
Okay. It's time to hit the expressway. Cowboys assistant coaches talking with reporters today. We have highlights from new offensive coordinator Clayton Adams, what kind of lineman he's looking for, and much more. And we'll get you updated on everything that's been breaking throughout the day here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat. Here we go. We're hitting the expressway. LA Live with Lucius Alexander's coming up in 15 minutes. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. The expressway itself is presented by the On Time Experts. Let's look at everything that's been developing in the world of sports throughout your broadcast day. We do have some more Clayton Adams audio, the Cowboys' new offensive coordinator. What's he looking for? What's his philosophies and all that coming to you in just a sec, Brian.
Excited about this, man. I like the fact that that you could come in and you could talk about how you're going to fix the offensive line, how you're going to fix the running game, all that. They've got to go in there with the attitude, though, of getting it fixed. It's going to take some players. We talked about the offensive line. The running backs are going to be huge in this thing. They got to get the tight ends the right way as well, and the quarterback is a big part of this as well. So there's a lot going on here. You can't just talk about it. You got to go out there and do it, and that's what the challenge is now.
Do you think coaching is more important than it's ever been?
I think coaching is important. I think certain players respond to coaching. I think there's others that it might not be the most, but I think there's certain players that it means something to them, that if they feel like that a coach is, and I think this is what Clayton Adams was talking about, trying to help them become the best players that they can. Yeah. Sometimes you think it's kind of like lip service, kind of a saying and all that. But in reality, though, there's some players that really do respond. If Clayton Adams can get Tyler Guyton to play better, that to me will be the best thing going forward.
Do you think developing players or the scheme is more important from your coaches?
I think that if you're not very good with your players, if your talent level is not good, you've got to scheme around some things. We talk about what the Cardinals and how they run the ball in the various ways, inside zone, outside zone, the lead stuff that they do, the pin and pull stuff that they do. If you're not very good, you have to find ways to run the ball or play offense scheme-wise if your players aren't good enough. So that's when scheme becomes important, is like, hey, we can't man up. We can't zone block here. We're not athletic enough to get to the second level. But what we can do is we can block down, pull a guy to the outside, and then if we have the back that can kind of get there and then make a cut off that, then we can run the football. So it's going to be up to these coaches. That's why I was hopeful that somebody would have asked the question, have you sat down and watched the tape of this offensive line or the offense, and what are some of your thoughts? He might not give you a great answer, but I would love to at least try to have get him, to get an
maybe
answer.
You guys can talk to him on draft night, draft show.
Yeah.
I know that a lot of those coaches become available throughout our broadcast presentation on all 3 days of the NFL draft, and we're heading fast and furiously to that. But I think, you nailed it.
Scheme is important because
absolutely.
When you're not good enough or you're really good at something, you always say, oh, you can hang your hat on that. And scheme will do that. But if you're not good at running the football and you have problems with, securing down blocks and stuff like that, or down linemen, then you've got to figure out other ways to do it until you get the personnel that can block that way.
If you have great players but your scheme sucks, you'll be a disappointment. If your scheme's good and your players are just, I think you need both.
Yeah.
And this league has been historically noted by great coaches coming up with something. Right. And whether that's Landry's defense or Bill Walsh in his offense, or now the McVay revolution, if you're not in line with that or capable of coming up with something great on your own, then you're going to get left in the dust.
Which defensive coordinator got the absolute most out of Micah Parsons? And I know Micah Parsons missed some games this year.
Yeah,
did Mike Zimmer get the most out of
the way
him?
that he moved him around? I think absolutely was something that DQ never really tapped into.
The unblocked pressures.
There you go.
Having him rush over center.
There you go. It's sitting down and watching him play and like, man, they left meat on the bone on this one.
So let's jump into the Clayton Adams here in just a second, and then we'll get to some basketball stuff, some other NFL notes, and a baseball story with the Rangers that is a bit concerning. Here's Clayton Adams, number 3. Is this a stepping stone towards calling plays here or somewhere else?
That's a good question. I hadn't really thought of it from that perspective before. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to feel like down the road or any of those things, to answer your question, but I am excited about the opportunity and the fit for what I think that this job is going to be, which, really is trying to figure out at the end of the day, our job when we're putting things on the call sheet is to be problem solvers. And so we're trying to figure out what do we do good and how do we make that look multiple? How do we make that look different? And so that's the part that I'm really looking forward to focusing on. And I think it's also it's a leadership position within a great organization. So that's the part that I'm looking forward to the most. And the answer your question about down the road, I don't know yet.
That's the quote I was looking for earlier. I was like, where is this quote?
Yeah.
You know, when he's talking about being multiple, Chief, that's music to my ears. How about you?
Yes, absolutely. He's talking about being problem solvers, trying to figure out what we do well and how do we make that look multiple. That's like the secret sauce to all these guys. Hey, we have a couple of things we do really, really well. How can we deploy it to where it looks different to the defense, but it's still the same bread and butter type deal? How many different variations of sort of the exact same thing can you lean on? And so everything that these guys are saying, from Schottenheimer's opening press conference to then executing it with some of the staff that he's put together here, reaching outside his comfort zone to get guys he's never worked with before to help him achieve something he's never achieved before. And then they come in here and the way they're talking about everything today was about physicality and violence. And as a coach, my job is to get the best out of these guys and be a problem solver. Yes, this is all really music to my ears.
It's trending towards the big issue has been toughness. Are the Cowboys a tough football team? We heard that a lot after the losses to San Francisco. We've got to be a tougher football team. This coaching staff is certainly going to bring a better sense of toughness, and it sounds like physicality, and not only the players that they want, but also the way it seems like they're going to implement the culture and, of course, the scheme that they want to employ. I mean, I did see that Connor Riley already has met with Tyler Guyton. So Connor Riley's getting ahead of this thing. He's already been in contact with him. He said, quote, "The sky is truly the limit for a young man like that. There is going to be a process. It's going to be a whole lot to it. There's going to be a lot of work that's got to be involved with it. He and I are just getting to know one another, but he's a tremendous skill set. I'm really excited to get to work with him." And that's why some of the stuff with Guyton was surprising to me over the course of the season, because what was going on, he gets drafted, he's immediately working with Duke Manyweather. I didn't expect we'd hear any stuff about work ethic, wanting to improve. I thought Tyler Guyton had that stuff built in. So some of the struggles that we heard whispers about throughout the season, I was surprised. I was. And I think hopefully Connor Riley's the right dude to come in and get the most, mold that ball of clay. Like we heard earlier on the draft show from Bobby Belt. Guyton's got that. Super talented player. Can Coach Riley coach him up?
Strong guy. There's really, it's more than that, right? And I think they took a guy with a tremendous amount of upside. But
they took a traits guy that hadn't played a lot of football.
Yeah, there
That's
you go.
True. Yeah.
Okay, so speaking of that, cut 5, what traits is new Cowboys offensive coordinator Clayton Adams looking for in his offensive lineman?
The same thing that I want from every player on offense, and that is to create violence in the game, be aggressive, run, hit. I think that every decision that we make schematically needs to lean that direction. So if there's gray area, what is going to allow these guys to play more free and run and hit and be violent?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like running the ball. We're going to get out and nail some guys, and that sounds that sounds tremendous. The Cowboys have had some really good offensive linemen over the years. They've had some really good running backs. And, you sit there and you wonder, why can't they get farther in the playoffs? I think it's because their offensive coaching just has not been creative enough. You have to make the defense think at the snap. And by running the same play out of different sets and making it look different, you allow your players to just intuitively react off the ball. We know what we're doing. I know where my steps are. I know where I got to get to this guy. The defense is thinking, what are they doing? And then a quarter second after the snap, 0.2 seconds is the average human reaction time. 0.2 seconds, they go, oh, crap, it's that play again. But because they had to think instead of just react, now your guy's in the perfect spot.
Sure.
And the hole's bigger as a result. It's just those quarter second type of deals that neither of the offensive coordinators that we've seen really for a long time, but especially over the last 15 years in the Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy era have been brutal. Number 7, excitement level working with Dak, CD, and Jake Ferguson.
I'm excited about all three of those guys, and I think there's the list probably, I won't go into it, but I think the list probably even goes a little bit further than that for guys that you feel like are established and have chances to be premium players. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to let it unfold and look at it and say, how do we put these guys in position, an advantageous position as many times as we can within a game, and that's the challenge to me. And when you have good players, that's a little bit easier.
Well, unfortunately, Clayton, I don't think the list goes any further, does it? Do we have any other offensive skill players that are established and capable? Is it Dak, CD, and Jake?
That's
it,
be,
right?
Oh, the skill guys. Yeah. That's why we keep talking about a wide receiver here. We keep talking about running backs because they just right now they don't have that.
And are you hunting tight end at all? You looking for a guy? It's a great tight end draft.
It is actually a very good tight end draft, and you could probably the Cowboys have had like a little bit of a history of taking that 4th round pick, which they don't have right now, but I wouldn't be surprised in the 5th round.
There's
with
one of those guys in the 5th.
Yeah,
Luke Lachey from Iowa.
Yeah,
maybe Jalen Conyers from Texas Tech. Those are 2 names that I've mentioned before.
There's going to be some guys. It's a deep draft that way.
One more from the new Cowboys OC, Clayton Adams. How do you describe your coaching style?
Number one, I see myself as a teacher as much as anything else. I feel like 2 of my biggest passions in life are teaching and learning. And number 2, I really, really try to think about in regards to how I communicate with the players on the field, in the meeting room, is controlled energy. And so I'm not going to have a lot of blow-ups, but it's going to be very focused beams of here's the problem, here's the solution, here's where we're going to try to get that done, rather than I'm not really a big blow-up scream guy. All right. But they got to feel the intensity.
Love a guy that's got a passion for teaching and is capable of doing it. I think if you're obviously Cooper Beebe, this is a dream come true for you.
Yeah, no, the fact that he knows the offensive line coach and the fact that they're going to even try, like to say, he got better as a run blocker as the season wore along. And I think that's something that he could build on going forward. But to have his former coach here with the team now, and it has to be really special to him to be able to continue his career with this guy.
Little free agent talk. Today was day 1 of the franchise tag window, so the news is going to be really coming in strong here over the next couple of weeks, and hopefully you can stay tuned because we'll have breaking news as soon as it happens. You have Matt Bowen doing free agent projections here on ESPN. Best fit for each guy. Osa going to the Chargers. Zach Martin to the Chiefs, replacing Trey Smith.
Wow.
Last year, he did play in 10 games. His block win rate was 93.7%. That ranked 15th among guards while injured. So I think Zach Martin has a pretty good chance of being pretty dang good next year. But he also listed the Cowboys as the best fit for 8-year veteran Mike Hilton to help bolster the secondary. He's been with the Bengals. He has 13 picks, 11.5 sacks, and 34 pass breakups in 8 seasons. So that's about par for the course, right? A lot of the Tolos out there are like, Mike Hilton? Who's that?
Yeah.
Bengals guy, probably a budget signing.
Was really good with
experience.
the Steelers.
There you go.
As a slot corner for a while.
And they'll blitz the heck out of him. I don't know how much Eberflus likes to do that, but in Pittsburgh, he was a dynamite slot blitzer kind of dude.
Nice. Story in the Athletic/New York Times sports section. Mavs had no intention to give Luka the Supermax. I know that was reported a couple of weeks ago, but it's in writing today in a story about Nico, really, and his background and how he's not impulsive, very detail-oriented and patient, unemotional in his decisions. It kind of read to me, Wolchuk, like a let's prop Nico up piece. Like, hey, here's my source. I'm going to do a story about how he's a god, actually, so people will get off his butt.
It did match a lot of the stuff that we had kind of heard behind the scenes, though.
Yeah.
Like the reasons as to why he would probably move on from a dude like Luka, because those are his values. And I guess when you're growing up in Nike, I mean, the stuff with him being tight-lipped and all that, and that whatever they would call that Nike group that would go in and seal the deal, like they were all very private. So it makes it make more sense in terms of how nobody else knew about this and why he loved Anthony Davis and why he doesn't see Luka maybe working out long term. But it did. It was very much like, okay, here is let's move you into Nico Harrison's vision and mind and way of thinking so you can get a better understanding of it. And, oh, by the way, he's also a badass that's accomplished all of this in the course of his life.
You know, it was kind of like, listen, this guy's not an idiot. You might disagree with his decision, but he's not an impulsive guy. You know, he's not going to be tricked in anything. It was his idea to keep it quiet, not Rob Pelinka. I enjoyed reading that part. Kyrie Irving, the people that don't like him already are really going to be mad at him for this one. He's going to try to play for Australia in the 2026 Olympics. I think, you know, getting a chance to represent the country that he was born in. In soccer, we don't let this happen. Like, you get tied to a country, but in basketball, it's a little bit more open because USA has such an advantage. We want to share the wealth if anybody wants to go over there and do that. I remember Donnie Nelson, Don's son, he coached Germany back in the day. And they almost upset the USA, and he said it just made him sick. He'd never do it again. Evan Carter story today. Speaking of making you sick, a back issue that's chronic. We're not sure on what the outlook is for Evan Carter, but he's pain-free right now, and hopefully he has an awesome season, I think, is the biggest takeaway. And it's time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has LA Live.
All right. It's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares. Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
I don't read books. I was in special ed my whole life. So they made me read books. I could read a book so quick. Like, I could read 1,000 books in a week.
You could do that?
Yeah, because I was, like, trained to read.
Damn, and because of that, they put you in special ed?
Well, in special ed, they train you in special ed.
Oh, okay.
So you get talents that nobody else gets in the school because you're special ed. So they're pushing things on you. You know what I mean? But I like audio.
Oh, I love that shit.
No, I love audio.
Does that mean I should have been on special ed?
No, it doesn't mean that. And nobody probably should be in special ed. It's just what the people in charge tell you it is.
Man, what? Man, what is you talking about, bro? Man, what? Hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, February 18th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday. I mean, it's toxic, too. It's a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Shoot. I'm going to go back and play y'all's Deion Sanders takes.
Okay.
Toxic as hell. Toxic as hell.
On brand.
Yeah, toxic as hell, bro.
What was the most toxic part, you think?
Let's see. I did not know that y'all were under the assumption that he wanted to coach in the NFL only if he had his son with him.
Well, that's what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I remember telling you guys that, and he was like, well, it's the Cowboys, Lucius. It's the NFL, Lucius. I was like, well, I don't know, man. He said, Lucius, I don't know. You boys are toxic as hell, I tell you what. You boys are toxic. Hey,
Comes natural.
Yeah. Hey, we are living in remarkable times right here, people. Drink your water. I've had a whole lot of it. Damn near a gallon, almost. Mind your business. Mind your business out here. And if you're going to argue about something, make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Yes, flow logically, at least.
Yeah, make it make sense. Because I'm telling you, we are living in remarkable times. This is basically America's new Reconstruction. We made it, people. We're living through it. It's pretty awesome.
Deconstruction. I'm not sure right now.
I mean, however you want to put it. Yeah, I guess they ain't finished making the pie yet. I don't know where it's going. Hey, G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here comes from the Fan After Dark again. These boys are just climbing up the charts. And plus, I'm back here, editing audio, and I hear it. And I'm like, what did he just say? What is that? What? Are the mics on? Oh, okay. He said that on the air. Cool. Blake was dealing with a person on the fan text who basically they're no longer a Blake fan. They're giving up on Blake. Hey, what my man Eric say? They broke up with Blake.
Yeah. Broke up with him.
Broke up with
It was just a fad.
It was just a fad. Listen to all of this, y'all.
682 is not dating me. Blake, I'm starting to not like you. I'll finish.
What a thing to say
On Valentine's Day.
What a thing, man. Why? What did he say?
I loved you when you started.
Okay.
But you got to stop being a hater. You smash on Fred, and he's pretty non-objective despite being a KC native.
Oh, we got a Fred Truther on there.
Okay, yeah, we got Fred's burner on here.
First of all, hey, look, hey, thanks.
Hey,
but
hey.
that's what. But I mean, we both bust on each other.
Oh.
I mean, every.
I gotta leave the show.
I gotta leave the show.
No way you just said that. No way.
Fred's like one of those callers to what you drinking and what you thinking. Hey, man. Hey, listen up here. We fight all the time.
Hey, it's hilarious. hey. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Y'all be careful out here. It's going to get cold, right?
It is.
It's
cold about 9 o'clock tonight.
Shoot. All right, let me get this work done so I can get on out of here and not be stuck on the frozen roads.
I'll make sure of that.
Roads? Where we going? We don't need roads.
There you go.
We have a 26-year-old, this is real quick, 26-year-old political influencer. It's Toxic Tuesday. Her name was Ashley St. Clair. You guys ever heard of Ashley St. Clair?
She's the one claiming that Elon Musk's her baby daddy, right?
Okay, so I saw this yesterday.
Dipping,
That's
weaving.
the first I'd heard of her.
Side note, it's already 34 out there, bro.
Shoot.
Yeah, it's we hit it now.
I'm cooked.
Yeah.
I am cooked.
17 tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, wind chill, I believe, -2 in the morning when we wake up. Good morning.
Yeah,
School
19 for 7 a.m. for a high, 19 in the morning.
7
So we
a.m.
got
for
the
a
black
high.
ice and all this stuff probably starting just in the next 30 minutes.
Windy and 33 at 7 p.m.
Delkus keeps alleging that the roads are going to be fine, like tonight kind of deal.
Well, if you listen to our guy,
Brunoff
says that the Arctic air will dry off the roads. The air they'll take the moisture off the roads.
Okay, there you go. So they're aligned.
I listened to his deal.
There's a whole lot of science going on right here.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of wishing too.
Yeah, we're all crossing our fingers.
Yeah. All right, Ashley St. Clair. Yeah, she said she had Elon Musk's baby about 5 months ago.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's been confirmed.
I think we're being reckless here. She's being reckless. Maybe.
You think so?
I think maybe so.
we said allegedly, didn't we?
I think didn't she kind of confirm it and just say she doesn't want to talk about it?
Yeah.
I mean, he has 2 others.
2?
Yeah.
Two other baby mamas?
This is his 4th. Yeah.
Baby moms.
He names the kids.
He's got 11 kids.
Crazy wild names.
Yeah, slash and semicolon.
Dash.
Dash.
Got a control-alt-delete sign.
Ampersand.
Hacker.
Yeah.
Hacker.
Yeah, Elon Musk is 53 years old, has 12 kids with 3 different women's.
Yeah.
3 different women's. And if this baby is his, he will be 1 over Nick Cannon.
Wow.
Ooh, nice.
1 over Nick
Still
Cannon.
not touching Antonio Cromartie, though.
Bruh, he's still trying to count them babies.
She just trying to catch up.
Family values, Lucius, very important.
Yeah, I heard you, Dustin. Yeah, my man is 53 years old and she's 26.
Wow. Nice pull.
Yeah, because she's not a bad-looking lady, and he looks like a stand-up frog, like a nude frog standing up on his hind legs.
Hey, why is he taking his shirt off on vacation sometimes?
That torso.
You're a shirt-on guy.
Okay? Yeah.
Embrace it.
You're a shirt-on guy, dude.
One of one torso.
Get you one of those swimming shirts.
Let me give you some advice. You're a shirt-on guy, okay? Well, no one's ever told you this.
Blame it on skin problems.
Take it from somebody that knows. All right?
Yeah.
We leave that shirt on, please, God.
Hey, there's a U.S. representative. This is Toxic Tuesday. U.S. representative out of New York proposes a bill to make Trump's birthday a federal holiday because it falls on Flag Day.
Okay. I could use another day off.
I mean, it is federal. If we got to work, at least we get it
Stacking those
comped,
things
right?
up right now.
I wonder what day they're suggesting to take away. Sorry.
I can show you some on the map. There's some probabilities.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump has framed his mugshot and he hung it next to the Oval Office, right outside the Oval Office.
Yeah, I did see that. I was watching a lot of cable news over the weekend.
I couldn't believe that was real. I was like, this has got to be something. No, he put it up there.
Yeah, right as you walk in.
Yeah, so the media's got to rub it like the Apollo would before you walk in there and ask him a dumb question. Yeah. That's some wild stuff. Your boy Alex Jones was on InfoWars breaking down Kendrick Lamar's performance at the Super Bowl and breaking down the lyrics. He says Kendrick Lamar is anti-globalist, which I kind of feel like we all kind of are in a sense, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Can I get a
isn't Alex
definition?
Jones anti-globalist?
Could I get an origin?
Yeah, let's get it. Yeah. Yeah.
What do you mean by
that? What do you mean by that? Yeah. But he says the performance of Not Like Us was pro-Trump, pro-conservative, and anti-globalist. And of course, he breaks it down the way that, Alex Jones does.
And then you listen to the song, it's talking about people abusing children sexually and how they are not like us. They not like us. They don't like us and they're not like us. It's a double meaning. Genius. Genius.
Oh, it's genius. Genius. And he even breaks down the lyrics, which this is the real reason why I pulled it.
My dude Alex Jones has had a bit of a glow up though. I had a double take at him.
Yeah, he looks amazing.
He actually
right
looks
now.
like he has lost a little bit of
What's
weight.
going on?
You go Ozempic? Yeah.
Is that what that is?
I mean, you'd have to guess.
I thought those were lawsuits, that stress lean you on out.
stress.
You got to work a lot now. I don't know. Hey, man, I used to listen to Alex like way back in the day. Doom, 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 doom. Broadcasting from his... I used to love that joint, bro. Oh, my gosh.
I liked his
Infowars.com.
rant on Pierce Morgan. Was that Pierce Morgan?
Yes.
I think that was G-Bag of the Day one.
Yeah. He says 1776 is coming again. Gonna put a foot up your behind. Yeah, I used to listen to him all the time, especially when I was out there broadcasting in Austin. I used to listen to Alex Jones.
He lives down there, doesn't he?
Yeah, for a very long time. Yeah, here's your boy reciting the lyrics to Not Like Us, and I think it's just hilarious.
Say, Drake, I hear you like 'em young. You better not ever go to cell block 1 to any bitch that talk to him and they in love. Just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb's the only one that get your hand-me-downs and party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baca got a weird case.
Why is he around?
Why is he around? Certified lover boy, certified pedophiles.
Ooh.
Why you trolling like a bitch? Man, you tired. Try and strike a chord, and it's probably A minor.
Man, that's the best read of rap lyrics since Rush Limbaugh
Yeah,
did
that's
his
great.
Jay-Z bit
Oh
back
my
in the day.
gosh.
I don't know,
Mr.
dude.
C.
Have you ever heard Ben Shapiro do the WAP lyrics?
Oh my God!
that's probably amazing.
People sent that to me. This is G back in the day, Lucius.
That's amazing
Yeah,
stuff.
people sending that to me.
Why you trolling like a bitch?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to ask that to Brian next time he's getting after me.
Trolling like a. Now, is Miles Bridges? Is he still hooping in the NBA?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's crazy. I asked Carter the same thing, and he said, "Yeah," and I was like, "What? This can't be real, bro."
Oh, he's in Charlotte where nobody gets to watch him.
Okay. Well, he raps under the name RTBMB. Okay, and he dropped he didn't drop the song, but he kind of gave us a leak of a song. Well, he just disses everybody in the NBA in a sense.
Oh.
And he dissed Michael Jordan. Yeah, and I'm not going to play this whole thing because it's really bad quality because it's just a leak. I'm like, put the whole song out and stand on it, bro. Stop playing, but listen to this a little bit, bro.
It's a lot of NBA niggas ain't It's a lot of NBA niggas ain't
Do you hear what he's saying?
A lot of
NBA?
something about
NDA?